Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 407 to Chapter 470. The heavenly officials began to blow their horns. The sound of the horn started from the lowest note and gradually rose to the highest note. The tune was long, loud, and majestic. If it was played outside, Angor could even imagine the sound of the horn startling a flock of birds and sparrows. After the priests sounded their horns, the selection of the choir began. One by one, beautiful women in clean long dresses stepped onto the stage and began to sing. The hymns of fairies was the key to finding the treasure, while singers with special bloodlines were the key. The selection of singers wasn't about who had the best singing voice. It was about finding the key that could unlock the treasure. In order to find the key as quickly as possible, each singer would sing a part of the hymns of fairies. Batch after batch of singers went up on stage. Every singer had a beautiful voice. Both Angor and Shadow listened to the beautiful music with an appreciative look. By the way, the hymns of fairies is about the history of the Crocox, right? Angor asked. The priest nodded. Yes. Some of the words were changed for the sake of the syllables, but most of the stories are true. I think I know what the second and third parts mean. What does the first part mean? The first hero broke into a garden full of flowers with a sword in hand, and under the longing of the red-haired princess, he plucked the first rose stained with morning dew. The first part of the song should be from 1,000 years ago, right? Angor asked curiously. The high priest's eyes seemed to be in a trance as he recalled the past. After a while, he nodded and said, Sir, you're right. This is indeed something that happened thousands of years ago. The hero in the hymns of fairies is actually a Crocox who was beatified by the historians. Angor had a hunch about this. The hero whose name started at the fourth paragraph was actually a fictional character that was beatified and made up. History was written down by future generations, and it wasn't surprising that most civilizations had their own historical records written by someone else. Sir, have you ever wondered why Lady Isabel was willing to save us when we were about to go extinct 1,000 years ago? The Crocox were talented craftsmen, but they were still mortals. Why would a legendary wizard be so kind as to save them? Angor hesitated. The red-haired princess of Flowery Manor. Is it Lady Isabel? The high priest nodded and said, Yes. 1,000 years ago, a true hero appeared in my clan. He is my father. He had unwittingly broken into a wonderful garden of flowers and helped a trapped person. This trapped person is Lady Isabel. Unfortunately, my father died in the Flowery Manor. Lady Isabel came to us with his belongings and left us a conch. She said that if we were in trouble, we could blow the conch and she would come. The high priest said slowly. When he mentioned his father, his turbid eyes glistened with a faint light. At this point, Angor had a basic understanding of the story. Isabel owed the high priest's father a favor. When the Crocox were almost wiped out by humans, the high priest's father blew the conch and asked Isabel to come. She saved the entire Crocox. Even though she brought them to Soul Genesis Garden and set up a magic array to capture souls, she still spared the descendant of the hero and granted him immortality. This was why the high priest was able to stay alive for 1,000 years. Angor waited until the high priest calmed down a little before asking another question. The second part of the poem mentioned the kingdom of serpents. I heard that kingdom of serpents refers to Acasolia, right? Shadow raised an eyebrow. This was the second time he heard this question from Angor. The first time, Shadow asked Angor why he cared about the history of mortals, and Shadow said that he was curious. But this time Angor brought up the kingdom of serpents again. Shadow didn't believe that Angor was just curious. Maybe there was something else going on. Shadow didn't say anything at this time. He just pricked up his ears and listened to their conversation. The high priest didn't expect Angor to be interested in the history of the past, but he didn't think too much about it. Yes, the kingdom of serpents mentioned in the poem is indeed Acasolia. Do you know why this kingdom is called Acasolia? Angor asked a question that confused Shadow even more. Unlike Shadow, the high priest didn't seem surprised by Angor's question. Sir, you want to know about Acasolia, right? Angor nodded. It's called Acasolia, right? Yes, it's called Acasolia. The high priest noticed the restraint in Angor's tone, so he didn't ask too much. Shadow was a little annoyed. He nudged Angor and said, "What are you talking about? What's Akasolia?" The high priest chuckled. "Have you heard of Pakrti?" Angor asked another question instead of answering the question. This question stunned the high priestess. On the other side, Shadow also frowned. "Pakrti? I think I've heard of this name before." Angor looked at Shadow. He had been searching around Watergrass for a long time, but no one knew anything about Pakrti. Now, Shadow knew about it. "Pakrti is a city in Akasolia, right?" Shadow asked after a long pause. The high priest waved a hand. "Pakrti is a sacred place for healers. Akasolia protected it." The high priest's words confirmed Angor's suspicions. The serpent named Akasolia was right below Pakrti. Even though Pakrti was destroyed, it was still protecting the last survivor. "Do you know where Pakrti is?" The high priest shook his head. "No. Only the royal family of Akasolia knows about it. But I remember 1,000 years ago, when we lived in Hippocrates, every healer would take an oath toward the southeast. I heard that's where Pakrti is." "Southeast?" Angor tried to recall where he left the water. That was indeed the southeast of Hippocrates. Angor stopped his questions here. Shadow suddenly turned around and looked at him with a curious expression. No matter which direction Angor turned his head, Shadow would follow him closely. It was as if Angor would not give up until Angor answered. Angor didn't plan to tell Shadow about Akasolia's location. The creature was a wizard-level monster. If wizards found out about it, Akasolia would devour it in a matter of days. Akasolia did show him the way, and he also received a whole coffin full of essence blood from the serpent. How could he betray Akasolia? But Shadow wasn't an idiot. When he told Angor that the serpent's kingdom was called Akasolia, Angor asked, "What's the serpent's name?" Shadow didn't answer Angor's question back then. But when he recalled the conversation between Angor and the high priest, he quickly figured out the answer. "Akasolia is the name of the serpent, right?" Angor didn't answer. Shadow continued, "You're so interested in Akasolia because you've seen it before? Or did you see something related to Akasolia?" Angor lowered his eyebrows. Shadow narrowed his eyes. "You've seen Akasolia?" Shadow suddenly became excited. "Akasolia isn't dead, is it? Where is it now? If it's still alive after 1,000 years, it's a wizard-level monster, right?" "That's none of your business," Angor snapped. Shadow smiled and did not say anything, but his eyes flashed with thoughts. According to the high priest, Akiso seemed to be near Pakrti. "You better not go to Pakrti." Angor saw through Shadow's plan right away. He frowned and warned, "That's not a place you can dream about." Shadow pretended that he didn't know what Angor was talking about. Angor, on the other hand, put on a serious look. "Since we've signed the Kurna contract, I'll give you one last warning. You'll die there, even if you become a wizard or a truthfinder wizard. Pakrti wasn't a good place to live. It was the territory of the rainbow dragonflies." He didn't know why the rainbow dragonflies would build their nest here, but he knew he wasn't strong enough to explore the place. That was why he chose to stay in Pakrti for so long without actually exploring the nest. Instead, he was looking for the exit. "That's all I have to say. If you really want to die, I won't stop you," Angor said. Shadow was a little surprised by Angor's serious tone. The anger in his heart was mostly extinguished, leaving only a small spark. But sometimes, as long as you still had a little hope in your heart, even a small spark could start a fire. When the conversation was almost over, more than a dozen groups of people had left the Sky Choir selection. Unfortunately, no one who could activate the disc had appeared. "Isn't there a Sky Choir competition every year? Can't we use the old singers?" Angor frowned when he saw that the number of singers was decreasing. According to the old priest, about 3% of the female contestants had a bloodline that could activate the treasure. 3% wasn't a small number, but it wasn't a lot either. But judging from the current situation, he might not get anything. The high priest said, "That won't do. Activating the bloodline of the secret treasure is a one-time use. You can only activate it once." "Once? Will it affect the singer's health if they use it once?" "No. On the contrary, because they joined the Sky Choir, their social status will also rise, the high priestess said. While they were talking, Angor glanced at the stage where a new group of singers had arrived. Among them, Angor saw someone familiar. Papaya, Sprout's village. Papaya was assigned to sing the last part of the song. She looked a little nervous. She kept trying to catch her breath, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Sometimes, she would put them on her waist, and sometimes she would put them on the sides of her dress. Angor chuckled. He didn't expect the girl who acted so well in front of them to have such a nervous side. You know Papaya, sir? The old priest asked. Angor nodded. She's quite good at acting. Acting? The old priest didn't know what to say. However, Shadow said from the side, you're calling her a little girl. Maybe you're even younger than her. The old priest looked at Angor again. When he was talking to this lord, he only noticed the maturity in his tone and never thought about his age. Angor looked closer and found that the old man was indeed very young. His face was delicate, but he still looked a little immature. Papaya is 17 years old this year, the old priest said after giving it some thought. Angor's face blushed a little. Papaya was 1 year older than him. Sometimes, it was hard to change one's impression. Papaya looked like a Thumbelina, so Angor couldn't help but associate her small size with her age. See? I'm right, aren't I? You're not even 17 yet, right? Shadow looked like he was teasing Angor, but his eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Angor's achievement at such a young age completely shattered Shadow's self-confidence and pride, which he built up over the past 30 years. It was really embarrassing for him. Angor forced himself to remain calm. He sneered and answered Shadow's question with a disdainful expression. Shadow's eyelid twitched. He was sure that Angor was embarrassed, but he didn't want to say anything in front of such an expression. He could only curse in his heart, Sundara. The first 3 singers quickly finished their respective songs, but the disc-like artifact didn't react just like before. Obviously, these 3 people weren't part of the 3%. When it was finally Papaya's turn, she let out a sigh of relief and quickly took her place. She placed her right hand on her chest and tried to sing. But who would have thought that her first note would float beyond the 9 heavens? Papaya was so nervous that she froze on the spot and didn't know what to do. The clerics looked at each other, while the singers covered their mouths and chuckled. Papaya felt tears welling up in her eyes. While she was feeling embarrassed, Papaya suddenly felt something cool coming from between her eyebrows. It was a calming power. For a moment, all the sounds in the surroundings quieted down. Go ahead and sing. It was Fiona who spoke with a gentle female voice. But for some reason, Papaya couldn't help but think of another human being with a clear male voice. Papaya looked around and saw that everyone had quieted down. She could hear nothing but the sound of the wind. She felt something cool coming from between her eyebrows again. She saw a green field, a moon tree, and her beloved grandmother. The Papaya spoke again. This time, she didn't let her voice drift. The 4th hero opens the door in the air with the hymn. Papaya's singing finally returned to normal. It was clear and melodious. You're a gentleman, aren't you? Shadow used voice transmission. Angor was the main reason why Papaya was able to sing again. Even Fiona's sing came from Angor's mouth. It was just that he had used a little illusion to prevent others from noticing it. It's nothing. Angor didn't deny it. You're too lenient with mortals. Your enemies might use that against you, Shadow said. So, you're going to use mortals to stop me? Shadow chuckled. I'm not your enemy. Besides, we've made up, haven't we? Angor chuckled and didn't say anything else. When Papaya finished her song, she took a deep breath and walked to the front of the stage with the other 3. Then, she looked at the priest. The Grand Priest looked at the unmoving treasure on the other side and shook his head. Leave us. The next batch. Papaya's eyes were filled with sadness as well. She had lost the chance to join the Sky Choir this time, and she would never have another chance to do so in the future. She couldn't help but shed tears when she thought about how her fellow villagers in Sprout Village were waiting for her. The other singers who didn't get chosen also began to cry. However, they had no choice but to leave the Centennial Palace under the guidance of the priests. Poor them. If they know that the Sky Choir isn't here to pick singers, they'll probably break down. Shadow looked at the group of weeping Thumbelina. Although he said pitiful, his tone was full of schadenfreude. The Grand Priest lowered his head after hearing Shadow's words. Angor glanced at him but didn't say anything. After this group of singers left, there weren't many singers left in the 100-Year Palace. What if we can't find a suitable singer this year? Angor asked. The Grand Priest glanced at Fiona. If we can't find a suitable singer, the Descender will look for one herself. I'm sure she'll find one. The Grand Priest was implying that Dark Castle had a special way of finding people. But now that Fiona was under Shadow's control, they couldn't use that method. They could only pray that they found a suitable singer later. Their luck wasn't that bad. After another 2 batches, a bloodline wielder finally appeared in the new batch. It was a singer with a black birthmark on her face. As soon as she went on stage, the Grand Priest let out a surprised "huh?" The disc-shaped artifact suddenly glowed with a clear light. It was breathing in and out as if the artifact was a creature that could breathe. You. Everyone else, leave. You stay on stage. The Grand Priest pointed at the girl with the black birthmark. The girl was surprised, but she soon showed a joyful expression. The others left the Centennial Palace in a gloomy mood. From today onward, you're a member of the Sky Choir. The Grand Priest recalled the girl's name. Yelena, right? The young girl was still in a state of ecstasy as she nodded her head excitedly. Yelena, when you've calmed down, you can begin your performance. This solo performance is the key to joining the Sky Choir. Make sure you don't make any mistakes. The Grand Priest spoke in a serious tone. In order to activate the artifact, the singer had to sing every word correctly. Otherwise, the artifact would go into a cooldown period of 300 days. Yelena knew how serious this was. She stood on the stage and tried her best to calm down. Do you think she'll make a mistake like Papaya? Shadow looked at Yelena's heaving chest and asked curiously. Don't jinx it, Angor snapped. What Shadow said wasn't likely to happen. The fairy hymn wasn't that long, and the singers had been learning it since they were children. They wouldn't make any mistakes. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. Angor considered for a moment and set up an illusion around Yelena. From the small stream in the forest to the vast snowfield, from the cloud continent to the starry night. While setting up the illusion, Angor carefully observed Yelena's reaction. Apart from curiosity, she didn't show much emotion. When Angor set up a stage that could accommodate 10,000 people and brightly lit up the stage, Yelena began to look more and more excited. Someone who craved attention and a big stage. Angor considered for a moment and decided to place Yelena in the center of the stage, where all the lights focused on her. At the same time, Angor also released a teacup band. He used to think teacup bands played terrible music. But after watching Papaya's performance, Angor realized that teacup bands weren't bad at music. It was just that the monsters in the nightmare realm didn't appreciate music at all. Sure enough, with the help of the illusion stage and the performance of the teacup band, Yelena performed at her best. As she sang, she did not make a single mistake and even reached the peak of her singing. Because of this, the disc began to shine with a clear light. The Grand Priest swung the plate and let it float in the air. My lords, as long as you are enveloped by the light, your soul will be purified. The High Priest said, allowing the disc to stay above their heads. As Yeliana sang, a clear light shone down. Angor felt as if his soul had entered a clear spring where a mysterious power was washing away the impurities in his soul. Fortunately, Angor's soul was very pure. Under the light, he only felt warm and relaxed without too many impurities. Meanwhile, Shadow was moaning in pleasure. A large amount of black aura was released from its soul, which meant it had much more impurities than Angor. The light grew brighter and brighter. Under the light, Angor felt so soft that he wanted to lie down and sleep. But suddenly, the light touched the gray mist in his soul. The gray mist was the materialization of the sequence of gravity. It could be considered impurities, but at the same time, it also seemed to be helpful to the soul. The light circled around the gray mist for a long time, as if it was considering what to do with it. Angor's mood was lifted by the light. He remembered that the Grand Priest once told him about the gray mist in his soul, and the light seemed to be useful. But the Grand Priest didn't tell him how. The light lingered around the mist for a long time before it finally moved. It slowly spread out and wrapped around the mist like a thin film. Then it slowly shrank. Finally, the gray mist in the depth of Angor's soul shrank into a sphere, which gathered the source of the gray mist and all the other gray mist that spread out. And then, the light disappeared. Angor was confused. Did the Grand Priest just gather the gray mist and stop it from spreading? That's it? What happened to the purification? At the same time, the clear light of the disc artifact dissipated and returned to the High Priest's hand. It shrank until it finally disappeared. Shadow stretched his body and spoke in a lazy tone, well worth the trip. Almost half of the impurities in my soul were removed. My chance of becoming a wizard is higher now. Shadow looked at Angor. I noticed that your soul has very little impurities. Did you purify your soul before? Angor ignored Shadow and looked at the Grand Priest. So this is what you meant by the gray mist in my soul also needs a good rain. The Grand Priest spoke in a low voice. Sir, the meridians in your body aren't impurities. But if they spread to different parts of your soul, they could still cause problems. Now that they're gathered together, it's actually a good thing. Angor was still doubtful, but he didn't ask any more questions. Shadow was looking at him with a curious look. He didn't want anyone to know about the anomaly in his soul. Don't tell anyone about the law in my soul, Angor sent a voice transmission to the old priest. The High Priest nodded subtly. After the selection, the High Priest signaled the High Priest to leave with Liliana. After they left, the High Priest turned around and said, My lords, the ceremony has come to an end. But there's one more thing, the Grand Priest said as he glanced at Fiona, we're holding the ceremony 2 months ahead of schedule. The Citadel mentioned that they're expecting an important guest this time, and they're going to select the Sky Choir to perform in the Citadel. Do we need to organize the Sky Choir to rehearse before the performance? Important guest? Perform in the Citadel? Angor considered for a moment and realized why the ceremony was brought forward. Felicia and Greya were probably the reason behind it. However, it was hard to say whether or not they would bring the Sky Choir to Dark Castle. They had already used up the usage of the Sky Choir, and now they were bringing the Sky Choir to Dark Castle? Obviously, the timing was not right. Hold on, I'll go ask Fiona. Shadow suddenly sent him a voice transmission. He nodded to Shadow, who then led Fiona to the second floor. Wait a moment. They're going to discuss something. The High Priest naturally understood what discuss meant. He nodded with a smile and sat back down. While Shadow was away, Angor decided to ask more questions about Pakrti. Have you seen this before, Grand Priest? Angor created a miniature illusion in which a black snake covered in scales was coiling around a silver cone. You've been to Pakrti, sir? The old priest looked at him with a thoughtful look. Angor already admitted that he had been to Pakrti, so he didn't bother hiding it. Yes. I remember when I was young, my family lived in the attic of a single mother in Hippocrates. Her name was Tasha, and she had a lovely daughter, Beulah. Before the war came, we lived a happy life. Tasha loved to tell stories to Beulah, and the story she mentioned most often was Pokrates. The High Priest's lips curled into a smile as he reminisced about the good times of the past. Tasha said that Pakrti is a holy land. There is no war, no disease, and the light is shining there. It is protected by Akiso and the royal family. It is the best place for human beings to pursue. My lord, I've always wondered what Hippocrates is like. Is it really such a holy land? Do you really think there's such a beautiful utopia? Angor asked. The High Priest lowered his head and shook his head with a smile. If Hippocrates didn't have a magic array, this place would probably be considered a utopia. If it wasn't for that magic array, you wouldn't have survived for 1,000 years, said Angor. The High Priest did not reply. He clearly understood this. Back to Pokrates, I don't know if it was what you say it was. But I'm sure it's not now. The only thing I can say is, Angor said slowly, whoever goes, dies. The High Priest's expression froze for a moment, then he shook his head and said in a self-deprecating manner, Tasha died when the war began. Beulah always believed that Pakrti was a place where she could save herself. When the war ended, she returned to Hippocrates. At this point, the high priest's tone suddenly became mournful. She used her sweet smile to deceive us. My mother, my sister, my brother, and my child were deceived by her and sold to the slave traders who came from afar. I escaped and was saved by Lady Isabel. Beulah said she loved us, and she hoped that we would love her back. As long as we could sell her for a good price, she could hire someone to find Pakrti. As long as she could reach Pakrti, the holy light would illuminate everything in this world. This was the price we had to pay for loving her. The high priest's eyes were filled with sadness as he spoke. I don't blame her. When I was young, she and Tasha brought me the best memories. So even though I left Hippocrates, I still wish her the best. I hope she can find Pakrti and fulfill her wish. The high priest looked at Angor again. But from what you've said, I think she was wrong. She was tricked her whole life. Not necessarily. Maybe Pakrti really was a utopia 1,000 years ago? At least, the present signs of Pakrti suggest that they were destroyed 1,000 years ago. High priest, I hope so. The reason why I guessed your lordship had been to Pakrti when I saw the emblem was because I overheard something when my family was sold to a slave trader by Beulah. The slave trader also wanted to go to Pakrti, so he read a lot of royal books and learned that the emblem of Pakrti was actually a black serpent coiling around a cone. People said that a serpent coiling around a scepter was actually a modified version of Pakrti's emblem. But the real emblem wasn't a scepter. It was a cone. It's called the emblem of eternal serpent. The emblem of eternal serpent? Angor repeated the name subconsciously. For some reason, he thought of the giant serpent he saw in the underground water, Akiso. If Akiso was the black serpent on the emblem, then what was the cone? Why didn't he see it in Pakrti? Do you know what the cone on the emblem represents? Angor asked. Eternal life. The high priest paused. The cone refers to the cone of eternal life. Immortality. He suddenly thought of Dodoro, who never aged even after 1,000 years. Did that count as immortality? But he didn't see any cone of eternal life on Dodoro's body. When Dodoro was dragged out of the coffin, he was completely naked. Apart from the broken bowl in his hand, he didn't have anything else on him. Could it be that the broken bowl was the all of eternal life? Angor carefully checked the bowl several times and didn't find anything strange about it. But Dodoro didn't seem to want to let go of the bowl, so Angor simply let Dodoro do whatever he wanted without taking the bowl away. After that, Angor stopped paying attention to the bowl. He didn't know where Dodoro put it. Still, there was a big difference between a bowl and a cone of eternal life. Also, since Akiso was coiling around the cone of eternal life, it must know something about it. No matter how generous Akiso was, it wouldn't give away the cone of eternal life. Angor had a lot of questions, but now wasn't the time to ask. He had to wait until he returned to the surface world to find Dodoro's bowl. Before he could ask more questions about the cone of eternal life, Shadow came down from the second floor. Don't worry about it. I just asked Fiona. She told me that it was her idea to invite the Sky Choir to perform at Dark Castle earlier than before. Madame Butterfly doesn't know about this, so we'll just pretend we didn't do it. That's a strange way of asking questions. Angor looked at Fiona's swollen and bruised face, which was now under the control of the puppet strings again. No violence. Save time. Shadow didn't hesitate to answer. Angor didn't want to argue with him. Don't worry about the performance. If anything happens, just tell us who we are. The Grand Priest nodded and left the hall. After the Grand Priest left, Shadow and Angor prepared to return to Otherworld. Shadow was still looking for Naga, while Angor had to go to Felicia's place. It was almost night time when they arrived at Otherworld. While Shadow worked alone, Angor went to the hall on the first floor of Dark Castle. When he arrived, he saw Felicia sitting by the counter, while Greya was sitting on the floor, cooking with one hand and stuffing food into her mouth with the other. Lady Greya, may I know if Toby is? Angor paused. Greya was looking at him with curiosity, confusion, and shyness. Angor had seen this kind of look from many girls before, but never from Greya. Are you thirsty, mister? Here, take this. Greya's reaction was also strange. She blinked her beautiful eyes and handed a glass to Angor. There was no liquid inside, only a cloud of gas that looked like a nebula. Angor didn't know what to do. Greya was still looking at him with her innocent eyes and asked him to drink. Angor knew that gourmet wizards used all kinds of strange ingredients. Who knew what would happen to him? Besides, Greya's reaction was so strange that he did not know what to do. He held the glass in his hand for a long time. "Drink it," Felicia said. "It's called Aura Vortex. Your mana pool will be slightly improved for a week after you drink it. It's only good for you." Since Felicia insisted, he had no choice but to gulp down the liquid. Angor's eyes brightened up a little. The Aura Vortex wasn't as dry and tasteless as he expected. Instead, it tasted like milk. It was as good as the best milk he had ever tasted. Such a strong milk taste. Angor tried his best to keep a straight face. Felicia raised an eyebrow. "The Aura Vortex doesn't have any taste." "You can taste it because the gourmet wizards added some edible pheromones, which directly stimulated your taste buds. Depending on your taste buds, the Aura Vortex will taste different. My Aura Vortex is tasteless, but yours tastes like alcohol." Greya narrowed her eyes. "Oh, so you like milk, mister?" Angor's expression darkened. Gourmet wizards really made things difficult. Angor forced himself to smile. He couldn't deny his taste buds now, so he had to face it with a smile. "Do you want to eat this?" Greya held up a plate of round, metallic objects and looked like she was going to share them with Angor. Angor didn't know whether he should refuse or not. He could only give Felicia a helpless look. "The stone of falsehood can help a woman develop her breasts," Felicia explained. Angor quickly waved a hand at Greya. He didn't want to end up like Hookdick, who was neither a man nor a woman. Greya put on a sad expression and looked at Angor with a sad expression. Felicia shook her head when she saw Angor's helpless expression. "Go play by yourself, Greya. Don't do anything stupid. If you do well, I'll give you something to drink later." Greya's eyes brightened up. She nodded like a rabbit pecking at vegetables. Greya returned to her small table and continued to cook and test her food. She suddenly smiled at Angor. "You're too weak, so I made a pot of enigmatic butterfly that you can drink. Do you want unstable enigmatic butterfly or midnight butterfly? What's the difference?" Angor asked. Illusory butterflies flew out of Felicia's slender fingertips and sprinkled their scales into the wine pot on the counter. Midnight butterfly dance targets your soul. It can build a butterfly defense around your soul. You can say that it's a special soul defense. Unstable enigmatic butterfly. Its effects are unknown. Perhaps it can increase your mana pool by 5 or 10 years. Perhaps you can obtain a special skill. Perhaps you can directly jump to the level of an official magus. Felicia looked at Angor with a bright smile. For some reason, Angor felt a chill down his spine when he was being stared at by those smiling eyes. He lowered his head to hide the fear on his face. Angor carefully thought about the two options Felicia gave him. Both of them were filled with malice. The first option, Midnight Butterfly, could passively increase one's soul defense. However, he had a feeling that Felicia was trying to find out more about his soul. Maybe Isabel told her that his soul was special, which aroused Felicia's interest, so she wanted to use this chance to explore his soul. The second option, Unstable Enigmatic Butterfly, had unknown effects. Was that even possible? Would a master of bartending and winemaking say that the effects of the wine in his hands were unknown? She even said something like special skills and directly become a wizard. If becoming a wizard was that easy, what was the point of all those years of hard work and knowledge? Clearly, Felicia was exaggerating or even twisting the truth to force Angor to choose the first option. Angor mocked himself in his mind. Why would a wizard tell him to wait for you with wine? So he's planning something else. Felicia watched Angor's expression change. She didn't get angry. Instead, she sneered. What's the effect of enigmatic butterfly? Angor asked. Felicia chuckled in her mind. You think you're so smart? But she didn't show it on her face. It won't work. But maybe you'll get drunk. What? Aren't you going to warm the wine and freeze it? Felicia asked. He looked at Felicia. Her face was perfectly made up, and he didn't notice anything strange about it. But if I refuse? Felicia narrowed her eyes and furrowed her brows. A terrifying aura surged toward them. Of course not. Angor forced himself to change his mind. Under Felicia's pressure, he made a surprising decision. Midnight butterfly then. Are you sure? Felicia looked at Angor with a strange expression. Her midnight butterfly could create a butterfly wall inside one's soul, but Angor wasn't wrong. She planned to infuse a part of her consciousness into the butterfly so that she could find out more about Angor's soul. She believed that with this genius in front of her, he should have noticed the meaning behind her words. But the strange thing was that he actually didn't choose enigmatic butterfly, but directly chose midnight butterfly dance. Of course, no matter which wine Angor chose, she still had a backup plan. For example, the unstable enigmatic butterfly was just as she said. The wine could help people learn special skills and even help them become wizards. However, the success rate was close to zero. Even if someone did become a wizard, he or she would lose all his or her strength due to the mismatch between the body and the power. In this way, she could destroy Angor's power. No matter how powerful his background was, no one would give up on him. Then, she could easily take Angor into Candy House. If she chose enigmatic butterfly, Felicia wasn't wrong either. Angor would get drunk until he couldn't even remember anything. In such a confused state, what could she not do? Not only could she dig out Angor's memories, but she could also check Angor's soul. No matter which wine he chose, he would be ambushed. The most obvious one was the midnight butterfly dance. Why did Angor choose midnight butterfly? Did he not see through the trap, or did he think that there was nothing special about his soul and that it was fine for others to pry into it? Felicia narrowed her eyes and waited for Angor's answer. Angor chuckled. I'm feeling a bit hot, so I need something cold to cool it down. Obviously, this was a lie. Felicia was even more confused now. However, she didn't want to question Angor's choice. She had no choice but to keep her doubts to herself. Very well. Please take a seat. I'll start freezing the wine. Felicia pointed at a round table in the center of the hall and asked Angor to take a seat. Angor nodded, found a guest seat, and sat down without hesitation. After he sat down, he closed his eyes and pretended to meditate. But in fact, his mind was still racing. Considering his relationship with Greya and his unknown teacher, he believed that Felicia wouldn't kill him. Under the premise that he wouldn't die, he chose the midnight butterfly dance. The reason was that he didn't trust the other two choices even more. The unstable enigma butterfly wasn't a good choice, but he had a feeling that Felicia had set up a trap for him inside the enigma butterfly. Therefore, midnight butterfly was the only option he had. First of all, Felicia's motive for giving him the choice of wine was obvious. Even if Felicia's sword was pointed at his soul, at least he knew what he was dealing with. Besides, he knew his soul well. Sometimes, he even felt that his soul didn't belong to him. Just as Felicia said, enigmatic butterfly was unstable. Ever since the Nightmare Queen left a wound on his soul had also gained uncertainty and instability. During his battle against Parasite Queen in Sky Tower, Parasite Queen accidentally touched the wound and destroyed her soul. During Twilight Auction, he also tried to awaken the wound to summon the Queen, which almost caused the fall of Midnight Sovereign. If he chose Midnight Butterfly, if Felicia really wanted to search his soul, he still had a chance to surrender. As for the other two choices, he had no chance at all. Therefore, he would rather have the initiative in his own hands. When night fell in Otherworld, Greya also took her seat. A maid in a black and white dress began to serve up the appetizers one after another. Everything smelled good to Angor. However, Greya showed a look of disgust. She swept away all the dishes placed in front of her and threw them to the ground. I don't want to eat garbage, sis. I want to drink. Greya looked at Felicia. Angor frowned when he heard Greya's childish voice. He had been observing Greya from the corner of his eyes ever since he sat down. Somehow, he felt that Greya had changed from a meat mountain to a young girl. Her mature and seductive personality had also turned into a young lady. Back in the blood prison, Greya's appearance was different, but her personality and tone were still normal. How did she change so much in such a short time? Angor had his doubts, but he didn't have the right to ask. Besides, he didn't think Felicia would answer him. Felicia walked to Angor with a glass of dark liquid in her hand. The liquid was emitting a chilly aura that formed the shape of a butterfly and dissipated in the air. She walked to the table gracefully. "Is this for me?" Grea's eyes lit up. Felicia smiled. "You're still making the wine. This is for our guest." She placed the glass in front of Angor. "Please enjoy, Midnight Butterfly Dance." She then sat down beside Angor. Angor felt a faint fragrance coming from the glass, which made him feel a little dizzy. He put his hand on the glass and shivered at the coldness of Midnight Butterfly's dance. It also cleared his mind a little. "Thank you." Angor nodded at Felicia. "You're welcome. You can only order this in my tavern if you have a silver card. Consider this as a reward for taking care of Toby," Felicia said. She had already decided to use this as a reward for taking care of Toby. Also, Felicia offered him a glass of wine that clearly meant something bad. Angor didn't feel good about it, but he couldn't argue with a wizard. "Not going to drink?" Felicia pointed at the glass. "If the ice melts, it'll become an ordinary enigma butterfly. Good luck." Angor gave Felicia a meaningful glance and lifted his glass. "Good luck." Angor finished the glass in one gulp. As the cold liquid slid down his throat, Angor's pupils shrank for a second. The next moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body shivered. But the feeling soon disappeared as butterflies arrived and dragged him into a peaceful world. "Wish me good luck?" "Heh, he's just trying to be mysterious." Felicia raised her eyebrows and snorted indifferently. "Sis, he's asleep?" Greya pointed at Angor, who suddenly fell asleep on the table with a confused look. Felicia chuckled. "Probably, too tired." Angor was brought into a vast chaotic space by the fluttering butterflies. Angor was familiar with this place. Back in Sky Tower, he was dragged here by Parasite Queen and Ness. This was the Soul Realm, a place where one couldn't tell if it was real or fake. It could be said to be inside the human body, but it could also be said to be outside of the human body. It was widely believed by soul wizards to be in another dimension, the manifestation of the light of human spirituality in another dimension. He didn't know what was happening to him. All he knew was that there were butterflies flying around him, and he couldn't control himself as they dragged him deeper into soul space. He looked around and realized that he didn't have a body, and he couldn't escape from the butterflies. Angor considered for a moment. He had separated his soul from his body before, so he was sure that he wasn't a soul right now. Also, he wasn't in the God's View state when he fought against Parasite Queen. Since he wasn't a soul and had the ability to think on his own, did that mean he was a collection of consciousness? For now, Angor decided to accept the fact that he was still in his consciousness cloud. Then, he discovered a possible truth. Maybe he wasn't being carried around by the butterflies. He was walking on his own, and the butterflies were following him. This was the only explanation why the butterflies brought his consciousness cloud into the soul realm. There was no special way to find one's soul in this vast soul realm. One had to rely on one's consciousness as a guide. Following the fluttering butterflies, Angor soon arrived at a familiar place. He saw his own soul. Unlike the last time he saw it, there was a grassland shining with green light under his feet. Something that looked like cotton floats around his soul. It looked like snowflakes or dandelions. The environment changed, and so did the soul itself. It became more solid and purer. Next, his consciousness cloud left the butterflies and merged with his soul. Standing in the center of the grassland, his soul slowly opened his eyes. Felicia sensed Angor's consciousness cloud returning to his soul, but she didn't mind. It was all part of her plan. What she cared more about was the soul, which was so solid that it was like a real body, and the grassland under the soul's feet that was obviously defensive. Felicia thought for a moment and controlled a butterfly to enter the grassland. The butterflies moved leisurely. The grass and butterflies looked very harmonious, but this was only limited to the outside world. As soon as Felicia's butterfly stepped into soul grassland, the random cotton balls in the air suddenly scattered spores, which fell to the ground and turned into green grass. The spores touched Felicia's body, which then dissolved into energy particles that were absorbed by soul grassland. Green velvet? Felicia squinted her eyes and said, "The green velvet is of high quality." Maybe it's already half-ripe? Meanwhile, Angor was also trying to figure out what the soul grassland was. Looking at the floating fluff and the spores, Angor immediately thought of green velvet. But the green velvet didn't look like this before. Why did it change like this? He couldn't enter soul space on his own, so he had no idea what was going on there. He could only sense the strange movement of his soul. The last time he felt it, it was in Soul Genesis Garden. When he tried to approach the temple on top of the mountain, he was knocked out by the powerful pulse. Could it be that the coma had caused the green velvet to turn into a grassland? He didn't know why, but when he saw a butterfly being melted by the spores, he calmed down a little. At least for now, it seemed the green velvet was still there, and it was more suitable than before. Lady Felicia? He couldn't move or speak as a soul, but he could still use his emotion ripples to send a message. After a while, a complicated emotion was transmitted over. What a beautiful soul grassland. Looks like my midnight butterfly dance was unnecessary. Since you've seen it, sir, my soul should be protected. Should we retreat? Angor looked at the butterflies outside the grassland. His soul was pure, and his eyes were brighter than his body. They looked as if they could hold the stars in the sky. Felicia couldn't help but praise Angor. If only those eyes were real, she could dig them out and keep them in her collection. Retreat? Of course I will. But I'm very curious about your soul. Do you mind if I observe it for a bit longer? Angor didn't say anything. He knew Felicia wouldn't leave without satisfying her curiosity. So what was the point of saying that? I can tell you something in return, Felicia spoke again. This piece of green velvet is close to maturity. A mature green velvet might not be a good thing for you. Felicia's voice sounded again. Why? There's no reason. I'm not your teacher. If you want to know, go check it out yourself, Felicia said calmly. Angor remained silent again. Felicia sneered. You're smart, aren't you? Felicia continued to observe Angor's soul. Ordinary souls had a basic shape, but most of them were translucent. Angor's soul, on the other hand, looked exactly like a real person, and he was wearing a robe. If Angor ejected his soul, no one would be able to tell whether he was a real person or not. Such a solid soul. You're a soul manipulator? Felicia asked. No. Angor's expression didn't change at all. It was rare for someone who wasn't a soul manipulator to have such a solid soul. At least, it was rare among apprentices. However, what kind of special attraction did such a soul have to make Isabel, a magus with high standards, look at it in a different light? Felicia decided to keep probing. Under Felicia's control, the black and white butterflies flew into the grassland. Compared to the previous black butterflies, this one was much stronger this time. Green velvet spores penetrated the butterflies' bodies, but they didn't touch the spores at all. The butterflies seemed to have angered the green velvet. Countless grasses were pulled up from the ground and turned into vines. They surrounded the black and white butterflies with an airtight attack. However, the butterflies didn't seem to be afraid at all. It was as if he had an illusory body. Under the attack of the vines, he directly escaped into another void. Just as the butterflies were about to reach Angor, the green velvet made a final effort to trap Angor and released several white flowers. However, when the butterflies approached Angor, the cage-like vines suddenly disappeared and returned to the grassland. You cancelled your protection? Felicia asked. I can't stop them anyway. Why bother? Felicia chuckled. Angor couldn't tell whether she was mocking him or feeling proud. The first butterfly landed on Angor's soul. The second, the third. In the end, Angor's soul was covered with butterflies. Angor closed his eyes and allowed the butterflies to crawl on his soul. It did not take long for the black and white butterflies to report back to Felicia. The quality of his soul is very high. His soul is as solid as an apprentice's. Wait, that's... Felicia looked at Angor curiously. Your soul is as strong as a wizard's. Did a soul manipulator give you soul energy? It's similar to Revenant's salvation, Mr. Ness. So it's him. That old pervert is willing to spend at least 5 years of his soul refining power to help you condense your soul? Felicia asked curiously. My professor took me there, Angor explained. Felicia frowned as the image of a person flashed through her mind. She did not ask who Angwar's teacher was because she already had a good idea of who that person was. However, to avoid further trouble, she decided to test Angwar's soul under the pretense of "I don't know who you are." This way, she could use ignorance as an excuse to avoid further trouble. Besides, she didn't think her professor would care about such a thing. However, Felicia began to doubt herself after hearing Angwar's words. She wondered if she had guessed wrong. According to Angwar, his professor cared a lot about him and even asked that old pervert to spend years of soul energy to help Angwar purify his soul. How could someone who cared so much about Angwar's soul be a cold-hearted person? Could it be that she had guessed wrongly? Was Angwar's professor Rainmute? Or Wallace? But if it was one of them, she didn't know what to do. Both of them were very protective of their students, and Graham mentioned that she couldn't afford to offend them. Silencer Rainmute was the real leader of Brute Cavern, and he was a level 3 wizard. Felicia hesitated. Should she continue? She considered for a moment and decided to ignore it. She didn't really want to kill Angwar anyway. She didn't want to find out the secrets of an apprentice's soul, so she didn't need to fight to the death. She cast aside her worries and kept using the butterfly to check Angwar's soul. This time, she decided to go inside Angwar's soul directly. Since he already has the soul furnace, he should be able to learn more soul manipulator spells, Felicia thought. Felicia thought to herself, but why do I feel a strange sense of stagnation when I enter his soul? Apart from the sluggish feeling, Felicia also felt a sense of danger that made her scalp tingle. However, Felicia was not afraid at all. Instead, she was happy. As an official wizard, she had experienced a lot of danger. For her, any great danger could also be a great opportunity. She didn't need to worry about how dangerous an ordinary apprentice could be. Felicia's soul butterfly kept spreading colorless scales on Angwar's soul, which then landed on the surface of Angwar's soul. The powder was the purest form of soul energy, which was not harmful to Angwar's soul. In fact, it could even make his soul more active. Since Felicia was part of Felicia's body, she could use it to observe every change in Angwar's soul. Last time, Sunders prevented Ness from studying Angwar's soul, so Ness could only rely on the kaleidoscope to observe the changes in Angwar's soul. This time, Felicia was not a soul wizard, so she could only look into Angwar's soul. As the scale powder entered Angwar's body, Felicia tried to sense the information she received. A moment later, she suddenly frowned. Why did she feel something strange inside Angwar's soul? Was it a law? Was this why Isabel said Angwar's soul was special? Felicia was about to examine Angwar's soul further when she received a new message from another wave of scale powder. Extremely pure soul energy was slowly entering Angwar's soul. Felicia looked at the other side and saw a wound on the back of Angwar's soul. It looked like an ordinary wound. She could sense a tiny but pure soul energy flowing out of the wound and replenishing Angwar's soul. Normally speaking, Angwar should be lucky that his soul energy didn't leak out. Not only did the wound not leak out, but it was also constantly replenishing soul power. According to Felicia's observations, the quality of the soul power that was leaking out was extremely high, although the amount that leaked out was minuscule. What kind of wound is this? Not only is it not leaking out, but it's also flowing inside. If Angwar's soul power continued to flow out of the wound for thousands of years, it would be enough to push Angwar's soul to the peak of its power. Felicia's curiosity was piqued. She observed the wound in silence. The wound looked normal, but it was strange to see it on Angwar's soul. Unless it was caused by some kind of special damage, all wounds on the soul were reversible. Ordinary wounds would heal on their own as long as the soul returned to soul space. From what Felicia could tell, this was just a normal wound. But why wasn't it healing? Not only were there no signs of healing, but where did the pure soul power that was flowing out come from? Did you know there's a wound on the back of your soul? Felicia asked. I know. Angwar sighed in his mind. What is it? How did you do it? Felicia asked again. I want to know, but no one can tell me. Not even my professor. As for who did it, sir? Angwar's face, the woman's face suddenly appeared in his mind. A woman with stitches on her face, Angwar, Felicia, said, she did it. Felicia could tell that Angwar wasn't lying this time. But a woman with stitches on her face? Felicia thought for a long time, but she could not figure out who it was. Felicia tried to touch the wound. Lady Felicia, please don't touch the wound. That woman might sense it. Sense it? So what? Felicia's tone was filled with disdain. Don't you want to know who she is? I'll help you. Angor fell into silence as his wound was touched. Soon, he felt a familiar itch coming from the wound on his back. The itch was followed by a scream that pierced through the hall of Dark Castle and into soul space. The scream came from Felicia's mouth. At the same time, Greya, who was sitting across from Felicia, was also startled by the scream. She looked at Felicia in confusion. What's wrong, sis? Wait, what happened to Felicia? Suddenly, Felicia's voice turned mature and seductive. Wait, what happened to Felicia? Both her voice and the look in her eyes sharpened. The real warrior Barbie Greya had shown up. Felicia was still screaming. Her eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. She grabbed Angor's arm and tried to say something, but she couldn't. Greya raised a hand and summoned a cantrip model to check Felicia's condition. However, the model couldn't detect anything because of the intense energy fluctuations around Felicia. Greya looked at Angor. His eyes were closed, and his expression was calm as if he was taking a nap. However, Greya quickly noticed that Angor's consciousness wasn't inside his body. She glanced at the half-empty wine glass on the table. Midnight butterfly? Greya frowned. She quickly thought about Angor's current condition and came up with a conclusion. Something must have happened to Felicia when she tried to check Angor's soul. But Angor's soul wasn't an accident. How could an apprentice's soul hurt a wizard like her? Impossible. Unless Sunder set up some kind of trap in Angor's soul, Greya believed she could handle it if it was just a trap. After all, she was a truth-finder wizard. However, she was only left with a wisp of her soul. It would not be easy to save Felicia. Suddenly, Greya noticed that Felicia's fingernails were digging into the table, leaving a series of scratches on the table. This is... Greya looked at the marks and realized that Felicia was trying to send a secret message. Greya used Candy House's unique formula to figure out what Felicia was trying to say. Soul lure. Greya considered and decided to listen to Felicia. She took out a pile of strange ingredients from her bag. Black clay soul lure. Similar to soul lure grass, black clay soul lure could lure a person's soul out of his or her soul space. It was Greya's personal creation. Following a flash of light, a black ball of water slowly floated in front of her. Greya was panting heavily. She was too weak to make such a soup. She had to use her soul energy to do so. However, the black mud soul luring soup didn't have much effect on Felicia. She was still screaming in agony. At this time, Felicia suddenly ignited a part of her blood essence. Blood oozed out of the corner of her mouth. At the cost of damaging her foundation, she forced herself to stay awake for a while and said, "Give him the soul soup." She was almost gnashing her teeth when she spoke. Without hesitation, Greya placed the soup under Angor's nose. Angor inhaled the black smoke. As soon as it entered his body, the black smoke disappeared as if it was being transported to another dimension. As the smoke disappeared, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky outside Dark Castle. Angor's soul was slowly being dragged out of soul space by the black smoke. As Angor's soul left the grassland, Felicia finally stopped screaming and opened her bloodshot eyes. "What's going on, Felicia?" Greya quickly asked when she saw Felicia was finally free. "It's him. His soul." Felicia gasped for air. "What's wrong with his soul? Is it a trap?" Greya snarled. "I told you to stay away from him. Why didn't you listen?" Felicia gulped and said, "His soul was marked by a powerful being. She noticed me. She only looked at me once, and my mind began to collapse. Starting from the consciousness hidden in his body, it actually connected directly to my main consciousness. My soul was almost forcefully dragged out of my body. She only looked at me once. She only looked at me once." Felicia exhaled and exhaled. "Her? Not Mr. Phantom?" Greya noticed that Felicia wasn't referring to a man. "Is he really Phantom's disciple?" Felicia asked in surprise. "You didn't know?" Greya nodded. "He's Mr. Sunder's student." Felicia shook her head. I didn't see Mr. Phantom. It was another woman. I didn't see her face clearly, but she had stitches on her face. Stitches? Greya froze as she recalled a certain scene in her mind. Did he wear a crown, have thick red hair, and have stitches all over his face? Greya asked. Felicia hesitated for a moment and said, yes, I think so. But I'm not sure. Do you know her? Greya held her head with both hands and shook it. I don't know. Something flashed in my mind. I think I've seen a picture of her before, but I can't remember where. You know, I've lost a lot of my memories. But that picture gave me a very uncomfortable feeling. It's called fear. Both Felicia and Greya remained silent. Greya only remembered a picture, and she already felt fear. Felicia, on the other hand, felt like her soul was about to collapse when he glanced at her. Who the hell is that? How can she be so strong? Is she a legendary? But where did the southern wizardry region get such a legendary figure? Greya thought of the great being she met. He was also a legendary figure, but he didn't seem to be this powerful. While the two of them were deep in thought, lightning flashed outside the dark castle. Thunder rumbled as if a storm was about to come. The curtains in the main hall weren't closed, so the white light of the lightning flickered on and off. This was supposed to be a normal atmosphere in Dark Castle, but when it appeared at this moment, it made the atmosphere even colder. Clank, his body suddenly leaned backward and collapsed on the chair. At the same time, a hand reached out from his chest. Black mud soup is working, Greya said as she looked at the hand coming out of Angwar's body. Of course, it was Angwar's soul that came out of his body. A second hand came out of his body. Feet. Both feet. Next, Angwar's head came out of his body. More than half of Angwar's soul was coming out of his body. The thunder and lightning outside once again turned white. Accompanied by a wall of sound, the door was suddenly pushed open. A violent gale poured into the hall from the outside, rolling up a cloud of dust. A woman with white hair and cold eyes was standing outside the door. Before anyone could notice her, she flashed and appeared in front of Angwar. Nonsense! The woman yelled and summoned a white light in her hand. She grabbed Angwar's head, which was about to break free, and forced it back into Angwar's body. Lady Isabel? Greya looked at Isabel and asked. White hair, cold eyes, and a cold expression. Even though it was Venese's face, the aura she exuded was something Venese couldn't compare to. Isabel frowned at him coldly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Hurry up and take away the soul-guiding item. Greya looked back and saw the black mud soup still floating in front of Angwar's nose. Greya didn't know why Isabel suddenly showed up here, but since the woman was a soul manipulator, she had to obey. Greya dissolved the soup into a bowl of soup. Angwar's soul was slowly pushed back into his body by Isabel. Isabel cast another spell to calm Angwar's restless soul. Under the gentle comforting, Angwar's soul slowly calmed down and returned to its peaceful state. The eyes that had been opened in his soul also slowly closed. Angwar's head tilted to the side, and he fell into a deep sleep. Isabel let out a long sigh. She turned to Felicia and said impatiently, "Do you understand now? Drop that arrogant attitude of a wizard, or you'll get yourself killed, not a cat." Felicia was still paralyzed on the chair. She looked at Isabel's sharp eyes and lowered her head, not knowing what to do. "What happened just now, Lady Isabel?" Greya asked. Isabel said coldly, "What happened? Didn't she say it clearly?" This acolyte was marked by a terrifying existence, and she touched that terrifying existence's mark. Serves her right. Terrifying existence? Who is she? Greya also thought about the portrait in her mind. Where did her memory show? Isabel shook her head. I don't know. I was optimistic about his soul because I found some kind of rhythm in it. But I didn't expect that his soul would be so terrifying. Isabel's heart palpitated as she spoke. Fortunately, she gave up on trying to take over Angwar's soul. Otherwise, she would have ended up like Felicia. I'm going back to the Soul Society. Don't provoke his soul. That terrifying existence, I suspect that it has already surpassed the legendary level. Isabel's voice was trembling, accompanied by a bolt of lightning that struck their hearts. Beyond the legendary level. Greya's mouth was wide open in shock. On the other hand, Felicia's eyes were wide open, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. She couldn't hide the fear on her face. I don't know why that terrifying existence marked an acolyte, but there must be a reason behind it. Remember, it doesn't matter if she's trying to help Angor or not. It has nothing to do with us. Don't ask and don't listen. With that, Isabel turned around and prepared to leave. Lady Isabel, about Toby's condition. Greya spoke. Isabel didn't even look back. He's recovering. Tell Angor to come to the Soul Society in a week, and I'll give Toby to him. Don't bother me after that. Isabel's voice floated in the air and was eventually blown away by the wind. The door was closed, and the wind inside calmed down. Greya exhaled deeply and sat down. She and Felicia looked at each other in confusion. Angor's teacher is Mr. Phantom. Greya sounded a little tired. I know you already knew. But you're still trying to find out more about him. That's not a wise decision. Lady Isabel is right. You don't take apprentices seriously. I can't blame you. That's how most wizards behave. I used to be like that too, but my employees changed me. Greya's eyes were filled with hatred when she talked about the abandoned employees of Barbie's restaurant. You're going to have a hard time maintaining a good relationship with him. Greya shook her head. It's just dinner. Don't make it so ugly. Hearing Greya's words, Felicia remained silent as if she was reflecting on her own actions. Why did you give Toby to Angor in the first place? Did you already value his potential? I'm willing to give Toby to Angor, not only because of his potential, but also because Toby chose to follow Angor on his own accord. Greya paused a little before she continued, you know, Toby's existence is already against the laws of nature. It's not simple at all. Maybe it's following Angor because its instinct is telling me something. If you really want to kill him, either you kill him now, or you don't want to ruin our relationship, said Greya. I understand. Felicia changed the topic. By the way, do you remember the woman with the stitches? Greya considered for a moment. In that memory, I only saw an old table and a portrait hanging on the wall. I can't remember where I saw it, but my intuition tells me that it's not the southern wizarding region. Not the southern wizarding region? Is it another world? Greya hesitated. I think it's the nightmare realm. Angor slept for 3 whole days. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he suddenly found a black shadow standing by his bed. His heart shrank, and he subconsciously sat up. Only then did he realize that it was Aning who was standing beside the bed. You're awake? Shadow showed up out of nowhere. His clothes were tattered. His pants were torn, and his shirt was completely gone. His upper body was covered in scars. What happened to you? Angor looked at Shadow from head to toe. I was going to ask you the same thing. I asked the mute servant outside. She said you've been sleeping for 3 days. This bed is soft and comfortable, but you shouldn't have lost consciousness, right? Shadow's question reminded Angor of what happened before he fainted. The only thing he remembered was that Felicia had touched the wound in his soul, and then his vision had blurred and he could not remember anything else. How are you, Lady Felicia? Angor asked. Why do you ask? I saw her mixing drinks in the hall when I was on my way here. She should be fine, right? Shadow frowned. But she didn't talk to me today. She hates my professor so much that she wouldn't ignore me like that. Angor wanted to ask how disgusting Shadow tutors were, but he decided not to gossip about wizards after a second thought. Since Felicia was fine, there shouldn't have been anything serious at the time, right? Maybe Parasite Queen's soul had disappeared because she was too weak. Shadow suddenly nudged him. What are you thinking about? Help. Do you have any clothes? Shadow grumbled, everyone in Dark Castle is a woman, and I don't see any men's clothes. It took me a while to find them. He reluctantly took out a robe from his bracelet and handed it to Shadow. How did you get all these wounds? Did you run into a trap? Shut up. After changing into his robe, Aning sat on the floor with a face full of resentment. There was no trap, but I was tricked by my teacher. Then, Shadow began to talk about his bitter experience. Fiona led the way, so I didn't run into any traps. In the end, I found Naga in that old witch Isabella's lab. Isabella kept her promise. There were a lot of wizard-level traps in her lab, but all of them had been shut down. Soon, Abel found the place where the Nagas were kept. Just as he was about to reach the final step, who would have thought that an accident would happen at this time, he noticed that Naga's body was full of energy. Only Shadow's professor could recharge Naga's energy, which meant that Naga's body was full of energy. Either Isabella took Naga's energy, or Isabella took Naga's energy and gave it to Angor. Either way, Angor was fooled by Shadow's professor. He couldn't take Naga away because he couldn't defeat the professor. Even if he wanted to consume energy, with his strength as an apprentice, it would probably take him several years to do so. So how could he take Naga away? If he didn't know Naga well, he wouldn't have been able to escape from her. That was the end of him. I thought my biggest enemy was the girls from Dark Castle, Shadow said with a sorrowful face. I thought my biggest enemy was the girls from Dark Castle. But it wasn't. It was my professor who always screwed his students over. Shadow didn't look like he was faking it, so Angor could only try to comfort him. I've been meaning to ask since the day you said you wanted to go to Dark Castle. What is this Naga you mentioned? Angor asked curiously. Naga is nothing. She's an ownerless puppet that was banished by my professor. She's made from the living body of a wizard. But more importantly, I'm a shadow puppeteer, and Naga is the only puppet my professor ever created. Once, after I completed an extremely difficult mentor mission, he told me that the Naga was my reward. But he said I had to become a top-level apprentice before he gave it to me. At that time, I believed the teacher. But when I finally became a top-level apprentice, my professor told me that Isabella took Naga away from me. Then I hurried to Dark Castle and set up a trap for several years. But in the end, my professor still tricked me. The more Shadow thought about it, the sadder he felt. He was supposed to use Naga as a chance for him to level up. Why did it turn out like this? How strong is Naga? Angor frowned. She's not as strong as she was when she was alive, but she's still a wizard. If it's really at the Magus level, then don't even think about it. Angor frowned. But I don't think your teacher will give you any hope, or even try to kill you. There were wizards who didn't want to take in apprentices, or those who didn't. However, most adepts wouldn't intentionally harm their apprentices if they had already taken them in. After all, they didn't need to dig a hole to kill an apprentice. Of course, there were also those who liked to do such things. Still, he believed that the wizards who enjoyed watching people struggling in the abyss every day would at least leave them a way out. This was because it was obviously not in line with the aesthetics of a person with a wicked sense of aesthetics to make people completely despair and lose the will to live, and wait for death like a piece of rotten wood. Only by giving someone a way out, even at the cost of 10,000 deaths, could people's desire to fight. Either way, he did not think that Shadow's teacher would give him a mission that was absolutely impossible to complete. Besides, Shadow was already a top-level apprentice, which meant he was only one step away from becoming a wizard. No matter how bad Angor's teacher was, he wouldn't give Shadow no hope. After all, if Shadow became a wizard, he would be considered a member of Angor's school. Not only would he strengthen the school's power, but he would also strengthen the school's reputation. I don't think my teacher would do that. But I really can't defeat Naga, Shadow said. Shadow agreed with Angor's statement. However, after 2 days of battling with Naga, he failed to even touch a single hair on her body, so he had to leave in disappointment. Angor considered for a moment. Since you managed to escape from a wizard-level enemy, I think your teacher already gave you a way out. Since the path of survival has appeared, think carefully about what benefits you can obtain from this path of survival. Shadow's mind began to clear up after listening to Angor's explanation. Now that you mention it, I think I can get something out of this. Shadow sank into his thoughts. He recalled the battles he had with Naga in the past few days. A moment later, Shadow walked out of the door and muttered to himself, I think I've found something. I'll go check it out. Shadow left, and the huge bedroom returned to its empty state. Angor fell back onto his bed. He didn't know what to do now. Go out and face Felicia? Although he fainted that day, he didn't know what happened after that. If Felicia asked about his wound again, how should he answer her? Was he lying? How could he lie in front of an official magus? Leaving just like that? He was still worried about Toby. Angor was so annoyed that he decided to just lie on his bed and let his mind go blank. He didn't know how much time had passed when he was woken up by thunder and lightning. He got off his bed and walked to the balcony. The clear sky outside had already disappeared. Once again, it had returned to the scene of rolling thunder clouds and lightning snakes hiding their heads. The black forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Apart from the occasional undead floating in the air and glaring at Dark Castle with venomous eyes, there was nothing else. He suddenly remembered something when he saw the undead creatures jumping around like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. A bright light flashed in his palm, and a silver revolver appeared in his hand. Ever since he had refined this gun, he had yet to test its effects. According to the woman who looked like Isabel, the gun had some mystery properties. Angor planned to use this chance to find out what those properties were. He didn't want to disturb the others, so he jumped down from the balcony and headed out of Dark Castle. Of course, his departure was noticed by the others. Felicia looked up and glanced at Angor's direction without saying anything. She then lowered her head and continued making drinks. Angor left Dark Castle and followed the winding path down the mountain. He was holding a silver revolver enchanted with Prelude to Elimination, which he named Prelude to Rebirth. Prom named it Rebirth, but Angor felt that it suited the weapon's nature, so he decided to use it. However, he added Prelude at the end of the name just to make it look different. Since he was in a hurry, Angor didn't pay much attention to the exterior of Prelude to Rebirth. However, Angor used the runes of the magic array directly on the gun's surface. The beautiful runes from the handle to the butt made the gun look even more exquisite. From time to time, Angor could hear weeping noises coming from the dark forest. However, Angor didn't want to risk entering the forest. The terrain was too complicated, and he didn't know if there were any traps waiting for him. His destination was the graveyard. There were many undead creatures in the graveyard, and Prelude to Rebirth was an AoE spell. It was the safest choice. Angor activated Infinite Reticence and walked to one side of the graveyard. He saw 4 undead creatures crawling on top of a gallows, crying and covering their faces. Angor lifted the gun and aimed at the gallows. Angor knew that these undead creatures must have gone through a terrible life. But since they were already corrupted, it was better for them to die. Pulling the trigger, magic power was conducted, and the magic array surged. Next, a soundless rhythm was released from the gun and spread out in the shape of a fan. The gallows where Angor was standing was completely covered by the rhythm. Prelude to Elimination was a low-pitched sound that would cause the already chaotic energy inside the undead creatures to lose balance and destroy them. Therefore, the rhythm that was almost visible to the naked eye was actually the low-pitched sound. Angor assumed that it was a kind of infrasound attack. When the voice passed through the undead, they did not react, but because of the sudden breeze, their sobbing paused for a moment. It didn't work? While Angor frowned, the undead creatures suddenly released some dark gray gas. As the gas dissipated, the undead creatures slowly crumbled into pieces. It worked. Angor's eyes lit up. He kept moving around the graveyard. Almost all undead creatures that entered the range of the sound attack would slowly turn into dark gray gas and disappear. According to Prelude to Elimination, the gray gas was probably the chaotic energy inside the undead creatures. When the chaotic energy was destroyed, the undead creatures would disappear. The result was just as Angor expected. But where was the so-called mystical characteristic? Angor walked to a large pit in the graveyard. It was a mass grave filled with naked corpses of different degrees of decomposition. Aside from that, there was also an army of undead creatures. Angor raised Prelude to Rebirth and fired a shot into the pit. 2 seconds later, the undead creatures didn't scream. Instead, a large amount of dark gray gas rose from the pit and almost blocked Angor's vision. At the same time, Angor suddenly felt something strange. It felt like a white light spot was flowing back into the barrel of his gun. Was it an illusion? Angor kept clearing the undead creatures in the graveyard. At first, he didn't find anything. But when he cleared out a group of about 100 undead creatures, he saw the white light spot flowing back into the barrel of his gun again. Was there really a white light spot? Angor's eyes lit up. Was this the mystery characteristic Isabel mentioned? Next, Angor tried to sense it more carefully. Soon, he noticed that every time he killed an undead creature, a white light would flow back into his gun. However, it was so small that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Only when he killed 100 undead creatures at once could he see the white light spot. Even so, the white light spot was still as small as a speck of dust. In order to test the effect of the white light spot, Angor kept killing more undead creatures. Almost all the undead creatures in the graveyard were cleared out, but the white light still didn't work. Angor considered for a moment and decided to follow the path to clear out the undead creatures on both sides of the Black Forest. But just in case, he didn't plan to enter the forest for Real. Half a day later, Angor killed nearly 2,000 undead creatures. Finally, something strange happened to Prelude to Rebirth. Prelude to Rebirth looked like a revolver. For a revolver, the magazine was actually the wheel. Since Prelude to Elimination was already engraved on it, the magazine didn't have much use. However, Angor still decided to make something that looked like a wheelbarrow. His original plan was to load the magazine with bullets engraved with Rune of Sharpness, Rune of Armor, Rune of Fire, Rune of Frost, and so on. This way, the revolver could not only be used to counter undead creatures, but also to damage objects. Angor also planned to engrave Rune of Expansion inside the magazine so that it could store more bullets. However, he never learned Rune of Expansion before, so he had to give up. In the end, he only made 6 magazines. Anyway, before he made more bullets, the magazine of Prelude to Rebirth was just a decoration. However, after killing 2,000 undead creatures, something strange happened to the magazine. The white dots of light gathered in the magazine, forming a shining white bullet that occupied one of the 6 scabbards. Angor tried to turn the revolver into the magazine where the white bullet was. He was surprised to find that it could actually be launched. What was the use of the white bullet? Was this the special effect of Prelude to Rebirth? Angor used his spirit feelers to sense the only white bullet in the magazine. He sensed a vague strange energy, but he couldn't tell what it was. He had to shoot it to find out. Angor assumed that the bullet was meant to be used on undead creatures. He looked around and tried to find an undead creature to test it on. However, he didn't see any undead creatures around him. Angor didn't plan to go deeper into the forest. He planned to return to the main path and check out the other side of Black Forest. When he returned to the main path, he was surprised to see an undead creature that was alone. The undead creature wasn't crying. Instead, it was looking at the direction of Dark Castle with its back facing Angor. Angor didn't see its face, but he could sense a strong sense of hatred from its back. "You're the one," Angor muttered to himself. He lifted Prelude to Rebirth and aimed at the undead creature. This time, he didn't activate the magic array. Instead, a shot was fired. Countless tentacles grew out from the barrel of the gun. The tentacles quickly retracted and turned into a bullet that looked like a shooting star. It dragged a long white tail behind it and sank into the undead creature's body. The undead creature shrieked in pain and collapsed on the ground. Angor took a few steps back and carefully observed the undead creature's condition. She was shaking her head from side to side, as if she was struggling in pain. Her ink-black hair covered her face. Slowly, the undead creature calmed down. "She's still here? So the bullet isn't meant to kill undead creatures?" Angor wondered if the bullet was meant to help the undead creatures. Angor remembered Prom mentioning a mystery item called the Dream Whelk of the Moonlight Coast, which could pull all non-living beings into a dream regardless of their level. So far, no one knew what this weird and useless mysterious item was. Angor wasn't surprised that a mystery item could help an undead creature. If the bullet was meant to help the undead creature, it would be rude of him to do that. He silently took another step back and fully activated Infinite Reticence, completely concealing himself from view. The undead creature was no longer moving. However, Angor noticed that she didn't die. Instead, a white light was slowly gathering inside her body. She suddenly looked up and saw Angor's face. Angor's expression froze a little when he saw her face. She looked familiar to him. He saw her 3 days ago. It was the woman in Benet's bathroom who used his heal spell to build up her resentment and turned into an undead creature as soon as she died. She mentioned that she was one of Goman King's 13th daughters. But she didn't mention her name. Perhaps she didn't think it was important anymore. No wonder the undead had been glaring at Dark Castle. Her hatred came from Dark Castle. As Angor pondered, the undead creature suddenly screamed in pain. Then, the white light inside her body began to rush to her head. Under the white light, Angor saw the woman's delicate face when she was still alive. Her hair was long, and her eyes were as beautiful as a painting. He was even more confused now. What was the effect of the bullet? Not long after, the white light disappeared. A strange change appeared on the female undead's face. Half of it was ferocious, while the other half was calm. On the ferocious side, she was still in the state of an undead. Her white eyes were like fog, and her veins were bulging like the roots of a dragon. However, on the calm side, she had the appearance of a lady from a noble family. Could it be that the white light bullet actually allows the undead to regain their souls? Angor was a little surprised. According to the book, the corruption of one's soul was irreversible. Once he became an undead, he would never regain his soul. Half of the undead woman's face remained the same, while the other half of her face showed gentleness that could only be found in ordinary souls. "Who are you?" Angor asked in a low voice. As soon as his voice came out, the originally calm female undead suddenly had a big change. Half of her was shocked, and the other half was vicious. The female undead looked left and right but did not find the source of the sound. She actually began to retreat step by step. "You have fear now?" Angor was a little surprised. "You're conscious, aren't you? Do you remember who you are? Do you remember Goman King?" The undead woman backed away even more. The normal half of her face showed confusion and confusion. "You're Goman King's 13th daughter. The elder princess set you up and brought you here. Do you remember?" "Ah." The female undead suddenly turned around and flew into the sky, heading deeper into Black Forest. Did she just run away? Angor, who could not fly, was dumbfounded. He could not chase after her even if he wanted to. So, the bullet was wasted? Angor felt like crying. But he did find something useful. At least, the undead woman seemed to have regained some of her senses. On the normal half of her face, there were many non-undead expressions, such as calmness, gentleness, shock, fear, confusion, and confusion. It was impossible for these expressions to appear on an undead. Could it be that she was actually in the state of half soul, half undead? Angor was not sure. He had to study it later. After this lesson, he would not choose a random target like this next time. At least, he had to make sure that the target could not escape. Otherwise, he would have to waste a bullet. Angor did not know when he would do the next experiment. But once he left Dark Castle, it would not be easy for him to encounter so many undead again. So, he decided to use this chance to collect as many white bullets as he could. Next, Angor began to wipe out the undead creatures in Black Forest. The undead creatures in Black Forest began to disappear in large numbers, which obviously could not escape the eyes of Dark Castle. What's he doing? Felicia took out her crystal orb and watched as Angor wiped out all the undead creatures in the area. Greya joined her. He's testing a new weapon, right? This kid has great potential. A year ago, he was just a mortal who could be easily bullied. I can't believe he's strong enough to face so many undead creatures. Many wizards hate undead creatures, but he's fine with it. Greya gave Angor a gentle smile. Felicia did not deny Angor's potential. She personally witnessed how Angor almost became a mystery alchemist, so she knew how outstanding this young man was. But she was still confused by what she just saw. That weapon is quite effective against undead creatures. It must be a magic array that can kill a large number of undead creatures. He must have learned some rare enchantment alchemy. But why would he need to kill so many undead creatures just to test it? That weapon once absorbed half of the mystery souls. Maybe he's trying to find out what kind of mystery effect it has. Felicia agreed. She had no other explanation for Angor's behavior. Greya considered. Some mystery items are useless, while others can be incredibly useful even if they're only half of their original power. For example, the Soul Orb crafting disc in Soul Genesis Garden. I don't know what Angor's weapon can do, but I hope he's lucky enough. While Felicia and Greya were talking, Isabel slowly opened her eyes inside a soundproof room in Dark Castle's underground level. She heard Grea's words and showed a sarcastic grin. Why would a mystery item be useless? You just didn't use it in the right place. Isabel glanced at Angor's position. She didn't say a word as she watched Angor slaughter the undead creatures. You did a good deed for Dark Castle. I've been wanting to get rid of the disease for a long time, but I can't get rid of it if I don't change the way things are done. Isabel closed her eyes and began to meditate again. After killing countless undead creatures in the past 3 days, Angor finally finished reloading all 6 bullets in his magazine. 6 shining white bullets were ready to be fired. During these 3 days, Angor had explored almost every corner within 100 kilometers of Dark Castle. After making sure no more undead creatures would show up, Angor put away his gun and prepared to head back. He didn't see a single undead creature on his way back, which showed how hard he worked. While passing by the graveyard, Angor decided to go down the well to check on Floey. When he arrived at Floey's cave, he was a little surprised. Floey was sitting quietly in front of her desk, reading a book. Angor was surprised because Floey's room had changed. Floey dismantled her bed and put the wood aside. It seemed she was trying to make something out of it. Her bed had become a hammock, hanging in the middle of the room. He also noticed that Floey's dress had changed as well. It was still a light yellow dress, but there were many tiny flowers embroidered on it. Angor saw the scissors on the table and the shredded quilt. His eyes widened in confusion. It seemed Floey didn't want to be left alone in this place. He thought for a moment and created another illusion. This one was packed with all kinds of virtual materials, such as wooden boards, paper, thread, and cloth. He placed the illusion parallel to the window. It was well hidden, but people would still notice it if they kept looking. With that done, he quietly left Floey's room without bothering her. On his way back, Angor couldn't help but smile. He only left an illusion for Floey to comfort her. He didn't expect it to work this way. If the illusion could reflect the properties of real materials, Angor could even practice magic arrays and alchemy in the illusion without wasting any materials. Unfortunately, even if he gave special properties to the materials in the illusion, it was just a matter of course. There was no real logic to it, so it was useless. Still, he could use the illusion to combine painting and crafting. When he arrived at Dark Castle, he saw Grea and Felicia waiting for him in the main hall. When he entered the hall, he was a bit nervous. He was afraid that Felicia would ask him about the woman who had stitched him up that day. To his surprise, Felicia only greeted him with a smile and didn't ask anything else. Grea waved at him with a bright smile. "Hey, Angor. Have a seat." "Lady Grea?" Angor asked. She didn't look like a naive girl. Grea chuckled. "I'm the real one. Another little girl is sleeping." "Another little girl?" Angor was a little surprised. He felt like he just found out something important. He walked over and sat on the sofa across from Grea. "There's a feather on Toby's body that's very special." "That's a space storage, right?" Grea asked. Angor nodded. "That's snowy feather. It's used to store food and clothes for Toby." Both Grea and Felicia were speechless at Angor's frankness. Grea did love Toby a lot, but not to this extent. She actually gave a space storage to Toby to use? She even made it in the shape of a feather, which was both beautiful and perfectly fitting. "That's so." Even Felicia couldn't help but exclaim. Even some official magi couldn't afford to use a space storage, yet a bird had a custom-made space storage. Angor knew what Felicia was trying to say, but he didn't think it was too much. If it weren't for the food stored in Toby's space, Angor wouldn't have survived until the end of the plane passageway. In a way, Angor didn't mind. Using the snowy feather as an excuse, Grea began to ask about Toby's experiences in the past year. At first, Angor would only answer when Grea took the initiative to ask. But as he spoke, he began to reminisce about the good times and began to talk. He began to talk about Toby's experiences in the past year. Grea didn't interrupt him. She listened to him with a gentle smile while images appeared in her mind. Angor only talked about trivial things. He didn't mention anything that involved other people. Even so, Grea still enjoyed listening to such stories. The only thing that happened to Toby was probably the turning point of his strength, the comprehension of the sequence of gravity. Angor hesitated for a moment. There were many things he didn't know if he should tell Greya or not. For example, Phantom Island and the situation back then. Would it cause trouble if he told Greya about it? In the end, Angor decided not to tell Greya anything. When the gravity garden appeared, Toby comprehended the sequence of gravity within it. Greya didn't ask too much about Angor's story. It was enough that Toby benefited the most in the end. After skipping the sequence of gravity, Angor began to talk about Toby's life in Brute Cavern. His speech lasted for more than an hour. He only talked about the happy things and avoided talking about the bad things he did. He didn't want Greya to think that he was trying to impress her by telling her such trivial things. But when he got to the Twilight Auction, he paused. He would never tell anyone about the Nightmare Realm. However, he was considering whether to tell her about the Eyeless Man. He had a lot to think about, but he still decided to tell the truth. However, he did not express his thoughts with words. Instead, he waved his hand and recreated the scene of the auction for the Eyeless Man. Both Greya and Felicia, who were mixing drinks, stopped and looked at Angor. Where is this? It looks like an auction. Greya looked at the lively scene in the illusion. Twilight Wells auction, I guess. Felicia came to them with 2 glasses of wine. She handed one to Greya and the other to Angor. It's just plain wine, she explained. Angor thanked him and took a sip of the wine. The liquor was slightly cool. It didn't taste too strong. Instead, it had a smooth texture like a fine gauze. It wasn't an explosive taste. Instead, it felt like a clear stream flowing into one's heart and lingering in one's mind. Angor felt much more refreshed after drinking the liquor. Even the mana he needed to create the illusion became more active. Felicia sat down next to Greya and pointed at the woman on the stage. I've seen her before. She's Twilight from Twilight Well, a very narrow-minded woman. Angor nodded. Yes, it's the Twilight Auction. Greya gave Angor a puzzled look. She didn't understand why Angor did that. Angor gestured for Greya to keep watching. In the illusion, an iron cage covered with black cloth was pushed to the stage. So this is an auction? Is this a live auction item? Greya wondered what Angor was trying to do with the illusion. In the illusion, the guards of Twilight Well lifted the black cloth. As the black cloth fell, a tall man with no eyes wearing a waiter uniform and a green bow tie appeared in the middle of the iron cage. When Greya saw who was inside the cage, she crushed the glass in her hand into powder. Her body trembled, and her eyes were bloodshot. Felicia also saw the man in the cage. She thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Is this Big Eye Houston? Big Eye Houston?" This was the first time Angor heard the name of the Eyeless Man. But why did the man's name sound so unreal? That's him, Greya said in a cold voice without showing any emotion. In the illusion, Twilight began to introduce the new slave. If you read the latest issue of Expedition into Endless Plains, Greya got into a fight with Granny Shikaku in Haunt Plain and fell into the Nightmare Realm. So far, Greya is dead, and her Barbie's restaurant fell apart. All her employees are gourmet wizards. Apart from those who fled back to Candy House, the rest of them all went to different places. This is a former waiter of Barbie's restaurant. A wizard accidentally caught him. Angor not only created the illusion, but he also recreated the exact scene and voice. So, let's start the bidding. The starting price is 10,000 crystals, and each increment must be at least 5,000 crystals. Twilight announced excitedly. The illusion ended there. What happened next involved Toby's recklessness and how he risked his own life to save Greya. Of course, Angor would not show it. Not only did it involve the Nightmare Domain, but it would also bring suspicion to his face. Who bought Houston in the end? Greya tried her best to hold back her anger and forced the words out of her mouth. Fiery Lotus Lydia. Angor didn't mention the price or the agreement between him and Lydia. Lydia. Greya said, "All right, I'll remember it." Greya didn't show too much emotion in front of Angor. She only thanked Angor in a serious manner. Whether it was taking care of Toby or passing on the news of Houston's auction to her, he deserved her gratitude. Greya looked a little weak, perhaps because she was too angry to speak. My soul needs to rest. If you need me, you can ask Felicia to wake me up. Toby is now in Lady Isabel's soul realm. Don't worry. With that, Grea's eyes slowly lost their focus. In the next second, she turned back into the innocent and naive girl Grea. This almost seamless transformation combined with Grea's words allowed Angor to guess that Grea might have two souls in one body. He didn't know if Grea was trying to take over Grea's body or split it. Since Grea was asleep, Angor didn't want to spend too much time with Felicia. Besides, he still felt a little guilty, so he decided to leave. When he stood up, Felicia suddenly said, that day, Angor's back stiffened. He didn't want Felicia to bring up what happened that day. How did you get rid of the alchemy omen that day? Felicia curled her lips. Angor relaxed a little when he heard the question. But on second thought, he realized that this question was related to his soul as well. He didn't want to answer this question. But he had to answer a wizard's question. It's because my soul is very. Before Angor could finish, Felicia raised a hand to stop him. Alright, I won't pry into your secret anymore. You can go now. He didn't know why Felicia suddenly interrupted him when she was about to ask a question. But since Felicia didn't want to ask more questions, he sighed in relief. Angor bowed to Felicia and went to his bedroom on the second floor. Felicia heaved a long sigh when she saw that Angor was gone. Isabel once warned them to stay away, don't listen, and don't ask. This was the only way to escape the attention of that great being. This was why Felicia didn't ask more questions about Angor's soul. She had to stop Angor from talking about his soul because she was too scared to do so. Every time she thought about the woman who almost destroyed her mind with a single glance, she couldn't help but shudder in fear. Time passed in a flash. The next morning, Angor was meditating when someone suddenly whispered into his ear. Come to the Soul Society, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded beside his ear. It took Angor a moment to realize that it was Isabel who spoke to him. He didn't dare to waste time thinking about the wizard who almost led a new era. He quickly adjusted his appearance and followed the mute servant to Soul Realm, which was located at B2 of Dark Castle. The mute servant waited outside the gate while Angor went inside alone. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a chilling wind blowing at him. Everything around him was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Strangely, he couldn't even release his spirit feelers. After walking for half a day in the dark, he began to wonder what Isabel was doing. Didn't she say she was going to fulfill her promise? Why was he in such a dark place? Also, he felt like he was walking in the void. There were no edges to his left, right, top, or bottom. Apart from that, he also felt tired easily. Every time he walked, he wanted to take a rest. It was as if someone was trying to hypnotize him. But every time he tried to take a rest, he couldn't help but feel his body falling down to an unknown place. This feeling of weightlessness made him feel terrible. He also had a feeling that he would be doomed if he fell for Real. With this in mind, he had no choice but to keep trying to hypnotize himself. Instead, he kept moving forward. Only by moving forward could his steps be considered to be moving upwards. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was Isabel's voice. It sounded like she was whispering right next to Angor's ear. Angor tried to listen carefully, but he couldn't understand what she was saying at all. But he did notice something else. Every time Isabel spoke a syllable, he would feel his skin tingling, from his scalp to his spine, to his feet. It was as if someone was tickling him with a feather. It didn't sound like a language. It felt more like the resonance of his soul. There were a total of 33 syllables in Isabel's speech. She repeated it twice before she stopped talking. Angor had no idea what was going on. He tried to figure out Isabel's intention. What did she mean by that? Did it have anything to do with him walking in this dark place? He walked for a while, but he was still wandering in the darkness. He didn't even know if he was on the right path. Darkness would eat away at one's heart, while absolute silence would drive one crazy. Angor was getting more and more agitated by the unknown future. He wanted to vent his frustration by yelling. But he couldn't speak. It was as if he lost his hearing. Angor was puzzled. Then how did Isabel's voice reach his ears? Was there something wrong with the syllables? He pondered for a moment and tried to imitate Isabel's words. Angor heard the first syllable clearly. So there was something wrong with the syllables, the second syllable, the third syllable, until the last syllable. When the last syllable was uttered, Angor suddenly felt like he had broken free from some kind of shackle. His body and soul were filled with a sense of freedom. Angor followed Isabel's example and repeated the syllable for the second time. This time, with each syllable, Angor felt his body flying upward. When he reached the last syllable, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. Behind the light was a spacious hall. He vaguely saw someone inside the hall. So the syllables were the keys to the exit? Angor stepped into the light with doubts. He saw Isabel sitting quietly in front of him. She slowly opened her eyes, which were shining brightly. Lady Isabel. Angor was about to greet Isabel when he sensed something strange. He wasn't actually speaking. Instead, he was subconsciously using his emotions to convey his emotions. Angor froze for a second. He suddenly realized something and looked back. There was a person lying on the ground behind him. It was a thin young man. Angor quickly realized something when he saw the boy's face. My soul left my body? The person on the ground was his physical body. And now, he was in a soul state. Do you remember what I said? Isabel suddenly looked up at Angor's soul. Angor nodded subconsciously. The syllable wasn't long, so it wasn't difficult for him to memorize it. Those words are the opportunity one promised you, Isabel said quietly. With those words, you can freely leave your body. My soul can leave my body freely? Is it soul ribbon? He remembered that he could only eject his soul after learning soul ribbon. Isabel shook her head. This isn't the soul ribbon technique. When I was traveling to the origin world in my early years, I accidentally obtained the one-time use of Augustine's twin mirror. I used this mysterious mirror to trade with another person. Augustine's twin mirror? Angor repeated the name. Isabel thought Angor was just curious about the mystery item. After all, Angor was an alchemist who almost earned himself the title of mystery alchemist. Since Isabel took away half of the mystery spirit's power, she felt very guilty about it. Even if she gave Angor the soul whisper, she still didn't think it was worth as much as the mystery item. Therefore, under this kind of slightly guilty mentality, he felt a little guilty. Since Angor was curious about the item, Isabel decided to tell him everything she knew. Augustine's twin mirror is a mystery item collected by an ancient wizard organization in the origin world. The origin world has a classification system for mystery items, and Augustine's twin mirror is one of the most advanced. Isabel continued, it allows you to communicate and even trade with someone from a random world. The other world might be countless planes away from our world, or it might be a world that's beyond our world. It might even be a world that doesn't exist in this world. The soul whisper I just taught you was obtained through Augustine's twin mirror from an alien race who called themselves Mist Spawn. Isabel paused for a moment before she continued, according to my test, soul whisper can be used even in the wizarding world. Its effect is not weakened by the great consciousness. Perhaps the Mist Spawn has a secret method that allows them to travel across planes just like us wizards. There are many fortuitous encounters in the source world, and there are many mysterious tools there as well. It is even possible to grasp the method to refine mysterious tools. If you have a chance, you should visit the origin world. It's the true pillar of the wizarding world. Angor was puzzled. Professor, didn't you tell me that the passage to the origin world is broken? Isabel revealed a sarcastic smile. People's schemes destroyed the passage to the origin world in the south. But the south isn't the only place in the wizarding world. The western continent, the eastern border, and the northern territory all have passages to the origin world. Even if you can't go there, you can find your own way as long as you want to. 1,000 years ago, my main body found a coordinate map and decided to travel across countless planes to return to the origin world. Isabel's explanation contained a lot of information. The origin world, the western continent, the northern territory, or his main body and avatar. Angor didn't care too much about them. He was still too weak to care about them. What he cared about the most was Augustine's twin mirror. He didn't care about the item itself. Instead, he cared about the prefix Augustine. He had seen the name Augustine in Nether City in the Nightmare Realm before. It was a man who had a crush on Margaret, the daughter of the warden of Stairs of Hanging Prison. Angor found many small notes left by Augustine in Margaret's room, all of which contained his love for her. Angor recalled that the man's full name was Augustine Noah. Did he have anything to do with Augustine's twin mirror? Is Augustine the creator of the mystery item, Lady Isabel? Angor asked. Isabel shook her head. I don't know. Maybe. Angor didn't ask any further questions. It was obvious that Isabel didn't know the meaning of the name. Since he couldn't get an answer, he decided to change the topic to the spirit whisper. Just a few syllables. Angor wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. What's the theory behind the spirit whisper? Isabel chuckled. Spirit whisper isn't as simple as you think. It has its own algorithm. Every soul has its own algorithm and syllables. When you were floating in spirit land, I was using you as a model to calculate the corresponding syllables. Because I made a promise with that mist seed, I can't give you the algorithm. I can only give you the result. Angor got the gist of it. Give a man a fish, but you can't teach him to fish. He was still curious, but he didn't ask about it. It was just a skill similar to the sequence of gravity. It was hard to understand, but he could use it. Ever since he ejected his soul, he could sense the sequence of gravity inside his soul. He could even control the sequence of gravity, but he did not dare to do so. Ness once told him that his soul energy wasn't enough to use the sequence of gravity. If he tried to do so, his soul would wither up and he would die. Without this limitation, he could use the sequence of gravity to boost his strength like crazy. Isabel continued, once you practice Spirit Whisper, you'll be able to cast it almost instantaneously. It won't cost you any mana, and you don't need to build a model. Basically, it's like a spell slot. Are you satisfied with this opportunity? Angor nodded. Although it seemed that the astral projection spell was better than nothing for him, it was still an instantaneous spell after all, so he had picked it up for free. Isabel noticed something from Angor's expression. Do you think ejecting your soul won't work for you? Angor was about to explain. Before he could say anything, Isabel pointed a finger at the air and sent a ray of light into Angor's soul. The ray of light wandered around inside his soul and went straight to the source of the sequence of gravity. After the purification in Soul Genesis Garden, the gray mist in Angor's soul was compressed into a small ball. Now that the ray of light was inside the sequence of gravity, the already compressed source became even smaller. It looked like a small marble floating in the depth of his soul. The sequence of gravity in your body has changed, so you can only use your soul energy to release it. This is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. You'll understand in the future. I just reinforced your origin of rhythm. In the future, when you use the power of the sequence of gravity, you won't use too much of it at once, which will result in excessive soul power consumption. You can now use the sequence of gravity freely. As long as it doesn't exceed the limit of your soul energy, it won't affect you too much. Isabel then took out a sheepskin scroll from her spatial item. This scroll contains a method to train your soul. You can use it to slowly replenish your soul power. What Isabel didn't tell Angor was that even if he didn't use the scroll, he could still rely on the pure soul energy flowing out of the wound on his back to recover. However, it would take longer. Angor took the scroll and tried to extract a small amount of the sequence of gravity from his source of rhythm. As Isabel said, the sequence of gravity no longer overflowed. Instead, it slowly flowed out like water droplets according to the amount he wanted. Angor's eyes lit up. If he could control the sequence of gravity at will, Spirit Whisper would be very useful. Once ejecting his soul, he could use the sequence of gravity to double his strength. The sequence of gravity gathered around Angor's soul. Isabel sensed something heavy and oppressive from the mist. This was the advantage of using the rhythm of law. Even if Angor's current sequence of gravity was not enough to scratch her itch, it could ignore the difference in levels. Since there were no other objects in the hall, Angor decided to use his own body as the test subject. As the sequence of gravity increased, his body began to float in the air. He noticed that his soul energy was not being consumed too fast while keeping his body afloat. However, he had no idea how long he could keep his body afloat since he didn't know the upper limit of his soul energy. Still, this was a pseudo-flying skill. Once he got used to the sequence of gravity, he might be able to use it as an escape technique. The sequence of gravity could be used in many ways. Toby, as a scout, could fly faster, so Angor believed that he could do the same as long as he got used to it. When Angor was almost done with the test, Isabel said, "You can use Spirit Whisper to leave your body, but there are some restrictions. The most important thing is to maintain the vitality of your body. Unless you have the means to nourish your body, you can't leave your body for too long. In your current condition, you can leave your body for about 10 minutes. There's one more thing you have to pay attention to. After your soul leaves your body, you can't use magic power. You can only use soul power to fight. If you want to protect your soul, you should learn some soul defense spells." At this point, Isabel had finished what she needed to say. As for how to return your soul to your body, you don't need to learn soul return. All you need to do is approach your body and chant Spirit Whisper in your mind, and you'll see the entrance to Soul Land. After saying the last point, Isabel did not say anything more. Angor followed Isabel's instructions and found the entrance to Soul Land. Of course, he was happy to learn a skill similar to Soul Ribbon. But he also felt a little helpless since Isabel didn't give him a chance to refuse. He owed the Grand Priestess of Crocox a favor, and he planned to ask for Isabel's opinion. But now that he had accepted the gift, he couldn't bring himself to talk about the Crocox anymore. Isabel thought Angor was worried about Toby, so she pointed at a pool not far away from them. "Toby's in there. You can take him away now. His condition is stable now, and his soul is fully recovered. But there are still some flaws in his soul. You can ask Greya for more details." In other words, she didn't want Angor to see her off. Angor walked toward the pool and saw Toby lying at the bottom of the pool. There was no liquid in the soul pool, only the soul orbs and the gas emitted from them. Angor carefully took Toby out of the water. He returned to Isabel, thanked her, and did not leave. "Is there something else?" Isabel asked. Angor considered for a moment. Regardless of whether he could repay the Grand Priestess favor or not, he still needed to ask Isabel's opinion about the Crocox. Isabel had protected the Crocox for a long time. Even if he wanted to find a way to repay the favor, he still needed to ask the Master of Soul Genesis Garden first. "Lady Isabel, what do you think of the Crocox?" Angor carefully chose his words. "I don't have any attitude. I'm just a mortal with a good soul." Isabel paused. "But I'm curious. Why did you ask this question?" Angor chuckled and told Isabel about the Grand Priestess request. Isabel considered for a moment. "Oh, it's Bayer. Back then, I had asked for his opinion before establishing the Bloodline Soul Collection." Isabel smiled faintly. "I didn't think that he would regret it in less than 1,000 years. Never mind. Since his father helped me before, I'll let them go if they want to separate a branch of the Crocox." Isabel didn't care about this and waved her hand indifferently. "As for how to remove the shackles of their bloodline, you can think of a way yourself. Bloodline problems naturally have to be treated according to the symptoms." Isabel waved a hand and gestured for Angor to leave. Isabel didn't tell him how to solve the problem, but she did mention that he needed to find a bloodline wizard to solve the problem. Angor bid farewell to Isabel and left Soul Society for the main hall of Dark Castle. Felicia was alone in the hall, and Angor was about to ask her about Greya's whereabouts. However, Felicia was the first to speak. Go, go, go. Take this wine thief and stay away from me. If you want to find Greya, you can ask the mute servant to take you there. She's watching the monkey show on the 4th floor." Felicia gave Angor a disdainful look. She was looking at Toby, who was still in Angor's hand. Angor had no choice but to leave. But Felicia said something about a monkey show? Did Dark Castle have a monkey or a summoned beast? Angor followed the mute servant to the 4th floor with his head full of questions. The journey from the main hall to the 4th floor was full of twists and turns. After passing through all kinds of strange traps, he finally reached Greya's room under the guidance of the mute servant. "Lady Greya?" Angor knocked on the door. "Come in, Angor." Greya's voice sounded normal, which eased Angor's mind. So it was the real Greya who was controlling the soul now. As soon as Angor stepped into the room, the walls around him immediately disappeared, leaving the room completely transparent. Angor could even see the mute servant standing outside the door through the wall. Greya was sitting in front of a table with a plate of soul orbs in front of her. She was munching on them casually. It seemed she was bored. While walking toward Greya, he glanced at both sides with the corner of his eyes. The room wasn't big. There were only a few cases in the center of the room. Since the walls were transparent, Angor could clearly see what was going on in the rooms on both sides. The room on the left had a giant fountain and statues of various monsters. As for the room on the right, Angor didn't know what to think. He saw a large square, where a half-naked man was fighting with a beautiful blonde woman. Angor didn't know who the blonde woman was, but the man who exposed all his private parts was. Shadow. You went to Soul Society? Greya asked Angor to sit down. Angor nodded and took Toby out of his chest pocket with a gentle smile on his face. He put Toby in Greya's hand and didn't want to let it go. Greya smiled. She didn't ask what he got from Isabel. Instead, she gently stroked Toby's head and released a wave of mana from her hand. Looks like Toby's almost healed. Lady Isabel said the missing part of his soul has been fixed. But she said there are still some flaws in Toby's soul. She asked me to ask you about them. That's good. As for the flaws, I know about them. Greya remained silent for a moment. Yes, Toby has a flaw. It's something he can't avoid. Something he's destined to face? Angor was confused. You're saying something bad might happen to Toby in the future? Greya nodded and slowly told Angor about Toby's fate. Toby's birth was an accident. Greya created Toby by accident, and it was the only intelligent creature she ever created. Toby was born from an ordinary body, but the materials she used to create intelligent creatures must be extraordinary. Greya once found the 5 organs of a legendary monster by accident. She used the organs to create 5 different flavors, which corresponded to sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. She sprinkled the 5 spices into the ingredients for Toby's creation. Toby's creation was largely due to these 5 spices. However, because of them, Toby's soul began to change. Inside Toby's soul, there are 5 different emotions that belong to him. They are all extreme emotions, such as love, hate, resentment, anger, and sorrow. Greya explained, you should have guessed it by now. The 5 spices are actually the 5 extreme emotions. The legendary monster is dead, but its emotions have corrupted Toby's soul. Right now, Toby is more like a parasite for the monster's emotions. Only when Toby subdues all the emotions will he become his true self. Angor thought about what Greya said. So Toby fainted because of the anger emotion, and his soul is fighting against it for control of his body? Greya nodded. It's not entirely accurate, but it's more or less the same. Then, according to this rhythm, Toby will compete with the 4 extreme emotions of love, hatred, resentment, and sadness in the future? Yes. Greya saw Angor's worried look and explained with a smile, this is the path Toby must go through to grow up, and the fate he must face in order to fight for his freedom. Don't worry. There are still 4 challenges, but they aren't necessarily bad for Toby. Didn't you say that Toby's sequence of gravity grew a lot before he fainted? He can already use it against external objects. When Toby subdues his anger completely, he'll grow a lot stronger. Maybe you won't be able to defeat him then, Greya joked. Angor scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Actually, I've never been able to defeat Toby. Greya chuckled and didn't comment on Angor's strength. In the wizarding world, both humans and beasts have to face the problem of survival. These extreme emotions are what Toby has to face. Don't you have your own obstacles too? Angor remained silent. He did have many obstacles that he had to face. Once he climbed over them, he would see a whole new world. This is the price to pay for growing up. Greya looked at Toby in a daze. She recalled the time when Toby was still a cub and lived in Barbie's restaurant. Under her protection, Toby lived a happy and carefree life. He never thought about growing up. She didn't expect Toby to grow so much in just 1 year. Was it good or bad? Greya didn't comment. But for Toby, this was definitely a good thing. She couldn't always be his shield. Toby could only rely on himself in the future. While Greya was talking about Toby's future, Angor was still thinking about the 5 flavors, or rather, the 5 emotions. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 flavors, and the 5 flavors corresponded to the 5 emotions. But how did Toby trigger these extreme emotions? If he could figure this out, Toby would be better prepared when facing other extreme emotions. Angor tried to recall what happened before Toby fainted. The 3 Gammy brothers opened the door on his chest, and Toby went into a fake death state. According to Shadow, Toby attacked him furiously when he realized he was dead. Was it because of this? Did Toby think he was dead and got too angry, which led to one of the 5 emotions? The more Angor thought about it, the more confident he became. He was still worried about Toby's condition, but he also felt a little happy. Who wouldn't be happy to know that after they died, there was still a companion who was burning with rage for them? So, as long as he could keep Toby's emotions stable, he could avert or delay the disaster for now. Greya looked at Angor's happy face. Why don't you share your happiness with us? Greya gently placed Toby on the table and supported her cheek with her other hand. She looked at Angor curiously. Angor felt a little embarrassed to tell her what he was thinking. He glanced at Shadow from the corner of his eye and thought of something. I'm just watching him. It's funny. Greya followed Angor's gaze and saw Diablo and the blonde girl still fighting. It was more like a one-sided fight, and Diablo was on the receiving end. While they were talking, Diablo's pants were already torn to shreds and fell to the ground. Now, Diablo was running around with his bird again. He even tried to provoke Naga with his bird. He knew he was facing a magic puppet, and no one would see him like this, so he wasn't embarrassed at all. However, what he didn't know was that the 2 people in the next room had seen everything that had happened. This monkey show is really fun. Greya popped a soul orb into her mouth from time to time as if she was munching on sunflower seeds. While doing so, she could not help but exclaim about the wonderful scene in the next room. Dark Castle is so boring. Sigh. I lost my body, and all the ingredients I collected for 100 years are gone. I can't even make a good meal now. Greya raised an eyebrow. All I can do is watch the monkey show to kill time. Or, I can have the little girl take over my body, and I'll continue sleeping. After complaining, Greya went back to eating soul orbs. Angor didn't want to ask about Greya. If Greya was willing to tell him, he would listen. However, if he were to deliberately inquire about it, it would be inappropriate. Still, since Greya had already spoken, it would only make things awkward if he did not answer. He considered for a moment and changed the topic to Toby. There was a time when Toby and I were unfortunate enough to wander into an alternate dimension. There was nothing there, and I didn't have any food in my bracelet. Thanks to Toby's snowy feather, we managed to survive for a while. Thanks to the fish, I learned how to make manna bread, and we didn't starve to death. In the end, we managed to find the exit. Angor changed the description of the plane passageway into an alternate dimension to avoid unnecessary questions. But my manna bread is a little strange. Since Lady Greya is here, I'd like to ask for your advice. Greya knew that Angor was just trying to find a topic, so she didn't feel offended. Manna bread? It's one of the basic gourmet cantrips. Show it to me. Greya hadn't taught an apprentice for a long time, so she didn't mind if Angor wanted to learn something from her. Angor smiled like a blooming flower and created a manna bread as if he was presenting a treasure. He was just trying to find a topic, but it would be a great reward if Greya could teach him something. Angor's manna bread was fast, almost as fast as the gourmet apprentices in Barbie's restaurant. She could tell that Angor had a solid foundation. Both the stability of his mana output and the completion rate of his cantrip models were excellent. Greya nodded in agreement. She was already looking forward to learning something. Until Angor presented the manna bread to her. Greya didn't expect too much from an illusionist apprentice like Angor. She only wanted him to meet the 3 basic requirements of food. However, Greya's jaw dropped when she saw a pile of black stuff that reeked of stinky socks. It was the first time she saw a manna bread with such a poor completion rate. It didn't even look, smell, or taste good. More importantly, the creator of the manna bread was smiling at her sincerely. It seemed like he really wanted to learn something from her. Seeing that Toby was resting, Greya suppressed the urge to smash her plate and showed a disgusted look. This is manna bread? Are you kidding me? Angor felt wronged. I did it according to the instructions, but this is what it looks like. Greya recalled Angor's movements and the final shape of the model. There was nothing wrong with it. She thought for a moment and said, all your procedures and standards are correct, but cooking is a talent. You're not suitable for this line of work. Don't waste your magic power in the future. Angor slumped his shoulders. If a gourmet wizard couldn't teach him anything, he would never be able to make manna bread again. Take it away. Take it away. It stinks. Greya pinched her nose and asked Angor to move the bread away from the table. You said you've been living on this bread ever since you came to an alternate dimension? You even gave the magic bread to Toby? Seeing Greya's narrowed eyes, Angor wanted to deny it. But he already admitted it, so he could only smile awkwardly. Greya sighed in relief. Since you took care of Toby, I'll forgive you this time. Angor accepted the bread. It did smell like stinky socks, but he didn't think it smelled that bad. Besides, he had been eating it for half a month in the plain passageway. As the saying went, stay in an abalone shop for a long time without smelling the stinky stuff. That was probably how he got used to it. While doing so, Greya also removed Angor's desire to become a gourmet wizard. Greya kept eating soul orbs while watching Diablo's bird show. She would give Angor some comments from time to time so that he could learn more about the situation. The golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty was none other than Naga, the shadow-type magic puppet that Shadow had been longing for a long time. Angor looked at Naga's appearance. Shadow's teacher was quite nice to him. Even Naga's appearance was designed according to Shadow's preference. It was true that Shadow couldn't defeat Naga, but he wasn't planning to do so. Instead, he was trying to break through the shackles of his shadow manipulations while fighting Naga. Every time he broke through a new level, he would put more pressure on Naga. And as the pressure increased, Naga's energy consumption would also increase. Even if Naga had full energy, as long as Shadow kept going, she would eventually run out of energy. When they were watching the fight between Shadow and Naga, they found it quite interesting. But they couldn't keep going. When Shadow's body turned purple, he retreated to the side and rested for a while. Greya began to feel bored again when the battle was over. Her soul wasn't healed yet, so she couldn't even meditate. As for her research, well, she didn't have any ingredients. The other soul inside her ate all the food she had. Maybe I should go and play with him? Greya muttered. Angor was startled by Greya's words. He was planning to ask Shadow to take him to Floating Mech City. If he died here, it would be over. But he didn't have the right to stop Greya. Since Greya was so bored, he might as well do it this way. Mister, if you're bored, how about a play? A play? What kind of play is that? Wait, I'll use illusions. With that, Angor began to construct a basic illusion node. Greya was a little surprised. She recalled how Angor used illusions to recreate the Twilight auction scene in the hall on the first floor. She didn't expect Angor to use illusions to create a play. Seems like it's quite interesting. Greya's interest was piqued. She was already imagining what kind of play Angor would bring to her. Come to think of it, he must have watched a play at his age, right? Fairy tales? Family feuds? Palace fights. She wasn't interested in any of those, but it was still better than watching a boring bird show. To her surprise, Angor's play was actually about his life with Toby. From the cunning on the cloud whale, to the righteousness on the coast, to the laziness in Brute Cavern, and his passion for music. Angor carefully controlled the illusion nodes and slowly created a play with Toby as the main character. Or rather, a hologram movie. In this illusion, Angor mixed in his interactions with Toby from time to time. For example, when they fought in the Sky Tower, he deliberately made up a small part of the story so that he could get some advice from Greya. Greya didn't disappoint. Maybe she appreciated the beauty of the illusion, or maybe she was praising Angor's creativity. Either way, she answered all of Angor's questions. Angor learned a lot from this. While creating the illusion, Angor used his talent in illusions to the best of his ability. Even if there were some logical loopholes, Greya didn't notice them right away. To keep Greya entertained, Angor even added some illusions to some of the items. They gave Greya a sense of touch and substance. This made it easier for her to interact with others. This illusion was different from the one he created for Flowey. Flowey's illusion was static. But this time, he had to keep changing. Everything had to be done in real time, so he had to think quickly. At the same time, it also broadened his vision of illusions. At first, he was doing this to serve Greya. But later, he fully immersed himself in the fun of creating illusions. Judging from the fine details he created, his mastery of illusions was slowly improving. Greya watched the illusion with a smile. For her, illusions were mostly used to confuse her enemies or to confuse them. As for using it to entertain people? She heard rumors about Elysium before, but this was the first time she actually experienced it. More importantly, she found it quite interesting. To be able to entertain a long-lived wizard who was used to the vicissitudes of life was something to be proud of. This so-called play of his. In other words, he was repeating the story about Toby he told Greya yesterday. If he randomly chose a play from Earth, Greya might not be interested in it. He was not sure what Greya's preferences were. But he chose Toby's story, which happened to be the softest part of Greya's heart. Even if the illusion was boring, Greya would still find it interesting. Time passed bit by bit just like that. When Angor's mana ran out, Toby's story came to an end. When the illusion disappeared, Greya still looked like she wanted to see more of it. After enjoying the visual feast, Greya closed her eyes to savor the aftertaste. After a while, she spoke again. Your illusion creation skills are similar to your professor's. Maybe the southern wizarding region will have another great illusionist one day. Angor chuckled. And you'll become a great alchemist one day. Greya suddenly recalled the alchemy incident that almost shook the entire southern wizarding region. Lady Isabel stole half of your mystery soul. Do you hate her? Greya asked curiously. No. Angor hesitated for a moment before replying, no. You're hesitating, so I don't believe you. Think about it. There are only a handful of mystery alchemists in the southern wizarding region. It'll be a great honor if you can become one. Greya's tone suddenly changed. Glory is one thing, but do you really think you're qualified to take on such a title at your current age? Greya didn't use own but except to remind Angor. Angor was surprised. He didn't consider the possibility of getting into trouble because of his wealth. Not to mention, in the eyes of wizards, he was just an ant. Not long ago, Felicia tried to force him to join Candy House. If it weren't for Isabel and Greya, he might have ended up like this. Angor hadn't even left Dark Castle yet, and he was already affected by getting into trouble because of his wealth. It was obvious that he couldn't accept such a title at his current age. Moreover, was he really at the level of a mysterious alchemist? Of course not. The creation of a mysterious item was something that could not be grasped or replicated. His last alchemy experiment had been a stroke of luck. When the number of undead in the Black Forest had reached its peak, he happened to inscribe the prelude to elimination at the right time. The mysterious spirit was born from the combination of all the undead, which led to the qualitative change. He was aware of his own level. If he was targeted because of possessing a jade ring and was found out in the end that his level was actually very ordinary, then one could imagine what would happen to him. Angor remained silent. As Greya said, it was not appropriate for him to use this title on himself. He was not qualified to do so yet. Be it in terms of alchemy or personal level, he was still an ant beneath the masses in the world of adepts. He was not worthy of being mentioned in public. Greya saw that Angor already understood what she meant and did not continue the topic. Instead, he finished the soul beads on the plate and stood up. With a tap of his finger, the transparent walls around him reverted back to their normal state, and he was no longer able to see into the rooms on either side. The awakening of my soul is the happiest I've been since I came to Dark Castle. At least it's not as boring as before. Greya yawned. My soul is going to rest. Take Toby with you, or she might roast Toby as food. Oh, right. My soul is going to take a rest. Take Toby with you, or she might roast Toby as food. Of course, Greya was referring to the other soul in her body, the gluttonous girl with a huge appetite. Greya handed Toby to Angor, but Angor hesitated for a while and did not take it. Instead, he lowered his head and spoke to Greya. I'm leaving Dark Castle, ma am. Already? Greya frowned. She used to run a restaurant, so she was not surprised to see Angor leaving. But Greya looked at Toby and sighed in her mind. As you said, ma'am, every living being in the wizarding world has their own obstacles. I need to overcome them too. I can't waste my time. There are still many things waiting for me, and many people waiting for me. Angor glanced at Toby in Greya's hand and felt a little sad. In the end, they had to part. It was better to suffer early than late. Perhaps Toby would be safer and happier if he stayed with Greya. Greya rubbed her chin. I see. So you don't want to take Toby with you anymore? Can I keep taking Toby with me? Angor's eyes glowed as he asked in a hopeful tone. Of course not, Greya replied. Angor's raised shoulder drooped again after hearing the reply. Greya rolled her eyes. It's not impossible. But you have to promise me something. After Greya left, Angor looked at the sleeping Toby in his chest pocket and revealed a warm smile. Greya only asked for one thing. In her illusion, she knew that Angor made a music box for Toby called Journey in Sky. Her request was to make an alchemy item similar to the music box. However, it was not the music or the tranquility rune, but the illusion it contained. The theme of the illusion was Toby. Apart from that, she also had another request for the illusion. Toby in the illusion could be touched like the one he had created before. He could have basic sense of touch and perception. Greya agreed to let Toby stay with Angor as long as he could make the item. It sounded like Greya was using Toby as a bargaining chip, but Angor knew that Greya must have her reasons for not bringing Toby with her. But she still wanted to see Toby from time to time, which was why she made such a request. When Greya gave Toby to Angor, she was just as reluctant to part with him as he was before. She would never value Toby in the first place. In the end, Angor accepted Greya's request. First of all, he really didn't want to leave Toby. Second, he planned to make a flying vehicle as soon as he left Dark Castle. Since Greya asked for it, Angor did not mind making both of them. As for the materials he needed, Greya gave him permission to go to B5 Ice Cave and use them as he pleased. In any case, there were only low-grade materials there, so she just had to inform Isabella. With Greya's permission, Angor decided to go to the ice cave right away. But before that, he went to the room on the right. Shadow was still resting in a corner when Angor entered the room. Shadow instinctively covered his lower body when he saw someone coming. But when he saw who it was, his eyes lit up. Why are you here? Are you worried about me? Great. I was just going to borrow a set of clothes from you. Angor frowned and tossed a robe to Shadow. He bought it from Watergross's market. This is the last one. Don't ask me for it again. Shadow was going to put it on himself, but when he heard that it was the last one, he decided to put it aside. Ugh. I'm not done with Naga yet. I'll break it later. Just leave it here. I'll wear it when I get Naga, or when I give up. Angor didn't mind giving it to Shadow. Since he already gave it to him, Shadow could do whatever he wanted with it. Lady Greya asked me to craft an item for her in the next few days, and I'm not sure if it's a good thing or not. If you get what you wish for, I'll wait for you. Shadow didn't hesitate. I'll wait for you at the Centenary Hall in Soul Genesis Garden. Dark Castle isn't a place for humans. Thanks. Angor nodded. Shadow shrugged. I think you're being sarcastic. I'm the one who should be thanking you. But we're friends, so I won't be thanking you. Shadow acted like they were good friends, but Angor didn't care at all. It wasn't the first time Shadow went back on his words. Before the contract ended, Shadow could be a normal friend. But as far as Angor was concerned, Shadow wasn't qualified to be his best friend. Angor chuckled and left the room. Before leaving, he glanced at Naga, who was standing on the other side of the square. Her aura was restrained, which made her look like a mortal. If he didn't see Naga fighting Shadow with his own eyes, Angor would never believe that someone like her could fight as strong as a wizard. Naga sensed Angor's gaze and glanced at him with a cold glint in her eyes. Next, a powerful aura pressed down on Angor. Angor glanced at Shadow, who didn't seem to notice the pressure at all. He even waved goodbye to Angor with a smile. When Angor left, the pressure finally disappeared. Angor's back was soaked with sweat. He only had one thought in his mind, to leave. Shadow didn't feel the pressure at all. Or Naga was going easy on him? Even a beginner wizard-level puppet would not be able to hold on for so long, given that Shadow was much stronger than Angor's. But from the looks of it, it wasn't the Shadow's persistence. It was most likely that the Naga was holding back. Angor didn't try to figure out why Naga was going easy on him. So Shadow Tutor's puppets had minds of their own? He always thought that puppets didn't have minds of their own. After all, they were made from living corpses. Was the puppet's mind self-aware? Did it come from a soul or some other medium? Or was it some kind of artificial intelligence similar to precision algorithms? Angor tried to imagine the progress of floating mech city science. If they could build a sky battleship, it shouldn't be hard for them to create something like artificial intelligence. With that in mind, Angor followed the mute servant to B5 of Dark Castle, which was called the Ice Cave. Last time, they were in danger because Isabel's remnant soul suddenly came back to life. Now that Isabel had returned to the Soul Society, the ice cave should be safe apart from the cold. After choosing his materials, he decided to stay in the ice cave for alchemy. In order not to expose the secret of his tablet, he used his nightmare domain and infinite reticence again. Only then did he take out the materials for the alchemy. He had two goals in mind. First, to craft an illusion item for Greya. Secondly, it was to refine a flying vehicle. He planned to craft a flying vehicle first because he had already completed the preparatory work for crafting a vehicle back in the surface world. He only needed to gather the materials to craft it. As for the illusion item he was going to give Greya, he needed more time to think about it. The most important part of a vehicle was its power unit. He didn't spend too much time on it. Instead, he decided to use the blueprint of a miniature power unit from Collected Basics of Alchemy. It was called Leapfrog Core. The Leapfrog Core was the most cost-effective among all the similar types of power devices. Moreover, he could gather all the required materials. Next, he had to choose a shell that could fit the Leapfrog Core and move it. This was not as important as the power unit, but it was still the most important step. To provide a better user experience, the appearance of the vehicle was important. Also, he had to choose the future direction of the vehicle by engraving runes, synthesis, and mechanical alchemy. According to Collected Basics of Alchemy, there were many different types of power units for Leapfrog Core. There were flying vehicles that could be engraved with runes to float in the air, mechanical alchemy that could be transformed into land vehicles, and there were also vehicles that could be used on water. There were single-type vehicles, and there were also hybrid ones. Hybrid ones were vehicles that could be used on water, land, or air. But generally speaking, composite vehicles would require enchantment with magic arrays, not mage with enchantment. This meant that there was a high chance that the vehicle that was refined would be at least of the mid-grade. For the time being, he didn't dare to refine anything above mid-rank because he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to survive the omen. Furthermore, the omen he created last time was already eye-catching enough. If he were to cause any more trouble in a short period of time, it would be too high profile. What he needed to do now was to keep a low profile, especially in someone else's territory. Therefore, the transportation vehicle he planned to refine was not the composite type. As for which type of vehicle to use, there was no need to think about it. It would definitely be the fastest and most convenient flying vehicle. After determining the type of vehicle, the next step was to determine the appearance of the vehicle. He flipped through several pages and saw that most of the designs that could accommodate and control the jump core were designed to be light. Most of them were made in the shape of a shuttle, and the thinner, the better. This way, speed would be guaranteed. However, he also considered the possibility of having more people inside the vehicle. He couldn't let Dodoro stay inside the bracelet all the time. Therefore, he did not intend to choose a vehicle shell that was as thin as a knight's sword. Moreover, no matter how thin they were, as long as they used the same type of power unit, the change in appearance would not increase the speed by much. Therefore, it was better to choose a spacious and more comfortable vehicle. A magic carpet? It's easier, but I need to draw a defensive rune. A floating cabin? Looks good, and I can design the interior. But isn't it too extravagant? I'll consider it for now. A single-person airship? That looks a bit too big. A broom? It's common, but it's too pretty to see multiple people sitting side by side on a broom handle. Tail grass? Oh, wait. There were dozens of examples in the book that were suitable for this type of power unit and flying vehicle. Angor flipped through them one by one, but he rejected most of them. Finally, he saw a small vehicle that could be used as a seat. It was a small boat that looked a bit like the boats that sailed along the waterways of Watergrass. However, the boat was curved at both ends like a crescent moon. It looked very similar to the gondolas in Venice he saw in the documentary about Earth. Apart from the two ends, the middle part of the boat looked more like a boat with a black awning. The boat was divided into two areas. The front area was not covered, while the back area had a half-hidden compartment covered by a starry sky curtain. Angor's eyes brightened up when he saw the boat. According to the design of the ship, it should be able to accommodate two people. Moreover, the two ends of the ship could be folded and separated, which would save a lot of space. After all, his bracelet didn't have much storage space. The boat also had a delicate appearance, with curved edges, stars, and moons carved on it. After comparing it with the others, Angor finally chose this crescent boat as the outer shell of the flying vehicle. Apart from creating the jumping core, which took Angor some time, he succeeded on the first try. The large floating runes on the outer shell were also projected by the hologram tablet without any mistakes. 2 days later, Angor successfully created the flying vehicle. The final product also brought him a pleasant surprise. Alchemy materials, on the other hand, were mostly low-grade materials, and some were even unranked materials. However, they were magic materials after all. As long as they were smelted, they could trigger special effects. For example, the material Angor was most familiar with, Earthfiend bronze. Earthfiend bronze was an untired material, but items made with it would be much harder and more resistant to wear. There was also a small chance of triggering special effects. The chance of triggering special effects from the material itself was very small. It was 1 in 10,000. Therefore, alchemists usually did not care about such things. If they were lucky enough to trigger a special effect of a material, they would treat it as an Easter egg. But if they were lucky enough to trigger a special effect, it would be an alchemy item. This was equivalent to an alchemy tool having a compound effect. Then, whether it was in terms of value or grade, there would be a huge increase. If a high-tiered item or a strategic item triggered a special effect, its value would be immeasurable. However, this was something that could only be found by chance. Ever since Angor started studying alchemy, he had consumed hundreds of tons of materials. However, he never got lucky even once. But this time, when he was making a flying vehicle by accident, it actually brought him a pleasant surprise. It was a material called tidal shell that brought him this surprise. Also, he had considered changing the material many times during the crafting process. Tidal shell was a small white shell. Unlike other shells that sank to the bottom of the sea or drifted to the beach, tidal shells loved to drift on the surface of the sea. Due to the movement of ocean currents, wind, and other factors, there were often white pearl-like bubbles floating on the surface of the sea. These white bubbles were connected together in different shapes. The wave shellfish liked to hide in the white foam, hiding their figures while drifting with the waves. Wave shells were often used to refine the bases of underwater vehicles, allowing the vehicles to sail faster on the water surface. Angor was making a ship-shaped vehicle, but it was still a flying vehicle, not a water one. A ship-shaped vehicle could still enter the water, but it would travel at the same speed as a regular ship. Tidal shells could only increase the vehicle's speed by 1 or 2%, which was like the force of a strong wind. This was why Angor did not plan to use tidal shells at first. They were more suitable for water vehicles. However, tidal shells had beautiful patterns and a pure white color, which matched well with the gray-white wood on the bottom of the boat. After comparing several materials, Angor still felt that the pattern and color of tidal shells were the most suitable for the base. After careful consideration, Angor decided to use tidal shells as an extra. However, it turned out to be an unexpected gift for Angor. The flying vehicle was a success. To save time, Angor named the boat Gondola. Gondola was 10.36 meters long and 2.78 meters wide. The color of the boat was gradually changing. The main color was black with a hint of blue, while the bottom of the boat was milky white like tidal shells. The two corners of the boat were the color of the night sky, which was decorated with starry gems. On top of each corner, there was a sun and a moon. The sun and the moon were supported by two winged goddesses draped in thin veils. One could see the whole leopard from a single spot. Just this corner alone was exquisite, not to mention the other parts. Especially the black awning compartment at the back. The engraved patterns were extremely exquisite. Coupled with the low-key luxurious colors and the translucent starry gauze that fluttered across the entire ship, it was filled with a mysterious and exquisite aura just from its appearance. The most eye-catching part of the boat was the bottom of the boat. Because the ice cave was too narrow and the speed of the flying vehicle was too fast, it was easy for problems to arise. Angor did not test it out right away. Instead, he used a floating rune to make the boat hover in the air. When gondola floated in the air, the bottom of the boat was exposed to the air. Even though the boat was floating in the air, Angor could faintly see water ripples and white foam around the bottom of the boat. When Angor pushed the boat forward, the water ripples would create corresponding ripples as if the boat was floating in water. If Angor didn't know that gondola was floating in the air, he would have thought that they were floating on the surface of the sea. It was an illusion, but it wasn't an illusion. This was the great gift from the tidal shells. Wherever the boat went, it would become the sea. The tidal shell's effect was to increase the boat's speed while traveling on water. Angor was lucky enough to activate the special effect of the tidal shell, which not only boosted the boat's speed on water, but also in the sky. The tidal shell treated the sky as the sea. This meant that the flying vehicle could move even faster. It was a 1 + 1 = 3 deal. With the help of the tidal shell, gondola was now as fast as a mid-tier flying vehicle. After admiring gondola, Angor put it away in his bracelet. Now was not the time or place to experiment. He planned to finish the design of the illusion item Greya asked him to create as soon as possible. Greya only asked for two things. First, she wanted Toby as the theme, and second, she wanted her illusion to be tactile. Angor could simply create an illusion similar to Floey's bedroom. However, such an illusion was fixed in one place. Angor would have to use alchemy to activate it. Before making the item, he needed to make a preliminary design. In fact, it was easiest to use the outer shell of Journey in the Sky, but after all, he had already shown the shape of Journey in the Sky in the illusion, so it would be a little inappropriate to continue using it. Greya might not mind, but Angor still felt that it was inappropriate. Therefore, he decided to change the shape of the item. Apart from that, he also needed to figure out the theme and overall direction of the illusion. Toby as the theme wasn't difficult, but what kind of illusion he should design was another problem. Both of these required time. Angor took out a piece of paper and began to write down his ideas while immersing himself in the world of illusion creation. While he was thinking about his future plans, Angor noticed that something was amiss. At the same time, somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away. Somewhere on Parmajai Highlands, a shining circle of light suddenly appeared. A yellow light flashed, and a sexy woman with a powerful aura appeared within the circle of light, stretching her seductive body. Then, in the mirror world of Brute Cavern, a notice was sent to the central square of Tree Spirit Garden, telling everyone to leave. Death will begin in 2 minutes. As soon as the announcement was made, the faces of the apprentices in the central square were filled with terror. Some were riding on flying vehicles, some were running for their lives, and some were teleporting away. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. 1 minute later, the central square was completely empty. Next, a giant cover appeared from the sky and covered the square. The special attribute adepts were using whispers of death outside the barrier, clearing out all living creatures within the barrier. A moment later, the area around the cover was completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. A small gap appeared on the cover. Led by Rain Mute, the silencer, several dozen wizards slowly entered the square. Among them, Sunders was standing beside Rain Mute. "She's here." Rain's mouth didn't move, but his voice somehow reached Sunders' ears. Sunders was still dressed like a gentleman with a black hat, black shirt, and black boots. He stood half a step behind Rain as a sign of respect. "I sensed her." Sunders looked in a certain direction and saw the sexy woman who suddenly showed up on Parmajai Highlands. When Sunders looked at her, the woman noticed it too. They looked at each other from several hundred kilometers away. "Yo, long time no see," the woman muttered. The color of her lips was like broken crystal blue glass, with cracks and gradual changes in the texture of glass. This kind of lip color was not only visually impactful, but it also created a seductive aura for her. And Rain chuckled. "It's my fault. Sigh. I owe her." Sunders didn't say anything else. They kept moving forward until they reached the center of Tree Spirit Garden. They stood there, no one saying anything superfluous, all of them remaining silent. Flora slowly floated to Sunders' side and slowly landed. "Where are the others? Did they do anything?" Sunders asked. Flora shook her head. "No. They're still in the underground market. They're not doing anything yet." But Melanda disappeared from the first level of Sky Tower. "I think she went to find Baroque." Sunders nodded and sneered. "They've been hiding here for so many years. Now that they found out someone else took their peaches, I'd like to see their faces. They must be hopping mad right now." While they were talking about Baroque, Baroque was walking on the top floor of the Sky Tower. Just like Sunders said, Baroque was pacing back and forth. Every time he took a step, the floor would collapse a little bit. He kept muttering, "Damn you. You lied to me. Please calm down, Mr. Baroque. The contestants downstairs are still fighting. If you step on the magic array, it'll affect the whole situation." It was a middle-aged woman with a voluptuous body who spoke. She was wearing a tight-fitting black uniform. Baroque, the old man with a braid, cursed, "I don't care if they die or not. I want to kill them all to vent my anger." "Melanda, whose side are you on?" Melanda didn't look happy either, but she still insisted on doing her job. "Of course I'm on your side, sir. But I'm also on Floating Mech City's side. Floating Mech City has been building for years. We can't let it be destroyed because of your anger." "My anger? You know Samantha is already at the entrance of Brute Cavern?" "I know. But didn't you see it coming?" Melanda spoke in a plain tone. "I told you half a year ago that the place was closed because Samantha sent her servants here." Baroque seemed to deflate. "I thought it was Mr. Monkey who sent Samantha to warn Sunders through that old bastard Rain Mute." Melanda raised an eyebrow. "That's the truth, isn't it?" "Yes." Baroque clenched his fists. "But I didn't think they would even go to that place. That's the Thousand Spirit Garden. One of the best sorcerer's gardens in the south. I had already told Rain Mute my purpose for coming here from the very beginning, and he had already agreed to it. Now he's going back on his words." Melanda remained silent. She knew Baroque came to Brute Cavern for the Thousand Spirit Garden. To break through his bottleneck, he even bowed down to his old enemy, Rain Mute. He didn't expect that in the end, the Moonfrost Alliance would snatch the peach before he could succeed. "If I'm in Rain Mute's shoes, I'll do the same," said Melanda. "If Mr. Monkey can use the demon's descendant to break through his bottleneck and reach the legendary realm, Rain Mute will see the light at the end of the tunnel. After all, he's not far away from that. And Mr. Rain will not only sacrifice his own interests, but also the interests of the future generations of Brute Cavern. But it's not a bad deal to get a chance to see the future." Melanda was well informed. If she could see the truth, how could Baroque not see it? Even so, Baroque still found it hard to accept. "It's not just the future," said Baroque as if he had aged several years. "And Samantha. I should have known. He'll definitely repay Samantha, but I didn't expect him to use the Thousand Spirit Garden. I thought Sunders would. Forget it. There's more than one way to break through a bottleneck," said Melanda. Baroque shook his head and did not say anything. Melanda bowed to Baroque and was about to leave. "You're going back to Floating Mech City, right?" Baroque suddenly asked. "Yes." Melanda nodded. "It's time. The Purification Garden is a chance, and the souls of elite apprentices are delicious food," said Baroque in a plain tone. Melanda chuckled. It was the same for everyone. Brute Cavern and Floating Mech City were the same. In the central square of Tree Spirit Garden, a female wizard who looked like she was wearing a curtain of roses approached Flora. It was Rose-Crown Leona, the only surviving alchemist in Brood Cavern. However, the direction of her refinement leaned towards the medicinal fragrance category, so no matter where she went, there was a faint fragrance on her body. As one of the rare female wizards in Brood Cavern, Leona and Flora were good friends, but they also competed against each other. The smell on you reminds me of someone. Flora rubbed her nose when she saw Leona walking over. You mean Angor? Leona sighed. Thanks to you, I made a fortune back then. I was going to share some with you, but Mr. Phantom took it from me. Leona glanced at Sunders and saw no expression on his face. He did not even look at her. Leona pointed at Sunders and rolled her eyes at Flora. Flora chuckled. Leona pursed her lips and whispered into Flora's ear, Mr. Phantom seems to value Angor a lot. He ordered me to spend hundreds of hours teaching him alchemy? Flora shrugged. I heard Angor is quite talented in alchemy. I heard about it too. It's just 2 mid-tier items. Leona did not think much of it. With her current level of alchemy, she would always encounter omens whenever she made an alchemy attempt. But since Mr. Phantom said so, I have no choice but to accept. Leona purposely raised her voice in an attempt to annoy Sunders. However, Sunders still did not respond. Speaking of which, I came back from Manda Plain in a hurry to send an invitation to the Purification Garden to my useless apprentices. Leona suddenly remembered something. I remember you have an apprentice as well. How are they doing? Did you send him an invitation? Flora grumbled. You know he's an otherworldly mixed blood. An invitation to the Purification Garden? I'm not that kind. She suddenly moved closer to Sunders. Do you think Angor will go to the garden this time, Professor? I'll go. Sunders did not answer the question. Instead, he said he would go himself. Flora grunted. Maybe he's already dead. Leona, who was standing next to Sunders, moved closer. Is Angor dead? He's missing. Sunders looked at Leona. Flora chimed in, yes, he's missing. He fell into an unknown plane passageway. Oh, right. He doesn't have any coordinates yet. Leona clicked her tongue. If I remember correctly, he joined Brood Cavern last year, didn't he? He should be a level 1 apprentice now. If a level 1 apprentice fell into an unknown plane passageway without any dimensional coordinates, they would be dead for sure. Leona smiled at Sunders. Now I think it's a good choice to accept your request and waste hundreds of hours teaching your apprentice. Since Angor was already dead, it was a good choice. Sunders didn't respond to Leona's words. It's fine if you accept. At least I don't have to do it myself. Teaching a dead man alchemy? I can spend thousands of hours teaching him. Leona didn't care at all. I'll keep that in mind. Sunders paused. Also, he's missing. Leona didn't argue with Sunders. Instead, it was Flora who asked, Are you sure Angor is still alive, Professor? If he's dead, he doesn't deserve to be my apprentice. Perhaps Flora was the only one who could understand Sunders' sudden train of thought. I see. Flora nodded. You don't want to see him alive, do you? Flora shook her head. No. I want Angor to come back as soon as possible. I heard he's quite good at alchemy. Our school needs an alchemist. I also want to ask him to make something for me. Sunders looked at her in silence. After a long moment, he curled his lips and ended the topic without saying anything. Leona moved closer to Flora and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, a ripple suddenly appeared on the mirror in the sky. Accompanied by a sharp laughter that resonated with the nasal cavity, a sexy woman wearing a crystal blue dress slowly appeared in front of everyone. Leona shut her mouth. Even if she didn't shut up, she wouldn't be able to speak. Because Rainmute's aura was fully activated, the aura of silence spread throughout the entire square. Apart from a few adepts, everyone else present was stunned by this aura. Not only could he not move, he could not even open his mouth to speak. Samantha. There was a hint of suppressed excitement on Ryan's face. After not seeing you for 100 years, I didn't expect you to have already taken this step. Samantha swayed her body, her black hair cascading down her twin peaks. Her crystal blue cracked lips paired with her crystal blue dress made her appear both cold and seductive. Samantha glanced at Ryan and snorted. Mr. Phantom is my role model. Since he has taken this step, I can't fall behind. However, compared to my changes, I've changed a lot. My dear father, you've changed even more. You look much older than when you left me behind. Samantha's cold eyes and sarcastic tone were like cold knives stabbing into Ryan's chest. You should be able to maintain your appearance with your current strength, right? Samantha walked around Ryan and stopped in front of Sunders. She poked Sunders' chest with her crystal blue fingernail. Don't tell me you're going to learn from that bastard Sunders and let time erode your face? Or is it because you abandoned me last time? And, before Samantha could finish, Sunders pushed Samantha away and spoke with an expressionless face, I'm not interested in broken glass. Samantha staggered and looked back at Sunders with a malicious look. Sunders' push completely ruined the atmosphere she created. She had originally wanted to snatch the right to speak and take the initiative in front of her former father, but she had missed out on a troublemaker. Is this how you treat an old friend you haven't seen in a long time? Samantha flicked her long black hair with a gloomy expression. Disgusting as always. Sunders put down his hat and looked at Ryan mute. Mr. Ryan, let's get down to business. I have other business to attend to. Ryan mute sighed. He knew Sunders' temperament well. Showing up was already the biggest concession he could make. He gave Samantha an apologetic look. Let's get started then. Faced with her former father's apologetic look, Samantha remained expressionless and coldly said, You're just putting on an act. Samantha turned to Sunders. My professor has been waiting for your gravity garden for a long time. If you keep delaying, he'll be very angry. You have to leave with me this time no matter what. Sunders glanced at her. Mr. Monkey has already prepared everything. There's no need to rush. Besides, I'm only going to sell some otherworldly creatures. I can't do much. Samantha remained silent. Then tell me, where are you going, and when are you going to the Abyss Plane? If I can't find you, I won't be able to answer to my professor. Floating Mech City. As for when, I can't say. Samantha wanted to say something else, but Ryan interrupted her. The Myriad Spirit Garden is open. Samantha, come in. At the center of the Tree Spirit Garden square, a crack appeared. Inside the crack, there seemed to be the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Samantha glared at Sunders and stepped into the Myriad Spirit Garden, a place she hadn't visited for hundreds of years. As Samantha entered, Ryan followed her. Before entering, Ryan turned to the others. Sunders, come with me. The rest of you, guard the garden. Sunders nodded and followed Ryan into the crack. Leona stretched her body and rested her head on Flora's shoulder like a boneless snake. Did you see that? Your professor is like a stubborn rock. Samantha tried to get close to him, but he didn't respond at all. I remember 100 years ago, when Samantha was still in Brute Cavern, they were quite close. I thought they would end up together, but they didn't. Leona sighed. Well, look at that. But it's different. Samantha followed Mr. Monkey and became a level 2 wizard. She's also a truth finder now. She has a bright future ahead of her. Flora heard Leona's words and giggled. You're wrong. It's not that he's dumb. He sees it better than anyone else. He's just looking for different things. Even if he wants to find a partner, he'll find someone who can keep up with him on the path of truth. Samantha, she's not good enough. While they were chatting, a young man in a white robe was standing on a leaf of the Tree of Eternity above Tree Spirit Garden. He looked at the crack in the center of the square with uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Finally, it begins. His voice had a strange upturn at the end, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. It was as if there were countless unfinished words that were swallowed into his stomach. The young man closed his eyes and thought of a series of people. When he opened his eyes again, tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. He held a long object in his hand that emitted a faint scent of blood and slowly walked back to the Tree Spirit Palace. Back at Fairy World. In the B5 ice cave of Dark Castle in the Otherworld. Angor spent a whole day writing down all his plans, calculations, and designs. In the end, he decided to make an earring shaped like a feather. He only planned to inscribe toughening runes on the earring. He would use a microscopic illusion spell to insert the illusion nodes inside the earring. The activation source would be the user's mana. It shouldn't be too difficult to make, and the final product would barely qualify as a tiered item. However, when Angor tried to make the earring, he realized that it wasn't as easy as he thought. It was even more difficult than when he refined Gondola. If it was just an illusion, he would have already refined it. Even refining more wouldn't be a problem. However, Greya added touch and perception to the list, which meant he had to incorporate nightmare illusions into his alchemy. When he refined Journey in the Sky, it was actually more of an illusion. Although he could manipulate the emotions in the illusion and add memories to it to make the illusion more contagious, it was still not enough. But in reality, the clouds weren't clouds, and the floating land in the sky wasn't real either. What he needed to do now was to go one step further than making Journey in the Sky. Not only did he need to make the illusions more contagious, but he also needed to add touch. Angor tried many times, but he couldn't really incorporate nightmare illusions into his alchemy. Maybe it was because the illusions couldn't be used in alchemy? Angor thought for a long time but still couldn't find an answer. The mystery of Nightmare Domain didn't mention anything about it either. After all, neither Sunders nor Flora had any alchemy talent. Angor felt like his head was tied up in knots. It wasn't hard to create an illusion that contained nightmare aura. He could even maintain the illusion for a long time by providing mana, like the one he set up for Flowey. However, it would be impossible to solidify it into an item and activate it at any time. He had tried to use nightmare energy to linger on the feather earrings he had refined. The first time he activated the illusion, he could feel the touch. As long as he kept providing mana, the illusion could last for a long time. It could even last for years. But once he turned off the illusion and tried to activate it again, the nightmare illusions would disappear completely, and Toby would only be able to see but not touch. No matter how he increased the amount of nightmare illusions or modified the illusion nodes, he still couldn't find a perfect solution. Days went by without any progress. In the end, he had to give up on using nightmare illusions. Angor decided to try something else. For example, could he try to block or deceive someone's senses? Apart from the nightmare aura, Angor also had a special talent for illusions. When he created Journey in the Sky, he didn't try to incorporate anything into it. However, the effect of the land in the sky was so great that even Lady Mirror was moved by it. After that experience, Angor's understanding of illusions improved tremendously. He could easily block other people's sense of direction and space. Later, when he read The Mystery of Nightmare Domain, he began to neglect his own talent by using nightmare illusions that were easier to use. Angor wasn't sure if he was putting the cart before the horse, but he had to admit that nightmare illusions were very convenient. However, it didn't seem possible to combine it with alchemy for now. Angor wasn't sure if it was because he didn't know enough about nightmare illusions, or because nightmare illusions simply couldn't be used in alchemy. What he needed to do now was to work on the illusions themselves and hope that he could find a way to break through them. 3 days later, Angor looked at a feather earring in his hand and hesitated. This was the result of his 3-day training. He could use illusions to deceive people's sense of touch without using nightmare illusions. However, this would only work on people who were at or below his level. In other words, he could only trick the senses of level 2 apprentices at best. This was nothing compared to nightmare illusions. The only good thing was that this kind of illusions could be used in alchemy. Even so, he still chose to craft the earrings. Yes, it was about Toby, but it wouldn't work on Greya. Greya couldn't feel anything unless she opened her spirit willingly. All in all, Angor's attempt was a failure. An alchemy item that required the user to let go of their spirit barrier was a failure for him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. As the days passed, he learned from the mute servant that Shadow had already obtained Naga and had left the area. He wanted to go home as soon as possible, but there was nothing else he could do. He had no choice but to make a failed product for now. However, Angor put a lot of effort into the design of the earring. Whether it was the design of the earring or the arrangement of the illusions, Angor paid extra attention to them. He only hoped that he could win back some points from these minor points. He brought the earring to Greya, who was standing in the hall on the first floor. Greya's head was lowered, and she appeared to be in a daze. Greya already had an idea when she saw Angor's expression. Since Greya was not familiar with alchemy, it took Angor a while to explain the problem he encountered during the crafting process. Greya considered for a moment. I remember the illusion you created a few days ago. It felt real. It's a special way of applying illusions that Professor Sunders taught me, but I couldn't incorporate it into my alchemy after experimenting with it. I've thought of many ways, but in the end, I can only create this illusion by deceiving the brain's neural sensors. But because of my level restriction, I can only craft it to deceive those who are of the same level as me or those who are of a lower level than me. Greya didn't know what he was talking about. She didn't really want to understand since their knowledge overlapped. In other words, the item you made now is useless to me? Angor nodded, then shook his head. Sir, you can feel the illusion if you try to sense it with your spirit. Angor lowered his head as if he was dejected. To most magi, letting go of their spiritual barriers to sense the illusions was an impossible choice. I know it's a failure, but I tried my best, Angor mumbled. A failure? Greya didn't say anything. As far as she was concerned, Angor had already fulfilled all her requirements. The only reason he called it a failure was because Angor had high standards for it. Greya knew what Angor meant. He wanted his item to be usable by both apprentices and wizards. But this was a false proposition. A tool made by an apprentice wizard could be used by an official wizard. For most apprentice alchemists, it was an extremely rare experience. Every time an apprentice made a tool, the whole world would celebrate with a drum beating and a song of joy. It was normal for apprentices to not be able to make an item that could be used by wizards. On the other hand, Angor was experiencing the opposite. Greya sighed in her mind. She looked at Angor's awkward expression and realized that he was really sad about his failure. She knew that Angor didn't have high standards for himself. He just underestimated himself because he didn't know enough alchemists. If it was any other alchemist, they would have already started talking with confidence and assurance. Angor carefully looked up and saw Greya's expressionless face. This made him even more nervous. He considered and said, Lady, I admit that I'm not strong enough right now. But I promise, if I can meet your requirements one day, I'll make a new item and deliver it to you in person. Angor didn't mention return Toby because he knew that if he did that, he would really be materializing Toby. He waited anxiously for Greya's answer. A moment later, Greya grinned. All right, I'll do it. But I have a condition. What is it? You don't have to do it yourself. I'll decide the time. Angor nodded and accepted the offer. Greya already thought that Angor had fulfilled her conditions, and she already planned to accept his illusion item. But she didn't expect to receive a promise from Angor that he would make something extra for her. She had high hopes for Angor's future, especially his talent in alchemy. Perhaps he would become a master alchemist in no time. She just earned a promise from a future master alchemist. Take out what you've refined. Angor had been explaining the drawbacks of his crafting, but he didn't take out the feather earring until Greya brought it up. He carefully took out the feather earring and handed it to Greya. The feather was silver-white in color, and the engravings on it were very detailed. Each pattern looked exactly like Toby's feather. The soft curves of the earring gave off a strange sense of beauty. Greya was quite satisfied with its appearance. She accepted the earring but didn't test it right away. Instead, she smiled. I like the shape. As for the effect, well, it doesn't matter. I'll be waiting for your surprise in the future. Angor smiled sheepishly. Greya put the earring into her pocket. Let me see Toby. Angor quickly took Toby out of his chest pocket and handed it to Greya. Greya gently stroked Toby's feather. Please take care of Toby from now on. I'm not fit to take care of Toby right now. Greya sighed. I left my body in the nightmare realm, and my enemies already know that I'm still alive. Toby will be in more danger if he stays with me. Don't worry, Lady Greya. I'll take good care of Toby. Angor sounded serious. I trust you. You're leaving Dark Castle soon, aren't you? Greya smiled and handed the Toby back to Angor. You should be leaving Dark Castle soon, right? Angor nodded. Greya took out a space capsule and a golden card from her pocket. Take these. There are some soul orbs in the capsule. If Toby's next tribulation, they might come in handy. As for this card, it's your compensation from Felicia. It's a golden VIP card of the Butterfly Tavern. She was rude last time. I hope you don't mind. Greya didn't mention the rude incident. As Isabel said, it was best not to hear about it. Angor didn't want to talk about souls either, so he accepted the gift and didn't say anything else. You can go now. Greya looked at Toby again with longing in her eyes. I hope you and Toby can surprise me the next time we meet. Angor nodded, bowed deeply to Greya, and left the room. Since everything was inside the bracelet, he quickly left Dark Castle and followed the winding path to the far end of the city. Greya stood by the window and watched as Angor's figure disappeared from her sight. After making sure that Angor had left Otherworld, she sighed and sat on the sofa in the living room. After a while, Felicia walked out of the darkness. If you really don't want to let him go, you can give him to me. At least I can guarantee his safety. Greya glanced at Felicia and shook her head. Come on, Toby will run away on his own. You don't even need to chase him away. Why don't you just leave him to Angor? I can see that he really likes Toby, and Toby is happy to be with him. But are you sure you want to leave Toby to an apprentice? It doesn't matter. I'm just betting on the future. Toby's future, Angor's future, and mine. Greya's voice was so low that only she could hear the last sentence. Felicia nodded and didn't continue the topic. She sat down beside Greya and took out a glass of wine. Greya took out the earrings made by Angor from her pocket and injected some mana into them to activate them. She looked forward to the unknown. When he pushed the door open, he saw a half-naked shadow lying on top of Naga's body. Naga's face was flushed red as she gasped for air. Sorry for the interruption. Angor closed the door behind him. A moment later, Shadow opened the door with an awkward look. He had already put on his clothes. Already? Angor asked in a serious tone while glancing at Shadow's lower body. Aang rolled his eyes and snapped, What do kids know? Nothing happened between us. This is just fun. Shadow gestured for Angor to come inside. Angor was about to discuss his next plan with Shadow when he heard the Grand Priest calling for him at the door. Shadow pursed his lips. He came to Soul Genesis Garden a few days ago. That old man has a keen sense of smell. Angor asked the old man to come inside. After opening the door, the High Priestess rode on an emerald-green hummingbird and circled in the air twice before landing on the long table. Sir. The Grand Priest looked at Angor with a pair of bright eyes. Angor nodded. I've asked Lady Isabel about your request. Lady Isabel? The Grand Priest gasped in surprise. She's back? I don't know. Maybe it's a part of her soul left behind by Lady Isabel. The High Priest didn't know how to comment on the matters between wizards. He suppressed his curiosity and asked carefully, What did Lady Isabel say? Shadow also looked at Angor's question. She agreed to your request. The Grand Priest's face lit up in excitement. However, the magic array left in Hippocrate City must not be destroyed. Angor paused. In other words, if you want a branch of your bloodline to gain absolute independence, we have to find another way to remove the flaw. When the High Priest heard this news, his eyes darkened slightly. But when he thought about it, this was also a good sign. I promised you that I'll find a way no matter what. Since Lady Isabel agreed, I'll do my best, Angor said. I'll go back and ask my professor. If he has a solution, I'll come back. Sir, you mean we can't take them away now? Angor's words made the Grand Priest worried. You mean we can't take them away? You already have someone in mind? Angor frowned. Yes, I do. The Grand Priest nodded. Besides, they're still servants in Soul Genesis Garden. It might seem like a happy life, but it's all just a fantasy. Instead of living in false happiness, it's better for them to settle down and get used to life outside. The Grand Priest's words sounded sincere. Taking the Crocex with him wasn't a problem since he had his space bracelet. But he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone the Crocex. He was the hope of the entire Crocex, so he still had a lot to worry about. The High Priest had lived for 1,000 years and had experienced all kinds of storms. I hope you can take them with you, sir. I'm not asking you to protect them, the old man quickly explained. But I'm not asking you to protect them. As long as the Crockets have a place to live, even if the environment is a little difficult, I believe they will grow up on their own. It wasn't a difficult task to find a place for his people to live in, but it wasn't a big deal. Actually, I think you can take them with you. Shadow's voice suddenly reached Angor's ears along with a tiny ripple of mana. Angor looked at Shadow and waited for him to explain. Crockets are native to the wizarding world, so we can teach them wizardry skills. Also, according to the talents of the 3 Gammy brothers, I think that there should be a large proportion of people with talents in their race. You can take some of them with you. You can join your organization, find other ways, or even take them as your own disciples. Shadow continued, as long as they grow up, they'll become members of your organization. Angor didn't say anything. He wasn't planning to take anyone as a disciple, but Shadow was right. It doesn't matter if they don't have any talents. They're great craftsmen. If you still have relatives among the mortals, you can also borrow their exquisite craftsmanship to provide them with a stable source of income. Angor's interest was piqued. He had been away from home for 3 years. If everything went well, he would return home next year. It wasn't a bad idea to bring the Crockets to the old earth. Just as Shadow said, the Crockets' craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. They might not be able to make large items due to their size, but they could still make small items with their exquisite craftsmanship. This was a long-term source of income for the Pat family. Angor nodded to the Grand Priest. All right, I agree. The High Priest's face was filled with emotion. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Bring your chosen ones here. Tell them to bring their belongings. We'll be leaving today. Angor paused. I can provide them with food and water for now. But if something happens and I can't take care of myself, they'll still need to bring some food. Yes, sir. I'll bring them here now. When the High Priest heard the news, he became much more energetic. Even the way he walked seemed to have lost some of his old age. He hopped onto his hummingbird, bid farewell to Angor, and flew away. You can choose your own people. Isn't it better if they're talented? Shadow asked. I don't have any tools to test talents. Do you have any? You even gave me my clothes. Of course I don't have any. Shadow revealed an evil grin. But you can just break through their spirit defenses and you'll know. I don't care if they're talented or not. There's no need to use a forbidden method. According to Shadow's method, someone without talent would either die or become an idiot after receiving such a strong spirit attack. This method of testing talents was forbidden in the wizarding world. But if you really did it, no one would punish you as long as you didn't go too far. After all, no wizard would keep an eye on mortals all day long. It's all up to fate. I don't care if they're talented or not. Shadow shrugged indifferently and slumped on the chair dejectedly. Do whatever you want. As he said that, his hand started to touch Naga's twin peaks. Angor looked away and didn't want to watch. When Shadow didn't respond, Angor said, let's rest for a day when we get back to the surface world. I need to replenish my food. Shall we leave tomorrow? Whatever. I need some clothes anyway. But let me make it clear, if you want to reach Silent Hill earlier, you have to rely on my vehicle. I hope you don't mind. Shadow also knew that his vehicle was a bit too damn, but he had no choice. Did vehicles cost money? He had snatched it from a female apprentice after killing her. Angor felt a chill down his spine every time he thought about the woman's gauze cloak. Then he thought about how 2 men were going to have sex under the cloak. That was such a beautiful scene. No need. I already have a vehicle, Angor said. I made it a few days ago. I haven't tested it yet. Shadow wasn't surprised at all. Angor was almost able to craft a mystery item. What was so great about a flying vehicle? Although he wasn't surprised, a hint of envy flashed across his eyes. What kind of vehicle is that? Take it out and let me see it. Angor wanted to test out his gondola as well, so he decided to follow Shadow's suggestion. But before he could do anything, the High Priest's voice once again rang out in the hall. Angor glanced at Shadow. We'll talk when we leave tomorrow. The Grand Priest brought 30 households with him, which made up 81 people in total. Apart from the Grand Priest, all the Crocox trembled in fear when they saw Shadow and Angor standing in front of them. He also noticed that there were no old people in these families. There were only a few children. Most of them were young adults. "Sir, I brought them here and told them our mission," the Grand Priest said. "Apart from the problem of souls, I've told them everything." Shadow chuckled. "You didn't tell them anything. The problem is souls." The Grand Priest didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell them that their ancestors' souls were all gone, and they might end up like them in the future. "What did you tell them?" Angor asked. "There's a problem in their bloodline, and they need your help. Also, I hope they can help the Crocox survive and expand their territory," the Grand Priest explained. "I see." Angor nodded and walked to the group of Crocox. "I promised your Grand Priest that I'll take you away and find a new home. I will do that, but my only request is that you must follow my orders at all times." Angor glanced at the Grand Priest. "I'm a wizard, and I swear to Cloud's consciousness that I won't harm you. Once you've settled down, I won't interfere with your decisions anymore. Can you do that?" Angor asked. The Crocox looked at each other and finally looked at the Grand Priest who was standing behind Angor. The Grand Priest didn't do anything. If he told the Crocox to obey Angor now, it would be against Angor's promise. Therefore, the Crocox had to make their own decisions. No one spoke for a long time. Angor felt a little annoyed by the silence. The Grand Priest looked at Angor's expression with an awkward expression. He was worried that Angor would refuse to take over the responsibility. Suddenly, a beautiful figure in bright green walked through the crowd and knelt down in front of Angor. "My lord, I am willing to follow your orders. I am willing to listen to your commands." This was a young girl with a light green puffy skirt that was spread out on the ground because of her kneeling. She was like a tender sprout in early spring, trembling with immaturity. She was the first Crocox they met in Soul Genesis Garden. Papaya from Sprout's village. Angor glanced at the Grand Priest. Papaya's presence in the group was obviously arranged by the Grand Priest. Papaya's eyes were filled with a pleading look as if she had something to say. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she knelt down to show her loyalty. With Papaya leading the way, the rest of the Crocox followed like dominoes. A young man who admired Papaya thought for a while and knelt down as well. The boy's parents were a middle-aged couple. Seeing their son kneeling, they looked at each other and knelt down as well. One by one, they all knelt down and pledged their loyalty to Angor in less than a minute. When the High Priest saw this, he couldn't help but stroke his beard. There were tears and laughter in his eyes. He remembered that Angor mentioned that he knew Papaya, so he decided to use Sprout's village as a base. Of course, he also chose Papaya. And Papaya's help really worked in the end. Angor nodded after everyone finished swearing their oaths. Now that he had promised to take them away, he had to think about where to put them. Although there were 81 of them, they were too small. If they were all squeezed together, a 1-meter wide box would be able to fit them all. Therefore, the remaining space in the bracelet was more than enough to accommodate them. However, he couldn't just stuff them into the bracelet. There were still some valuable items in there, and he couldn't keep an eye on them all the time. He considered and took out a piece of untired ebony from his bracelet. Using Thaw, he began to carve it with Hand of Spell. About 2 minutes later, a skyscraper that Angor saw in a city back on Earth appeared in front of him. Angor set up a circular base at the bottom of the 4-meter-tall model, which had several square recesses on it. All the Crocox were shocked when they saw the skyscraper, and they started whispering to each other. He placed the model in front of everyone and gestured for Papaya to step forward. "You, come here." Papaya pointed at herself and looked around to make sure no one was around. Then she walked to the base of the model nervously. "What's your name?" Angor pretended he didn't know anything. Papaya paused for a second and realized something. "Papaya, I'm not sure." "I'm Papaya, sir." "All right. Papaya, you'll be the leader of this branch for now." Angor pointed at the model of a tall building. "This building has 15 floors and about 100 rooms. You'll be in charge of distributing them." "Is this really for us?" Papaya asked in surprise. "Is this really for us?" "I understand." Thank you, sir. I'll give you 1 hour to arrange for everyone to move in. Angor asked Papaya to arrange the rooms herself. This was the first time they saw a building like this, but the structure was simple enough. Papaya nodded and took a deep breath. Everyone, follow me. We'll gather at the bottom of the skyscraper, she said to her clansmen behind her. Angor glanced at the Grand Priest and asked him to come out for a moment. The Grand Priest nodded and followed Angor out of the Centenary Palace. Shadow glanced at Angor but didn't follow them. Instead, he stood at the edge of the building and used his spirit feelers to check the interior of the building. There were about 7 or 8 rooms on each floor. The rooms were not big, but they all had balconies. More interestingly, none of the rooms had doors. However, there were piles of wood inside the rooms. Clearly, Angor wanted them to make their own doors and furniture. So considerate. Considering the boredom of the journey, he left some for them. Shadow curled his lips. He now had a better understanding of Angor's meticulousness. Angor and the Grand Priest arrived at the entrance of the Centenary Palace. Anything related to the Crocex? Fruits, livestock, books, or even art pieces. I'll take them with me. Since Angor agreed to the Grand Priest's request, he would do his best. A Crocex without a proper culture and wisdom would never be able to survive in the future. That was why Angor asked for it. The Grand Priest stared at Angor in a daze for a moment. He let the hummingbird land on the ground and bowed to Angor. Perhaps this is the fate of the Crocex, sir. Angor chuckled. He didn't say anything about the Grand Priest's fate. An hour later, the Grand Priest arrived at the Centenary Palace with all the clerics and a group of hummingbird knights. The clerics represented the heritage of culture. Each of them carried a thick stack of scrolls, books, and paintings in their hands. The hummingbird knights represented the wisdom of life. They carried all kinds of items, such as handicrafts, seeds, and seedlings. Some of them were even holding struggling animals in their arms. My lord, these things. The high priest was a little embarrassed. From his point of view, he had brought too many things. Angor glanced at the items but didn't think much of it. The Crocex only had the size of one's hand. No matter how many things they had, they didn't mean much. For example, one of the clerics had a book in his hand. If Angor didn't look closely, he would think that the book was just a pile of sand. Angor didn't think that there were too many of them. Angor piled some soil on the ground and returned to the Centenary Palace. The Crocex would be able to grow their own crops during the journey, so that they could have enough food and clothing to eat. When the hummingbird knights and clerics saw the model of the Centenary Palace, they couldn't help but look at it in surprise. Under Papaya's command, they worked together to add knowledge of culture and wisdom of life to the Centenary Palace. After another hour, everything in the Centenary Palace was finally done. Angor signaled the clerics and hummingbird knights to leave the building. He then went to the front of the Centenary Palace and cast several illusion nodes around the building. These illusions were used to confuse people and prevent them from stepping out of the Centenary Palace. Say your goodbyes. This is your last minute in your homeland. Almost all the 81 Crocex, except for the children, burst into tears. Angor didn't care what they were doing. He looked at Papaya, who was sitting alone on the stairs. Do you have something to say to me? Angor sent a voice transmission to Papaya. Papaya looked up in confusion and quickly stood up when she saw Angor looking at her from afar. Sir, just a whisper. I can hear you. Angor noticed the begging look in Papaya's eyes when she expressed her sincerity. She didn't say it out loud, which made Angor feel a little bit better about her. If she really did that, Angor would never agree to it since it might look like she was asking for a favor. But she didn't say it out loud. She only looked at Angor with pleading eyes. Now, it was up to Angor to decide whether he would accept her request or not. Sir, I'm the only family my grandmother has left. I don't know how sad she'll be if I leave her. It might be forever. Thinking of her grandmother, Papaya could not stop her tears from running down her cheeks. You want to take your grandmother with you? Papaya nodded. We don't know how long this journey will take. Don't think it'll be easy. The unknown is always the scariest thing. I'm sure it'll be a tough journey. Are you sure you want to take your grandmother with you? Also, is she really willing to leave? A fallen leaf can't return to its roots. Can you really make the decision for your grandmother? Papaya considered for a moment and nodded again. She and her grandmother relied on each other since childhood, and she didn't want to leave her alone. All right. Since you've made up your mind, I'll take her with me. You'll be responsible for all the consequences. Angor stopped talking to Papaya and walked to the Grand Priest. It's time. We're leaving. While everyone was sobbing inside the building, Angor waved a hand and put the building back into his bracelet. The High Priest looked at the empty space in front of him. His heart was filled with sadness, but also a trace of hope. Thank you, sir. The Grand Priest knelt down and kowtowed to Angor while crying. The other clerics followed suit. The knights took off their helmets and bowed to Angor on one knee. Rise. Our future is still uncertain. I don't think I can accept your gratitude now. Angor nodded to Shadow, who had been watching the show. Let's go. Shadow nodded. Angor, and Puppet leaped over the kneeling clerics and disappeared from the palace. The people kneeling on the ground didn't get up for a long time. At some point, a cleric came to the Grand Priest and tried to help him up. But when he reached out to touch him, the High Priest collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Everyone finally realized that the Grand Priest was already dead. Despite the tears in his eyes, he still had a faint smile on his face. Angor and Shadow were passing by the sacred mountain when they suddenly heard someone singing. They looked up and saw a group of singers singing the Epic of Fairies with their eyes closed at the peak of the sacred mountain. The singer standing at the front was the girl with the black birthmark on her face who had been selected to join the Sky Choir. The first rays of the morning sun shone upon the land. The first hero broke into the garden of flowers with a sword in hand. Under the longing of the red-haired princess, he plucked the first rose stained with morning dew. The second hero hid his evil aura and hid in the kingdom of serpents. Under the mask of a cunning human, he waited for the dawn of the second night amidst the flames of war. The third hero spread his wings and stepped into the castle of darkness. Under the gentle singing of the Grand Priest, he picked up his scepter and welcomed the third guest of light. The fourth hero opened the gate in the sky. Under the guidance of the glorious light, he opened the black tome and awakened the fourth soul. The hymn of fairies should have ended here. But this time, the singer didn't end the song. Instead, she began to sing something they had never heard before, the fifth stanza. The last hero carried hope and illuminated the hopeless dawn. Souls trapped in the sea of bitterness, follow the lighthouse in the darkness to seek the light of dawn. On their way out, they took a detour to Sprout's village. Angor didn't want to disturb the villagers. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Papaya's grandmother. Your granddaughter will leave this place and go to the human world. She'll never come back. She wants you to go with her. If you're willing, bring your luggage and come to the entrance of the village in 10 minutes. If you don't want to, I'll leave. Angor didn't mention who he was. He simply stated his intention. He did promise Papaya that he would take her grandmother with him. However, when he arrived at Sprout's village, he noticed that Papaya's grandmother wasn't just having trouble walking. She was also suffering from internal problems. In the end, Angor decided not to force her to leave. He left the choice to Papaya's grandmother. Considering Papaya's condition, it would be a miracle for her to survive half a year. It was impossible for her to travel so far away from her home. Angor didn't think Papaya's grandmother would show up on time. 10 minutes later, Angor remained silent. Papaya's grandmother limped out of her room with a small blue bag in her hand. She said goodbye to the villagers with a big smile on her face. She said that she was going to live somewhere far away with her granddaughter and would never come back. She even arranged a house for Papaya to live in. The villagers were both surprised and happy to see Papaya's grandmother's sudden decision. Angor sighed when he saw how kind Papaya's grandmother was. He didn't expect her to leave so decisively just because of her granddaughter. She didn't even know if Angor's voice transmission was real or not. When Papaya's grandmother reached the entrance of the village, Angor cast heel on her. He didn't care if it would help her or not, but he still hoped that they could go further together. Before putting Papaya's grandmother into his bracelet, Angor notified Papaya about it. She was already waiting for him in front of the building. When she saw her grandmother, Papaya rushed to Angor with tears in her eyes. Angor quickly moved his eyes away. Whether it was meeting or parting, to him, it was like a soft knife stabbing into his heart. It made him unconsciously think of his distant home and distant relatives. Shadow watched this scene with cold eyes. His mouth hooked up into a ruffian smile. I found that your weakness is becoming more and more obvious. Why don't you restrain your unnecessary emotions? Naturally, Shadow's words were from his own perspective. Of course, his words were also in line with the mainstream values of the wizarding world. Still, it was clear that he had truly let go of his grudge and was now offering his advice. Angor only chuckled at Shadow's question without replying. He understood what Shadow meant. From his point of view, his actions were indeed too kind to mortals. However, he did not think that having such values was a weakness. He was willing to help those he found pleasing to the eye, regardless of whether they were mortals or supernatural beings. However, that was all he could do. If they wanted more, they would have to pay a corresponding price. As for those he didn't like, not to mention lifting a finger, he wouldn't even bother to look at them even if they prostrated themselves before him. Because of this, Angor did not want to argue with Shadow about who was better. Shadow only shrugged at Angor's silence. After mumbling something for a while, he let go of the topic. After leaving the sorcerer's garden, they returned to Midworld. Under the dome. As soon as they set foot on the ground, Angor felt a chill down his spine. Raising their heads, they saw that huge eye. Its bright red pupils were cruel and bloodthirsty as it stared at the two of them quietly. Shadow gulped. Damn it. Just how bad is your luck? You actually ran into Cesabiras twice in a row. After a pause, Shadow added, you're the one who caused me to be stared at. Don't blame it on me. What's wrong with being stared at? Angor complained and gave Shadow a suspicious look. Last time, Shadow did not say anything when Cesabiras stared at him. Did Shadow change his words this time because he was stared at as well? Shadow said embarrassedly, it's just looking at you to remember your appearance. You'll be fine as long as you don't enter its sight. Angor gave Shadow a meaningful look. When Cesabiras closed its eyes again, Angor, and Puppet quickly headed toward the corpse cave in Midworld. Angor did not say anything along the way. Shadow scratched his head and said, I didn't tell you last time because I thought you wouldn't go beyond the dome. After all, your goal is to leave Fairy World, right? Angor glanced at Shadow. You said Silent Hill is in Midworld as well. Silent Hill might be in Midworld, but we can't travel there. Midworld is too dangerous. Shadow began to list the monsters in Midworld, such as Cesabiras, the magic giant, and the lava bird. When he saw that Angor was not listening, he mumbled, going to the surface world is the safest. It's also the most comfortable place. When Shadow finished, Angor suddenly remembered the three brothers, Gammy, Gao, and Gammy. Where are they now? I told them to go back to the surface world. I'm curious. Is their door a spatial spell? Shadow said, didn't I tell you before? It's a talent that Lady Isabel instilled in them, but it can only be used in fairy tale. Shadow suddenly leaned closer to Angor's ear and whispered, actually, there's another reason why Lady Isabel gave the Crockett such a talent. She used to be the true master of this plane, and she once came into contact with the laws of Fairy World. But Fairy World changed hands after she left the southern wizardry region. Now that she's back, I think Fairy World is going to be more lively in the future. Back in the Midworld's corpse cave, Magician and the other controlled apprentices were still standing in front of the teleportation circle, dumbfounded. For more than 10 days, they hadn't eaten a drop of water, nor had they eaten a single grain of rice. They looked skinny and weak. If not for their supernatural status, they would have starved to death already. Shadow didn't care if they were hungry or thirsty. He just wanted them to stay alive. He ordered the apprentices to return to their positions and gave Angor a thumbs up. Let's go back. With a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared from the Midworld. When Angor returned to the surface world, Greya suddenly mentioned his name again. 2 hours ago, in the hall on the first floor of Dark Castle. Felicia was enjoying a glass of wine while Greya sat beside her and activated the feather earrings Angor made for her. White feathers fluttered in front of their eyes, and a blurry illusion appeared in front of them. Grea's heart began to race even before she could see what the illusion was about. Her strong heartbeat attracted even Felicia's attention. "What's wrong?" Grea shook her head. "Something's wrong with this illusion. My heart is beating so fast." Felicia frowned. She didn't feel anything at all. Did he do something to the illusion? "I don't think so." Grea looked up and saw the sun, waves, and sand around them. Below them was a soft, golden beach. Every time they got wet, they would receive a gift from the sea. They could see all kinds of seashells and corals along the coastline. Behind the beach, there were rows of palm trees. The sky was blue, and there were white clouds. Seabirds flew by from time to time. Suddenly, a gray feather fell from the sky. They looked up and saw a seabird wearing a sailor suit. "Toby." "Wine thief." Toby was flying leisurely in the sky, accompanied by the blue sea and the blue sky, as well as the sound of the waves. It made people feel lazy, and even time seemed to have become leisurely. "How do you feel?" Felicia asked. "My heart is back. I think I'm fine. Maybe it's just my imagination?" Grea was also confused. Toby suddenly flew above the palm trees and headed deeper into the land. Seeing this, Grea quickly followed. She was only following Toby's mind. She did not move her body, but from her perspective, she was following Toby's footsteps. Felicia did not follow Toby. Instead, she stayed where she was and casually drank firmament with her wine and Wei Yang with her meal. Compared to keeping up with the wine thief, Felicia preferred to relax. After an unknown amount of time, Felicia noticed that the sky had darkened. Mist was drifting over and condensing on the surface of the sea. The illusion is changing? Interesting. Felicia had thought that the main theme of the illusion was the wine thief. She did not expect that something would happen to her as well. The mist was getting thicker and thicker. She couldn't see anything on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a horn coming from afar. A giant shadow slowly emerged from the mist. Felicia looked at it curiously. She didn't use any spells. Instead, she simply enjoyed the new feeling brought to her by her body. Closer, closer, even closer. When the shadow was about 100 meters away from the surface of the sea, Felicia finally saw what it was. It turned out to be a dilapidated large cruise ship. It looked like it was made of wood. The sculpture at the bow of the ship was a strange child peeing. The sail on the mast had long been tattered. To put it nicely, it was a junked cruise ship. To put it bluntly, it was a ghost ship. A hint of interest flashed in Felicia's eyes. She didn't expect a specter ship to appear. Angor sure knows how to have fun. There are 2 lines in the illusion? Felicia curiously flew toward the ghost ship. 2 hours later. Felicia was still inside the ghost ship. She opened one door after another along the corridor, and each time, she saw something different. When she saw a blood-stained book, she would imagine a twisted and bizarre story. When she saw a torn pink letter, she seemed to see a man wooing a young girl. When she saw a smashed ancient mirror, she seemed to see a hysterical young woman. In every room, she would see a lot of new and interesting stories that even made her want to slap the table and cry out in praise. But in reality, there was no one behind the cabin door. All the stories came from one item after another, and they were all made up by her own imagination, but she was certain of them. At this moment, she pushed open a dark door. It was pitch black on the other side of the door. After taking a few steps, Felicia felt as if she had fallen into a chaotic world. She couldn't reach the sky or the ground. She was floating in the air without a fixed location. Felicia continued to walk forward curiously. As she walked, she felt her soul tremble. Felicia was startled. She thought that someone was attacking her soul, so she tried to get out of the illusion. Using her spirit feelers, she saw the real world, the hall on the first floor of Dark Castle. Did that mean it was easy for her to get out of the illusion? Angor didn't create this illusion to restrict anyone, so it wasn't hard for her to leave. Knowing that she could leave the illusion at any time, Felicia calmed down and decided to stay here to see what Angor was up to. When Grea's spirit feelers left her body, she glanced at Grea, who was sitting on the sofa, and saw tears welling up in Grea's eyes. Felicia was curious about what Grea saw. She didn't know how long she had been walking, but she suddenly heard strange syllables in her ears. The syllables were vague, but the voice sounded familiar. It sounded like Lady Isabel's voice. Did Angor imitate Lady Isabel's voice? As Felicia tried to figure out what to do, the syllables became faster and faster. With each syllable, her soul would tremble. Towards the end, those strange syllables even caused her soul to throb as if it was about to leave her body. When the last syllable was uttered, Felicia felt that a tall and dazzling gate suddenly appeared in her soul, and her soul crawled out of the gate. She saw a flash of white light, and she found herself standing in front of the dark cabin door again. Felicia was stunned for a moment. She curiously sensed her soul. It was as quiet as ever. Her soul was still there, and there was no sign of it leaving her body. So, what she just experienced was just an illusion within an illusion. Felicia recalled her experience in the dark chaos and said, "I can actually feel my soul leaving my body." She had a contemplative look on her face. She felt like this was some kind of training fantasy. Such an illusory realm might be beneficial to those who were learning the soul ribbon technique. Also, why did Lady Isabel's voice appear in the illusion? This illusion is getting more and more interesting. Felicia grinned. She stepped away from the dark door and moved on to the next room. She didn't know how Angor managed to read a story from a single object, but she could tell that Angor put a lot of effort into creating the illusion just by looking at the details of each room. Felicia watched the whole process of Angor giving the feather earring to Greya. Back then, Felicia felt that Angor was underestimating his own abilities. Now that she saw the true power of this illusion, she was even more convinced that Angor had underestimated himself. Such a wonderful illusion, such great care, and such realistic details. Most alchemists wouldn't be able to create something like this. Not only did Angor manage to create something at such a young age, but he also put a lot of effort into every detail. This was what made her feel moved. Felicia walked to a room at the end of the cabin. The door was blood red and had an anchor symbol carved on it. She had wandered around the Spectre ship until now, but nothing unexpected had happened. This made her a little unhappy. What was the point of exploring a ghost ship if there was no danger at all? Therefore, when she saw the blood-red door, she had an intuition that there might be a surprise behind the door. The truth of the ghost ship might be behind the door. Felicia's vision slowly merged into the blood-red door. "Ah! Don't come near me. Get out of my way." At this moment, a cry of surprise came from nowhere. Felicia was stunned. Before she could react, the illusion suddenly froze, turned into soft white feathers, and disappeared without a trace. Instead of the door, she found herself in a hall on the first floor of Dark Castle. She was sitting on a sofa with a glass of sake in her hand. Felicia was in a daze. Why did the illusion suddenly disappear? Felicia felt her body trembling. She turned around and saw Greya hugging her knees while shivering. She also saw Greya tossing the feather earring to the floor, where it was still glowing. So Greya stopped activating the feather earring and threw it away? That's why the illusion disappeared? Felicia finally realized what was going on. She was a little disappointed that she couldn't see what was behind the door, but she was more concerned about Greya's condition. "What's wrong, Greya?" Greya looked at Felicia with her trembling eyes. She was begging Felicia for help. Before Felicia could say anything, Greya's soul suddenly fell into a deep slumber and released another young girl's soul to take over her body. Greya put on an innocent and naive look. "Sister? What's wrong?" Felicia let out a long sigh. She wondered what was wrong with Greya. Why did she give up her main soul again? Her soul was almost fully recovered. "I'm hungry, sis," Greya complained. Felicia shook her head and let Greya do the cooking. She picked up the feather earring from the floor and looked at Greya with a grim expression. Did Angor really do something to Greya in the illusion? With his alchemy skills, it might be possible. With that in mind, Felicia returned to her bedroom with the feather earring in hand. She planned to return to the dreamland. This time, she would not stay on the coast, nor would she board the Spectre ship. She wanted to see what would happen if she followed the wine thief. Even Greya was so scared of him. While Felicia was about to activate another main storyline, Angor returned to the surface world. Coincidentally, it was noon. As soon as he stepped out of the corpse cave, he felt a bone-chilling wind brushing against his exposed skin. He looked around and saw that the forest of resentment was covered by a thick layer of snow. The ground was also covered with soft white snow that was enough to reach his ankles. Boom! Boom! Angor heard a loud noise behind him. He turned around and saw Shadow kicking the trunk of a big tree, which caused all the snow on the branches to fall off. Shadow chuckled and ran out of the range of the falling snow. However, his beautiful golden-haired puppet, Naga, was covered in snow because of Shadow's trick. I. Lady Naga, let me help you get rid of all the snow. Shadow lifted Naga's chin with a finger. Shadow's image was reflected in Naga's blue eyes. Please don't do that, master. Naga's face was flushed with shyness, and her voice was cold and indifferent. She was clearly speaking in a straightforward manner, but there was a hint of shyness in her voice. Don't do what? Shadow put an arm around Naga's waist and showed a lustful expression. Ever since he got his hands on Naga, his long-cherished wish finally came true. He had been wearing a lascivious smile on his face. He didn't dare to do that when he was still inside Dark Castle. Now that he was out of the castle's range, he began to interact with Naga. He finally realized that Nagas could not only talk, but also think for themselves. Last time, when he looked at Naga from afar, he sensed a great pressure coming from Naga, but Shadow didn't feel it at all. Naga must have been going easy on Shadow back then, which meant Naga already had basic thinking abilities. A powerful wizard-level puppet with basic thinking abilities. Angor felt a little scared. If he didn't have a contract with Shadow, he wouldn't even dare to stand next to him. Master, I'm a bit cold, come to me. I'll keep you warm. You can do whatever you want. But I'm going back to Watergrass now. Shadow, let's set up a meeting place. Where should we meet tomorrow? Angor hurriedly stopped them. No need. I'm staying with you today. I don't have any money on me. I'm going to borrow some money from you to buy some clothes. Angor was wearing a robe right now. Angor frowned. Let's go then. Before they left, Shadow released the group of pitiful apprentices that had been under his control for almost 2 weeks. They didn't even dare to let out a fart in front of their archenemy, Shadow. Instead, they scattered like birds and beasts. Magician was the only one who gave Shadow an angry glare. He also looked at Angor with a puzzled look before he ran down the mountain. Back in Watergrass, Angor tossed Shadow a bag of money so that he could buy some necessities. Angor went back to his villa in the Bay Area first. Lightning continued to fall, and the pitch-black room would occasionally turn white. Felicia sat on the edge of the bed with her back straight. Her face flickered in and out of light under the flickering lightning. Through the flickering lightning, Lucian could see the indifference and confusion in her eyes. Once again, she experienced the illusion. This time, she followed the wine thief's footsteps and entered the back of the dense palm forest. Following a narrow road, she found a small harbor town built near the mouth of the sea. The town was built around a mountain. At first glance, all the buildings were white. White bricks, white roofs, white fences, and white gravel paved the road. Every family's courtyard was filled with flourishing flowers and plants, adding a touch of brilliance to the overall white color. Felicia walked into the town. The wine thief landed on her shoulder from time to time. She went through every room in the town. Later, in front of a fountain with a statue of a child peeing, she opened a small door that led to the inside of the mountain. After coming out of the mountain, the wine thief stopped flying around and just hovered above her head. Felicia knew that the main story of the illusion was about to end. She stopped channeling magic into the feather earring. The illusion dissipated like a feather falling from the sky. She recalled the journey. It was not monotonous or boring. Just like her exploration on the ghost ship, there were many new things. There was no one in the town, but it was better than having people. The ordinary objects seemed to be telling stories of the past. She also found that the stories in the town were interconnected. If she thought about it carefully, she would find the secrets hidden in the town. So she opened the small door that led to the inside of the mountain. It was like a chain of quests. She had to fill in the stories in her head to find the hidden message. The inside of the mountain was a strange space. It seemed to be big, but also small. As soon as she stepped into the mountain, she felt as if time had stopped. Everything around her seemed to be eternal. She also found many interesting stories here. These stories were not as ordinary as the ones she saw in the outside world. Some of them even involved supernatural things. She even saw a blood-stained hammer in a shipyard and imagined a shipbuilding story. The shipbuilding happened to be the ghost ship she boarded. She had obtained a lot of information from inside Pan Mountain. The information told her a lot of things. For example, it was very likely that there were some places in this illusion that she hadn't explored yet. From a landscape map, she imagined a valley filled with flowers. From a rusty key, she imagined a prison at the bottom of the sea. But these places were probably just branches in the illusion, just like the ghost ship. Her main story was still the inside of the mountain. She estimated that Greya did not have enough time to explore these side stories or Easter eggs. At best, she could reach the inside of the mountain. However, she had seen everything in Pan Mountain. Apart from the fact that the story was more complete, there was nothing strange about it. She thought for a while and realized that if she had to pick out something strange, it would be the feeling of time stagnation. Apart from that, there was nothing else worth mentioning. Of course, Felicia had to admit that the illusion was very well made. Many of the things inside were not only useful for apprentices, but also for wizards. But she still remembered Greya yelling in fear, "Don't come near me. Go away." These illusions did not match Greya's words. Was there something Greya saw that she did not? Therefore, Felicia decided to go through the illusion again to find out the secrets that might be hidden in it. But this time, the illusion disappeared as soon as she stepped into the inner part of the mountain. When the illusion faded away, she saw Greya in her room. Greya was holding the feather earring in her hand. Her eyes showed a hint of fear, but also a hint of joy. "Greya, are you all right?" Felicia was not angry about the illusion being interrupted. Instead, she asked about her friend's condition. "I'm fine." Greya shook her head. "Why did you suddenly?" Felicia paused for a moment. "Is there anything strange in the illusion?" Greya remained silent for a while until Felicia asked again, "Is it a harbor town? Or the inner part of Pan Mountain?" "Inside Pan Mountain," Greya answered. "What's wrong?" Greya sighed. "That place brought back some of my lost memories about the nightmare realm." Her eyes looked empty as if she was recalling her terrifying experience in the nightmare realm. "You might have felt it too. Something strange surrounded me when I stepped into Pan Mountain. It's like time was frozen." Both of them spoke at the same time. Greya nodded. "That's right. It reminded me of the nightmare realm, where I saw countless sea monsters rushing toward me on the waves and surrounding me." "So that's why you screamed and threw it away?" Felicia pointed at the feather earring in Greya's hand. Greya nodded. Her cheeks blushed a little. Felicia had never been to the nightmare realm, so she didn't know the source of Greya's fear. Still, she knew that the nightmare realm must be much more terrifying than she thought, given how a truth-finder wizard could lose her composure just by sensing a tiny bit of the aura. "I'm glad you're fine. I thought that kid did something to the illusion. I was going to use butterfly spirit to bring him back," Felicia comforted her friend. "The nightmare realm is a thing of the past. Don't think about it anymore." Greya shook her head. "I regained some of my memories. They reminded me of something." Greya continued, "As soon as I entered the nightmare realm, I was captured by a legendary sea monster." "Legendary?" Felicia was surprised. It had been years since she saw a legendary monster in the southern wizarding region. So far, the only legendary monster she knew only existed in the depths of the Abyss Plane. However, that legendary-level demonic sea beast was later heavily injured by the shockwaves of a fight between two gigantic demonic beasts. "You're seriously injured just from the shockwaves?" Felicia asked in disbelief. Greya still couldn't help but shudder at the thought. "That's right. It was only a small part of the fight, and it almost died." "You mean, those two gigantic demonic beasts are far beyond legendary?" Greya closed her eyes and revealed the truth that she did not even dare to imagine. Felicia gulped. After a long while, she asked in a trembling voice, "And then?" "Then, I worked with Sprout and set up a huge trap to kill it while it was on the verge of death." Greya revealed a self-deprecating smile. But we failed. A legendary monster can't be killed by ants like us even when it's on the brink of death. But it couldn't use much of its power because of its injuries, so we were lucky enough to escape. But because of an accident, I was discovered by his subordinates. His subordinates are all half-step legend rank monsters, and their strength should be similar to Manchi's. They have set up an inescapable net to prevent me from escaping. Under such circumstances, I had no choice but to use the spirit consolidation art to separate my spirit and body. Then, I hid my physical body on the island and escaped using the concealment of my soul. Felicia asked, "So, you're the one who hid your body?" "Yes." Greya nodded and said something that almost made Felicia stumble. "I'm going back to the nightmare realm to find my body." "Are you out of your mind?" Felicia rushed to Greya and grabbed her arms. "You finally escaped, and now you want to go back to the nightmare realm? Do you want to die? Besides, have you forgotten your goal? You're the hope of all gourmet wizards. You have to carry this banner. If anything happens to you, Candy House," Greya put a soft hand on Felicia's lips. "I know. I know everything. You, me, Candy House, Butterfly Tavern, and Barbie's restaurant. I know everything. But it's precisely because I know it very well that I have to do this. I told Angwer that Toby is destined to face 4 more trials. We can't escape from them. We have to face them." Greya lowered her head. "I'm the same. They are my trials, and I have to face them. But..." Felicia anxiously struggled to free herself from the girl's grip. "No buts. Don't you understand? Why didn't I take over this body completely? Why did I keep 2 souls in one body? Do you think I'm such a wishy-washy person? Actually, I've been subconsciously aware that I can't merge with this body so easily. I've been rejecting this body. It wasn't until I experienced this illusion that I managed to recall some of my memories. Only then did I realize the reason. If I take over this body, I'll be giving up my past. How can I have a future?" "What do you mean?" Felicia's eyes widened in confusion. "If I don't get my body back, I'll never be able to move forward. I'm afraid I won't even be able to become a wizard again, let alone reach the top." Greya looked at the feather earring in her hand. If Angwer's illusion didn't show her the way, she would have taken over the body in a moment of carelessness. That would be the end of her life. Greya was grateful to Angwer for helping her. It took Felicia a long time to digest Greya's words. Since Greya had already made up her mind, Felicia had no reason to object. But she was still worried. "Greya, you need to think this through. You can't go to the nightmare realm just because you want to. Can you really find your body if you go back there?" Greya also fell into silence at this crucial question. "The problem with the passage and the location can actually be resolved, but I need a guide." "A guide?" Greya showed the small feather earring in her hand. "You mean Angwer?" Did this mean Angwer had been to the nightmare realm before? Felicia couldn't answer this question, but she still felt that Greya was being too hasty. "No. Maybe Angwer has been to the nightmare realm before. But he can't help me with his current abilities. I'm talking about Sunders. For the past 100 years, Sunders would come to Barbie's restaurant and order a twisting protozoa every 10 years or so. After years of talking with Sunders, Felicia gradually learned more about Sunders, including the nightmare realm. Neither of them said it out loud, but Greya was almost certain that her professor had a way to enter the nightmare realm. And the medium to enter the nightmare realm was probably the twisting protozoa. In the clear blue sky, a small, exquisite and dreamy boat leisurely sailed over from the end of the clouds amidst the lingering mist. The bottom of the boat was covered with water ripples that looked like a boat sailing on the sea. There was even some white foam on the bottom of the boat. Although the boat seemed to be traveling at a leisurely pace, it was actually moving faster than anyone could imagine. 1 second ago, they were looking at a mountain range, and the next, they saw a boundless grassland. The 2 ends of the boat were tilted upward like a crescent moon. There were carvings of suns, moons, and stars on both ends of the boat. Together with a translucent curtain that covered the moon, the boat looked even more dreamy. There were 4 people in the boat, 3 men and 1 woman. One of them, a man with an innocent face, was sleeping in a small room at the back of the boat. The other 3 were all in the front yard. One of them, a handsome man, was lying on a table in the middle of the room while sighing in despair. You have your own flying vehicle. Why are you using my gondola? Angor was resting on a deck chair with his eyes closed. However, Shadow's sighs kept echoing in his ears. It would be fine if he could hold it in for a while, but he had been sighing for a long time already. Shadow gave Angor a pitiful look. I'm already like this, and you still want to see me make a fool of myself? Besides, your boat, gondola, Angor corrected him. All right. Besides, your gondola is pretty big, and it's faster than my battle cloak. Since you're going to drive it alone, it doesn't matter if there's one more person. As Shadow spoke, he touched the intricate patterns on the walls of gondola and looked at the dream sky veil that enveloped the entire ship. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Such a dazzling and cool flying vehicle with a speed close to that of a mid-grade flying vehicle would probably cost a few thousand magic crystals at an auction. But Angor just made it so easily. What an annoying alchemist, Angor rolled his eyes. A knight's cloak? More like a lady's cloak. He didn't mind having an extra person and a puppet on the ship. As Shadow said, it didn't matter if he was alone or with 4 people on the ship. He didn't mind having more people on the ship. I don't mind giving you a ride, but can't you stop sighing? What's there to be sad about? Angor sighed helplessly. Shadow sighed because he was forced to return the hundreds of shadows he had collected in Watergrass. The story started from yesterday. It didn't take long for Leonric to hear about his return to Watergrass with Shadow. His daughter was getting weaker day by day, and his wife was crying every night. Leonric pondered for a long time before he wrote his will. Holding on to his last hope and the determination to risk his life, he visited Angor's villa in Bay Area alone in the middle of the night. Since he was going to leave Watergrass the next day, he cancelled the illusion around his mansion. When Leonric knocked on the door, it was Granny Trusan who opened the door. With Angor's permission, Leonric entered the room and talked to Shadow directly. Leonric knelt in front of Shadow and prayed that Shadow would return the shadows to his people and his daughter. Shadow scoffed. Of course he wouldn't. Angor didn't help him either. However, in the end, Aning agreed to it. When Naga found out the truth, she was jealous. Jealous? Jealous, Shadow didn't know what to do when Naga was jealous. After comparing the value of Naga and the mortal shadows, Shadow had no choice but to return his collection to Leonric. Because of this, Leonric had been crying for an entire day. That's my collection from the past few years. Shadow kept crying. In the end, even the 3 Gammy brothers came out to comfort him. She was sighing earlier, and now she was crying? Angor glanced at Naga, who was also rolling her eyes. However, since Shadow was her master, Naga couldn't do anything to him. Besides, she was the cause of all this, so she had no choice but to hold her anger. Naga saw Angor looking at her and quickly made a hand gesture, so his mouth shut. Angor already wanted to do something, but he didn't dare to do so in front of Naga. Now that Naga was urging him to do something, Angor grinned wickedly and pointed at Shadow. An aura with a nightmare effect fell between Shadow's eyebrows. Shadow wasn't prepared at all, so he was caught off guard and fell into the trap. Shadow turned around in surprise. Ah, he said for a long time, but he realized that he could only open his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. He pointed at Angor with a "you betrayed me" look. Angor didn't mind it at all. Shadow looked at Naga with a pitiful expression, hoping the woman would help him. However, Naga misunderstood his meaning. She pulled him into her arms and hugged him so tightly that he could not move. Finally, peace, Angor gave Naga a thumbs up and closed his eyes to pretend he was having a nice nap. In fact, Angor was actually trying to recall the notebook given to him by his professor, which recorded almost all the cantrips in the School of Illusions. Now that he had learned enough basic cantrips, he could focus on advanced illusions. He didn't know much about illusions. His illusions were pretty good, but he wasn't good at using them to kill people. Also, he had to choose a new school soon, which he didn't know yet. He needed to learn more illusions to figure it out. He went through the notes in his mind and slowly focused on the level 1 cantrip, Fear. It was a level 1 mind manipulator cantrip. By manipulating one's desires, the cantrip could evoke fear in others. Angor once used a similar trick on Tyrell, one of the two best doctors in Watergrass. Back then, he used nightmare aura to create illusions of ghosts to scare Tyrell. However, fear wasn't the same as simply scaring someone. Everyone had a different standard for fear. Some people were afraid of ghosts, some of them were afraid of beasts, and some of them were simply afraid of something in the past, a certain person, or a certain environment. Under such circumstances, it wasn't possible to truly intimidate someone with just one move, until the art of fear was born. Angor spent half a day reading the cantrip and had a general idea of what it was. If a normal fear cantrip could induce fear in people, what if he used a nightmare illusion on Gideon? Would the fear materialize into a physical object? Angor did some calculations and realized that it was possible. With that in mind, Angor decided to make fear his top priority for now. Also, fear was a mind manipulator cantrip. Mind illusions was a branch of the illusionary department. It was an illusionary subject that combined the thoughts of desires and emotions by analyzing the changes in the human heart and understanding the details. He planned to learn a few cantrips from each branch of illusions so that he could determine the direction of his illusions in the future. Night had just arrived, and the sky was filled with stars. The starry night made Gondola look even more beautiful and ethereal. In the originally quiet cabin, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the small compartment at the back. Angor opened his eyes. Shadow, who was sitting in front of him, also opened his eyes and looked at Angor. "That little pet of yours seems to be hungry?" Aning said with a grin. Angor glanced at Shadow and noticed that Shadow had removed the mute effect. He then looked at the nightmare aura around Naga's finger and realized something. Angor ignored Shadow's joke and whispered, "Dodoro." Dodoro's voice came from the compartment behind him. Angor turned around and walked into the compartment. Dodoro saw Angor's arrival and gave him a friendly smile. Angor sat down in front of Dodoro and took out some food and water from his bracelet. Dodoro rubbed his stomach in embarrassment. "Let's eat." Dodoro shyly picked up the food and began to eat slowly. Angor rested his chin on his hand and looked at Dodoro. Perhaps it was because of Granny Truzan's teaching, or Dodoro's natural behavior. He recalled what Granny Truzan told him last night. "Dodoro can understand most of the basic words now, but I'm not sure how to use them. But, he's a bit too introverted. He can talk to people now, but he'll hide in his shell and refuse to say anything when there's an outsider around." Angor didn't notice Granny Truzan's words at first because Dodoro was always friendly to him. However, Dodoro didn't say a word ever since they boarded the gondola, just like she said. He was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Angor had no choice but to put Dodoro in a separate compartment. Angor couldn't do anything about Dodoro's cowardice for now. He would have to wait and see if he could change it. When Dodoro finished his meal, Angor suddenly remembered something. "Where's your bowl?" Halfway through his question, he paused. Shadow was still outside, and it wasn't appropriate for him to ask about the bowl now. Besides, Shadow seemed to be interested in a kiso of pakra tea. Angor recalled that Dodoro only brought a cloth bag with him when he left. He put the bag inside his bracelet. Angor reached his spirit feelers inside and quickly found Dodoro's bag. Inside the bag, he saw the bowl. Since the bowl was still there, Angor felt relieved. Just as he was about to withdraw his power of the will from the bracelet, he noticed that the Krokiks were busy planting vegetables and planting the fruit tree saplings that the hummingbird knights gave them. Everyone was busy preparing for their future. Even the children were watering the fields. Granny Papaya was the only one who was sitting on the stairs of the building with a cheese bun beside her. She would invite people to come and eat from time to time. Everyone understood that Granny Truzan couldn't work because she couldn't walk properly. However, Granny Truzan felt a little guilty, so she had to do what she could to help. When everyone was done, Granny Truzan would call the children to her side and read them a storybook. "You can read?" Angor's voice reached Granny Truzan's ears. Granny Truzan was a little surprised. When she saw that no one around her responded, she realized that Angor was talking to her. "Yes, I can." Granny Truzan looked a little embarrassed. Angor considered for a moment. He didn't have time to teach Dodoro, and he didn't know how long he would be away. It wouldn't be good if Dodoro became lazy because he didn't study for a long time. Angor didn't want to disturb the Krokiks, but since Granny Truzan seemed to be fine, he might as well use this chance to teach Dodoro something. He also hoped that Dodoro could open up his mind by talking to Granny Trusan. Alright then. I have a task for you. When Angor returned, Shadow asked curiously, is he really not your pet boy? I thought he was a bit retarded. So that's what you like. Angor rolled his eyes at him. He did not know when this guy started to talk so much. What's so special about this mortal? Why are you treating him so differently? Shadow glanced at the door of the room. The door was closed, but he could still hear some voices coming from inside. Using his spirit feeler, Shadow found a wooden building inside the room. It was a small wooden hut that only Crocox could live in. The mortal named Dodoro was crouching in front of the wooden hut while listening to an old Crocox telling him a story. Papaya's grandmother? Shadow noticed the old woman's identity. He listened carefully and realized that she wasn't telling a story. She was teaching Dodoro how to read. Shadow clicked his tongue. He didn't even know how to read. What an idiot. Angor didn't want to talk about Dodoro's background, so he closed his eyes and pretended to be dreaming. Shadow, on the other hand, kept talking about Dodoro while trying to figure out who the mortal was. The more he talked, the more ridiculous he became. First, he called Dodoro a pet boy, then a relative, and finally, Angor's bastard son. Obviously, he only wanted to make Angor lose his patience and tell him the truth. But Angor simply gave him a look as if he was looking at an idiot. Suddenly, Shadow turned to Naga, who had been silent with her eyes closed, and said, Naga, come and take a look. Is that mortal a talent? Both Shadow and Angor were apprentices. To find out if a mortal was a talent, they either had to use a talent orb or forcefully break the spirit barrier. They didn't have a talent orb, and the latter was too cruel. Therefore, Shadow decided to use Naga instead. Wizards didn't need to rely on talent orbs. They could tell whether someone had potential with a single glance. However, they could only see the spirit value of the target to determine whether the person was a talent or not. As for the actual talent, they still needed to test it thoroughly. Shadow wasn't sure if Naga could see a person's talent or not. Naga might have the power of a wizard, but she was still a puppet. Therefore, Anying's question was purely out of a fluke mentality, trying to find something to talk about. His eyes were still closed, but his ears perked up at the same time. Naga glanced at Dodoro and said, his spiritual power is higher than both of you. I think he's a talent. Angor nodded in understanding. As a matter of fact, there were too many strange things about Dodoro. Angor would only find it strange if Dodoro wasn't a talent. Shadow's reaction was a little strange. You can really tell if someone has talent or not. You should have said so earlier. I should have stayed longer in Hippocrate and brought more talents back to Floating Mech City. Naga said, Master didn't ask me. Shadow's shoulders drooped helplessly, his face dejected. It didn't take long for Shadow to return to the topic of Dodoro. Shadow was curious about Dodoro's identity, especially since Angor didn't bring anything with him when he left the city with a mortal. However, Angor didn't say anything. In the end, Shadow could only keep quiet. The night had passed. Initially, Shadow thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 days to reach their destination, but when the sun came up, they were already in the vicinity of Silent Hill. They looked down and saw nothing but mountains and forests within several thousand kilometers. There were no signs of human habitation. Silent Hill is located in Midworld. We need to find the entrance. Shadow took out a pen and paper and began to calculate. The entrance to Silent Hill is changing, but it still follows a certain pattern. As long as we substitute the changes of the sun and the moon into this formula, we can infer the coordinates of the entrance. Shadow explained everything to Angor while doing the calculations. Soon, Shadow found a set of coordinates. Angor put away his gondola, Papaya's grandmother, and Dodoro into his bracelet just in case. They were now in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A small stream flowed at the bottom of the valley. With Shadow leading the way, they arrived at the forest in the middle of the canyon. After walking for a few minutes, Shadow pointed at the center of a giant man-eating flower. Found it. Its mouth is the entrance. Are you sure? Angor asked Shadow as he stared at the bloody mouth of the plant. Are you sure? I'm sure. Shadow nodded. Shadow took the lead and jumped into the mouth of the piranha flower. The piranha flower opened its mouth to welcome its food with an "I didn't know something like this could happen" expression. However, Shadow's body twisted and disappeared as soon as he entered the mouth. The piranha flower was confused. Where did the man go? Seeing Shadow leading the way, Angor jumped in as well. Once again, the piranha flower showed a lucky expression and opened its mouth to welcome the second moth with a wretched expression. However, it was disappointed again. Again, the man disappeared from its mouth. The piranha flower looked at the last person, a beautiful blonde with blue eyes. It opened its mouth wide, and the two leaves were like hands, constantly gesturing to its mouth, as if it was saying to her, "Come, come, I'll wait for you." Naga coldly snorted and stomped the man-eating flower under her feet, crushing it into mud. She then disappeared from the surface world. As long as she reached the wizard level, it would not be difficult to open the door to the midworld. She could enter the midworld at any time. Angor opened his eyes and saw that the environment around him had changed greatly. He was in the middle of a dense forest. But now, there was nothing around him, and the ground was dry. It was daytime, but the sky was gray and gloomy, as if it was the end of the world. This was the normal state of midworld. "Follow me." Shadow continued to lead the way while explaining, "Silent Hill isn't as big as Brute Cavern, but it's still a famous wizard organization. It's not easy for outsiders to get in." Shadow talked a lot about how difficult it was to enter Silent Hill and how important he was to Angor. "Just follow me, and everything will be fine. Floating Mech City and Silent Hill are long-term trade partners. Just mention Floating Mech City's name, and it'll be a piece of cake for you to get in." "This is Silent Hill," said Shadow as he led Angor to a barren and dark mountain. "This is Silent Hill. This dark mountain is Silent Hill?" Angor observed for a while and sensed the presence of an illusion spell. He was curious, but he didn't dare to make any assumptions about it since he knew that he wasn't strong enough to do so. "It's all illusions. You'll see the real Silent Hill when you get closer. It's not as prosperous as Floating Mech City, but it's still one of the best." Shadow led Angor to the top of the mountain. A few steps later, a giant boulder blocked their way. There was a strange human face on the surface of the rock. Half of its eyes were open, while the other half had wide eyebrows. The other half looked young and old, while the other half looked playful. It was as if a flamboyant young man's face was forcefully pieced together with the face of an old man in his twilight years, and the carrier was a piece of black stone. "Let's see who's back." "Oh, it's our little Diablo. Is this marionette our little Diablo's new lover?" "Looks like it's true." "That's something worth celebrating." "Yes, it's something worth celebrating." "Then, who is this young friend? Let me smell something familiar. I need to think about it." The rock was talking to itself, which sounded quite strange. Just like its face, its voice also had two different voices. One sounded old, while the other sounded crisp. It sounded like an old man talking to a young man. "Mr. Talos, we're entering Silent Hill." Shadow spoke to the strange rock. "Io, I heard you, I heard you. You're going to hurt my little heart if you talk so loud. Hey, don't try to blackmail them. They don't have anything valuable on them. How can there be no oil? I can smell the rich smell of treasures on this young friend's body." "Yeah, I think so." "Hey, kid, come here and give me your bracelet. I'll let you in." "Are you stupid? He's already got his bracelet. He needs a hat. You hear that? Give me the hat." Two long, thin arms suddenly reached out from the rock and waved at Angor. Angor didn't know what to do. The unknown rock monster looked like a gatekeeper, but its aura was as strong as the ocean. Angor couldn't tell how strong it was since it dared to call them children. "Mr. Taros, he's my friend. Please let him go." Shadow stepped in front of Angor and said, "He's my friend, Mr. Taros. Also, look at that blonde hair and those beautiful blue eyes. They're so beautiful." The rock monster named Talos looked at Angor up and down with a strange look. Indeed, Diablo's teacher liked the boy's blonde hair and blue eyes very much. Now that he thought about it, Angor was very likely to become a truth-finder. The rock monster waved a hand and said, "Fine. For the sake of your teacher, you may go in." the rock monster parted in the middle. The old man and the young man slowly walked away, revealing a narrow path. Through the narrow path, Angor could see the luxurious buildings behind. About an hour after Angor entered Silent Hill, he heard Talos muttering something. "Oh, I remember something." "What is it?" "That young kid just now. I felt that his aura was very familiar. It took me a while to remember that his aura was very similar to His Excellency Phantom Demon's. Could this His Excellency Phantom Demon be?" Their voices did not reach Angor's ears. At the mention of the name of the Phantom Demon, Taros was terrified and did not dare to pursue the matter further. Once they were far enough from Talos, Shadow whispered to Angor, "That's Mr. Talos, the gatekeeper of Silent Hill, also known as the double-faced stone spirit. It's similar to the three ancestor souls in Brute Cavern, but it's not as strong as them since it's only 2,000 years old. Also, it talks a lot of nonsense. You have to interrupt it before it talks too much. Otherwise, it will keep talking until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble." A double-faced stone spirit? Was it a rock that had gained intelligence? Angor recalled the three ancestor souls in Brute Cavern, Lady Mirror, Tree Spirit, and the Elder of Books. Both of them seemed to have developed spiritual intelligence. Was there any difference between these spirits and monsters? As he recalled, many monsters had sentience as well. Shadow didn't know how to answer Angor's question. "There's a difference, and it's a big one." As for what the difference was, Shadow did not know. "Is it common practice for it to extort money from people?" Angor asked. Shadow nodded. "It's common practice for people outside Silent Hill, except for us from Floating Mech City." The interior of Silent Hill was not as desolate as Midworld. There were green grasslands and lush forests. Sunlight was still nowhere to be seen, but the place was almost as bright as Surface World. Generally speaking, it was like Surface World on a cloudy day. Angor and Shadow kept moving forward until they suddenly stopped and looked at the luxurious yet unique buildings in front of them. At a glance, it was indeed full of shock. Sharp rocks and spikes were everywhere. Wizard towers towered into the clouds, giving the place a primordial and wild feeling. Just like Mirror World, there were many floating continents in the sky. Apprentices could be seen walking here and there. It was a lively place. "This is Silent Hill. Don't go to the central area. Without a Silent Hill ID card, you won't be able to buy many things. I'll take you to their mobile market later. There are many merchants there, as well as a branch of Floating Mech City. I can find you a room there. There are 3 days left until you leave Silent Hill, Professor. You can stay in the mobile market for the next 3 days. Didn't you say that you can buy any materials you need in the mobile market?" Shadow brought Angor and Shadow arrived at the mobile market. The mobile market here was very similar to the underground market in the Mirror World. Most of the people here were mortals, and a small number of them were apprentices. Even the layout was very similar. There was also a huge sky tower in the middle. The branch of Floating Mech City was actually the sky tower. Finally, Shadow arranged a room for Angor near the sky tower. After making the necessary arrangements, Shadow prepared to take his leave. But before he left, he suddenly looked at Angor and sighed. He sighed and whispered to Angor, "If possible, I hope you can show up in 3 days when we're about to enter the portal." Angor didn't know what he meant. Shadow stood at the entrance where the crowd was coming and going. His face revealed a hesitant expression. "Actually, my professor," at this time, a white-haired old man seemed to have noticed Shadow and waved at him with a smile. "Isn't this Diablo? You're finally back." Shadow glanced at the old man and spoke to Angor in a hurry, "I'll come to you tonight. We'll talk later. Get some rest." With that, Shadow turned back to the old man. The old man craned his neck and tried to look at Angor again, but Shadow quickly grabbed his arm and dragged him away. Angor's head was full of question marks. Something was not right. Since Shadow would come at night, he decided to ask later. The room Shadow arranged for Angor wasn't too big. There was only one bed and a small round table beside it. Angor understood. It was already good enough for someone with his authority to arrange a room like this. Besides, he was going to leave in 2 days, so he didn't really care where he stayed. This small room was one of the stone houses behind the sky tower. Angor could see the lively scene outside the sky tower, which made him feel like he was back in the underground market. Angor looked at the lively crowd outside. Their attire did not look any worse than brute caverns, which made him realize the diversity of the wizarding world. After watching for a while, he closed the door and shut out the noise outside. He didn't have anything else to do. He planned to go to Silent Hill to buy materials to make a flying vehicle, but he didn't expect to find one in Dark Castle. Angor didn't want to wander around in a strange place like this, plus Shadow's strange behavior. He simply laid back on the bed and took advantage of this free time to continue studying the illusory killing technique. His research on fear wasn't progressing fast. Mind illusions were not as predictable as sound illusions. Mind illusions were more focused on studying the human heart, deciphering details, and contemplating one's desires. Of course, Angor would not be able to learn mind illusion's secret in one go. Besides, fear illusion was only a level 1 cantrip. It didn't require a deeper understanding of mind illusion. As long as he could understand the basics of mind illusion, he should be able to deal with it. Angor spent half a day on his research. When he heard someone knocking on his door, it was already dawn. When he opened the door, he saw Shadow standing outside as expected. Compared to the relaxed look he had at noon, Shadow looked more anxious now. He grabbed Angor's hand and dragged him outside. "Come with me. You can't stay here any longer." "Danger?" Shadow looked anxious. "Danger? What's going on?" "I miscalculated one thing. I thought I only needed to deal with my mentor, but I didn't expect that there would be a wolf in front of me and a tiger behind me." Shadow's face darkened. "You must leave Silent Hill before she finds you." But Shadow did not seem to be faking it. Angor still had a lot of questions, but he did not ask any more questions and followed Shadow's pace. Shadow handed Angor several parchment scrolls and said in a low voice, "Hide yourself. I'll contact you through spirit bond." Angor activated infinite reticence while Shadow went into shadow blur mode. "These scrolls are maps. After you leave Silent Hill, you can use this map to leave Fairy World on your gondola and find another way home." Shadow's voice came through the spirit bond with a sense of urgency. "What's going on? You said you've dealt with your professor. Is he not going to take me away?" After a while, Shadow finally said in a low voice, "As for my mentor, it's a long story. He has some special hobbies, or rather, a strong obsession. I'm worried that you'll be targeted by him, so I specifically told you to appear on the last day of the teleportation. But my professor is fine now. Even if he really wants to kill you, I'll find a way to get you out of here. The most important thing right now isn't my professor. It's that old witch, Isabella. I said my professor invited her to Silent Hill, but I've been staying in Fairy World for so many years, and I never saw her when I came back. I thought she already left Fairy World. So I didn't expect her to show up here." Once they were out of sight, Shadow sent another voice transmission to Angor. "Take the main road. I don't know if she saw you or not, but this is Silent Hill. Even if she wants to cause trouble, she has to consider the consequences." "Isabella? What happened to her? Did you forget? You shattered a strand of her consciousness in the Soul Genesis Garden. That old witch is the most vengeful wizard I know. She's the most vengeful. I'm sure she already has her eyes on you." Shadow recalled his conversation with his professor. "I told my professor that I was going to bring a friend back to Floating Mech City. My professor didn't say anything about it. But I didn't expect the old witch to still be in the wizard tower. And she was right outside the door." "You mean she heard you?" Angor frowned. Shadow nodded. "Of course. I think she already knew who you are. That's why I came here. I know her personality. If she finds you, she'll do it herself." Shadow paused for a moment before continuing, "And she's even more jealous of you." "More than that?" Shadow sighed. "Your blonde hair and blue eyes really pissed her off. She wanted to marry my professor, but my professor didn't like her at all. He refused because she didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. In her anger, she killed many people with blonde hair and blue eyes, regardless of age or gender. Not only did you destroy a strand of her consciousness, but you also have blonde hair and blue eyes that she hates. She'll do everything she can to kill you." Shadow's explanation helped Angor understand the whole story. So your professor likes blonde hair and blue eyes too? Is that what you said about your professor's obsession? Angor frowned. You said there are wolves in front of you and tigers behind you. Are you talking about your professor and Isabella? Since we're already at this point, I won't hide it from you. Indeed, as you said, if my teacher sees you, he will probably do something. But I know my teacher, he will not kill you immediately. He will make you willingly agree to be his puppet, so your safety should be safe for now. When we get to Floating Mech City, I'll find a way to take you away. But I can't do anything about Isabella. Because she's a lunatic. As soon as Shadow finished speaking, a strange giggle suddenly crept into their spirit bond. Accompanied by creepy laughter, a crisp female voice that sounded immature but sounded out of place echoed in their ears. My future husband's cowardly disciple, little brother Diablo, who are you calling a lunatic? Both Angor and Shadow stopped when they heard the familiar double-tracked sound. They happened to be standing on a narrow path in the woods. The wind stopped, and the leaves rustled. A black shadow flashed, and a little girl of about 12 or 13 years old suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, blocking the two people's path. The little girl was dressed in a dark and luxurious style, which was usually sought after by noble ladies with special hobbies. Her black tutu skirt was embroidered with dark red patterns, and a black half-veil covered her delicate, pale face. Her long, straight black hair fell over her ears and fell on her chest. Angor recognized her almost immediately. It was the woman he saw during Hippocrates' ceremony, Dusk Queen Isabella. Back at Hippocrates, Angor only saw a wisp of consciousness. But this time, he was looking at a living person. Lady Isabella. Shadow trembled at the sight of the intruder. He was just complaining about Isabella's narrow-mindedness, and now Isabella overheard his conversation with Angor through telepathy. With her personality, she would definitely take revenge on him. Before Shadow could react, a giant bloody hand slapped him in the face. Shadow was sent spinning in the air by the slap. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, creating a small crater. Half of his face was completely red, and when his mouth opened and closed, broken teeth flowed out along with blood, making him look miserable. Isabella kept giggling. Her expression alternated between madness and elegance. If one ignored the background sound effects, Isabella would look like a rebellious little girl. I'll spare your life for the sake of your teacher. If you dare to talk nonsense behind my back again, I'll take your life next time. Isabella glared at Shadow. My lady, please forgive me for overstepping my boundaries. Shadow struggled to stand up with his bones that were about to fall apart. He knelt down in front of Isabella. Isabella humphed and looked at Angor. She looked at Angor's golden hair and eyes that were as deep as the ocean. Jealousy flashed in her eyes. Angor's face wasn't fully developed yet, but his current appearance already made him look like a noble young master. It was safe to say that Angor fit puppet master's taste perfectly. Angor's figure flickered in and out of view because his infinite reticence was broken. His presence went from negative to positive. You're pretty good at hiding, kid. Thanks to Diablo's spirit bond, I wouldn't have noticed you. If I let you escape, I'll feel terrible. Isabella's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as she played the double soundtrack. But Angor just stood there with a serious look on his face. It could be said that this was the first time he had felt the undisguised killing intent and pressure of an official magus. Last time at the Twilight auction, Twilight wanted nothing more than to kill him. However, due to the presence of other buyers and wizards, Twilight still tried to hold back. In the end, Angor almost lost the game. However, Isabella was different. She had used her aura to intimidate him from the very beginning. It was not that he did not move, but that he did not even have the chance to move. The crazy murderous intent kept replaying the scene of Angor's death in his mind. Shadow looked up at Isabella in disbelief. Isabella didn't have to lie. Did she mean he was the one who exposed Angor's identity? Without the spirit bond, Angor could hide from the detection of a wizard-level wizard. Shadow didn't bother to find out why Angor had such a powerful stealth ability anymore. He blamed himself for it. He didn't think his good intentions would end up in such a mess. How dare you stare at me like that? Isabella suddenly pushed Angor away, and a bloody hand lifted him into the air. Isabella didn't do it as quickly as she did to Shadow. She simply wanted to hang Angor in the air and torture him slowly to satisfy her twisted pleasure. The color of your eyes is really disgusting. But let me think, if I sew it on the 100-eyed demon, it should have a good effect, right? The strange laughter and the clear, childish voice were strangely in tune with each other, which brought even more pressure to Angor's mind. Under Isabella's control, Angor couldn't move at all. He couldn't even focus when he wanted to flip the table. His breathing was getting weaker, and he was already hallucinating because of the lack of blood. Shadow looked worried when he saw Angor's face turning purple. They signed the Kurna contract, but it only stated that they wouldn't hurt each other and that they had to save each other if they could. The current situation wasn't restricted by the contract. As a level 2 wizard, Isabella was much stronger than both of them. Even if Angor died here, Shadow wouldn't suffer any backlash from the contract. However, Shadow was still worried. It wasn't because of the contract. After spending some time together, his attitude toward Angor had changed a little bit. At first, he was hostile to Angor. Later, he became friendly to Angor, and slowly, he understood it better. The reason why Shadow acted like a rascal in front of Angor was that he considered Angor a friend who could talk to him on an equal footing. Angor had a gentle personality, which was different from the mainstream view of the wizarding world. He was more like a light wizard, or a gentle scholar. Such people might have many disadvantages, but one thing was for sure, they were great friends. For example, the famous potion master in the southern region, Holy Light Walker Gandalf, was such a gentle academic. Even if he didn't have the aura of a potion master, he was still someone that almost all wizards wanted to make friends with. Since Shadow wanted to befriend Angor, he was truly worried about Angor. Lady Isabella, please let Angor go. I promise I'll take him away and never show up in front of you again. Before Shadow could finish, Isabella slapped him several meters away. Shadow coughed up blood and showed his chipped teeth again. Angor is an excellent alchemist. He can compensate you. Besides, he once touched upon mystery. Mystery? Isabella was surprised. She glanced at Angor and became serious again. A level 2 apprentice touched mystery? Are you kidding me? Isabella didn't believe Shadow's words, but she still put Angor down from the air. She saw that Angor was about to die, and she didn't want him to die so soon. She didn't want him to die so easily. Angor landed on the ground and panted heavily. His poor condition actually helped him escape from Isabella's pressure. He gritted his teeth and activated his nightmare domain before his brain could recover from the lack of oxygen. A level 2 apprentice and a level 2 wizard. It sounded like a small difference, but in reality, it was a huge difference in power. In front of Isabella, Angor was not even an ant. At most, he was just a speck of dust. Under such circumstances, if he still had a way to survive, it was probably that method. He summoned his nightmare domain and tried to visualize the Queen's face without hesitation. Almost immediately, he felt an itch on his shoulder. Angor was glad. He didn't know what would happen, but he had no other choice. But there was one thing he forgot. Would Isabella give him enough time, giving him enough time to use his ultimate move to turn the tables? That was just a fiction in books. There was no such thing in the real world. Isabella didn't even bother to check what Angor's nightmare domain was. She simply slapped Angor away, and the nightmare domain vanished without a trace. Twilight Union couldn't do anything to the nightmare domain because it was connected to the nightmare realm. Angor's nightmare domain was severed from the nightmare realm by Sunders and merged into Angor's body, so Angor was now the pillar supporting the nightmare domain. If something happened to Angor, would the nightmare domain still exist? Now that his nightmare domain was gone, it was impossible for him to flip the table. The place where the fight happened was the only way out of Silent Hill. It was already late at night, but some people still noticed the commotion. When they saw Isabella, they all chose to take a detour, fearing that they might get caught in the crossfire. Occasionally, an official magus would look over. However, when they saw what was going on, they quickly looked away. A level 2 wizard and a level 2 apprentice, there was nothing worth looking at. It could be said that the center of the incident had become a forbidden area in a short period of time. Wizards didn't want to look, and apprentices didn't dare to. However, there was another group of people, or rather, non-humans, who were curious about what was going on. For example, the two-faced sprite Talos, who had nothing better to do. Isabella has lived for 1,000 years, how can she be more petty than a 7 or 8-year-old child? What do you know, this is good. Why? Dark Castle is so close to Silent Hill. She wants to go further? No way. It's better for Silent Hill. What you said makes sense. Of course, what I said makes sense, which means that what you said makes sense too, haha. Taros talked to himself and commented on whether Isabella's posture was graceful enough. When they saw Angor's nightmare domain, Taros finally shut his mouth even though it only lasted a few seconds. After a long while, Talos finally spoke again, but his voice was much lower this time. Only Talos could hear him. That's it. That aura is exactly the same as Mr. Phantom's. So the kid Diablo called Angor must be a student of the Phantom clan? Probably. That's interesting. Will Mr. Phantom get mad when he learns about this? No way. Didn't Flora do the same thing? It's not the same. Flora did it on her own, but Angor was dragged into it because of Isabella. So you think Mr. Phantom will do something? Probably not. Ahahaha, I'm you, and you're me. If you don't think so, of course I don't think so too. Taro said again after a while. Should we tell Isabella? Maybe she'll let Angor go for Phantom's sake. No, it won't be fun. So what are we going to do now? Are you stupid? We're going to sell the news to a wizard magazine, of course. I've already prepared the title, Shock. Why Phantom's heir knelt in front of a 10-year-old girl's puffy skirt. The truth is. That's a good title. I can already see a large sum of money flying towards me, at least 100 magic crystals, right? At the edge of Silent Hill, there were no trees. The ground was dry and barren, covered with strange-shaped rocks. Amidst the jagged rocks, an oddly shaped, pitch-black Adept's tower stood all alone. The full moon was its background. On the top floor of the wizard tower. The coldness of the outside world was blocked. The inside of the tower was fiery red and full of warmth. The fire elves with big eyes were playing in the air, surrounded by each other, and let out strange but crisp laughter. While they were having fun, a series of footsteps came from outside the door. The fire elves were startled. They all rushed into the fireplace and pretended that nothing happened. The door was pushed open, and a handsome man walked in. He took a deep breath and felt the warmth in the room. Then he looked at the fireplace. The fire elf closed its big eyes, thinking that as long as it closed its eyes, the man would not be able to see it. The man chuckled and stuck out his long tongue to lick his lips. He ignored the fire sprite and only said, mischievous. Then, he walked to the workbench. After the man left, the fire elf stuck its little head out of the fireplace and looked at the workbench curiously. In front of the workbench, there were all kinds of strange parts and a blonde beauty with her eyes closed. However, the woman's lower body was not a pair of slender legs. Instead, it was a pair of fish tails covered with silver scales. It was a mermaid. When the man was about to modify the mermaid, footsteps came from the stairs again. Hearing the fast pace, a little kid flashed in his mind. It was Toya, a little apprentice he took in last year when he went out to collect puppet materials. As expected, when the door was opened, a little kid about 6 or 7 years old appeared. His skin was dark, and he was a little chubby. He was wearing a feather on his head. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was wearing a little skirt with colorful totems. Toya came from a primitive shaman tribe. Even though he had been away from the tribe for a year, he was still full of the wildness and innocence of the primitive tribe. He walked in a hurry, and his chubby legs trembled with the rhythm. He anxiously came to the man and said, Teacher, I have bad news. Toya's eyes were very bright, with clear black and white. He was obviously thinking. The little kid curiously looked at the mermaid with blonde hair and blue eyes. Seeing that the mermaid was naked, he blushed and covered his eyes with his chubby hands. However, his eyes leaked out from between his fingers and stared at the mermaid's full breasts. Wipe your drool, the man said carelessly. Little Bean Tu Yao let out an ah and wiped the corner of his lips. However, there was no saliva. Teacher, you lied to me. Toya felt wronged and embarrassed. Tell me, why did you come here in such a hurry? The man asked Tuya as he worked on his hands. Oh, no. I almost forgot. It's Brother Diablo. Just now, Dudu told me that he saw Lady Isabella severely injured. As Toya spoke, he took out a little fellow that was hiding behind him. It was an orange leopard with a small horn on its head. It was still a cub and looked like a kitten. Toya was a little scared when facing the man. When Toya pulled him up, his tail stood straight up and his ears fell down. Oh? Diablo messed with Isabella? The man raised an eyebrow. Diablo only came back for a day, and he already had a fight with Isabella? She always said that Diablo was a coward, but now it seemed that he was not as cowardly as she thought. As the man spoke, he extended a finger that was emitting green light and pointed at little leopard Dudu's forehead. Circles of green ripples spread out from Dudu's forehead, revealing some fragmented memories. A moment later, the man suddenly showed an excited look and licked his lips with his tongue. Ha ha ha. Look at what I found. What wonderful material. Ha ha ha, the scene returned to the other side. Angor's last hope was destroyed, and he lost his mind for a moment. Half a day ago, he still had hope. He even had a plan for the next half a year. But what he didn't expect was that half a day later, he would face death at such a close distance. He wasn't prepared for the sudden change from hope to despair. He could even foresee that he might be killed by Isabella in the next second. However, for some reason, when things developed to this point, he did not feel too much of a ripple in his heart. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't fulfill some of his promises. The 81 Crockets in his bracelet had left the Soul Genesis garden with high hopes of finding a new home. But now, they had to stop at the beginning before they even saw their new home. How ironic. With her nightmare domain broken, Isabella grabbed Angor's hair and began to hit him with her bare hands. Soon, Angor's face was covered in bruises and bruises. Broken bones, large gashes, and flesh were all over his body. When Angor was almost covered in bruises, Isabella dragged him to her side. Keep struggling. I just like to see you guys struggle. It makes me feel excited. After Isabella finished speaking, she suddenly laughed out loud. Accompanied by her own strange laughter track, the two types of laughter merged into one, making people feel even more strange. Angor had no strength left in him. He looked at Isabella with hatred, but he could not do anything to fight back. The weak could only sink into despair forever, helplessly turning into white bones. Angor grinned and spat a mouthful of blood at Isabella's face when she wasn't paying attention. However, the blood didn't touch Isabella at all. Instead, it flowed down the barrier. Given Isabella's speed and calculation, it was almost impossible for Angor to spit at her when she wasn't paying attention. Naughty boy. Isabella chuckled. You're still trying to use dirty tricks to maintain your dignity? You're so useless. Angor coughed out some blood. Haha. Isabella saw that Angor wasn't doing anything and felt a little tired. It was like whipping a piece of dead meat. She didn't have any fun at all. Fine, I've had enough fun. I'll give you a quick death. A red light flashed in Isabella's hand as she chopped down at Angor's neck. Angor closed his eyes and welcomed the incoming attack with a calm face. He was ready to face his death. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 6 seconds. The pain on his neck faded away. Then he felt his body being thrown to the ground. I'm not dead? Angor opened his eyes. He could accept death easily, but he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. More than anyone else, he wanted to live. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the huge moon in the sky and the leaves that were constantly being blown down by the night wind. He looked closer and saw Isabella's surprised expression. Then he saw a blonde figure who was glowing under the moonlight. The blonde figure was holding a round shield, which blocked Isabella's attack. Did she save me? Shadow suddenly dashed out from behind and dragged Angor into the woods. Run. We'll split up. You go invisible. Shadow's movements were swift. He glanced at Isabella's blonde back and a determined look appeared on his face. Naga. Stop her. Stop her with everything you have. Naga tilted her head, and her beautiful face softened for a moment. Master, leave it to me. Shadow nodded. Tears welled up in his eyes as he dragged Angor into the forest on the right. Angor's bones were dislocated due to Isabella's crazy beating, and he couldn't move for the time being. Shadow had to support Angor and cast heal on him while running into the darkness. Angor felt the itchiness when his wounds healed. He was still glad that he survived, but he also couldn't believe what just happened. He thought Shadow was trying to kill him, but he had to stop because of the contract. Therefore, he had never thought that Anine would save him at that time. Are you willing to leave Naga there alone? You know she can't win, shut up. I don't know. I don't want to know. Shadow yelled. Angor remained silent. He wanted to say that Naga couldn't defeat Isabella, and there was only one outcome for losing to the vengeful madwoman. Shadow took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper. But don't say anything now. Hurry up and use your invisibility spell to get out of here. Shadow remembered Isabella mentioning Angor's excellent invisibility spell. If he didn't use the spirit bond, Isabella wouldn't have been able to find Angor's trace. Shadow knew Angor still had a chance to get away from Isabella, which was why he decided to sacrifice Naga to buy time for Angor. Angor's gaze was unreadable. Shadow couldn't understand what he was thinking. A moment later, he nodded. Thank you. Don't mention it. I told you I owed you a favor, and now I'm paying it back. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Shadow once told Angor that if Angor helped him get Naga, he would owe him a favor. Angor didn't help much, but Shadow would have died in the blood prison if it weren't for Angor. Also, considering Felicia's attitude toward him, Shadow wouldn't have been able to get Naga. Put me down. I can move now. We should go our separate ways now, Angor said. Shadow nodded and gave Angor a meaningful look. Take care of yourself. You must survive. With that, Shadow ran toward Angor's wizard tower while Angor used infinite reticence to move deeper into the darkness. It was a cloudless night, and the cold moon hung high in the sky. Angor used cleanse to remove all traces of blood and smell from his body. Then, he carefully moved forward. It was dark inside the woods, and he could see the moon when he looked up. A few steps later, a flock of black crows began to rise from the trees in the distance. The woods were not big, and they were downhill. Angor quickly reached the edge of the woods. When he saw the desolate land beyond the mountain, he suddenly stopped. The wind stopped howling, and the surroundings were completely silent. It was as if no one was paying attention to him. But Angor still felt that something was wrong. A sense of danger made him stop and hide in the dark to observe the situation. After hiding, Angor activated his supercomputer and began to compile all kinds of data in his mind. When he entered the supercomputer mode, he noticed all kinds of traces he left behind on his way here. The ground he stepped on, the creases of leaves and branches, and all kinds of objects he touched before he noticed them all pointed to the direction he was going. Even Angor himself could figure out all these new patterns, let alone Isabella, who was probably much more capable than him. Whether there was danger ahead or not, Angor made up his mind and decided to change his direction. If he wanted to avoid being noticed by wizards, he had to make sure he left no traces behind. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything. Angor activated his supercomputer mode and walked around the edge of the woods even more carefully. Angor thought he would not leave any traces this time. But sometimes, there was a huge difference between a wizard's vision and an apprentice's. Angor had not walked for long when he suddenly heard a terrible scream coming from a certain direction in the woods. Angor's expression turned grim. He recognized the voice. It was Shadow's. Accompanied by Shadow's miserable shriek, a strange and wild laughter came from afar at the same time. You dare to run in front of me? Do you really think you can escape with your strength? If the two tracks existed at the same time, there was no doubt that it came from Isabella. It sounded like she was talking to Shadow, but also warning Angor with her words. Not long after that, several more screams came from Shadow's direction. They were loud at first, but they gradually became weaker. In the end, Angor used his supercomputer mode to detect a familiar vibration in the wind. Both Angor and Shadow knew that Shadow would be discovered soon enough. But Shadow still chose to give it a try. He released Naga to attract attention, hoping that he could take advantage of the time Naga spent to run back to his mentor's wizard tower. As long as he stayed by his mentor's side, Shadow was confident that Isabella would not dare to act rashly. However, they did not expect Isabella to deal with the Naga so quickly. The power of a rank 2 wizard was beyond their imagination. He didn't know how Shadow was doing, and he didn't want to think too much about it. As for what happened to Aning, other than feeling sorry for him, he also felt a deep sense of guilt. He forced himself to stay rational and kept walking along the edge of the forest. He didn't leave the forest rashly because he could tell that the atmosphere outside the forest wasn't right. Combining all the information, he believed that once he left the forest, there would be unpredictable consequences. Moreover, the danger was far greater than in the forest. Soon, he heard strange noises coming from the direction he came from. Thinking about it, Isabella must have found the place where he had been. Angor glanced back and saw Isabella hovering in the air. The moon looked like a jade plate in the background. She was holding a human head in one hand, and a tattered figure in the other. Angor took a deep breath and began to move faster. As for Isabella, every place she passed by would attract the attention of black crows. She came to the spot where Angor stopped. Angor was right. If Angor could find the traces, there was no way Isabella wouldn't notice them. However, when Isabella arrived, the trace suddenly disappeared. She was a little surprised, but she quickly smiled again. He purposely left a trail for me to see, then used his real traceless to escape. Look at you, Diablo. Not only are you weaker than a child, but he's also much better at observation and calculation than you. Isabella smiled at the man holding her left hand. Shadow's body was covered in wounds, even worse than Angor's. But at least his limbs were still intact, and he was still breathing. Compared to Isabella, who only had Naga's head left, Shadow was in a much better condition. Heh. Shadow only managed to utter one word before blood and broken organs gushed out of his mouth. Do you know who he is? Oh, by the sound of it, he must have a powerful background. Isabella could already tell that Angor was not an ordinary apprentice based on his behavior. Angor's invisibility spell alone was not something an ordinary apprentice could use. Try killing him, and you'll know. Shadow didn't know who Angor's teacher was. He tried to ask Angor many times, but Angor only smiled at him. Shadow only knew that Angor was from Brute Cavern. Back in the blood prison of Dark Castle, Greya warned Felicia that Angor's teacher was no ordinary student. Shadow already had a few candidates in mind. Since even a truthfinder wizard like Greya admitted that Angor's teacher must be a truthfinder as well. There were only a few truthfinders in Brute Cavern, so Shadow decided to go for the top-level wizards. Silencer, Phantom Master, World Whisperer, Thunder Wolf. Shadow preferred Phantom Master since both Angor and Phantom Master were illusionists. But he couldn't be sure. Isabella pulled Shadow closer and laughed like a maniac. Your body tells me that you're just bluffing. But I don't really care who's behind him. Take you for example. Even if Bogula is in Silent Hill right now, he won't be able to stop me from killing you. Shadow remained silent. His only hope of survival was to wait for Bogula to show up. Bogula's personality was a bit extreme, but Shadow knew that Bogula was one of the most simple-minded wizards in the world. Besides, Shadow also knew that Bogula was quite protective of his students. However, Shadow had never offended an official wizard before, so he wasn't sure if Bogula would stand up for him this time. Shadow really wanted to say something to Isabella. Just try and kill me. But he didn't want to bet that his teacher wouldn't show up, so he chose to remain silent. Angor walked around the edge of the forest and arrived at the main path. In other words, he had returned to the main road where he had been stopped by Isabella. At the end of the path, he could see Talos, the two-faced sprite. If he kept walking around the edge of the forest, he would enter the forest on the other side. Would it be safer if he left through the main path? Based on the information he gathered, Angor began to calculate the possibility of leaving through the main path. A moment later, he came up with a conclusion. Compared to going through the edge of the forest, it was safer to leave through the main path. He found it hard to believe, but this was the result of combining all kinds of information and some unknown feedback in his mind. Should he really go through the main path? Angor's mind was starting to feel tired. His body was already in a bad condition, and he had to use the supercomputer again. If he kept doing this, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In other words, he couldn't use the supercomputer to enter the forest on the other side to find a safe exit. With that in mind, he made up his mind. Isabella wasn't worried about Angor running away at all. If Angor had hidden himself and parted ways with Shadow when escaping from the market, she might have missed him. Now that she had seen Angor, she had already memorized the information she sensed from him. Even if Angor ran to the end of the world, she could still locate him using the information she got from him. She could even collect Angor's blood and use a secret spell to curse him from afar. Isabella didn't care about Angor's movements at all. Instead, she simply let the little mouse run away like a cat playing with a mouse. Cough, cough, cough. Naga's head, which was still in Isabella's left hand, suddenly woke up and started coughing up blood. Naga was a puppet. Her body was a vehicle, and her brain was the core of her body. So Isabella didn't really kill Naga by cutting off her head. Master, I failed. Naga's low voice reached Shadow's ears. Shadow didn't dare to look at Naga because he was the one who caused her condition. He didn't know whether it was out of impulse or out of desperation, but he chose Angor at the most critical moment. Now, Naga woke up and was talking to him. Shadow had no choice but to look at Naga. He knew how terrible Naga's condition was. Her head wasn't the only thing left. One of Naga's eyeballs fell out, and half of her face was destroyed. However, Shadow didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he felt even more guilty. I'm sorry. It's my, responsibility. Diablo, I didn't expect you to learn from your mentor and talk about feelings with a marionette. Isabella sneered. I'm not interested in watching the two of you lovey-dovey. As she spoke, a blood-red ball appeared in Isabella's hand. She wrapped Naga's head inside and slowly solidified it. Within the blood sphere, a golden-haired woman's eyes were wide open. She had a look of astonishment on her face as she said goodbye. It looked like a piece of art made of wax. However, it now had a blood-red outer shell. Look, what a beautiful expression. Isabella chuckled. This is probably the most interesting thing I've collected recently. You. Shadow witnessed this scene with hatred. He closed his eyes and suppressed his anger. However, Shadow was still young. His experience had helped him become a mainstream wizard, but time hadn't smoothed out his stubbornness. Being hot-blooded and impulsive had yet to become a byword of the past. Sometimes, it was difficult for reason to overcome emotion. Shadow tried his best to suppress his anger. Tears of blood began to roll down his cheeks. In the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer and uttered in a hoarse voice, "Old witch." With Isabella's personality, there were definitely many people who scolded her behind her back. She also knew that many people had scolded her. Compared to the word crazy, Isabella hated the word old more. She was an old senior who had lived for more than 1,000 years but was still stuck at the level of a level 2 wizard. Isabella tried her best to avoid being called old. She even changed her appearance to that of a teenage girl because she hated being old. Moreover, she always had a secret worry in her heart. Once she was old, would she still like her? That was why old was the word she hated the most. The fact that Anine dared to use the word she hated the most at this moment would definitely anger Isabella. Isabella stared at Shadow with a dark expression. Shadow seemed to have let go of his worries and looked back at Isabella. What? You want to kill me? Come and kill me then. Shadow had no choice but to gamble. He was betting that his teacher would not let him die and that Isabella would not dare to kill him in Silent Hill. Instead of getting angry, Isabella laughed and grabbed Shadow's hair. What? You really think I won't kill you? Do it if you dare, old hag. Since you want to die so much. Isabella sneered and slapped the top of Shadow's head with her blood-red mana. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Shadow closed his eyes and murmured Bogula's name in his mind. His life depended on his teacher's attitude. The spiraling mana had already pierced his scalp. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Shadow felt the pain and his heart sank. It seemed that he had lost the bet. No matter how protective Bogula was, he had offended a level 2 wizard and would not come to his rescue. Or maybe Bogula did not even know what was going on here. Shadow was still trying to find an excuse for his teacher when he was on the verge of death. The mana was about to enter his skull. Shadow closed his eyes in despair and waited for his death to come. At this moment of life and death, Shadow suddenly felt a cold air brushing past his scalp. In the next second, Isabella's hand that was holding onto his hair loosened, and Shadow fell from the sky in a daze. Shadow suddenly opened his eyes, wanting to see what was going on. In the sky, Isabella's face was gloomy. In her hand was a bunch of black hair that had been cut off from the roots. It was obvious that this hair belonged to Shadow. At the same time, a bleeding wound appeared on her palm. I was saved? Shadow looked at Isabella and suddenly laughed. Did this mean that he had made the right bet, because Isabella was forced to let go, and Ing fell to the ground in a daze. Falling from a height of tens of meters was also a burden to him, especially in his current condition. His body was as weak as a wilted willow, and it was very likely that his internal organs would not be able to withstand such a heavy blow. Just as Shadow was about to land on the ground, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from afar. "Big Brother Diablo." It was a soft and tender voice. "Doo-doo, go." Accompanied by a whirlwind, before Shadow could land on the ground, he was suddenly bitten by the back of his neck by a cute little kitten. This tug and pull finally stopped the gravitational acceleration when he landed. In the end, he landed safely on the ground. Using the fallen branches as a cushion, he did not suffer too much impact. Shadow looked at the cute little thing that saved him and let out a long sigh. "Thanks, Doo-doo." At the same time, Bogula's new apprentice, Toya, ran over and anxiously called Shadow's name. Shadow struggled to reach out and stroke Toya's soft fur. "Don't worry. Help me up. I need to stop the bleeding first." The wound on his head was still bleeding, and it needed to be stopped immediately. Toya nodded. He took out a bottle of green potion from a small burlap bag that hung over his shoulder and handed it to Shadow. Shadow's eyes lit up when he saw the potion. "Glowing velvet potion? Where did you get it?" Toya raised his head proudly. "Grandpa Mitra gave it to me. He rewarded me for being his alchemy assistant." "You? You're Mr. Mitra's assistant?" Shadow could not believe it. "You're not making this up, are you?" Mitra was not a powerful wizard, but he was one of the best apothecary masters in Floating Mech City. He was also the one who was best at restraining Bogula. No one knew why, but people assumed that Mitra used to be Bogula's tutor, and Bogula grew up under Mitra's tutelage. Even though Bogula was now much stronger than Mitra, he still did not dare to act rashly in front of Mitra. Toya raised his eyebrows. "It's true. I volunteered to be Grandpa Mitra's assistant, and he only gave me a bottle of glowing velvet potion." "Then what did you do?" Shadow took a sip of the glowing velvet potion and asked casually while recovering from his injuries. "I just sat there and watched. Grandpa Mitra said that I only needed to watch from the side as his assistant." Toya gave him a cunning smile. Shadow did not know what to say. "I knew it. People who rely on their looks to get ahead of themselves are annoying." While they were talking, Isabella looked at the man who was also hovering in the air with a dark expression. "Bogula, I didn't know you still want to be a babysitter." Bogula cocked his head to one side. His red hair and long tongue made him look like a pervert and unruly person. Bogula chuckled in a strange manner. "Ha ha ha. Do I need you to tell me what I want to do?" "It's not like you to build an ivory tower for your apprentices," Isabella retorted. "If you dare to stare at me again, I'll kill you." "Jajajajaha?" Bogula suddenly changed the topic with a vicious look on his face. Isabella closed her eyes and suppressed the anger in her heart. Suddenly, she changed her face and smiled softly. "I'm not staring at you. I'm looking at my future husband with affection." Bogula wasn't surprised by Isabella's sudden change of attitude. He snorted and repeated his threat. Then he turned his head and looked around. "Tell me, where did that blonde beauty go?" Isabella knew who Bogula was referring to. She restrained the jealousy in her eyes. "Aren't I the only beauty here? Piss off. You're too ugly." Bogula paused and added, "You're old and ugly." "Disgusting." Isabella clenched her fists but did not show any emotion on her face. She had exhausted all her potential. If she wanted to leave this world and find her husband, she would have to rely on others. To her, Bogula was at the top of her list. Bogula was simple and stubborn. Once he conquered a city, he would definitely reap great rewards. Therefore, Isabella tried her best to be as humble as possible in front of Bogula. She hoped that Bogula would look at her better, but only if there was no one else around. At this moment, Angor had become the biggest eyesore in her eyes. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly penetrated the shackles of space and fell into their ears from afar. "Oh my God, I was woken up in the middle of the night." "Me too. Instead of sleeping, he's making a ruckus in the middle of the night." Needless to say, it was the gatekeeper of Silent Hill, the two-faced stone sprite, Talos. Isabella's expression darkened. She thought Talos was on Bogula's side and was mocking her. However, Taros's next sentence eased her expression. "Hey, isn't this the kid who came here with Diablo this morning?" "Yeah, why did he leave Silent Hill in the middle of the night? Does he not like this place?" "TSK, he's covered in blood." "Should we open the door?" "Should we? Or not?" "Don't open the door." Both Isabella and Bogula shouted at the same time. "Mr. Talos, open the door." Shadow called out in a weak voice, but his voice was ignored. "I'm so sleepy. I'll go rest for 2 more minutes." Taros's voice stopped, and Isabella and Bogula's figures disappeared in a flash. From their position to the entrance, not to mention 2 minutes, even 2 seconds would be more than enough. Looking at the clear sky, Aning knew that he had escaped a calamity. However, his expression did not look good. He limped to his feet and spoke to Doodle, who was looking at him curiously. "Go over there and help me find Naga's body. I'll teach you a fun cantrip tomorrow." Hearing this, Tuyao looked excited. "Really? What kind of cantrip?" "You'll know tomorrow. Go. Once you find Naga's body, follow Doodle back to the tower." "What about you?" Toya was confused. Shadow looked into the distance. "I'm going to see the end of a friend." Angor finally saw a chance to escape. He was at the edge of Silent Hill. As long as he could get out of here, he would be able to escape. Angor dashed out of the boundary without any hesitation. However, as soon as he left the boundary, he felt a familiar energy enveloping him, which made him feel dizzy. He was originally heading in the direction of the exit, but in this moment of confusion, his body involuntarily retreated. Only when he was far enough away from the boundary did he feel better. It was the power of an illusion. When he entered Silent Hill with Shadow in the morning, he already noticed that the place was covered by a giant illusion. However, he didn't dare to peek at it. Now that he was feeling dizzy, he completely forgot about it. Luckily, the illusion didn't seem to be an offensive one. However, it wasn't possible for him to break out of the illusion. Think about it. How could an apprentice like him break through the border defense of a large magus organization? Angor could tell that this was an illusion set up by a wizard-level wizard, and it was very likely to be an illusion array. Angor frowned. In other words, if he wanted to leave now, there seemed to be only one way, leaving through the double-faced stone sprite, Taros. The big black rock was still in his line of sight, not moving at all. That was what Angor saw when he arrived in front of Taros. Both the young and old side of Taros had their eyes closed as if they were mortals. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, sleeping soundly under the gentle moonlight. Angor tried to talk to them, but Taros was too asleep. No matter how Angor called him or showed himself, Taros did not respond at all. Angor frowned. Taros had lived for thousands of years and was at least a wizard-level spirit. There was no way Taros was still sleeping when Angor was right in front of him. The only reason was that Taros did not want to let him go. Taros was most likely on Isabella's side. But maybe it didn't want to be too obvious, so it pretended to be asleep to prevent Angor from leaving. It was even possible that Taros had already secretly informed Isabella. What Angor did not know was that Taros was pretending to be asleep, but Taros was actually pretending to be asleep. However, the spirit was not pretending to be on Angor's side as Angor thought. It was just trying to get himself out of this mess. Taros had already confirmed that Angor was a Phantom Master. He also knew that Angor's backer was Phantom Master Sunders, the god of slaughter of the south. How could Taros dare to trick Angor so openly? Just in case Sunders decided to protect Angor's student, Taros had to remove himself from the mess and put all the blame on Isabella. That was why Taros pretended to be asleep and secretly informed Isabella about the situation. What Taros didn't expect was that not only did Isabella know about it, but Bogula had also gotten involved. As the gatekeeper of Silent Hill, Taros knew about Bogula's little quirks. Considering how stubborn the man was when it came to blonde hair and blue eyes, he would definitely interfere. If Sunders found out that Bogula had turned his student into a puppet, the whole situation would become unimaginable. Taros was muttering to himself, thinking about how to solve this problem. Why don't we just release him? No, I haven't received my royalties yet. This kid has a lot of magic crystals on him. Why don't we take some from him and let him go? No, magical crystals are great, but I've already thought of a pen name. I'm going to make a name for myself in the southern region soon. Sounds like a good future. But Sunders' attitude, the game between Bogula and Isabella. There are too many variables. I have a feeling that the kid won't die because of all these factors. If he doesn't die, I feel like he'll grow into a monster, and what if he finds fault with us? No one could hear the whispers in Taros' heart. However, he decided to give up on Taros for now. He planned to return to the crowd. If Isabella wanted to kill him in a crowd, she would probably consider Silent Hill's attitude. As long as he could buy some time, he would have a way to flip the table. Of course, Angor didn't want to do that. He hoped to blend into the crowd and leave Silent Hill. If Taros wouldn't open the door for him, what if someone from Silent Hill came out? With that in mind, Angor decided to head back to the moving market. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a giant blood-red barrier covering an area of several hundred meters around him and Taros. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he saw Isabella appearing outside the barrier and laughing in a strange and insane way. Blood began to flow out from the barrier, and Angor's ankle was covered by it. Infinite reticence immediately lost its effect in the blood. Angor slowly came out of the barrier. Found you. Come out, blood beast. Isabella laughed. The blood on the ground seemed to be injected with life and transformed into a terrifying monster over 10 meters tall. The monster roared at the sky and launched a powerful attack at Angor. The giant blood ball kept absorbing the blood on the ground to strengthen itself. Angor didn't even have a place to hide. Moreover, he was already suppressed by Isabella's wizard aura when the blood-red barrier appeared. He couldn't move at all, nor could he do anything to resist. Moreover, all the defensive measures he had would be easily destroyed by this attack that was definitely beyond the sorcerer world's power, and they would not be able to cause any damage at all. Angor's eyes widened as he awaited his fate in despair. Time and time again, just when he thought that he had escaped a calamity, he once again experienced the pressure of death brought about by absolute power. Was he going to die here today? He didn't want to die, but he didn't know how to escape from this deadly attack. And even if he could, how could he escape from a level 2 wizard? In this moment of desperation, Angor's mind worked much faster than usual. He couldn't move, but his mind was changing rapidly. He squeezed his mana pool and tried his best to construct a model. He prayed that he could create a tornado to get out of the attack range. With the help of his Axes of the Universe and Singularity Scatter model, he finally managed to create a tornado model. But it was too late. The blood ball was already in front of him. In the end, he still managed to release the tornado. However, under the influence of a wizard-level spell, the tornado was like a gentle breeze, and it disappeared without any resistance. Angor was in complete despair. However, fate seemed to like playing tricks on him. At this moment, a pair of ordinary hands of mana suddenly appeared from the side and pulled him away from the blood ball at the most critical moment. And with a pull, it was pulled into the air. Before he could react, he heard Isabella's strange, double-tracked voice yelling, "Bogula, you better think this through. Are you really going to fight me for a common apprentice?" A strange chuckle came from behind. He. This little beauty is the best material for me, not a common apprentice. Angor turned around and looked at the source of the voice. It was a red-haired man wearing a light purple soft armor. As far as Angor was concerned, the man was quite good-looking. It was a handsome face, but because of his slightly raised head, his large and small eyes, and his long tongue that resembled a snake's tongue, all the beauty was ruined. This strange Xianxia had completely achieved the effect of cooking the crane and burning the zither. But when Angor took a closer look at the man's face, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He remembered seeing this man in the Pretty Men Atlas given to him by Lady Mirror. When he recalled how Isabella called him Bogula, he suddenly remembered who the red-haired man was. Puppet Master Bogula. He remembered Lady Mirror mentioning him when she was introducing all the handsome men in the Pretty Men Atlas. Bogula from Floating Mech City is a rare genius wizard. He's one of the most promising Truthfinder wizards in the near future. He's handsome. Too bad he's a freak. Too bad he's a freak, even Lady Mirror called him a freak. Angor was going to say that he was saved, but he didn't expect his savior to be a well-known freak. Besides, he had no idea why the freak saved him. Before he could figure it out, he suddenly felt something burning inside his body. It was as if his blood was being boiled by fire. The sudden feeling was accompanied by an indescribable pain. Angor screamed in agony as blood gushed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Ha 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 ha. No one can save those I want to kill. Isabella's terrifying laughter came. Bogula looked at Angor's condition and quickly came to a conclusion. Blood curse? Inside the red barrier, Angor was soaked in blood. He was already injured, so Isabella extracted the blood that flowed out of his wounds. She used Angor's own blood to cast a blood curse on him. Blood burning, just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. Bogula narrowed his eyes. A blue light flashed in his hand, and a pair of blonde sisters with blue eyes appeared in front of him. Get her. The sisters attacked Isabella without hesitation. Isabella only cast a basic blood curse on Angor in a hurry. She did not plant the curse on Angor's blood source. When the sisters attacked him, Angor's curse was stopped. Isabella was also surprised. She didn't expect Bogula to attack Angor just for material. While Isabella was busy dealing with the sisters' attacks, Angor's blood was no longer burning. However, the unprecedented pain was still lingering inside his body. He was panting non-stop. Every organ that interacted with the outside world was emitting white smoke. His fair face had turned crimson red, as if he had been standing upside down for too long, causing his brain to congeal with blood. When Angor calmed down a little, Bogula lowered his head and spoke to Angor. As long as you follow me, I can save your life. Huff, huff, with you? What do you mean? Angor's brain was still not working well. He even forgot to use the honorific. Obey me and you'll know. Bogula's evil voice reached his ears. Your Diablos teacher? Angor was a little surprised when he suddenly remembered something. That's right. He wanted to ask about Shadow's condition, but since Shadow's teacher showed up, Shadow must have been saved. He recalled that Aning had once told him that his mentor had some special fetishes. You want to turn me into a puppet? Angor thought about what Bogula was trying to say. You want to turn me into a puppet? Bogula narrowed his eyes. Looks like you're close to Diablo. Well, I guess that makes sense. If you weren't, he wouldn't have pissed Isabella off for you. Even the Naga was beheaded. What a tragedy. Since Shadow had already told him his purpose, Bogula decided not to beat around the bush. That's right. I'm going to turn you into a puppet. Bogula stuck out his tongue like a snake. But the puppet I'm going to make might be different from what you're imagining. You've seen Naga's intelligence and strength, haven't you? I can guarantee that you won't lose your consciousness, and with the upgrades and maintenance, it won't be difficult for you to reach the level of an adept in the future. What do you say? Will you obey me? Bogula gave Angor a greedy look. Bogula put everything on the table, but Angor did not know what to do now. If Bogula's words were true, then Angor would at least be able to live by choosing between life and death. However, Angor did not really believe Bogula's words. Were adepts lacking in eloquence and eloquence? Besides, Angor hated submitting to someone. Even if Bogula said he could keep his consciousness and become stronger, Angor still could not convince himself to accept it. If there were only two choices in front of him, becoming a puppet or dying, Angor would hesitate. These two choices actually represented two different attitudes, to live like a dog, or to disappear completely. Angor really wanted to live. But what should he do if he had to live like a dog? While Angor was pondering, a young man limped out of the forest in the distance. Angor looked over and saw Shadow. The two who signed Kurna's contract looked at each other in the eyes. Angor nodded to Shadow and said, "Thank you." No matter what would happen to him today, he would never forget Shadow's help. Shadow saw Angor's gesture and did not say anything. He only shook his head slightly. Angor was puzzled. What did that mean? Subconsciously, he ruled out the possibility that Shadow was telling him to "You're welcome" because Shadow would never do something like that. Could it be that there was a deeper meaning behind this shake of the head? He raised his head and looked at Bogula, who had a strange expression on his face. Was Shadow trying to tell him not to accept Bogula's offer? But from Shadow's point of view, he shouldn't dissuade him like this, right? After all, Bogula was his mentor. Could it be that there was something fishy going on? Shadow shook his head and didn't say or do anything else. He simply stood by the edge of the forest and watched Angor make his choice. No matter what happened to Angor, he believed he had done his best. At some point, the two blonde sisters had stopped fighting Isabella. Instead, they appeared behind Bogula. He looked back and saw Isabella giving him a strange smile. The red light appeared in her hand again. As soon as the red light appeared, he noticed something strange happening to his blood. It wasn't the burning sensation from before. Instead, it was changing according to a certain pattern. Ha ha ha. She's implanting a curse in the root of your bloodline. Once she succeeds, you'll be cursed forever, whether you survive or not. Bogula chuckled. You only have 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to make your choice. Angor could feel the strange change in his blood. Bogula was telling the truth. So, Bogula was forcing him to make a choice? And using Isabella to force him to make a choice, Angor's first thought wasn't about which choice to make. He wondered why Bogula would give him the chance to make a choice. Why didn't he just refine him into a puppet without any hesitation? Angor had no way of resisting Bogula's order. Yet, a wizard who was very close to becoming a truth-finder wizard actually respected his opinion. Angor was surprised. 20 seconds left. Bogula's voice came again. Once the time is up, I won't be interested in you anymore even if you choose to become my puppet and your bloodline is cursed. You only have one chance. If you miss it, it won't come again. Angor pulled his mind back to the right track at this crucial moment. Faced with reality, how should he choose? What was the best choice? He closed his eyes and used the last of his spirit power to activate his supercomputer. He had to use the supercomputer to figure out the pros and cons. Also, Shadow shook his head at him. Was he telling him to reject Bogula? However, if he really refused Bogula's offer, he would be dead. He didn't want to live like a coward, but he still had a lot of promises to fulfill. John's 5-year promise, Nausicaa's mechanical arm, Toby, and the eyeless man, and the Crococ's hope. These were all his responsibilities. If living like a coward could give him a chance to fulfill his promises, he would choose to live no matter how much he hated it. Angor's mind was spinning fast as he analyzed the pros and cons. 10 seconds left. Do you want to die or live with me? Bogula chuckled. Isabella, who was standing in front of Bogula, didn't say a word. She was busy with her work, which made it seem like she was really cooperating with Bogula. However, she was actually accumulating more power. The curse was only on the surface. She wanted Angor dead right now. Angor didn't pay attention to what was going on outside. He was still trying his best to gather information and figure out the best option for him. He suddenly remembered what Shadow said to him before they left the market. Even if you're targeted by my professor, I can still find a way to save you. Shadow wouldn't lie at that moment. In other words, if Angor really chose Bogula, he could escape with Shadow's help. If that was the case, Shadow should have supported him in choosing Bogula. Why did Shadow shake his head? Angor couldn't help but look at Shadow again. Shadow, on the other hand, was deep in thought. He didn't say anything and didn't express anything. It was as if the shaking of his head was just an illusion. Thanks to his supercomputer, he was able to gather a lot of information from the outside world, and he still managed to find a clue about Shadow's identity. Shadow wasn't looking at Angor or Bogula. Instead, he was looking at Isabella on the other side of the room. Angor suddenly realized something. He had been using Shadow's positive logic all this time. What if it was the negative logic? Angor had considered the negative logic before, but in the end, he dismissed it as the impossible logic. Now, he was thinking about it again. What if Shadow wasn't telling Angor to choose between him and Bogula? Instead, Shadow was telling Angor that he could still escape even if he didn't have to choose, so, Shadow was trying to tell Angor that there was a way to stop Isabella from hurting him. Angor didn't think it was possible at first. But since Shadow told him that, he decided to think about Isabella first. He wasn't sure if Shadow was right or not. 5 seconds left, Bogula said. 5, 4, 3, before Bogula could finish counting, Isabella suddenly burst out laughing. Go to hell, you bastard. To hell with the blood origin curse. I only have the blood ritual. Bogula was surprised by Isabella's words. When Isabella spoke, Angor felt his blood calming down again. No curse was planted in his veins. However, he still kept his promise despite knowing that he was on the brink of death. Ritual of blood. Bogula put away his disgusting expression and put on a serious look. You've been saving this all this time. Bogula didn't know what to say. The ritual of blood was a pinnacle level 2 blood spell. Even Bogula didn't dare to take it head-on, let alone take it head-on without any preparation. Bogula didn't have time to think about Angor's decision. He had to get out of Ritual of Blood as soon as possible. His figure instantly disappeared into the void. As he disappeared, the hand of spell was removed, and Angor fell to the ground. When Isabella released the blood ritual, the double-faced sprite, Talos, was shocked. Talos had only heard rumors about Isabella's insanity. This was the first time it had seen Isabella in such a state. A level 2 wizard actually used such a powerful spell to kill a low-leveled apprentice? This wasn't just crazy, it was completely unreasonable. Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken wasn't enough to describe Isabella's current situation. Compared to Angor, Isabella was using all of her strength to kill an ant. Not many wizards would do such a thing. First, it was unnecessary. Second, it would ruin their reputation. But Isabella didn't care about that at all. Angor couldn't move at all. He was about to turn into dust. Isabella. Angor suddenly looked up and heard a strange voice coming from his mouth. This was a slightly shrill voice. It was not a man's voice, but more like a woman's. Everyone was wondering what Angor was doing. Even Bogula, who just came out of the void 1,000 meters away, was looking at the fearless young man in the center of the blood ritual with a curious look. Isabella's mind went blank when she heard her voice. She even paused her spell for a second. Isabella. Professor Isabella? Why is this kid speaking like my professor? Isabella quickly calmed herself down and continued to attack Angor. She assumed that Angor must have heard Isabella's voice before, which allowed him to mimic her voice. This didn't stop her from killing Angor. Instead, it only made her even angrier. How dare this small fry imitate my voice? This is blasphemy to Isabella. He must die. He looked up at Isabella, who was still floating in the air, in the face of death. Bogula couldn't help but admire Angor's performance. He didn't even flinch in the face of a landslide. As an apprentice, he didn't fear the attack of a wizard. If he was lucky enough to grow up, he would definitely become a great wizard. Unfortunately, he didn't live long enough. Lady Isabella has returned to the southern wizarding region. Angor looked at Isabella with an emotionless face. Isabella froze again. Not only her, but all the other wizards who were watching the battle were also shocked. Does this young man know what he's talking about? Isabella? The genius wizard who almost led a new era 1,000 years ago returned to the southern wizarding region? Is this for real? Not only did everyone have the same question in their minds, but even Isabella asked suspiciously, is what you said true? Say it one more time. Say it properly. Because of Angor's words, Isabella temporarily stopped the blood ritual and let it hover in the air. Lady Isabel has returned to the southern wizarding region. As he spoke, an illusion ripple appeared around Angor, which then turned into the image of a white-haired girl with a pair of ice-cold eyes. Benes? That's not right. Judging from his gaze, he's an instructor. Is he really an instructor? Isabella asked Angor to repeat his words just to make sure he wasn't lying. Also, the woman he created looked like Venez, but her hair and eyes were different in color. She had never forgotten that gaze and that temperament in the past 1,000 years. It was absolutely the same as Teacher Isabel's. He thought about the possibility Angor mentioned. Isabella's heart was filled with excitement, and her entire body was trembling. It had been 1,000 years. She had been willing to give herself to a man she hated just to see her teacher again. If her teacher really came back, she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Angor looked at the floating blood ritual and thought to himself, I made the right bet. In the last 2 seconds, he suddenly remembered that Shadow had once told him some gossip about Isabella. For example, her real name wasn't actually Isabella. It was only after Isabella left the southern region that she gave herself that name. She even got the nickname Twilight Queen because of Isabel's nickname, Twilight King. It might seem like she was trying to take advantage of Isabel, but it was also possible to see how much Isabella loved her teacher. Rumor has it that Isabella has always been secretly in love with her mentor. Later, Isabella discovered her abnormal love for her mentor. Under Isabella's relentless pressure, Isabella decided to leave the southern mountain range. As a matter of fact, he was never interested in gossips in the wizarding world, so he didn't pay much attention to it and quickly forgot about it. Just now, he kept thinking about how to escape from Isabella's clutches, but he couldn't think of anything. Then he realized why he had to run away. He couldn't let Isabel give up on attacking him. Thus, he recalled the gossip that Shadow had mentioned before. Isabella hovered in the air and tried to hide her excitement. Where did you hear it? I saw it, Lady Isabel. Angor tried his best to stay awake and created another illusion. This time, he didn't only show the image but also what Isabel told him. Isabel sat cross-legged in the darkness and spoke in a plain voice. I used Augustine's twin mirror to trade with an outsider who called himself a mist sprite. Angor only played a small part of the image, but the information he saw made Isabella so excited that she couldn't control herself. She knew how to use Spirit Whisper as well, so she knew where it came from. Moreover, Isabella's expression, language, and even some of her movements were exactly the same as the one in Angor's memory. There was no mistake. There was no mistake. That was Isabel's teacher. Looking at the illusion, unknowingly, tears began to well up in her eyes. Angor and Isabella's current situation had attracted a lot of attention. Could it be that Angor was telling the truth? Otherwise, why didn't Isabella attack again? Why was she getting more and more agitated? People began to think about the rumor about Isabella and her teacher. Of course, they weren't thinking about Angor's life. They were wondering if the rumor was true. If it was true, how strong was Isabel now? What kind of changes would her return bring to Fairy World and the entire southern wizarding region? One had to know that although Isabel didn't really set off the wave of an era, she was the real ruler of the fairy tale world. Will her return bring sweet spring water or war to the fairy tale world? Angor returned to the center of the incident. After releasing all the illusions, he was completely exhausted. The continuous attacks, injuries, and overloading of his brain had pushed him to the brink of unconsciousness. But with his desperate hope for survival, he forced himself to hold on. But under such circumstances, he continued to release illusions. These illusions were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, his eyes in a trance. Isabella noticed that Angor was still in a semi-conscious state. She put away the ritual of blood and let it dissipate in the air. Seeing the ceremony of blood dissipate, Aning also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in order to get more accurate information, Isabella didn't care about Angor's condition at all. She grabbed the half-conscious Angor from the ground and squeezed his neck. Tell me what happened, or I'll kill you right now. Angor felt dizzy. The sudden movement didn't make him feel better. Instead, it made him even more dizzy. His vision went dark, and he was sucked into a black vortex. Isabella was taken aback by Angor's sudden loss of consciousness. A red glow appeared in her hand. She was going to use up Angor's life and potential to wake him up. Just as Angor was about to fall into danger, Shadow suddenly yelled and walked out of the woods. No. Angor saved Lady Isabel. You can't do this. Angor saved the professor? Not only did Isabella look at Shadow, but Bogula and Taros also looked at him. If someone said that a wizard apprentice had saved an official wizard, they wouldn't believe it. But since Shadow dared to stand up at this time, and with a face full of conviction, it shouldn't be a lie. Still, they couldn't help but wonder why Angor saved Isabel. Or could it be that Isabel's current state was actually not good? Isabella had also thought of this point. Her eyes turned cold. Could it be that something had really happened to her mentor? I've been with Angor for a long time, so I know what he knows. I can tell you everything, sir. Isabella looked at the limping Shadow and thought for a moment. She decided to give Shadow a chance. All right, if you say yes, I'll give this back to you. Isabella took out Naga's head. If you're hiding something from me, don't blame me. Shadow looked at Naga's head with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He only wanted to help Angor, and he didn't expect to receive such a great reward. Isabella tossed Angor aside. She still did not believe Shadow's words, but what if he was telling the truth? What if Angor really did save her professor? Isabella thought about the illusion Angor created not long ago. She knew her professor well enough to know that Angor must have helped Isabel in some way. Isabel was someone who knew how to distinguish between kindness and grudges, just like the other Krokiks. Since Angor's father helped Isabel, she decided to help him. He even forbade anyone from chasing the Krokiks out of the Soul Birth Garden or killing them. This was why the Soul Genesis Garden had been placed in the Middle World for thousands of years, and no one dared to violate the rules. If Angor really did save Isabel like Shadow said, Isabel's reputation would be tarnished. If she killed Angor, Isabel's opinion of her would drop, and that was not what she wanted. With this in mind, Isabella decided not to kill Angor and tossed him back to the ground. Bogula dashed to him and caught him in his hand. Isabella didn't mind Bogula's behavior this time. She only wanted to kill the blonde woman to force Bogula to make a choice. Now that Isabel was most likely back in the southern wizarding region, she didn't need to pretend to be nice to Bogula anymore. Shadow relaxed a little when he saw that Angor was only unconscious. He then looked at Isabella. He didn't plan to keep Isabel a secret. He didn't know Isabel in person. He only heard about her from Angor, so he wouldn't tell Isabel about Angor's guesses. For example, did Isabel really come back from outside the southern wizarding region? Or was she just a remnant soul that fused with the mystery spirit and took on a human form? Shadow didn't plan to tell Isabella about this. He didn't have an answer, and it would only make things worse. He would wait until Isabella returned to Dark Castle to find out what happened to Isabel herself. So, why did Angor save Isabel? Isabella opened her mouth and asked the question she was most concerned about. She noticed that when she asked this question, dozens of spirit tentacles from different wizards appeared nearby. Needless to say, both Taros and Bogula pricked up their ears at the same time. Isabella knew what they were thinking, but she didn't say it out loud. She really wanted to drag Shadow aside and talk to him alone. But since Shadow already told her the truth, she couldn't kill Shadow in front of Bogula. Besides, Angor was in Bogula's hands now. She couldn't do whatever she wanted anymore. Under such circumstances, Isabella decided not to set up any barriers and started talking to Shadow directly. As Shadow continued, everyone's attention slowly shifted from Isabel's return to the southern wizarding region and back to Angor. Shadow's story was too bizarre. Something like Mystery Alchemist, Mystery Spirit. It was even more bizarre than a novel. A sorcerer's apprentice had actually touched the occult realm? He didn't actually reach the mystery realm, but it was still too unbelievable. How was that even possible? However, they all used their lie detection techniques on Shadow, and the results made them speechless again. Shadow wasn't lying. In other words, this young apprentice named Angor really did touch a mystery. Everyone began to look at Angor with eager eyes as if they were looking at a precious treasure. Even if Angor couldn't become a wizard in the future, he would at least be as valuable as a real wizard, or even more so. Shadow continued. He was speaking from his own point of view, so many of his stories were not completely correct. However, as someone who knew how to speak eloquently, he was able to connect the dots with his own logic, and his story sounded reasonable. Besides, Shadow's story was based on his own experience, which meant he wasn't lying. For example, he used some vague words to explain Isabel's return. He claimed that Isabel suddenly possessed Benes because her soul was damaged when she returned to the southern wizarding region. If it weren't for the mystery spirit that intercepted Angor's mystery weapon, Isabel wouldn't have survived. The truth was obviously not what he said. However, he used his limited knowledge to make up a story, and everyone still believed him. When they heard that Isabel was still injured, they all looked at each other and felt relieved. Inside a dilapidated stone tower at the top of Silent Hill, Silent Raven Taurus, the ruler of Silent Hill, was sitting in front of a withered wooden table. His wrinkled eyebrows slowly relaxed. The fire in front of him was still burning brightly. Amidst the flames, what appeared was the image of Shadow talking nonstop. By the time Shadow finished telling the story, it was already past the midpoint and it was already the latter half of the night. Isabella, on the other hand, was very worried. She believed Shadow's words. Isabel really did return to the southern wizarding region. But he might be seriously injured. When Isabella thought of this, her heart began to ache. I'll believe you for now. If I find out that you're lying, I don't care where you are, I'll kill you for blasphemy. After that, Isabella threw Naga's head back to Shadow and left Silent Hill at lightning speed. After learning about Isabel's situation, she was now anxious to return home. How could she care about anything else? As Shadow said, she should thank Angor for saving her life. But she would never do that to an apprentice, so she simply ignored Angor. She did not curse him anyway, and Angor was still alive. Even if the tutor knew about it, he probably wouldn't do anything. In front of everyone, Isabella turned into a bloody bat and left Silent Hill. After Isabel left, Shadow walked back to his mentor, exhausted. The old witch is finally gone. It's been a long night. As he spoke, Shadow turned to Bogula. Mentor, can you help her? Can she be saved? Shadow was holding Naga's head in his hand. The woman was sealed inside the blood amber, and her eyes were closed as if she was sleeping. Bogula glanced at the head. Yes, but what? Shadow's eyes flickered in excitement. As long as there was hope, everything was fine. When he decided to give up on Naga, he did it on impulse. Now that he had calmed down, he realized that it would be difficult for him to give up on Naga. But you're not strong enough to save her. Work harder. Once you become a wizard, you'll find a way to wake her up. Bogula could save Naga, but since he already gave Naga to Shadow, Naga was now Shadow's property. Shadow would have to take care of everything else, including strengthening and maintaining Naga. Shadow sighed in relief. As long as I can save her. As for my strength, I'll become a wizard one day. Let's hope so. Bogula grabbed Angor's collar and said, let's go back. Shadow glanced at Angor but didn't say anything. He followed Bogula to the wizard tower where they were temporarily staying. After Bogula left, the spirit tentacles of the wizards that were gathered around slowly dissipated as well. The only thing left on the ground was a pool of blood and a lonely rock, Taro's the two-faced sprite. The kid is still alive. I thought Bogula was the source of the variables, but the variables kept increasing until they pointed to Isabel, whom I haven't seen in 1,000 years. That's how he got out of this mess. Maybe this is fate's favor. If there was a prophet here, he might be able to see some clues. Ugh. What should we do now? I'm almost done with the draft. What's the point if he's still alive? Don't worry, Shadow just told us something. Let's do it again. But there's nothing interesting about it. Isabel's injured, and the mysterious alchemist didn't show up. Make it up yourself. You're right. Let's do a title first then. I have one, Shock. 1,000-year-old wizard returns to the south, and the wizarding world will be reshuffled. Me too. The mysterious alchemist was made into a puppet because of. We've decided on the topic, but which magazine should we submit it to, Wizard's Voice or Wizard's Secrets? One of them is a 10-year magazine, while the other is a century-old one. They'll be outdated by the time we publish them. How about Truth Sky? Sure, but it's an official publication of Floating Mech City. Won't that annoy Bogula? So what if he's annoyed? Then, it's decided, happily decided. Taros had a smile on his face. He was half young and half old. Under the faint halo, he slowly closed his eyes. As Bogula took Angor away, the cawing of crows suddenly came from the stone tower at the top of Silent Hill. Taurus, the ruler of Silent Hill, was was sitting by a fire. Behind him was a row of iron racks, each of which was filled with crows. The crows remained still while their bright yellow eyes glinted coldly. "Come in," Taurus spoke in an old voice. The window outside the tower was blown open by a gust of wind. Several spirit tentacles slithered behind Taurus. "Mr. Taurus, should we do something about what Diablo said?" A voice created using spirit power echoed in the narrow room. Taurus didn't turn around. He snorted. "Something? How? How about you give us your opinions?" After a moment of silence, the spiritual tentacles began to argue. "Kill her while she's weak." The first to speak was a radical. "I agree. I don't want to go through that again." The speaker was obviously an old man with a long lifespan. "But Isabel's death won't do us any good. We're not the rulers of Fairy World. It's not our place to worry. But Dark Castle is the closest to Silent Hill. We can't guarantee that Isabel won't come after us after she recovers." The argument went back and forth, but no one could win. After the cawing of the crows, everyone looked at Taurus in silence. "Let's put it aside for now." Taurus' voice sounded old, but his back didn't look as stooped as before. "But..." Someone disagreed. "Can any of you be sure that Diablo is telling the truth?" Taurus said calmly, "In the conversation between Diablo and Isabella, there are 13 uncertain words. If we remove the 13 uncertain words, we can only conclude that Isabella is indeed injured and that she has returned." "How badly is she injured? How did she get injured? What's her next plan? What's her attitude toward Fairy Town after she returns? Will she still leave the southern region?" All these questions haven't been answered yet. "What makes you think we can kill her? Besides, even if Isabel was seriously injured, would Isabel watch her teacher die? Dark Castle may have declined, but they still have their trump cards. If we go after Isabel, it's the same as declaring war on Dark Castle. We belong to the same alliance after all. If we do that, it's not good for our development." Taurus seemed to be against it, but he paused in the end. "But we won't do it. We can let others do it. Europa, I heard you're quite close with the new bird of paradise, Euryditemisa?" Taurus asked. A gentle female voice replied, "A few decades ago, Euryditemisa and I had been invited to the Manluo Plain to taste incense. I heard that the fragrance tasting fair in Xianxia Federation produced a strange fragrance. I found a bottle by chance. Perhaps you can go look for the birds of paradise and catch up on old times." As she spoke, an exquisitely packaged small bottle appeared beside Europa. "I see. Heh. It's been a long time since we last met. It's time to catch up." Europa chuckled. "Disperse." Taurus took the initiative to ask them to leave. Everyone agreed, but a strange voice came from the crowd. "Lord Taurus, we can put aside Isabel's matter for now, but that mysterious alchemist, yeah. He hasn't become a mystery alchemist yet, but he has a bright future ahead of him. How about we steal him from us?" Taurus grinned and stood up from his chair. As he moved, a ball of fire appeared in front of him. Inside the fire, an image appeared. It was Angor's final moment before he fainted. "About him, I just received an interesting piece of news from Talos. Let's not worry about him for now. He's not someone Silent Hill can keep." Taurus chuckled. "I'm looking forward to seeing what Bogula will do to him." What would Bogula do to Angor, many people wanted to know, but Bogula didn't do anything. When Angor woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He was lying on a warm bed. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a shy fire fairy. Originally, when he was unconscious, these cute little elves were naughtily pulling his hair. But when he woke up, they were startled. They set a fire and hid in the fireplace. The fire quickly set Angor's hair on fire. He quickly used Create Water to extinguish the fire. When the fire went out, he used Ice Wall as a mirror and saw that his golden hair had been burned into a messy, black mess. Left with no other choice, he shaved his head clean, leaving only a thin inch of hair on his head. Shadow pushed the door open and saw Angor shaving his hair. He paused for a moment, and then something occurred to him. He put on a naughty smile and said, "If shaving your head would work, I would have let you dye your hair before I brought you to Silent Hill. Angor knew what Shadow was hinting at. You think I want to shave my hair? Open your eyes and see for yourself. Shadow looked at the hair on the ground that was obviously still emitting a burnt smell, and a look of realization appeared on his face. So that's how it is. These fire elemental sprites have only been born for a short time, and they're mischievous just because their mentors are backing them up. But they actually don't have bad intentions. Of course not. A mortal would have been burned to a crisp if he couldn't find water to put out the fire. Angor complained in his mind. He was still complaining about his burnt blonde hair. It's not a bad hairstyle, you know. Shadow walked closer and inspected Angor from head to toe. You look more spirited than before. Less childish. More heroic. Angor didn't respond to Shadow's teasing. Thank you for your help yesterday. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to think of a way to deal with Isabella, he said to Shadow. Thank you so much for your help yesterday. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known how to deal with Isabella. Shadow was confused. After a long time, he asked, what did I do to help? Didn't you shake your head at me and ask me to think of a way to escape from Isabella? Angor was confused. Did I? Shadow shook his head to tell Angor not to accept Bogula's offer. He knew his teacher well enough to know that Bogula was cruel to his enemies. But when it came to little beauties, he would use his personal charm to persuade them to become his puppets. However, Bogula seemed to be angry when Shadow shook his head at Angor, so he decided to use Isabella's bloodline curse to force Angor to make a choice. Shadow was surprised himself. He kept nodding at Angor, telling him to accept Bogula's offer, or he would die. But when he shook his head, Angor saw it. However, Angor completely ignored the man's nod and began to imagine things on his own. You don't mean that? Angor was confused. Of course. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Why else would I shake my head at you? And Ing was not stupid enough to refute. Anyway, the matter had already been settled, and there was no point in pursuing the matter. If he did not refute, he could even earn a favor. What a good thing. Angor was even more confused by Shadow's reaction. Could it be that he was overthinking things? But then again, he didn't want to think too much about the details since he already had a good ending. He just didn't want to admit that he misunderstood Angor's words. He had to be right. Someone else must be wrong. As for Shadow shaking his head, that wasn't what he meant. No way. That was what he meant. You mean he didn't know? Of course he didn't. It was his subconscious. He knew that shaking his head would save him. Shadow saw Angor lost in his thoughts and thought that Angor was still wondering why he shook his head, so he quickly interrupted Angor. He couldn't run away from a free favor. Therefore, he changed the topic. We are still in Silent Hill, in the Wizard Tower where my teacher is staying for the time being. We'll leave Silent Hill tomorrow morning and return to Floating Mech City. Angor nodded. I see. About Mr. Bogula's attitude, don't be so careful. My teacher isn't in the tower right now. Mr. Raven invited him to a banquet. He won't be back until late, Shadow said. Before entering Silent Hill, Shadow already told him about some important figures in the place. For example, that Mr. Raven Taurus was the ruler of Silent Hill, a level 2 wizard named Silent Raven Taurus. Don't worry about my teacher. As long as you don't say yes, he won't force you, Shadow said. What happened yesterday was an accident. Bogula thought Angor and Isabella were talking to each other in private, so he decided to use Isabella to force Angor into making a decision. But you need to be careful. My teacher will do anything to get his attention. He'll use his personal charm to persuade you, Shadow warned in a serious tone. Angor was a little confused. I'm wondering the same thing. Mr. Bogula could have captured me by force. Why would he listen to me? I don't know the exact reason. But I think it's another reason why my teacher is obsessed with blonde hair and blue eyes. Shadow raised an eyebrow. Don't you think someone like that is cool? No. But I'm lucky. At least I won't have to face death so soon. Angor chuckled. As for using his personal charm to persuade me? Well, I'm not interested in men. I don't think it'll be a problem. Personal charm doesn't always mean love. My teacher always uses this trick on girls. Shadow patted Angor's shoulder. Don't think too much. When we reach Floating Mech City tomorrow, I'll find a way to take you away. You're going back to Brute Cavern, right? My teacher won't have time to care about anything else once he starts making puppets. But... Angor showed a worried look. Shadow thought Angor was worried about his safety and felt touched. Don't worry about me. My teacher won't do anything to me. At most, he'll scold me. Besides, I'm going to leave Floating Mech City with you. I won't go back until I become a wizard. It seemed Shadow wanted to express his determination to become a wizard. He didn't want to live a life of leisure. Instead, he wanted to keep traveling. How about I go to Brute Cavern with you? I heard there's a famous play called Phantom of Feast in Midnight Sovereign. Shadow put on a serious look. I think I should go. Maybe I can find a destiny. Phantom of Feast? They were just a bunch of white and soft bodies. How could they see the opportunity of a ghost's advancement? Angor said, actually, I'm not going to leave Floating Mech City so soon. Angor took out a card from his bracelet and handed it to Shadow. You're not leaving? Then you really need to watch out for my teacher. He might use some dirty tricks if he can't defeat you. Shadow took the card. Dirty tricks? What kind of tricks? Like using a potion to control you. Shadow shrugged. That's just one of them. I heard from Mr. Mitra that my teacher met a very loyal woman. What's done can't be undone. What's done can't be undone. The woman willingly became his puppet. Angor felt a chill down his spine. Shadow was too busy trying to scare Angor. When he took a closer look at the card, he said, Sky Tower's profile card? Yours? Angor nodded and hid his personal information on the card. Because his name was too embarrassing to be seen by others. What do you mean? Shadow frowned. You're not planning to enter the Purification Garden, are you? Brute Cavern. Underground Market. Prom's Alchemy Shop. A young man with a pockmarked face wearing a pair of goggles was working on something with a serious look on his face. Flames burst out from his hands as he slowly added various materials into the flames. A weapon embryo similar to the Tang saber was slowly being born in his hand. Finally, a bright light flashed. The Tang saber released a dazzling cold light. The weapon was completed. The young man removed his goggles and used condense to lower the temperature of the weapon. He then released his spirit feelers to sense the chilling aura coming from the blade. A moment later, his eyes lit up. Master! I did it! He handed the Tang saber to a middle-aged man who was sipping tea at a small table behind the counter. It has a sharpening effect. The middle-aged man took the saber and squinted his chubby face. He put his index finger and middle finger together, and a white light appeared. He pressed his finger on the blade and drew a line from the scabbard to the tip. As he moved his finger, the white light and the chilling light on the blade vibrated together and produced a metallic sound. When the man removed his finger, the young man nodded. Not bad. You've improved a lot. This Tang saber now has a sharpening effect. The young man smiled happily. However, the middle-aged man said something. But it's still lacking compared to Angor's work. The middle-aged man looked disappointed. The young man did not mind at all. Of course. Angor is the inventor of this type of weapon. He remembered that Angor once denied that he was the creator of Tang saber. However, in his opinion, Angor was the one who brought the weapon into the wizarding world. He was the one who led this type of weapon into the wizarding world. Ugh. Angor's alchemy talent is unmatched in Brute Cavern. The middle-aged man sighed. I wonder where he is now. Both the middle-aged man and the pockmarked young man remained silent when talking about Angor's whereabouts. About half a year ago, Angor suddenly disappeared from Brute Cavern. It was as if he vanished into thin air. They could not find him no matter how hard they tried, and they did not dare to ask Sunders about it. They could only comfort themselves by saying that Angor must have gone on a journey. Still, Angor would not stay silent if he really wanted to travel. Even if he did not tell them, he should at least tell Nausicaa and Xylem. They lived close to each other, and they were close friends. As he was thinking about Nausicaa and Xylem, they arrived at Prome's alchemy shop together. "Good afternoon, Master Prome." Nausicaa's voice reached their ears. "Dave, you don't look well. What are you thinking about?" It was Xylem who spoke. He was younger than Angor, less than 15 years old. He was still in his puberty stage. In half a year, he had grown half a head taller and was even taller than Dave now. His face also looked more mature, but he still did not wear his own style. He wore a wizard robe that looked like a white bedsheet, which made him look rather ordinary among the apprentices. "Just now, I used the synthesis method to create the first Tang saber with special effects. Then I thought of Angor. Where is he now?" The pockmarked young man was Dave. He greeted the two with a smile. Since he met Xylem and Nausicaa at Angor's house, they slowly became good friends since they did not have any conflicts of interest and shared similar cultivation ideals. Xylem also looked a little sad when talking about Angor. However, Nausicaa, who was the second oldest among the apprentices, laughed. "You guys. It's only been half a year. Why do you make it sound like Angor has been gone for decades?" Nausicaa's face did not change much, but her body became more voluptuous and sexy due to her bloodline. Her twin peaks and plump buttocks looked extremely voluptuous even though they were covered by the soft armor. Dave was at the age of hot-bloodedness. He did not dare to look at Nausicaa directly. His eyes darted around and finally landed on Nausicaa's waist. There was a strange-looking short weapon there. He asked Nausicaa before and learned that the weapon was called Single Butterfly. According to her, it was Angor's first creation. Nausicaa did not notice Dave's gaze. She held a delicate pipe in her mouth and blew out a cloud of white smoke with a strange fragrance. A wizard's cultivation is always measured in years. It's only half a year. For some wizards, it's like fighting for a year. Xylem did not quite understand. But Angor left without warning. "He did not tell us. He said he was going to give your arm," Nausicaa cut him off. "Angor is a free individual. It's normal for him to decide whether he wants to tell us or not. And you have to remember that we are his friends, not a rope that binds him." Nausicaa suddenly recalled something she did during her time at Blackberry Waters. "I told you, I'd been to Versailles Principality on the Land of Revelation." Xylem came from the Duchy of Versailles, a small country famous for its roses. "The day before I went to Versailles Duchy, I told my subordinates that I was going to watch the performance at the Ocean Music Hall. But that night, I suddenly missed the smell of rose cream, so I took a small boat to Versailles Duchy alone. I played for a whole year before returning to Blackberry." Nausicaa talked about her past life with a smile. Her carefree attitude could be heard from every word she spoke. "If one day, I suddenly disappear as well, then I'm going to die. You don't have to worry. Perhaps I've chosen to travel far away, but I'll come back one day. Even if I don't come back, it doesn't matter. There are tens of thousands of planes. Maybe I'm living well somewhere." Nausicaa's words made both Xylem and Dave ponder. Even Prome, who was enjoying his tea on the side, was surprised. He had heard a lot about Nausicaa's lifestyle from his friends, but most of them were high-spirited men. Girls were rarely seen in Brute Cavern. Maybe it was because there were not many girls in Brute Cavern. When the two young men realized what was going on, Nausicaa was already wandering around the small shop. "Hey, Xylem, what brings you here today?" Dave asked curiously. After hearing Nausicaa's words, Xylem also stopped thinking about Angor's current situation. He smiled. "I'm here with Miss Nausicaa. She wants to buy some potions." Prome was an apprentice alchemist in the field of tooling, but many of his friends in the alchemy circle had consigned their products to his shop. Among them, there was no lack of talented potioneers. "Potions? What kind of quest did you take?" Dave knew that these two friends belonged to the same team and often accepted bounty quests. He would join them from time to time, but most of the time, he just stayed in his shop and continued his alchemy training. Before Dave could answer, Nausicaa came to them with a small sealed jar and several bottles of glowing velvet potions. "It's not a mission. A wizard has already accepted our protection mission." Abel handed the item over to Dave and said, "It's not a mission. You're going to the Purification Garden?" Dave quickly realized what Nausicaa was talking about. Most apprentices were not strong enough to travel through long-distance teleportation arrays. If she wanted to go to floating mech city, she had to find a wizard to protect her. Otherwise, her body would disintegrate during the teleportation. About half a month ago, Nausicaa told them that she had gathered some participants who passed Sky Tower and asked them to pull some magic crystals to hire a wizard to protect them. Normally, official wizards would not accept missions issued by apprentice wizards unless it was a protection mission on the way. After all, it was as easy as lifting a finger. Yes. The wizard sent us a message and asked us to gather at Sleepless City in a week. Brood Cavern did not have a teleportation array that led directly to Floating Mech City, so they had to go to other wizard organizations. The closest sorcerer organization to them was the Sleepless City of the Evernight Kingdom. I see. Dave nodded and checked Nausicaa's items. 3 bottles of glowing velvet potion and a cup of Karen's spirit soup. That's 12 crystals in total. Give me 10 crystals. Consider the change a blessing from me, said Prom. Prom suddenly said, if I'm not a top-level apprentice now, I'd like to go there too. I'm a top-level apprentice now, so the purification garden has no effect on me. Nausicaa thanked Prom and used her bone card to pay for the potion. Dave handed the potions to Nausicaa and said, Angor is qualified to enter the purification garden as well. Maybe you can meet him in Floating Mech City. If you see him, remember to say hello to him for me. Me too. Xylem raised his hand. No problem. Nausicaa nodded. Leave it to me. In the central mansion on Phantom Island. Sunders was sitting in his study when he suddenly heard someone knocking on his window. He did not look up. He was still working on a new application of Nightmare Illusion, which was inspired by the demon falcon ornament Angor made for him. The knocking continued, but Sunders still ignored it. The man outside the window rolled his eyes and had no choice but to fly down. Under the guidance of Butler Good, he walked into the study on the 2nd floor through the front door. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Sunders finally responded. Flora began to complain about Sunders' stubbornness as soon as she came in. She always used to come in through the window. Of course, that was only if the window was open. What's the matter? If you don't have anything else. Sunders did not finish his sentence. Flora pouted. Can't I come in if I don't have anything to do? I'm your student. It's normal for me to ask a teacher for help. You're a blood manipulator, and I'm an illusionist, Sunders said in a plain tone. I can teach you before you become a wizard. But I can't teach you now. Flora did not know what to say. Sunders was telling the truth. If she was not adopted by Sunders, she would not have become his student in the first place. I'm here because I just received news that Song of the Deep is also involved. I heard their leader is that annoying Sliv again. Flora narrowed her eyes. She recalled Sliv's disgusting face during the last plane fusion. It made her very uncomfortable. Song of the Deep? Sunders frowned. Did Mr. Monkey agree? Yes. Flora sighed. They don't stay in the endless sea, but come to the continent. I don't know what they want. Sunders pondered. As I recall, Song of the Deep never participates in plane exploration. Isn't there something between them and Moonfrost Union? Why did Mr. Monkey allow them to join? I don't know why Song of the Deep is involved in the continent's affairs either. But I've heard of something before, and I think it might be related. Rumor? Tell me about it. Flora considered. About 30 years ago, I heard something from a heretic who escaped from Song of the Deep. They seem to have found a secret treasure. A mystery item? I don't know if it's a mystery item, but it's very likely. The heretic didn't tell me how to use it. He wanted to use it in exchange for my life. Flora shrugged. But I didn't care and killed him. Sunders was speechless. Flora saw Sunders' speechless expression and giggled. I said it might be related because the heretic did reveal something. He said that the treasure is related to a demon god's true name. A demon god's true name? Sunders' eyes flickered. Mr. Monkey's Legend Project was a game against the Abyss demons. For Abyss demons, their most important source of power was the power of their true names. If Song of the Deep really had something to do with the power of their true names, Mr. Monkey might just let them go and include them in his plan. I should have asked him to tell me about it if I knew it's related to what happened 30 years later. Flora frowned. Sanders considered and stored the information in his mind as a variable in his plan. They discussed the implications of this matter for a while longer before coming to an end. When Sanders was about to ask Flora to leave again, Flora glanced at the demon falcon ornament on the table. She rolled her eyes. I heard that you've accepted a protection mission? She floated to Sanders. There's still a month before the purification garden opens, isn't there? Why are you here so early? Her body was giving off a strange fragrance. Sanders was a little surprised when he smelled the scent. It was the essence of glutton flower lord that Angor used to carry. Angor's face flashed in his mind. He wondered how Angor was doing. I need to go to Floating City to buy some materials, Sanders said. And something happened to the purification garden. I need to know about it. In the hinterland of the far north, on a stretch of snowy mountains, a shadow suddenly swept past. It was like a passing cloud, casting a shadow. But if one looked closely, they would find that although the shadow was huge, it was constantly changing, like a dancing butterfly. But when one looked up, they could see nothing, only the long blue sky and the soothing clouds. After some time, a strange bird flew to the snowy mountains. The bird was not big, and it was not a living creature. Its whole body was made of metal. If there was an alchemist present, with the alchemy eye, they would find that the inside of the bird was full of springs and pivots. It was a robot bird made by mechanical alchemy. The bird's skin was painted blue and white. As it flew, it played a voice that belonged to a wizard channel. Following the call of the robot bird, a huge colorful butterfly suddenly appeared in the pure sky above the snowy mountains. It flapped its wings, and on its back was a delicate wooden tavern. The robot bird circled around and flew to the mailbox in front of the tavern. It spat out a red letter and white paper into the mailbox, and then flew away without stopping. As the robot bird disappeared, the huge colorful butterfly hid its body again. When the colorful butterfly became invisible, a little fat boy suddenly jumped out of the wooden tavern behind it. He ran to the mailbox and took out the letter inside. He shouted to the waiters in the tavern, "There's a letter from the teacher." The little fat boy was wearing a white chef's uniform, but his sleeves were full of oil stains and unknown gray powder. His round face was full of charcoal marks, and there was a faint smell of barbecued meat on his body. As soon as the chubby boy finished his call, a voluptuous woman who was almost naked came out of the tavern. Her bronze skin glowed with a healthy oily glow. Only her private parts were covered by a thin piece of cloth cut from her white chef's uniform. "Alan, what did the teacher write? She said she hasn't been back for a long time?" Along with the woman's question, there were 7 or 8 voices in the tavern. The voices were different, and the questions were focused, but the content was basically the same as what the woman asked. The little fat boy Alan swallowed his saliva and looked at the woman in a daze. Blood flowed out of his nose. Upon seeing this, the woman covered her mouth and giggled. As she laughed, the 2 mountains in front of her chest shook. Little Fatty's nose bled and he fainted on the ground. "Tana, if you continue to dress like this, I suspect that our little cutie Ellen will die from excessive blood loss." Laughter and laughter came from the tavern. Tana didn't care at all as she twisted her plump buttocks, winning the crowd's saliva. Then, she pretended to be flirtatious and said, "Isn't this my value?" Tana walked to Ellen's side amidst a howl. She grabbed Ellen's foot and carried him upside down with one hand, preparing to walk into the tavern. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew the envelope in Ellen's hand away. It spun in the air and landed in Tana's palm. Tana lowered her head and looked at the cover of the envelope. There was a row of beautiful, butterfly-like words written by her mentor. It also contained some kind of indescribable code that could only be deciphered by the people in the tavern. "Dear Tana and Alan." To me and Alan? Tana was overjoyed. She didn't care that Ellen was still in her hand. As Ellen's head hit the ground with a loud thud, she opened the envelope. Apart from a letter, there were 2 cards in the envelope. Tana read the letter and froze on the spot. Alan covered his head and screamed. Seeing Tana's shocked look, he didn't care about his headache. He walked over and put his head in front of the envelope. "Huh? What the hell is a purification garden? Is it edible?" Ellen only saw a few keywords in the letter: month of resuscitation, floating mech city, and purification garden. The Sin realm was located at the northwest of Fey continent. It was an affiliated plane at the center of the Baikal Sea. There was a small, inconspicuous country at the edge of the Sin realm called the Gabalan Kingdom. There was no wizard organization in the Gabalan Kingdom, and the people here did not know what supernatural power was. However, the supreme cult was born in this country, which was hated by most wizards in the wizarding world. The supreme cult believed in the world's will. Most of them called themselves followers, but they were actually wizards who were favored by the will of the world. This was because they hunted down and killed all illegal alien stowaways, which was in line with the wishes of the world's will. This was what wizards called political correctness. Because of this, the leaders of the supreme cult even used some secret methods to gain some unspeakable power from the will of the world. The supreme cult was not a wizard organization, but it was a force to be reckoned with in the southern wizarding region. On this day, in the cultivation garden of the church, many apprentices who had been trained in hunting and killing, as well as learning about the stranger, stood in line and welcomed a big shot of the church, the black-robed bishop. This was one of the 3 training gardens of the cult. Most of the apprentices in the garden were under the age of 20. Some were as young as 5 or 6 years old. However, no matter how old they were all affected by the harsh atmosphere in the garden. Every apprentice was wearing an expressionless face like a new corpse in a graveyard, cold and pale. The black-robed bishop was quite satisfied with the new generation. The purification garden of Floating Mech City is about to open. If you want to go, come to me and register. None of the apprentices said anything. The black-robed bishop nodded in satisfaction. Of course, the entry to the purification garden is not free. If you want it, then fight for it. Those who register will be assigned to a fight to the death. The winner can come to me and claim a spot. Remember, this is a fight to the death. Don't talk about friendship. Only life or death. With that, the black-robed bishop laughed in a creepy manner and left the garden. Then, he moved on to the next cultivation garden. Half a day later, the winner of the first garden walked on a path paved with blood and appeared in front of the black-robed bishop. Very good. Tell me your name. The black-robed bishop looked at the cold-looking young man and smiled. Saladin Boer. The young man's hair was covered in blood, which showed how fierce the battle was. Good. Here, take this card. The black-robed bishop handed the young man a card. The young man nodded and left without saying a word. The black-robed bishop was quite satisfied with the young man's personality. Suddenly, an assistant bishop whispered to him, "Sir Bishop, I heard that Floating Mech City is going against the rules this time. They're up to something." The black-robed bishop chuckled. "I've already received the news. Floating Mech City invited me for a meeting. According to the messenger, the purification garden might be turned into a slaughterhouse. However, it was precisely because of this slaughterhouse that there would be more opportunities for them to obtain." Ha 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 ha. In the northwest of the Evernight Kingdom, there was a vast country called the Rich Lush Kingdom. Although it was called the Rich Lush Kingdom, 3/4 of the country was desert. Because of this, the neighboring countries were not willing to attack it even though it had a vast territory. In the center of the desert, a young boy riding on a white rhino suddenly appeared in a small oasis town. He looked about 10 years old, but he was very naughty and mischievous. In 3 days, he traveled through dozens of oasis towns. Every time he went past a town, people would curse him, but he never got tired of it. He always held a small leather whip and whipped the 3-meter-tall white sand rhinoceros, making it use its sharp horns to destroy all the buildings in sight. However, something unexpected happened when he arrived at the oasis town called Horse Hoof. As soon as he destroyed the outer wall of a stone castle with his rhino, a young man suddenly appeared from the sky and grabbed his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little urchin cried out with a pitiful face. The man remained expressionless. "Loki, our teacher said that we can't interfere with mortals' lives." "I didn't." "Whitey did it." Loki tried to defend himself with tears in his eyes. "Whitey is your familiar. It's your responsibility." With that, the man grabbed Loki's ear and bowed to the crowd. He had cleaned up Loki's mess countless times on his way here. He swore that he would not let Loki out of his sight today. Loki cried and whined to the crowd. Seeing such a child, the people of Horse Hoof finally forgave him, but they still had to compensate him. However, just as they were about to pay, someone shouted, "Not good. The desert bandits are here." In the vast desert of the Richland, there was no government to govern it. Desert bandits were the most common. When they heard that, the people of Horse Hoof Town all looked embarrassed. However, the desert bandits were only after wealth. Although their expressions were ugly, they were not desperate. However, when someone shouted, "It's the Baraya Desert Bandits," everyone's expression changed. This was a notorious group of desert bandits. Wherever they went, they left nothing behind. They had already slaughtered several towns. Everyone fled, either hiding in cellars or running out of the desert. Loki and the young man did not hide. At this time, a kind-looking woman suddenly pulled Loki aside. "Outsider, come hide in my cellar." Before Loki could finish, the young man said, "No need." The woman sighed. Seeing that the bandits had already entered the town, she fled into the cellar. The young man, on the other hand, disappeared into thin air with a curious Loki. The Balaya Desert Bandits lived up to their evil reputation. They rode their horses into Horseshoe Town, burning and looting along the way. They cut down anyone they saw and snatched any treasures they saw. In just a minute, more than 10 lives had been lost. As more and more people died, Loki looked at the young man in confusion. "Brother Hermes, aren't we going to save them?" He had destroyed countless buildings and injured countless people along the way. He had relied on Hermes to deal with the aftermath and save people. Subconsciously, he thought that Hermes would appear to save them. However, Hermes shook his head. "We shouldn't get involved in the affairs of ordinary people." Loki curled his lips. Although he liked to play pranks, he had never taken the initiative to kill people. Loki saw one life after another disappear before his eyes. When he saw the desert bandits pull the woman who had been kind to him out of the cellar, he could not help but shout, "Go, Whitey! Kill all these bandits!" Hermes glanced at Loki but did not stop him. Little White roared and used only 2 or 3 sand spells to wipe out the desert bandits. A sandstorm and a sand trap. When Horsehoof Town returned to its peaceful state, Loki stepped out of his stealth mode proudly, hoping to be praised by the townspeople. However, no one dared to step forward. They all looked at Loki as if he was a demon. Some even threw torches at him. Even the woman who had been kind to him earlier took a step back in fear. Loki was a little hurt. Hermes did not save people, but he earned the gratitude of many. Loki saved people, but they still despised him. You never know what people are thinking. Don't mind them. Let's go. Hermes held Loki's hand. The professor has arrived at Floating Mech City. We're late because of your naughty behavior. We can't miss the purification garden. Loki pouted and nodded. Okay. Suddenly, a blue monster emerged from the endless sea. Its entire body was flowing with water. Its body was transparent, and its insides were filled with seawater. It was running on the surface of the sea in a strange way. When it reached the shore, all the water on its body suddenly disappeared, and a handsome young man with blue fish scales on his forehead walked out of the water. The young man held a card in his hand. He touched the fish scale between his eyebrows, and a faint blue light enveloped him. Next, a small blue whale less than half a meter long crawled out of his forehead and rubbed its head against the young man's face. "Master, why are we on land?" The whale flew in the air and spat out small blue bubbles from time to time. "The purification garden is about to open. My professor asked me to go." The young man stroked the whale. "Master, you're the child of ocean. Your body is pure and clean. Why did he ask you to go to the purification garden?" The whale wondered. "I don't know. My professor already went to Floating Mech City. Something must have happened." The young man's eyes glinted. "Well, it doesn't matter to me whether I go or not. But I heard that Miss Main wants to go to the purification garden, so I have to go." As the young man spoke, he fused the bubbles that the little blue whale spat out, forming a huge bubble. He dived into the bubble with the little whale, and the bubble soon disappeared into the horizon. Maine, whom the young man mentioned, was currently in Elysian Plain. Elysian Plain was a famous affiliated plain in the southern Wizarding region. There were no different countries in Elysian Plain. Most of the places were controlled by cities. As long as one was powerful enough, he or she could claim a mountain as his or her own city. That was the rule. Each city had a different name, but they were all known as the cities of sin. Every day, Elysian Plain was filled with the sounds of nature. It was a place where all kinds of luxuries could be enjoyed. But at the same time, Elysian Plain was a place where rich people squandered their money, as well as a hideout for criminals. Apart from the cities of sin, there was another place in Elysian Plain that was surrounded by many people. It was called Elysian Plain. It was also the main building of Elysian Plain. Elysian Plain was usually ranked among the top 10 in the southern Wizarding region. In the center of the blissful house, there was a milk-hot spring with smoke rising in spirals. Maine moaned and stroked her smooth skin as she slowly stood up from the hot spring. Through the thin smoke, they could see Maine's perfect body. She might be a little thin compared to Nausicaa, but her perfect curves were more alluring. Especially the pair of swan-like wings on her back. When they opened and closed, white feathers would fall, giving her a pure and seductive look. After Maine got out of the bath, she put on a gauzy robe, picked up a card, spread her wings, and flew toward the teleportation array. "Big Sister Maine, where are you going?" An intimate voice came from the other woman in the hot spring. Maine didn't turn around. "Pure lands. I'm going to kill someone." Similar scenes appeared in many other places. In a certain primitive forest deep in the mountains, a wanderer covered in green paint and carrying a huge green bough on his back suddenly heard the sound of something piercing through the air. He looked up and saw an arrow flying across the blue sky. He saw a letter tied to the arrow. He drew the bow and shot an arrow with a green aura toward the ground. In an instant, a huge vine leaf grew out. The green field wanderer accelerated and suddenly stepped on the leaf. It turned around several times in a row and flew into the air with the help of the shaking of the leaf. He grabbed the arrow in the air. After landing, he crossed his legs and sat down in the forest. He tossed the arrow aside and opened the letter. Inside the envelope was a glittering card, as well as a seed engraved with strange patterns. The green field wanderer glanced at the card and pondered. He put away the bow and arrows on his back and walked out of the forest. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the forest was a grassland. A beautiful woman surrounded by flowers was walking slowly. With every step she took, flowers bloomed and butterflies circled around her. Her direction was actually the same as the green field wanderers. Monsters in the swamp, ascetics in the waterfall, night watchmen in the clock tower, witches with black cats, and countless other geniuses. For various reasons, they all came to floating Mech City. The fake continent was huge. Many wizard organizations couldn't even calculate its size. If one were to include the countless subsidiary planes, then the area would be even larger. It was important to note that each subsidiary plane was equivalent to a world. Even an adept would have to fly for several years to travel across a subsidiary plane, let alone a mortal measuring the size of a world with their feet. Therefore, although there were many countries on the fake continent, most of them only had an impression of their neighboring countries. If they were further away, they would have no idea what was going on. However, there was one country that wasn't only famous in the wizarding world, but also in the mortal world. It was the Evern Nation. The reason why Erone country was famous among the mortal countries was because this country exported prosperity to the outside world, bringing jobs to countless people. Railroads, trains, steelmaking technology, clocks, machines, and so on. In just 1,000 years, the world of steel and mud spread from Evern Nation to the entire fake continent. Now, even the Midnight Devil Kingdom, which was thousands of kilometers away from Evern Nation, built underground trains, which showed how influential Evern Nation was as a mortal country. It could be said that Evern Nation single-handedly dragged most countries on the fake continent from primitive society to the age of steam. Evern Nation wasn't just famous among mortal countries. It was also famous among the wizarding world. The floating Mech City, the largest gathering place for alchemists in the southern wizarding region and one of the largest trading hubs, was located in Evern Nation. However, floating Mech City floated on clouds all year round. Mortals rarely saw it even when it was floating around Evern Nation. Floating Mech City was hovering above an inland salt lake. Hundreds of airships flew down from the city and began to collect salt from the lake. Through the mirror-like surface of the salt lake, one could see the gigantic body of Floating Mech City. The all-metal floating city covered an area of hundreds of square kilometers. It was so dark that it looked like a giant monster. The clouds in the sky couldn't even cover a corner of the floating city, which showed how huge the city was. Floating Mech City wasn't just huge, it also had a uniform style. Most of the buildings were made of metal. Some were made of black iron, some were made of brass, and some were even made of gold and silver. Apart from that, the most eye-catching feature of Floating Mech City was that all of its chimneys were located at the bottom. The smoke from the chimneys all flowed down, so the front of Floating Mech City was clean and tidy. There was no smoke at all. There was an oval-shaped building in the center of Floating Mech City. It was the reason why the city was so prosperous, the Teleportation Hall. As a neutral wizard organization, Floating Mech City had many alchemists, which allowed them to connect directly with most wizard organizations through teleportation portals. This natural condition gradually made the city a popular trade center for all major wizard organizations. Later, Floating Mech City simply developed itself into a trading platform. They even built the famous Tower of Infinity and Sky Auction in the southern wizarding region. Floating Mech City's route required external energy, which was why the teleportation hall was so important. Today, in the center of the teleportation hall, a young woman with brown hair and green eyes wearing a Moonstar wizard robe was standing outside a blue barrier that glowed faintly. Inside the barrier was a teleportation array that was engraved with ancient runes. The brown-haired woman was reading the messages she received in her transmitter. Teleportation Attendant Xianxia, attention please. Your duty is about to end. It had been 2 days since Xianxia accepted this duty, but the teleportation array connected to Fairy World never buzzed. For other apprentices, this was probably an easy job to earn magic crystals. But for her, it was not. She chose to guard the teleportation array because she secretly bribed another apprentice with a large sum of magic crystals. If no one came to Silent Hill, she would lose a lot of money. Time ticked away. There were only 3 minutes left until her turn in. Xianxia was already sighing and waving goodbye to the magic crystals she was about to lose. Suddenly, the crescent-shaped transmitter in her hand buzzed. A new message came from the main control panel. Xianxia was surprised. She quickly opened it with a glimmer of hope. Teleportation Attendant Xianxia, attention please. The teleportation array connected to Silent Hill in your fairy world has been lit up. 6 living beings detected. Please prepare to receive them. Hearing the signal, Xianxia's eyes flashed with surprise, and she immediately nodded. Got it. Silent Hill and Fairy World? A red-haired figure flashed in Xianxia's mind. That should be him, right? Xianxia took a deep breath and prayed in her mind. It had to be him. Then, when no one was paying attention, he quickly took out his communicator and sent a message to the other person, someone from Silent Hill is here. A moment later, she received a reply. Roger that. I'm here. Roger that. Xianxia looked up and saw a man wearing a coffee-colored trench coat and a gray felt hat waving at her. Xianxia nodded to herself and then walked to the teleportation array. With a flash of light, a group of people appeared in the center of the array. When the light of the teleportation faded, the person behind Bogula finally opened his eyes. Ah! Finally home. Shadow put a hand on Angor's shoulder and chuckled. This is Teleportation Hall. I think it's a good name. Why don't we change it to Bird's Nest? It's so similar to a bird's nest. Since they were in the inner hall, Angor did not see any similarities between the building and the bird's nest, so he did not respond to Shadow's question. Instead, he looked around curiously. At a glance, the mission hall was huge. It was almost half the size of the central plaza of Tree Spirit Garden. Angor estimated that the hall was about 500 meters away. The entire hall was covered in blue barriers, while a light screen flickered above his head. Most of the words on the screen were about the activation of certain portals. For example, teleportation portal XXX is activated. For example, the teleportation array to a certain place will be activated at X o'clock. Interested parties, please register at the teleportation service desk. As far as he could see, this was only a small part of the teleportation hall. However, he could learn a lot from the small details. From what he saw, Angor already had a basic idea about this famous floating city in the southern wizarding region. Management, scale, and data. Angor couldn't see anything like this anywhere else. Machine alchemy was the main reason why the floating city could operate in such a way. Angor was already impressed by what he saw. He began to look forward to what other surprises the floating city would bring him. Bumpkin. A resentful voice came from behind Angor. Angor glanced at the speaker, who wasn't looking at him at all. The speaker was playing with a card in his hand. It was an information card that allowed him to enter the purification garden. It was a young man dressed in a strange way. Black hair, black eyes, and dark circles under his eyes. He was wearing a black shirt, black pants, and black shoes. Other than the exposed pale skin, his entire body was black. His black clothes didn't look old. Instead, they were decorated with strange black rivets and straps, which highlighted his unique style. I'm not talking about someone. He raised his head, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes under his black hair. If someone wants to take it personally, then I can't do anything about it. Angor knew he was talking about himself. He looked away without showing any emotion. He didn't want to talk to someone who was hostile for no reason. The young man looked at Angor with a complicated expression. He glanced at Bogula and didn't say anything. Shadow moved his head closer to Angor and gestured at the young man with the dark circles around his eyes. Shadow's eyes were saying, "Do you need my help?" Angor shook his head. "Not now." Speaking of this young man, Angor was also a little confused. When they left Silent Hill, the young man was already waiting for them. Bogula wasn't surprised to see him. When the portal was activated, Bogula protected the young man. Clearly, Bogula knew the young man. He also noticed that Shadow seemed to know who the young man was. Shadow even rolled his eyes when he saw the young man. From the moment the portal was activated to the moment they arrived at Floating City, Angor didn't even have time to ask Shadow who the young man was before the young man started to provoke them. Angor was the only one who came to Floating Mech City for the first time, so he had to be the target of the young man's mockery. This was clearly the first time he had met the other party, but he didn't know where the other party's malice came from. As he pondered, the blue barrier around them slowly disappeared. It's used to prevent teleportation accidents and space turbulence, Shadow explained. As the flickering blue light disappeared, Angor looked at a woman standing outside the barrier. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the teleportation attendant shown on the screen. "Welcome back, Mr. Bogula. Teleportation attendant Celia at your service." Celia stepped forward with a big smile. "Get out of my way." Bogula frowned. Celia didn't seem offended by Bogula's attitude. Instead, she stepped aside with a smile. Bogula led the group out of the hall. Shadow whispered to Angor as they walked, "They're all apprentices. They're here as teleportation attendants to explain things to wizards who come to Floating Mech City for the first time. It's a lucrative job. If you meet a generous wizard, you'll find something useful for them. Come to think of it, I once guarded a teleportation hall, and I met a very generous wizard." Shadow mumbled to himself, but Angor didn't seem to be listening at all. Instead, he was frowning and thinking about something. "What are you thinking about?" Shadow asked curiously. Angor hesitated. "Why do I feel like that teleportation attendant Celia has been staring at me?" "Really?" Shadow tried to recall. "I'm more manly than you." Poor taste. Shadow assumed that Celia was only interested in the handsome young man's looks. Angor, on the other hand, was still puzzled. He could tell that the woman wasn't interested in his looks. She was looking at him up and down with a strange look. Does she know me? Angor quickly dismissed the idea. He might be famous in Brute Cavern, but his name wouldn't reach as far as Floating Mech City. Soon, they left the questing hall. Unbeknownst to Angor, Celia's transmitter beeped again as soon as they left. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Before coming to Floating Mech City, Angor tried to imagine the architectural style of this place many times. He believed that Floating Mech City, which could build railroads, trains, and airships, should be similar to the cities on Earth he saw in documentaries. But when he actually came into contact with this magnificent floating city, he realized that it was completely different. The buildings here did look like reinforced concrete, but they weren't like the cities on Earth. Instead, they looked more like Dark Demon City. The buildings were densely packed, with narrow paths that led to higher floors. There were also iron walkways in the air. Even the metal buildings didn't look modern or technologically advanced. Instead, they looked like a mixture of post-punk styles. Even the rusty iron sheets on the outer walls of the buildings seemed to have their own purpose. Angor also noticed that this place was indeed a hub for trade in the wizarding world. Most of the metal flowing through this place would be bitten off. Whether it was the tall buildings or the streets, they were all crowded with signboards. It felt like the old streets in the documentary Hong Kong. But unlike the ones in the documentary, the signs here didn't have neon lights, but they had a unique charm. The power of runes was everywhere. Angor looked up and saw several shops selling potions. The potion bottles on the signs looked like a chain. The only difference was their size and color. Angor didn't see many potion shops in Twilight Well, but he already saw at least 4 of them in this small corner of floating Mech City. What do you want to buy? Just tell me. As he sighed, a strange cackle reached his ears. Ha ha ha. You can have anything you want as long as you agree to become my puppet. Angor quickly calmed himself down. It was Bogula. This was the first time Bogula talked to him since he woke up, and the man was going straight to the point. Angor lowered his head. I don't need anything. Bogula looked back at Angor with a pair of passionate eyes. His snake-like tongue almost touched Angor's earlobe. I'll be waiting for your request at any time. Ha ha ha, Bogula took to the sky. Diablo, take everyone back to my fortress. Don't leave a single one behind. With that said, Bogula's figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. Shadow walked to Angor and comforted him. Don't worry. I'll get you out of here. Before he could finish, he heard a snicker. It was the young man with dark circles who had been following them. You're much kinder than before, Diablo. The young man's voice was soft and wet. It was very uncomfortable to listen to. Shadow snickered. Are you looking for a beating, Falca? Shadow narrowed his eyes and rolled up his sleeves as he walked towards Falca, the youth with dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he was trying to provoke Falca. Falca's voice paused as he took a few steps back. 7 or 8 black bats flapped their wings and appeared behind him. I want to see if you're worthy of being called a genius. Falca wasn't afraid at all despite the fact that he was a full tier lower than Shadow. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Before Shadow could make a move, Falca ordered his bats to attack Shadow first. Shadow didn't try to dodge. He just looked at Falca with a grin. While Falca was still trying to figure out what was going on, he heard a strange mechanical voice. Beep beep. Energy signature detected. A metallic eye suddenly flew above Falca's head. Detected energy signature. Summoning array detected. Please stop the spell at once, or you will be banished. Falca paused for a second and looked at Shadow. He was the one who started it. Shadow was adjusting his sleeves and collar. I'm just fixing my collar. I'm not going to fight you. Rune detector, remember his face. Next time he tries to cast a spell, give him a good beating. Falca raised an eyebrow in anger. Shadow must have noticed the rune detector and put on an act. Even if he retracted his mana right now, the rune detector would still keep track of his movements in floating Mech City from now on. You. Falca pointed at Shadow and then at Angor. I'll remember you. You, Angor didn't know what to say. What's going on? After the rune detector left, Shadow put a hand on Angor's shoulder. I didn't want to teach him a lesson, but he just messed with me. Ever since Falca was trapped by Shadow, he had been following them from behind. Since Bogula ordered everyone to return to the fort, Falca did not dare to leave the team. Falca kept staring at them with his menacing eyes. Shadow spoke in a low voice, that guy is as petty as Isabella. Just ignore him. Toya, the little boy beside Shadow, nodded. Yeah, don't mind him, big bro. He's just a kid. Last time, he tried to put a master-servant contract on Dodo, but I found out and he won't admit it. Toya was holding Dodo in his arms while rubbing Dodo's fur with his short, chubby hands. Toya was Bogula's new apprentice. Angor only learned about it yesterday. It had only been a year since Toya joined Bogula, and he was already at the bottleneck of level 1. Clearly, he was quite talented. As for that pet doodle, Angor couldn't tell what it was. He had a feeling that the creature was hiding a terrifying power under its adorable appearance. He had asked Shadow about it before, but Shadow only smiled and said nothing. He only said that Dudu was Tuyao's pet and that they were born together. Dodo might look cute as a cub, but its strength was immeasurable. Perhaps it was as strong as a naga. Falca is Silent Raven Taurus apprentice, as well as a relative of Taurus. Shadow paused and continued, because of this, Falca is a bit arrogant. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has someone to back him up. I think he doesn't like you because you're more famous than him. I'm more famous than him? Angor did not know what he was talking about. Ever since I told you that you've been in contact with mysteries, there have been a lot of sorcerers coming to visit you. But the tower is protected by our teacher's barrier, so they can't get in. Shadow shrugged. Wizards came to visit me? Angor found it strange. There was such a huge gap between apprentices and wizards. Most wizards even saw apprentices as ants. Why would a wizard shamelessly visit Angor? In any case, you're famous now, but your influence hasn't spread yet. But reputation spreads very quickly. Many wizards like to stay at home and watch gossip. Maybe in a few years, you'll be famous in the wizarding world. Shadow seemed to be a little proud of being Angor's friend. Angor nodded. He had no idea what fame meant. Therefore, for the time being, he didn't know what kind of consequences he would face after becoming famous. Be it good or bad. They walked leisurely from the teleportation hall to the Bogula fortress. Since Bogula didn't set a time limit, they decided to just stroll around. Along the way, he began to see the true face of Floating Mech City. Floating Mech City had many supernaturals, but most of them were mortals. Most of the mortals here were relatives of supernaturals. Most of them ran shops in their respective clans. Most of them were mortals working as salespeople. As for extraordinaires, they rarely wandered around the streets. According to Shadow, supernaturals mostly gathered on the opposite side of Floating Mech City. Speaking of which, the structure of Floating Mech City had to be mentioned. There were two sides to the city. The front side was the main city area, where the teleportation hall, auction house, shops, and the headquarters of other organizations were located. The opposite side was under the city, where there were a lot of chimneys. Standing on the ground, Angor looked up and saw the opposite side of Floating Mech City. Although the buildings and creatures on the opposite side seemed to be hanging upside down from the naked eye, the laws of gravity there were different. When one really reached the opposite side, there was no feeling of hanging upside down. As a wizard organization, Floating Mech City's real base was on the opposite side. My professor used to live on the opposite side as well. But a bunch of alchemists messed up the place, so he moved to the main city area. Shadow sighed. Actually, the mana density on the opposite side is higher, but because the environment is too bad, most non-alchemy wizards live in the main city. Now, the opposite side has become a paradise for alchemists and apprentices. But there are many alchemist items and materials on the opposite side. If you're interested, I can take you there, Shadow suggested. Angor shook his head. He didn't need materials. What he needed was strength. There was something special about the structure of the city, the rules. The front side of Floating Mech City, which was the main city area, was filled with rune detectors. The rune detectors were used to monitor energy ripples during battles and prevent anyone from getting into a fight. If they were found out, they would be blacklisted by Floating Mech City, and they would not be allowed to interact with them in the future. Of course, this restriction was only limited to apprentices and some weaker adepts. After nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at Bogula's fortress. The fortress was hemispherical in shape. There was nothing special about it. However, Angor noticed that there were a lot of strange-looking puppets around the fortress. There were living puppets, corpse puppets, and even puppets made from strange materials. Men and women, young and old, humans, animals, plants, and spirits. They all looked strange. When they stepped into the fortress, Angor felt a chilling aura surrounding the place. The puppets followed their steps and stared at them with their cold, lifeless eyes. Falca was originally about 40 meters behind them. When they arrived at the fortress, he immediately ran to Shadow's side, not daring to stray too far away from him. "Stay within 10 meters of me, or the puppets will attack you," Shadow warned. They arrived at the fortress without any trouble. Outside the fortress, there was a metal sphere floating in the air, which looked similar to the rune detector they saw earlier. "Welcome home, Mr. Diablo," the rune detector spoke in a mechanical voice. "Butler Khazar, take this stinking bat to the guest room on the second floor," Shadow ordered while pointing at Falca. "Yes, Butler Khazar." The rune detector released a ray of white light and pointed at a certain direction. "Please follow me, guest." Falca glared at Shadow with a dark expression. "Just you wait, Diablo." "I'm not talking to you," Shadow spat. Falca seemed to be very familiar with this place. He didn't even need the rune detector to guide him. "Let's go. The annoying bastard is gone. I'll take you to your room." Shadow then turned to Toya. "You go back and meditate. I'll teach you a cantrip at night." Toya nodded with a bright look. However, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he looked at Angor in confusion. "Mr. Angor, I saw your bird." Shadow stared at Angor as if he was looking at a freak. "When I took Dodo out this morning, I saw you take out a little bird from your door." Toya showed Angor the bird in his hand. Seeing this, Shadow realized that the bird Toya was talking about was actually Toby. Angor had been keeping Toby in his bracelet while Papaya and her clansmen took care of it. Earlier, when he was making water for the Crocox, Papaya said that Toby's eyelids were twitching, which meant it was about to wake up. Angor took out Toby to check, but the bird was still asleep. It was only for a split second. Unexpectedly, Tuyao saw it. "That bird's clothes are so pretty. Mr. Angor, can you make one for Dodo too?" Toya lifted Dodo up high and showed it to Angor. Dudu is a feline. As it is lifted, its tail naturally erects to cover the key parts. Before Angor could say anything, Shadow slapped Toya's head. "Hey, there are plenty of clothes sellers out there. You want your brother Angor to make clothes for Tutu? You're just trying to extort an alchemy armor. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Shadow pushed Toya aside. "Acting cute won't work in the wizarding world. Don't you know what equivalent exchange means? If you want something, you have to pay for it. Now, take Dodo back." Toya pursed his lips and walked into the fortress while looking back several times. Angor wasn't planning to make anything for Toya, but he still felt a little tempted by Toya's words. The mana barrier armor Devildare gave him was already damaged. Apart from the myriad ward magic scroll, Angor needed something else to protect himself. He still had a Kiso snake scale. It wasn't practical for him to use it right now, but if he could make a heart-protecting armor out of it, it would be a great help. With that in mind, he followed Shadow into the fortress. "You better not let Dodoro out. My professor might be able to tolerate you, but he won't let other people out. Don't worry about Toby. A familiar is something every wizard should have." Shadow took Angor to Toby's room and warned him. "Toby won't mind." Dodoro was still learning how to speak from Papaya's grandmother. Angor went to check on him and saw that Dodoro was progressing even faster than when Trusan was teaching him. However, Angor noticed that Dodoro kept glancing at his luggage bag, which contained his bowl. If Angor wasn't restricted, Dodoro would probably go for it right away. "Got it." Angor nodded. "You can stay here peacefully for the next 2 days. I'll go out and contact some old friends to see if I can help you find a place to hide." Shadow paused for a moment. "As for the purification garden, I already told you what I told you last time. You better keep it in mind. Think about it. You don't have to worry about my professor for now. I heard from him this morning that something big is going to happen in Floating Mech City. He'll probably go to the other side of the city to deal with it, so he won't force you to make a decision right away. But you have to be prepared. It's best if you can tell me your thoughts and make a decision before the teacher comes back." 3 days later. In the middle of the night, Angor finished his meditation and stood in front of the window. His room was located on the 6th floor of the fortress, which was the highest floor. Through the window, he could clearly see layers upon layers of puppets outside the fortress under the moonlight. Perhaps they sensed Angor's gaze. The strange puppets all turned around and stared at him with cold eyes. The pale moonlight illuminated their cold faces, which made them look even creepier. They were staring at Angor as if warning him not to do anything reckless. Angor sensed that there were at least several wizard-level puppets among them. When the wizard-level aura approached him, Angor tried his best to resist it and took a few steps back. When the curtain was pulled back, all the auras were gone. Angor had lost count of how many times he tried to approach the window during the past 3 days. Every time he tried, the puppets would force him back even when he was standing at the window. Angor's anger at the beginning was now replaced by joy in the end. At least he could practice his resistance in front of these puppets. But no matter what, he still felt aggrieved. Back in Midnight Sovereign, he had no choice but to agree to Lydia's unfair deal due to the difference in their strength. When he faced Twilight, he couldn't fight back and ended up like this. Isabella did let him go in Silent Hill, but he didn't forget the pain and anger he felt when he was being hunted down. Bogula didn't do anything to him yet, but judging from the attitude of the puppets outside, he knew he was under house arrest. All these things reminded Angor of how small and insignificant he was in front of absolute power. He might be the strongest among his peers right now, but sometimes, the higher you stood, the further you could see, and you would realize how weak you really were. He didn't want to become the king of monkeys. He just wanted to get rid of the fate of being toyed with and controlled by others as soon as possible. And to achieve that, he had to improve his own strength first. In the past 3 days, Angor had been working on his cantrip model. The spirit model in his mind space was already showing signs of scattering. If he kept working on it, the model would turn into a spider web, which would spread out in all directions. However, he did not continue. It was not because he could not or did not want to, but because he did not dare to. Singularity dispersive meditation was indeed the strongest channeling method that had been discovered so far. Just as it was described in its records, there was almost no bottleneck before one reached the level of a wizard. If Angor kept working on it, he would soon reach the level of a level 3 apprentice. He knew that he was only a level 2 apprentice when he fell into the space passageway half a year ago. He did not have a solid foundation yet. If he tried to break through again, he might end up destroying the building he was in. But, time waits for no man. If he continued to wait step by step for a solid foundation, it would take at least a few years. This period of time was very short for extraordinaires, but it was very long for mortals. John was still far away, waiting for his return. He could not stop. Angor sank into his thoughts. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. However, to act rashly while ignoring the foundation would be irresponsible to the future. As for how to quickly make up for his foundation, that was something that could be slowly explained in the future. As for his body's deficiencies, the purification garden should be able to do it. When thinking about the garden, Angor's mood sank to the bottom again. The words that Shadow had said to him that day still rang in his ears. Every time the garden opens, it's always a fight for the right to enter. People say that there are a lot of places available, but they're all lies. You know how the Sorcerer's Garden uses up its laws. Floating Mech City can't even satisfy our own needs, let alone outsiders. That's why the Purification Garden is so strange this time. All you need to do is climb to the top of the Sky Tower to get in, and you'll be able to do it. Previously, the requirement to enter the garden was at least 30 levels in the Tower of Infinity. To challenge the Tower of Infinity, one had to clear all 15 levels of the tower. In the past, only those who reached at least 30 levels could enter the garden. But now, the requirement was extended to all wizards in the southern wizarding region. Even without Shadow's explanation, Angor already knew what was going on. So, the garden this time is not as simple as it seems. There might be more to it than meets the eye. Shadow was trying to dissuade Angor from entering the garden. He did consider accepting Shadow's help to get away from this place. But, the garden was too tempting for him right now. Should he leave? Or should he stay here and wait for the garden to open? Angor stayed silent for the whole night. Considering the current situation, he already made up his mind. The first rays of the morning sun began to rise. When he was about to tell Shadow about his decision, Shadow came to him first. "How have you been these days?" Shadow pushed the door open and entered. Angor pointed outside the window. "Not good. Every night when I walk past the window, I feel like I'm facing a great enemy." Shadow walked to the window and looked at the layers of golems outside. He smiled. "This is the automatic ability of the defensive golems. It's the same for any stranger. Falca has been receiving this baptism for the past few days." "You mean Mr. Bogula isn't doing this on purpose?" "No. My professor is a simple man. He wouldn't do something like this." Shadow lowered the curtain. "So, what do you think? Are you going to leave or?" "I'm not leaving Floating Mech City for now." "So you've chosen the garden?" Shadow fell silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. "Maybe you're right to choose the Purification Garden." Angor gave Shadow a doubtful look. "I've been contacting my old friends these days, hoping they can help you escape using a private teleportation array. Or, if you choose the garden, they'll find you a safe place to hide." Shadow casually told Angor what he did in the past few days. It was only a few sentences, but Angor could tell that Shadow had done a lot of favors for him. Shadow even prepared a plan for Angor to go to the garden. Angor didn't say anything like thank you to Shadow. Instead, he kept Shadow's kindness in mind. "I said you made the right choice because I received a piece of information. As I said, the garden might be in trouble. But there might be a great destiny waiting for you." "A great destiny? What do you mean?" "Floating Mech City sent 10 apprentices into the garden this time. All of them are real geniuses. 2 of them are heirs of Truthfinder wizards." Shadow paused for a moment. "Oh, I see. These geniuses are the core seeds of our organization. They all received special channeling methods, and some of them even have special constitutions. Their futures are limitless." Shadow thought to himself. "Of course, you're even more of a freak than them. The organization won't send them to their deaths. So, there must be a chance for them to survive this trip. And this chance might be a great destiny." Shadow sighed. "I don't know what kind of destiny it is, but I'm sure it'll be great. I also heard a rumor, but I don't know if it's true. All major organizations sent their young geniuses here. Professor, I think you've been busy with something related to this." After that, Shadow left in a hurry. His interest was piqued and he wanted to know more about the Purification Garden. Before he left, he gave Angor a word of advice. "I can provide you with a place to hide on the other side of the city. But the atmosphere in the city is very strange right now. I think it's better for you to stay in the fortress. Professor won't have time to bother you these days." Shadow left a final message, "Wait for my news." Then he left. Angor considered for a moment and returned to his desk. No matter what happened to the garden, he still needed to improve his fighting ability. He was halfway done with his study of fear. If everything went well, he should be able to make some progress within this week. Fear was a highly targeted skill that varied from person to person. If he could use nightmare illusions, his fighting ability would be greatly improved. Time flew. A week had passed. During the night, Angor completed the last part of the calculation. The next step was to construct the cantrip model on his axis of the universe. Someone knocked on his door when he was about to learn all the fear spells in one go. Knock knock knock, the sound was clear and melodious. Angor glanced at the clock on the wall. It was past midnight, which meant it was the wee hours of the morning. At this time, even if extraordinaires rarely rested, no one would deliberately choose to visit them at this time. "Who is it?" Angor frowned. After a long while, a mechanical voice came in. "Honorable guest, Khazar has something to ask of you." "Khazar?" Shadow told Angor that Khazar was an upgraded version of a rune eye that carried a mechanical core. He was currently the butler of the fortress. Angor didn't open the door. "Come in." If it really was Butler Khazar, he should be able to enter the room directly. The lock on the door made a clear sound. He opened the door and saw Kaza, the man he saw in front of the fortress. The giant metal eyeball slowly floated into the room and hovered in front of Angor. "What brings you here, Butler Khazar?" "Honorable guest, Mitra wishes to see you. He is already waiting for you in the living room." The hallway was dark and quiet. Lamps on the wall illuminated the path every once in a while. Khazar led the way, while Angor followed behind him. Who was Mitra? Angor had no idea. Shadow mentioned the name once in Silent Hill, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Angor didn't understand why this Mitra wanted to meet him all of a sudden. Judging from how Khazar addressed Mitra, Angor assumed that the man was at least a wizard-level wizard. As a junior, Angor had no choice but to accept an invitation from a wizard-level wizard. No matter who Mitra was or what he wanted, Angor should be safe inside Bogula's mansion. Angor turned a corner and saw Shadow leaning against a wall. "Leave the rest to me, Steward Khazar." Shadow sent Khazar away and walked to Angor. "Are you surprised to see me?" Shadow smirked. "Let's go. I'll take you to Mr. Mitra." Shadow gestured for Angor to follow. "Don't worry. It took me a lot of effort to convince Mr. Mitra to come here. As long as you can impress him, my professor won't be able to do anything to you." "Who's he?" Angor finally asked. Shadow shushed Angor and spoke in a low voice, "Remember to call him Master. Many wizards who are stronger than him have to call him Master. As for you, just call him Mr. like me." With that, Shadow briefly introduced Mitra to Angor. Mitra was an alchemist who had already reached the level of a master alchemist. He was an expert in apothecary, but he also had some achievements in tooling. Mitra was barely a wizard-level wizard, but he was still respected by everyone in Floating Mech City. Of course, this respect was mostly due to Mitra's alchemy achievements, but it was also due to Mitra's influence on Bogula. "Mitra is my professor's mentor, and my professor respects him a lot. Mitra can even influence my professor's decisions in many matters. He's the only one in the city who can defeat you without relying on his strength. I've been thinking about Mr. Mitra for a long time now, but he's been in seclusion for 2 months now. I thought I wouldn't be able to find him. But I didn't expect him to suddenly end his seclusion at night. I immediately ran to him and told him about you. He heard that you had come into contact with the mysterious plane. He was very interested in you and came over overnight." Shadow thought Angor was worried about Mitra's attitude and tried to comfort him. "Mr. Mitra is an academism wizard. He's always gentle. Don't worry." Angor nodded in agreement. Of course, he was grateful for Shadow's help. However, he was still nervous about facing a master alchemist. Soon, they arrived at the living room. While he was still outside the curtains, he could already hear the whispers inside. Shadow and Angor lifted the curtain and entered the room. The first thing Angor saw was an old man sitting on a sofa with a monocle on his monocle. He was examining a bottle of green potion in his hand. The old man's hair was orange, but it looked a little withered. There were also some black curls that looked like they were burnt by fire. His clothes were also very simple. The only thing worth noticing was that there were many metal rings and metal nets on his exposed skin. Angor read about them in a book. They were a type of metal external joint, which was used to assist alchemy. "This old man must be the Mr. Mitra," Shadow mentioned. Apart from Mitra, there were 2 other people in the living room. One was Toya, who was holding Doodle in his arms, while the other was a bulky middle-aged man. The whispers they had heard outside the curtains had come from them. Angor looked at the burly man with a strange look. He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. "You're here, Diablo?" The old man spoke in a gentle voice. "You must be Angor." Angor looked at the old man and nodded. The man smiled and looked at Angor from head to toe. A moment later, the light in his eyes disappeared and he closed his eyes to think. As he pondered, the burly man on the other side began to observe Angor as well. After looking at it for a while, he muttered, "Why does it look so familiar?" "Sit here." Mitra opened his eyes and asked, "You almost created a mystery item?" "Diablo has told me everything. Isabel reappeared in the southern region and stole half of the mystery soul you created." Shadow was about to say something modest when Mitra skipped the topic and went straight to the point. "The other half of the spirit of mystery fused into the weapon you forged. Even if it's only half, it should still contain some mystery power. The reason I'm here today is to ask if you can let me take a look at that weapon? Angor didn't say anything for a while. Mitra didn't urge him. As an alchemist himself, he knew he was being rude. The weapon was Angor's secret, and it might even be his trump card. Even Mitra himself wouldn't agree to show it to someone else. But Mitra still brought it up because he really wanted to know the pattern of mystery power. He used to borrow a lot of mystery items, but he never found anything useful due to the strong mystery energy. Now that he finally saw a half-step mystery item, he couldn't wait any longer. I know I'm being rude, but if you can let me take a look, you can make a request of me. As long as it doesn't go against my values and I can do it, I'll do it, Mitra said. Angor considered and took out Prelude to Rebirth from his bracelet. Instead of looking at the strange-looking weapon, Mitra looked at Angor's space bracelet. Mitra's eyes glowed again, but this time, they had a faint golden hue to them. A very good spatial bracelet with compound effects. This bracelet of yours should be engraved with an amazing magic array. I've never seen this magic array before. Mitra considered for a moment. But judging from the patterns on it, it should be some kind of invisibility item, right? Yes. It's called Infinite Reticence, Angor answered. Mitra's eyes lit up. You made the bracelet yourself? Yes. Angor nodded. When Angor admitted this fact, everyone in the room was surprised. Space storage was a rare item, and a composite one at that. The burly man beside Mitra looked at Angor's bracelet with a greedy look. He was a wizard now, but he didn't have a space storage. Yet. Enchantment of a magic array isn't easy. Not only did you do it, but you also did it at the same time. Before this, Mitra was looking at Angor as if he was looking at a talented young man. But now, he felt a sense of kinship. He knew how difficult it was to do two things at the same time. Not only that, he had to engrave two magic arrays at the same time and connect them from end to end. Even master alchemists couldn't do such a thing. You don't have enough mana now. You used an energy stabilizer, right? Yes. I think you'll need at least a few thousand magic crystals. If you fail the first time, try again. TSK. Young man, you're really brave. I wouldn't have done this when I was your age. Mitra chuckled as he revealed the truth, which shocked everyone again. Taking Prelude to Rebirth, Mitra's eyes glowed with golden light as he examined the gun. While Mitra was busy looking around, Shadow crept closer to Angor and pointed at Angor's bracelet with a flattering smile. When I get the materials, can you make one for me too? Angor nodded. Shadow had helped him a lot, and he didn't mind helping him with his alchemy. Me too. Tuya came over and blinked his eyes cutely. Shadow pushed Toya away. Get out of my way. Don't interrupt when adults are talking. Tuyao pursed his lips and released Dudu to bite Shadow. Shadow screamed in pain and ordered Gammy to cut Shadow's head off. Soon, the sofa became a chaotic battlefield. A moment later, Mitra looked up and put away his monocle. Do you have a name for this weapon? It's called a gun, and I call it Prelude to Rebirth. Prelude to Rebirth. Mitra clicked his tongue and pointed at the gun's magazine. I've never seen the magic array on it before. I think it's used to kill undead creatures. But there's something strange in this magazine. Can you tell me what it is? It's ammunition. But I don't know what it does. Mitra could tell that Angor wasn't lying. He nodded. I used Narda's vision on it. There's a mystery effect in it. I think it's caused by the other half of the mystery spirit. I won't ask. I've learned a lot this time. Thank you for your generosity. Mitra handed the gun back to Angor. Mitra asked a few more questions about the mystery spirit. However, he didn't ask about the weapon's special effects, nor did he ask how Angor survived the omen. He respected Angor's privacy. Angor felt very comfortable talking to Mitra. They chatted for a while longer, and Mitra was satisfied with Angor's knowledge. But it was getting late, and Toya kept yawning, so Mitra stood up and left with the bulky man. Before leaving, Mitra said to Angor, I'll be staying at Elixir Hut for a while. I'm looking forward to talking to you. Of course. I'll take Angor there tomorrow. Shadow answered before Angor could answer. After Mitra left, Shadow smiled and said, Mr. Mitra's words should be enough to lift your ban. Mr. Mitra has also given you a promise. I'm sure Mr. Mitra won't just sit by and watch if Mentor really wants to deal with you. Angor returned to his bedroom and was surprised by the conversation he had with Mitra. It was the first time he saw a wizard talking to an apprentice in such a friendly manner. Only focusing on skills and not on levels. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a master alchemist. However, Angor still had a question about the bulky man. Who was he? Why did he feel so familiar? On the other side, Mitra left Bogula Fortress with the bulky man. They flew toward Mitra's elixir hut on the other side of floating Mech City, which was Mitra's home. Are you going to save that young apprentice, sir? The bulky man asked. He's very talented, and he must have received an incredible alchemy legacy, Mitra said in a low voice. Alchemy legacies are rare in the first place. They shouldn't end here. The bulky man nodded. If you don't want your legacy to end, sir, you can read his memory directly. His talent is worthy of the legacy. Mitra didn't really care about Angor's legacy. Besides, it's against my alchemy style. It's useless for me to get it. There's no need to ruin a genius. The bulky man agreed. It wasn't a bad idea to save Angor's life. Angor had the potential to become a master alchemist. Maybe Mitra would ask Angor for help in the future. If Angor could really get his hands on the mystery alchemist, their kindness would be even more valuable. The burly man began to understand Mitra's intentions. However, he still had another question in mind. Sabo, you're too far away. Mitra landed on the ground and looked at the student who was still flying in the air. The bulky man was surprised. He smiled awkwardly and returned to Mitra's side. What are you thinking about? Mitra walked to the elixir hut. The elixir hut was really a small hut. It was a simple wooden hut, which was even simpler than the one in Bison Mountains. From the outside, it looked like a wooden hut. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimney, indicating that there was a fireplace inside. The windows were made of glass, which gave off a warm, orange glow under the night sky. I'm thinking about that young apprentice. Sabo rubbed his temples. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I haven't found anything that matches him even though I've searched through my memories. Most of the official magi had excellent memory. If their spiritual force value was especially high, a small number of magi could even reach the stage of hyperthymesia. However, Sabo's nickname was Mad Bear, and he walked the path of bloodline. Unfortunately, his mental strength was not high, only 12 points. Therefore, his memory was more like a box that existed in his mind. Although there were many memories, it was not easy to search through them. Oh? You've seen him? Mitra opened the door and walked into the potion hut. There were no expansion runes in the hut. A fat woman was making bread in a tin box. She wiped her hands on her apron and walked over to greet Mitra when she saw him. Good night, Madame Yelia. Sabo greeted the woman respectfully. Yelia was Mitra's first wife, and they had been living together ever since they were apprentices. Sabo is here. Come and try my toasted mushroom bread. Yelia took out some warm bread from the tin box with a smile. You too, old man. Did you meet the alchemist that Diablo mentioned? How did it go? Yelia asked. Not bad. He's a talented kid, Mitra said. I've invited him to my house. Looks like you really like him. Yelia smiled and asked Sabo, did you see Toya today? What did he say? Sabo nodded. He's been in Silent Hill for half a year. He misses you a lot, madam. He said he'll come see you tomorrow. A kind smile appeared on Yelia's wrinkled face. That's good. I'll go prepare some food. That little monkey is going to make a scene tomorrow. Although they were joking, they all knew how much Yelia loved Toya. It could be said that he was raising Tutu as his own child. Toya only joined us last year. I don't know what you like about him. Mitra smiled at his wife. Last time he came to my lab, I was going to teach him some basic alchemy knowledge. But you didn't want him to get tired, so you asked him to sit on the side and watch me make potions. In the end, I had to spend a lot of money. You spoil him too much. Xianxia retorted, what do you mean by that? It's just a few bottles of glowing velvet potion. You've been complaining about it for half a year. When Xianxia retorted, Sabo frowned slightly. Toya had just joined the family last year. When he heard Mrs. Xianxia's words, a scene flashed through his mind. Last year, Sabo's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. What? Mitra and Xianxia looked at Sabo and wondered why he suddenly raised his voice. That little apprentice named Angor. I remember where I saw him. Sabo went through his memory box. Last year, I was assigned a mission to guard the Redbud. I went out for a walk. There were 3 wizard organizations on the Redbud who were recruiting talents from other continents. Angor was brought on board by an apprentice from White Coral Floating Island Academy. You mean Angor is a student from White Coral Floating Island Academy? Mitra tried to recall. He didn't recall any famous alchemists from White Coral Floating Island Academy. No, he didn't join the academy. Sabo's expression suddenly turned strange. Under Mitra's puzzled gaze, Sabo said, I think Mr. Bogula is going to suffer a big loss this time. You mean? Angor's teacher is someone incredible? Sabo nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, Angor must have become the disciple of Phantom Master, the god of slaughter in the southern wizarding region. Phantom Master, Sunders? Both Mitra and Xianxia froze when they heard the name. If Angor really became Bogula's student, Bogula might really lose his life. Are you sure? Sabo nodded and briefly recounted what happened at the time. The elixir hut remained silent. After a while, Xianxia finally broke the silence. If it's really Mr. Phantom, he won't stand up for his student, right? Think about Blood Witch. Mitra shook his head. That's not the same. Angor's value as an alchemist aside, Bogula's weakness alone is enough to make him lose his footing. You're right. I don't know what's wrong with Bogula. Why is he so obsessed with blonde hair and blue eyes? Xianxia sighed. But there's still hope. There's still a chance. Didn't you say you're going to invite him home? Just let him stay at home so Bogula won't go crazy. Sabo agreed with Xianxia. He still remembered how helpless he felt when facing Sunders on the Cloud Whale. A simple glance from Sunders almost made him kneel on the ground. If Sunders really wanted to use this as a pretext, Bogula would be in big trouble. Mitra frowned. I don't know if it's possible. I went to the Crystal Hall today and heard that Sunders arrived at Floating Mech City yesterday. Sabo, go talk to Bogula and tell him what's going on. I'll take Angor to the elixir hut, Mitra said and left. Xianxia added, don't forget to bring Toya with you. It was not going to be a peaceful night. There was a dark street in the center of the main district of Floating Mech City. The street was dark, and there weren't as many shops as there were in the business district. However, it was actually a popular entertainment district. There were all kinds of places to eat, drink, and have fun. Just the Blissful House alone had 2 or 3. There were male-oriented, female-oriented, and even more perverted places in this street named Benswick. A little fatty was panting heavily as he ran into the Benswick restaurant. He was drenched in sweat as he walked into a small building while panting. Judging from his attire and physique, there was no doubt that he was an ordinary mortal. Of course, most mortals living in Floating Mech City had supernatural relatives. His name was Pride. His father and twin brother were both apprentices. With the help of his father and brother, Pride's current job was related to supernatural as well, and his workplace was in this small building. He saw a busy scene as soon as he stepped inside. Paper, pulp and paper fluttered in the air, but none of them fell to the ground as if they had their own consciousness. There was a table on Pride's right. There were chairs, but the owner wasn't sitting there. Instead, he was drinking and chatting with other people at the bar. However, the pen on the table was moving freely as he wrote one elegant manuscript after another. Pride knew this was a way to use spirit power. He once saw something similar in his father's study. He would be lying if he said he wasn't jealous. However, his spiritual power was only 9, which was not enough to become a talent. Pride didn't give up though. He learned from his father and brother that there was a potion called Potion of Austere Night, which could increase spiritual power by 2 points. With this potion, he could also become a talent. Potion of Austere Night was expensive, but his father and brother's savings plus his own money already accounted for more than half of the cost. If his exclusive potion today could keep selling like hotcakes, he might be able to ask an apothecary master for potions in the near future. With that in mind, Pride calmed down a little. On the table on his left was a big-breasted girl wearing glasses. She was also immortal. Her name was Jolene, and she was the goddess of Pride's dreams. However, she always kept her distance from him. Jolene was currently reviewing manuscripts. The manuscripts that flew in from all over the world would be reviewed 3 times. She was one of the first reviewers. That's right, Pride was working for a magazine company. It was a monthly magazine that served official wizards. Its name was Sky of Truth. This year was the 555th year of Sky of Truth's publication, and this month's issue number was 6666. This was a memorable issue. Whether it was for the magazine or for Pride. For the magazine, this was a bold attempt, because it was the first time they used a mortal to lead a publication. For Pride, this was a chance for him to make a big leap, because he was the person in charge of this issue of Sky of Truth. Pride, the sample issue is out. I think it won't be worse than the last issue. Jolene smiled as she handed over a large booklet. Pride and her hadn't slept for 3 days in order to delete the manuscripts. With a mortal body, Pride had already reached his limit. I believe in you. Pride didn't look at the sample issue. He took the opportunity to flirt with the goddess of his dreams. As long as it's not worse than the last issue, Master Vonsman promised to let me continue to be the chief editor in the future. By then, Jolene chuckled. Loquacious. Look at the sample first. Pride picked up the sample issue. It did not have a cover, and the paper inside was also pulp paper. When it came to the real issue, the cover would be made of magic parchment, which would not rot for 10,000 years. The cover would also be engraved with magic runes so that the original copy would never rot. Pride flipped through the pages and started reading carefully. Although he had participated in the whole process of compiling the anecdotes and stories, he still needed to conduct a final review of the final compilation. After a while, Pride put down the sample issue. What do you think? I think it's good, Jolene said. Pride nodded. It's good. Especially these 2 articles. The author knows the reader's psychology very well. Jolene looked at the table of contents Pride was referring to. The big boss from 1,000 years ago returns to the southern region. The wizarding world might be reshuffled. Shock. The mysterious alchemist was made into a magic puppet. The reason was. Jolene covered her mouth and laughed. The author of these 2 articles is the same person. He's called Your Grandpa Stone. That's an interesting pen name. Pride also laughed. These are the only 2 articles that can be exclusive to this month's issue. I've asked Master Vonsman about the first one, and he was also shocked. I didn't expect Isabel, the Twilight King, to have such a powerful background. Sir Vonsman thinks highly of it. He estimates that this exclusive manuscript alone will be able to take the top spot. As for the other one, Pride looked at the second article. I thought this one would be better, but I asked Master Vonsman about it. He shook his head after reading it. He said that this article has a good gimmick, but it's very fake. How can an apprentice know about mysteries? However, Master Vonsman said that it's not completely worthless. After all, everyone knows about Master Bogula's hobbies. People will probably read it. Then, should we edit it and delete the part about the mysterious alchemist and only keep the latter part? Jolene suggested. Pride thought for a while and shook his head. Forget it. Let's respect the author. Your Grandpa Stone's choice of words is very thoughtful and fascinating. Also, the suspense is very deep. If we remove half of it, it'll be much less interesting. Pride also noticed that Your Grandpa Stone also mentioned that this blonde young man had a very strong background. Perhaps Bogula would have a hard time. Even Vonsman did not believe it, but who knew if it was true? If this was true, then his ascension to the top would be the beginning of the heavenly net. Jolene nodded and replied, I got it. Do you have any other questions about that? Pride thought for a while and then pointed at the second draft of Your Grandpa Stone. I remember that Meat Bro contacted the guards in the teleportation hall and took a video of Bogula's return. The boy mentioned in the article should be there, right? I'll go look for it. If I remember correctly, Brother Meat even went out of his way to find an artist to draw it out. Finkel, the typesetter, was still hesitating whether to use it or not. Jolene left for a while, and when she returned, she was holding a portrait in her hand. Jolene reluctantly handed the portrait to Pride. She's really good-looking. Both her temperament and appearance are top-notch. Pride felt a little jealous when he saw Jolene's expression. When he took a closer look, he had to admit that the young man's face was very beautiful. As always, it was Bogula's favorite. Thin, golden hair, and eyes as green as the sky. Pride said, "No wonder Lord Bogula chose him." Jolene sighed. What a handsome face. Pausing for a moment, Jolene came back to herself from the whirlpool of attractiveness and resumed her professional attitude. Pride, do you want to add this image? Pride nodded. Yes, of course. After fixing the flaw in the article, they moved on to something else. I think we can ask Mr. Vaughn's man to let your Grandpa Stone create a column. Time went by. The star of enlightenment had risen high. A metal tower made entirely of mechanical axles stood in the reflection of floating Mech City. The tower had been closed for a day and a night. The apprentices outside were talking about something important. People said that all the major wizard organizations in the southern wizarding region had gathered here to discuss something important. I heard they found the coordinates of a new plane. All the wizards are here to discuss how to explore it, someone said. Wait, floating Mech City never participates in planar expeditions, right? Even if the wizards want to discuss it, they should go to the Moonfrost Union. Isn't that what they like the most? The speaker sounded disdainful. Clearly, he didn't like the Moonfrost Union's forceful planar expeditions. You're all wrong. It's a plane fusion. Devil's Water is showing signs of plane fusion. The wizards must be looking for a new plane so that they can get more resources. The one who spoke was a bookworm wearing glasses. He was holding a magazine that he had just bought. When he was reading it, he found this old news. He filled in the gaps in his brain and embellished it a little before shouting it out. Adam the Bookworm, is this the new monthly gossip magazine? Let me have a look. A rude-looking young man approached the bookworm and tried to take the magazine away. Of course, Adam didn't want to. He kept struggling. Suddenly, the door of the tower was opened. Hey, old friend. I didn't expect to see you here. A strange old man with long white eyebrows and a curly beard came to them. He was wearing a blue-black wizard hat with embroidery of orchid flowers embroidered on it. Beside him stood a black-clothed man who exuded a cold aura. His facial features were sharp and handsome, and he was dressed like an old aristocrat. He wore a black gold cloak, white silk gloves, and held an exquisite black staff in his hand. All the wizards who passed by quickly moved away as if they were facing a great enemy. If Angor was here, he would recognize this old man as his teacher, Sunders. Something happened in the purification garden. As your teacher, I have to come and take a look, Sunders spoke in a plain tone. I see. I heard you took in a new student. The old man nodded. My naughty student arrived at floating Mech City a few days ago. Why don't you bring your new student to my place? Sunders glanced at the old man. His name was Cantor, and his nickname was Eventide. He was the current leader of Lilith's clan and had been a truth-finder for more than 600 years. He was even older than Sunders. As for strength, both of them were still one step away from becoming level 3 wizards. Lilith's clan was only a small organization, and they had very few members. However, no wizard organization dared to underestimate them. Almost every generation of Lilith's family had someone who had stepped into the realm of truth. Thousands of years ago, Lilith's family even had a few legendary wizards at the same time, which could be considered the peak of their time. Eventide Cantor was a well-known figure in the modern wizarding world. He was also one of Sunders' best friends in the wizarding world. Sunders understood Cantor's intention. Cantor wanted them to gather so that the younger generation could get to know each other better. It was a mutually beneficial thing. No need. I don't know if my student has arrived at floating Mech City yet. We can talk about it when he's here, Sunders said in a plain tone. Cantor nodded with a smile. You're right. None of your students are obedient. He recalled Flora's situation. He brought his student to Brute Cavern as a guest and stayed at Phantom Island for about 10 years. And he only saw Flora once. Sumesh, Sundar's first student, was also there. 50 years ago, Sumesh said that he was going to find a breakthrough in the path of truth. Sundar shook his head. It's not the same. This student of mine rarely goes out on his own. He doesn't even do any missions. He stays in his room every day. He was forced to go out this time. Oh? So you got yourself a student who doesn't need to worry about you, Cantor joked. Sundar shook his head again. Sundar shook his head again with a bitter smile. He's also a troublemaker. What happened at Twilight Auction alone almost caused the destruction of the southern wizardry region by the Abyss Great Demon God. How could that be considered as a peace of mind? Cantor was so scared that he couldn't even sit still. He planned to watch Angwar's performance in the VIP room, but he was forced to clean up the mess for the brat. In the end, Cantor spent countless materials to cut down the nightmare domain and fused it into Angwar's body. Sundar sighed in his mind. Angwar didn't even pay him back for the materials he used. Cantor's interest was piqued when he saw Sundar's serious expression. Now that you mention it, I want to see what kind of person he is. Sundars didn't answer. He wasn't sure if Angwar would come to Floating Mech City. But since the prophet said that Angwar was still alive, Sundars believed that Angwar would come unless something unexpected happened. They left the tower together. Floating Mech City already knew why they were invited here. Something did happen in the Purification Garden, but it was a beautiful accident for all wizards. However, the apprentices who entered the Purification Garden might not think the same way. What do you think about the garden? Sundars asked. Floating Mech City has already decided 10 spots. It's going to be another bloody fight for the remaining spots, Cantor sighed. Is that so? I don't think so. Decided spots? I don't think you'll be able to decide who you want to join the garden. Sundars revealed a bloodthirsty smile. They talked about the Purification Garden as they walked out of the room. Curious apprentices gathered outside and chattered noisily. When they saw Sundars coming out, they all went silent. Sundars frowned. Floating Mech City is too lenient with their apprentices. They're a bunch of wizards who love alchemy. They don't care about their apprentices at all. Cantor didn't mind and flew away. Sundars was about to leave when he saw a golden human head in the corner of his eye. Sundars narrowed his eyes and froze in the air. What's wrong, old friend? Cantor asked. Sundars didn't answer. Instead, he reached out a gray shadow and picked up the book that the two apprentices dropped during their fight. The book was scattered, and the page that was flipped open happened to be a portrait of a blonde head with blue eyes. That's Angwar? Sundars quickly read the news in his mind. Sundars' expression darkened when he finished reading it. An overwhelming aura was released from his body. In a place where no one could see, Sundars' shadow suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an evil red mouth. Countless shadow threads spread out from his body and wrapped around everyone like a spider web. Every apprentice on the ground, including the bookworm who lost his book in the fight, was frozen on the spot. That evil and berserk pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Not only was there an oppressive might, there was also an indescribable oppressive feeling that lingered in his chest, expanding and expanding. Bang! A violent sound suddenly rang out from the crowd of apprentices. Several weak level 1 apprentices couldn't hold on any longer. Their hearts exploded, and their organs spilled all over the place. Cantor was the first to notice Sundars' strange behavior. Cantor didn't mind if Sundars' aura alone was enough. But to his surprise, Sundars' shadow was releasing black threads to devour everyone's blood and desires. Cantor's expression changed. This was the headquarters of Floating Mech City, and there were wizards everywhere. Sundars was challenging the city's bottom line. Old friend, Cantor tried to persuade Sundars, but Sundars' shadow suddenly grinned at him with a bloodthirsty smile. A terrifying thought that even he could feel rose in his heart. What kind of trick is this? Cantor took 2 steps back out of instinct. Cantor did not succeed in persuading Sundars, but his words did reach Sundars' ears. Sundars was still immersed in his own emotions. Sunders looked up with an even colder face and scanned the surroundings. When he saw the shadow threads that looked like spider webs all over the place, he humped coldly. I gave you half of your freedom, and now you want to overturn the sky? As soon as Sunders finished his words, the heavy feeling in the apprentices' chests disappeared. The black threads that surrounded the area quickly returned to their original position. When the shadow silk was completely retracted, the dark shadow behind him suddenly grinned. Since my disciple has been refined into a magic puppet, why don't you let me take over her body? The first rays of dawn have appeared. Have you not woken up from your sweet dream? Sunders tapped the air with his cane, and the dark telepathic thought turned into a vortex and disappeared. Cantor calmed down a little when the shadow of darkness was gone. He asked in a low voice, what happened just now? Why are you acting so strange all of a sudden? Cantor's eyes unconsciously glanced at the magazine in Sunders' hand. Bogula's new puppet? Cantor frowned. What did this have to do with Sunders' aura? Could the young man on the drawing be one of Sunders' relatives? Sunders closed the book, and the cover of the Sky of Truth was exposed. Nothing. Just found something interesting. Sunders' expression didn't change at all. It was still cold and gloomy, but Cantor sensed a hint of gloominess in it. Something interesting? Before Cantor could think further, Sunders suddenly turned around and flew back into the tower instead of going outside. Cantor chased after him and asked, Old friend, where are you going? I'm looking for someone. Sunders' voice was cold and menacing. Someone? Who? Cantor felt something was wrong. Sunders didn't look like he was going to look for someone. Instead, he looked like he was going to kill someone. A red-haired brat. Sabo was sent by Mitra to inform Bogula. When he arrived at the tower, he found that the secret meeting was still ongoing, so he decided to wait outside. However, he soon received a message from an organization that made him frown. 2 apprentices were fighting in the main city area, which was a serious violation of the rules of the city. It was supposed to be a normal thing, and the rune detector would enforce the rules. However, the 2 apprentices didn't care about the detector at all. They even smashed the detector into pieces. Ignoring the rune detector was the same as defying the authority of the city. The organization immediately assigned the task of arresting the 2 apprentices. However, these 2 people's strength was outstanding. No matter how many apprentices came, these 2 apprentice adepts would kill them all. Within a short period of time, nearly a dozen apprentice adepts had been beaten to a pulp. Even Sabo's student, a bloodline apprentice who was at the peak of his level, had his limbs broken in a head-on fight. Since the apprentices couldn't handle it, the wizards in charge of maintaining the stability of the area were given the task. Coincidentally, Sabo was in charge of the area where the 2 apprentices were fighting. The organization ordered him to go and deal with it immediately. Sabo had no choice but to leave the tower and head to the main city area to deal with the problem. Judging from the video, the 2 people fighting were not from floating mech city. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man was wearing a light blue robe with faint shining runes on his body. There was a fish scale between his eyebrows, and he was standing on the head of a giant blue whale. The woman had a pair of pure white wings on her back. She was wearing a transparent white veil, and her body was emitting 2 opposite auras of holiness and seduction. Sabo could not tell whether the woman was a humanoid or a human who had wings transplanted into her body. When Sabo arrived at the scene, he saw that the entire area was flooded by seawater. Most of the shops nearby were guarded by mortals, so they all activated defensive spells and closed their shops for safety. For a moment, the street was extremely quiet. Apart from the few apprentice guards who were barely hanging on by a thread and floating in the sea, there was no one else. Sabo's arrival and the wizard's aura forced the man and woman to stop fighting. They looked at Sabo. Sir. Sabo's student's limbs were broken at strange angles. He begged for help. Sabo's eyes glinted coldly. The young one is beaten, and the old one is here, the winged woman spoke in a soft voice. I didn't think the famous floating mech city would end up like this. The young man spoke in a mocking tone. The giant blue whale under his feet was quietly blowing bubbles. Sabo sneered. He noticed that the man and woman were only level 2 apprentices. As for why they could defeat a level 2 apprentice, Sabo looked at the giant blue whale under the young man's feet and the pair of wings on the woman's back. One of them was a familiar that was emitting the aura of a half-step wizard, while the other had wizard-level ripples in her wings. The familiar aside, the pair of wings must have been transplanted from a wizard-level winged man. Sabo walked towards the two of them step by step. His powerful wizard aura slowed down their movements. As Sabo closed in, the two of them seemed to see a black bear with a half-moon mark on its chest roaring. "Mad bear, Sabo." The woman seemed to have recognized him. Her eyes flashed with surprise. "I don't care what kind of grudge you have against each other. How dare you violate the rules of Floating Mech City and cause trouble here?" As soon as Sabo finished his words, the young man suddenly turned into a puddle of water and melted into the thin ocean on the ground. The woman also snorted coldly and flapped her wings, shooting out countless needle-like arrows. Sabo ignored the attacks and punched the air with his giant fist, shaking the air with his physical strength. The ripples knocked the man and woman out of the water and sent them sprawling on the ground. Even the giant blue whale was smashed into pieces. In the end, it obediently turned into a puddle of blue liquid and melted into the fish scale between the man's eyebrows. Sabo raised his fist again as the man and woman watched in horror. The transmitter on his waist vibrated. He received another message. It was from the law enforcement department again, but this time, the message was short. "Do not hurt anyone. Bring them back." Sabo asked for the reason with a confused look. A moment later, a line of words appeared on the transmitter. "Child of the sea and body of light." By the time Sabo finished dealing with the two people with special constitutions and powerful backgrounds, it was already dawn. So troublesome. I didn't think all these geniuses would show up for the purification garden. How did they get away unscathed? I raised my fist, but I had to put it down in embarrassment. What a shame. Sabo returned to the opposite side of the city while complaining. He wondered if Bogula's meeting had already ended since he left for half a day. Sabo felt anxious again when he thought about Angwar's matter. He couldn't wait any longer. According to Mitra, Sunders had already arrived at Floating Mech City. Who knew what would happen if Sunders found out about this? Sabo sensed a strange aura before he even got close to the tower. Since it was close to the engineering department, there were usually many apprentices gathered here. When he left yesterday morning, there were hundreds of them. But now, the place was as quiet as a graveyard. He couldn't hear the noise of the apprentices, but he could sense the strong and complicated auras of wizards. Sabo's heart pounded. His spiritual intuition as a magus gave him an ominous feeling. Could it be that something bad had happened? Sabo increased his speed and flew toward the tower. He already sensed the intense atmosphere from afar. Two powerful auras were confronting each other. He heard a voice before he got close. "Don't go any further, Sabo. You can't interfere with the battle ahead." It was one of Sabo's friends. "Who's fighting?" "We're in the center of Floating Mech City." "Who dares to do this?" Sabo quickly asked. "I don't know. Mr. Phantom is fighting with Bogula." Several shadows were moving in front of the machine tower. A nightmare demon with black flames burning around its body stomped on the ground with its 4 hooves. It raised its head and let out a long neigh. Strange shockwaves with black flames spread out from its hooves. As soon as the shockwave swept past the blonde sisters, they spat out mouthfuls of blood under the burning of the black flames. Although Bogula reacted immediately, he had just dodged the attack a minute ago with his body of illusion, so he could only cast defensive spells. However, in the face of this creepy incubus, Bogula's defensive spells were like a piece of paper that could be broken with a light poke. They were completely useless against the incubus. Bogula's body was sent flying away by the unstoppable force of the black fire. He fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Thud thud thud, Sunders' black boots appeared in Bogula's sight. Bogula raised his head and saw a pair of cold eyes staring back at him. To the onlookers, it only took a few seconds for Bogula to lose. They were both level 2 wizards, but one of them was a Truthfinder wizard, while the other was only at the threshold. Was this the difference between a Truthfinder wizard and a regular wizard? They also realized that Sunders did not use any illusions at all. It was a one-sided victory. The tomorrow's Truthfinder that everyone in the city was looking forward to couldn't even force Sunders to use illusions. Speak. I'll give you one last chance, Sundar spoke in a calm voice. Nobody could tell what he was thinking. Ha ha ha. I'm going to turn him into a puppet. What can you do to me? Bogula spat out more blood. Kill me if you dare. Sundar stared at Bogula for a while and slowly gathered his mana. Even if Angor was already a puppet, his soul should still be there. He only needed to kill Bogula to free his soul. Be careful, Sundars. Think carefully. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Cantor's voice broke through the barrier and reached Sundar's ears. His words were filled with urgency, and he even changed the way he addressed him from old friend to directly calling him by his name. Sundars knew he shouldn't kill Bogula in the center of the city. He could already feel a terrifying weapon pointing at him. If he really killed Bogula, he would be severely punished. He was confident that he could escape using his nightmare domain, but it would definitely cause a conflict between the two organizations. He couldn't represent Brute Cavern. It was not worth it to go to such lengths just for a dead apprentice. But it didn't matter. Sundars just didn't like it. He didn't know why he was so angry. Maybe it was because he cared too much about Angor's future? In fact, he was already connecting Angor's future with his own. When the Fox player called Angor Your Majesty, he already had a bold plan in mind. He wanted to use Angor's identity in the Nightmare Realm to further unravel the mysteries of the Nightmare Realm. Who would have thought that he would fail in the end? How could he not be angry? If you want to kill Bogula, why do it here? Isn't it better to kill him when he's not around? Cantor was still trying to persuade Sundars. He knew how powerful Floating Mech City was. As a neutral organization, it didn't mean they didn't have enough powerful fighters. Some alchemists might be weak, but they were eager to get their hands on alchemy items. There were plenty of powerful wizards around these alchemists. There were even some who were as strong as Sundars. Mr. Phantom, why don't we sit down and talk? Isn't it better if we can resolve it? An emotionless, mechanical voice came from behind. Sundars didn't need to look to know who it was. It was Robot Emperor Lawson, one of the two city lords of Floating Mech City. He was in charge of the front and back areas. Lawson was in charge of the front area. Of course. As long as he hands over my apprentice, I'll let him go. What's wrong with letting him go? Sundars spoke in a soft voice. Everyone, including Bogula himself, was taken aback by Sundars' words. Sundars came to Bogula and threatened him to hand over Angor. However, Bogula was an arrogant man who wouldn't listen to reason. There was no way he would talk to Sundars peacefully. He didn't even know the relationship between Sundars and Angor. Cantor was the same. He knew Angor was the blonde boy he saw in the inner pages of Truth's Sky, but he didn't know who Sundars was. Angor's apprentice? The wizards who were watching from afar began to discuss among themselves. This was the first time Sundars took the initiative to protect his apprentice. When they recalled Sundars' cold attitude when Flora was being hunted down, they all became curious about the apprentice who made Sundars break his rules. Bogula, Mr. Phantom has already stated his conditions. What do you think? Beast Emperor Lawson decided to be the peacemaker since he had already stepped forward. Bogula laughed. That little apprentice you're talking about. I already turned him into a puppet. Ha ha ha. You want to see? I took off his ears and replaced them with a fan from a Nonka beast. I also peeled off his skin and covered it with green frog liquid. You won't recognize it even if I show it to you. Given Bogula's personality, he would never back down, especially when he was on the verge of defeat. He would rather die to protect his stubbornness. Sundars' expression darkened. His shadow suddenly glowed with a faint red light. A surge of anger rose from his heart. He raised his hand, and mana fluctuations with a strong murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. Lawson tried to persuade Sundars, but before he could, Cantor spoke again. Your shadow changed again, Sundars. Sundars narrowed his eyes and quickly withdrew the red light in his shadow. However, when the red light disappeared, he heard an evil and arrogant laugh. You're everywhere. Sundars narrowed his eyes. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible. He planned to wait until Angor became a wizard and return to the Nightmare Realm. But now, he had no choice but to give it a try. Bogula saw Sundar's reaction and continued to describe how he did to Angor. I replaced his limbs with horse hooves, removed his heart, and replaced it with a filthy ghoul core. I even destroyed his soul. Sundar suddenly realized something and chuckled. You're lying. You can't do it. Angor's body might be fine, but his soul. Well, that was a different story. He believed that the Nightmare Queen must have sensed something wrong with Angor's soul. Bogula was surprised by Sundar's confidence. He didn't know how Sundar's found out. Was there something else about Angor's body? Bogula's hesitation only confirmed Sundar's suspicion. Sundar's was going to say that Bogula lied about Angor's soul. But now, he had a new idea. Maybe Angor's condition was better than what Bogula said. Sundar set up an illusion to trap Bogula on the spot. He then looked at Lawson. Lawson was a young man with a cold expression. He was wearing a black hooded robe with dark patterns on it. Although the robe looked ordinary, Sundars knew how terrifying Lawson's body, which was more than 80% mechanical, was. Take me to his residence. I want to see what my young student looks like after being turned into a puppet, Sundars said to Lawson. Lawson glanced at Bogula, who was trapped in the illusion. Bogula's illusion was very complicated, and it would be difficult for him to break through it. However, he could vaguely sense that this illusory realm only had the ability to trap people and did not have the intention of harming them. Sundar's intention was clear. Lawson considered for a moment. All right. He didn't mind losing some face as long as he could get a truce. Just as the two of them were about to leave, an energy that was much weaker than theirs broke through the defense line. Lawson frowned. He recognized the energy wave. It belonged to Mad Bear Sabo, the student of his old friend Mitra. The reason he was frowning was because he had already ordered his men not to enter this area. Why did Sabo disobey his orders? Mr. Phantom, please stop. Sabo rushed into the defense line and saw Bogula, who was covered in an illusion and covered in wounds. He didn't expect things to turn out this way in such a short time. He couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought about how he failed Mitra's mission. Angor is fine. Bogula didn't do anything to him. Sabo rushed to Sundar's side. We meet again, Mr. Phantom. Sundars raised an eyebrow as he recognized Sabo. Angor is fine? Sabo nodded. Yes. Angor is safe. My professor took him to Elixir Hut and is discussing alchemy knowledge with him. He's fine. Please let Bogula go. Sundars gave Sabo a thoughtful look. Sabo was trying his best to hide his emotions, which meant he wasn't lying. Sundars nodded and looked at Lawson. I don't think we need to trouble Mr. Beast Emperor. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the better, Lawson relaxed a little. It's fine. Next, he turned to Sabo. Take me to Angor. Bogula is fine. The illusion will vanish when I see Angor. Sabo was still hesitating. That's right. Sabo hesitated for a moment before nodding at Lawson's signal. All right, please follow me, Mr. Phantom. At dawn, Angor was brought to Elixir Hut by Mitra. At first, Angor was a little unsure why Mitra would bring him here. Once they arrived at the potion hut, Mitra began to chat with him about alchemy. Mitra was an alchemist who specialized in apothecary, but he also dabbled in tooling. Angor believed that Mitra's tooling knowledge was better than Mitra's. Slowly, Angor forgot about Mitra's purpose of coming here. Instead, he became more and more engrossed in the conversation. Of course, Angor's enchantment knowledge was not useful to Mitra, so Mitra did most of the talking while Angor listened. They spent most of the night talking about tooling, and Angor learned a lot. Are you interested in alchemy? Mitra asked with a smile as the sky began to brighten. Of course, Angor was not interested in apothecary. In the alchemy books he recorded, there was a complete inheritance of pharmaceutics. However, he had too little time, and pharmaceutics was a subject that required a lot of time. Therefore, he decided to just put it aside for now. It would not be too late to study it after he fulfilled his 5-year promise with John and calmed down a little. Wizards had long lifespans, after all. Angor believed that learning enchantment alchemy in a short time before becoming a wizard should be enough to cover his early training expenses. Mitra smiled when he saw Angor nodded. I don't think you're going to study apothecary right away. since we have plenty of time, I'll give you a general idea about it. Plenty of time? Angor was a little confused. But since he was going to learn Truthfinder, he did not feel uncomfortable. As a master apothecary, Mitra's explanation was not only comprehensive, but also informative. In a short time, he visualized the structure of an alchemy tree in his mind using the knowledge of alchemy as the foundation. Just like tooling, apothecary had many branches, and each branch was categorized differently. The Van der Waals school categorized potions according to how they were processed, such as single, mixed, extracted, and so on. The Gypsy sect categorized potions according to their nature. For example, fragrances, witches' soup, and water potions. The Reformists divided pharmaceutics into 3 basic states: gaseous pharmaceutics, solid pharmaceutics, and liquid pharmaceutics. Apart from that, there were many other strange schools of thought. For example, they were categorized by the effects of potions, the general outline of potions, the pros and cons, and there were even schools of thought that were categorized by color and region. Generally speaking, pharmaceutics and tooling were in a state where 100 schools of thought contended with each other. However, although there were many schools of tooling, no matter which school it was, there was a recognized distinction between enchantment and synthesis. Therefore, tooling alchemists didn't need to talk about their own school of thought. They only needed to talk about enchantment and synthesis. However, pharmaceutics was different. Although there were also schools of thought that flourished, none of the schools were willing to submit to the others' classification. Everyone spoke about their own concepts, although their finished products were actually not that different. Therefore, before an exchange in pharmaceutics, it was best to first ask the other party's school of thought. After everyone had a discussion, they would use the middle value as the basis for the exchange. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause disputes. Mitra belonged to the Reformists, who classified potions according to the 3 basic states of matter: solid, gas, and liquid. Potions with more than 3 states were classified as other. Mitra explained the ideology of the Reformists in detail and pointed out the taboos and disadvantages of most schools of thought, which broadened Angor's horizons. It turned out that the wizarding world wasn't just about individual strength. In pure academic exchanges, it was also a battlefield where everyone had their own weapons. In the end, Mitra smiled at Angor. My library has detailed records about all kinds of potions, so I won't go into too much detail. If you have time, you can come to my library in a few days. It's free of charge. Mitra's generosity made Angor feel a little uncomfortable. Mitra was a wizard and a respected master alchemist. Yet, Mitra was treating Angor as if they were old friends. Angor was both flattered and confused at the same time. Mitra also showed kindness in his personal behavior. It was as if Angor was talking to an amiable old mortal instead of a merciless wizard who didn't care about anything in this world. Isn't this a little too unrealistic? Angor mumbled in his mind. Knowledge is priceless to wizards. Is he planning something else by opening up his personal library? Angor suddenly felt uneasy. Mitra knew what was on Angor's mind, but he couldn't explain it. Sunders had already arrived at Floating Mech City, and no one knew when he would meet Angor again. As Bogula's teacher, Sunders could only try his best to make up for Angor's wrongdoings before Bogula's betrayal was exposed. This was why Mitra treated Angor like a good student. Not only did he personally teach Angor about apothecary, but he also offered to open his library to Angor. However, Mitra was overthinking things. Angor was imprisoned by Bogula for several days, but his life wasn't as terrible as Mitra thought. Seeing that Angor was still in deep thought, Mitra changed the topic. Since you've reached that level before, why don't you take a look at this potion? Mitra took out an oval-shaped glass orb from his pocket dimension. Angor immediately sensed a familiar energy wave coming from it. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly looked at the orb in Mitra's hand. The doubts that he was still pondering were also thrown to the side. To others, regardless of whether they were a mortal or an official magus, this glass orb was nothing more than a mundane object. But Angor was different. To him, the orb was like a shining object that deeply attracted his attention. It's mystery, Angor muttered. Angor muttered. The familiar energy wave reminded him of the time when he was working on Prelude to Rebirth in Dark Castle and was surrounded by mystery energy. The orb was transparent, and Angor could vaguely see water ripples flowing inside, giving off a faint blue light. As expected, before I activated it, you discovered the mysterious meaning contained within it. Mitra sighed. When I first saw it, I thought it was just an ordinary object. But you saw it right away. You must have reached the level of mystery before. Mitra looked a little envious. You're lucky to have grasped that trace of mystery. Maybe you'll be able to return to the mystery peak soon. Angor felt a little embarrassed after hearing Mitra's compliment. He pointed at the glass ball and asked, Mr. Mitra, are you saying that potions are also mysterious? Mitra nodded. Of course. Potions are all categorized as alchemy, so they can also contain mysteries. This orb here is a mystery potion called Gaze of the Wise Men. So mystery potions are meant to be consumed? Angor asked curiously. Mitra didn't shake his head or nod. Remember, potions are meant to be consumed. But there are different ways to consume them. If you smell it, you can consume it. If you scan it with your consciousness, you can consume it. Of course, you can also consume it. Of course, mystery potions are also meant to be consumed to activate mystery power. But there are different ways to consume them. Some of them don't even require the potion itself. For example, this bottle of Gaze of the Wise Men can be consumed just by looking at it. As long as you don't break it, the potion will never be consumed. I can consume it just by looking at it? Angor widened his eyes in shock. He stared at the orb, trying to see what it was like to consume the potion with his eyes. Mitra chuckled. I didn't activate the potion, so you can't see how it works. It's not for personal use. It only adds a mystery effect to your eyes for a short time. You won't be able to handle it with your current strength. Angor chuckled awkwardly. So it's like an eye-type spell? Mitra chuckled at the question. How can spells be compared to mysticism? As I recall, some mystery items are quite useless. No matter how useless they are, they're still mystery items. I once read something about them in the tomb of a mysterious alchemist who studied potions. All mystery items have their value. You think they're useless because you haven't found the right way to use them. Mitra shrugged. That's why mystery items are covered in dust. Angor pondered. So if Mitra was right, he should just grab whatever mystery item he came across, no matter how useless it was? There was always a way to do it. It won't be easy to wipe away the dust that's accumulated on the surface of a mystery, Mitra said in a flat tone. Maybe it's not suitable for humans. Maybe it's suitable for another species, or a creature from another dimension. That's why it's still a mystery item. If you can't control it, you'll never be able to wipe it away. Angor gained a basic understanding of mystery after listening to Mitra's questions. Time passed quickly. When the sun shone through the window, Xianxia came in with Toya. We've been talking for half the night. Come, have a taste of my soufflé. The soufflé was shaped like a cute kitten, which was obviously meant for Toya. Angor was a huge fan of milk. He was tempted by the taste of the soufflé, but he couldn't afford to lose his image. He pretended to decline for a while before accepting the soufflé. Before he could take a big bite, someone pushed the door open again. Angor turned around. Against the light, a handsome man with golden edges outlined by the morning sun suddenly appeared at the door. Under the intertwining light and shadow, the man's face in the backlight was dim but even more profound. His expression was indifferent, but there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his eyes. The familiar black gentleman's suit, the white-laced gloves, the black short cane, and the golden studs on his earlobes all revealed the identity of the person who had just arrived. Sunders? He still had a piece of bread in his mouth. Due to the sudden shock, he opened his mouth and the bread fell to the ground. Angor didn't feel like meeting someone after such a long time. It had only been half a year. However, ever since he lost contact with Sunders at Midnight Sovereign, he had imagined meeting someone he knew many times. He didn't expect to meet someone so suddenly at Floating Mech City. What? You don't recognize me? The man's voice sounded a little hoarse, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. Sir, Angor replied in surprise. Mitra and Xianxia looked at each other and exchanged a look that only they could understand. Mitra stepped forward with a smile. I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Phantom. I was going to pay you a visit myself. Sabo also came out from behind Sunders and greeted Mitra with a relieved look. Mitra noticed something from Sabo's expression, but he didn't ask about it right away. Mr. Phantom, why don't you come in for a chat? Did Mitra already know that Sunders was his teacher? Angor suddenly realized something. So Mitra was being nice to him because of Sunders? Ah, potion maker Mitra, Master Mitra. Let's talk inside. Angor and I haven't seen each other for a long time and I miss him a lot. I have something to discuss with him first. Sunders' words were not only for Mitra's ears, but also for all the wizards who were watching them. I see. I won't keep Angor here any longer. Mitra smiled at Angor. Like I said, Angor. The door of the elixir hut is always open. You're always welcome to talk to me. He didn't care what Mitra was thinking, but what he learned today was real. I heard from Mad Bear that you're discussing alchemy with my student, Master Sunders? Indeed, they had a pleasant conversation. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a master. Maybe he can even reach the mystery tier. Mitra nodded. Besides, Angor taught me a lot of things. Mitra's words sounded humble to the others. However, all the wizards who were paying attention to Angor heard what he said. Sanders smiled. This was the answer he wanted from Mitra, and he asked the question on purpose. It seemed like Mitra was quite smart as well. He could feel at least 100 pairs of eyes watching the potion hut from afar. Some of them were extremely powerful figures, such as the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City, who were also watching the battle. This was why Sunders expressed his intention to protect Angor with his fists, especially to the 2 city lords. He wanted them to think carefully about Angor's strength before the Garden of Purification opened. But at the same time, he also knew that his act of protecting Angor was a double-edged sword. As the god of slaughter in the southern wizardry region, Sunders had killed a lot of people. They couldn't kill him, but they could kill Angor. Considering Sunders' cold attitude toward apprentices, his enemies wouldn't do anything to Angor. After all, even if Angor died, Sunders wouldn't be able to do anything. However, now that he was showing his affection and protection to Angor, his enemies would start to sharpen their weapons. Therefore, Sunders purposely asked Mitra about the alchemy exchange. Mitra understood what Sunders was trying to say, so he quickly explained Angor's value to the public. Angor was extremely talented in alchemy. He was definitely going to become a master alchemist in the future. He might even reach the level of a mystery alchemist. With this, Sunders' enemies would have to think twice before doing anything to Angor. After all, they didn't hate Angor at all. Befriending a future master alchemist was much better than offending a master alchemist. Sunders and Mitra's exchange of questions revealed a lot of hidden meanings. Since Mitra agreed to Sunders' request, Sunders would naturally go easy on Bogula as well. They didn't say it out loud, but they already knew about it. Let's go. I have a lot to ask you. Sunders gestured Angor to come closer. Angor scratched his head and thanked Mitra and Yulia again before he joined Sunders. Sunders nodded at Angor's politeness. The others who were watching them would also know that Angor was more inclined toward the academism faction. In this case, apart from a few extreme haters, most of his enemies would also consider his attitude. As Angor moved closer, Sunders smelled the strong scent of milk. He glanced at the dusty souffle nearby and smiled. He thought Angor would grow up a little after going out for a while. But he didn't expect Angor to be so obsessed with milk. As soon as they stepped out of the elixir hut, a glowing red vortex appeared in front of him. Next, a giant fist came down from the sky and smashed toward them. In the nick of time, Sunders grabbed Angor's collar and backed away. As soon as Angor moved away, the fist landed on the ground and created a giant crater. Water gushed out from the ground and quickly gathered into a lake. Angor's face turned pale at the sudden attack. If Sunders did not pull him back, the attack would have turned him into a pile of minced meat. The vortex in the sky slowly dissipated, and a red-haired man wearing a purple soft armor walked out of it. Bogula. Sunders gave him a sarcastic smile. I just let you go, and now you're here to die. Bogula gave him a vicious look. Ha ha ha. I don't need your pity. Either you die today, Before Bogula could finish, someone hit him hard on the back of his head. A young man in a black robe appeared behind Bogula and put his hand on Bogula's head. Forgive my rudeness. I apologize on behalf of Bogula, Mr. Phantom. Angor noticed that the newcomer was a young man with a cold face. However, his voice was too cold to be real. It sounded like a rune detector's voice. Also, Angor could see traces of metal on the man's arms, legs, and neck. He looked more like a robot than a living person. Mr. Beast Emperor. Sunders glanced to the side and saw Mitra walking out of the elixir hut again. Sunders considered the fact that Mitra and Bogula were working together, so he decided to let the matter go. Forget it then. Lawson. Let go of me. Bogula's voice was laced with anger. Lawson didn't care. Instead, he kept Bogula under control and signaled Sunders to leave. Bogula watched Sunders leave and didn't say a word. I've made up my mind. I'm going to Abyss. Are you sure? Even I have less than 1% chance of survival there. Lawson lowered his voice and spoke directly into Bogula's ears. I'm going. Bogula watched Sunders and Angor disappear into the distance with a ferocious expression. Good. Lawson grinned as if he already knew what Bogula was going to do. On the other side, Sunders brought Angor to his temporary residence. It was a noble's manor surrounded by trees and flowers, far away from the city center. Rune Monitor, the mechanical butler, quickly approached Sunders and greeted him. Welcome home, master. It's been 33 years since you last came back. Number 1 missed you, master. Sunders pointed at Angor. Number 1 set him as the second authority of the manor. Number 1 nodded. A red light flashed across its screen and scanned Angor's face. Mr. Pad, I'm at your service, he said respectfully after learning some basic information from Angor. Number 1, take us to the study, Sunders ordered. Number 1 quickly floated to the front and led the way. I bought this manor 100 years ago when I was living in Floating Mech City, Sunders said. This is Number 1, the butler of the manor. He's in charge of everything here. If you have any requests, you can ask him. 100 years ago, Sunders came to Floating Mech City because he still had a glimmer of hope in alchemy. However, reality was cruel. Sunders had no talent in alchemy at all. After trying for 20 years, he had to give up. Of course, Sunders wouldn't tell Angor about his tragic past. He simply used living in Floating Mech City as an excuse. Angor was about to say something when Sunders suddenly tapped him with a finger and teleported him to an open-air library. Above him was a blue sky, and around him were bookshelves filled with books. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and he could hear the roars of beasts. This is the Gravity Garden. Sunders suddenly showed up beside Angor. The Gravity Garden? Angor came here once before. That time, Sunders put him here while he was unconscious, and he was dragged out again as soon as he woke up. Angor looked around. He remembered that the garden only covered a small area of Phantom Island when it was built. But now, it seemed to have expanded a lot. He couldn't see the end of the garden. All he could see were vague plants. The sky was blue, but there was no day or night cycle. There was no light source in the sky either. Angor wondered why this place was always bright. There was an open-air library nearby. Below the bookshelves were a desk and armchairs. Stacks of books were placed on the desk, and a quill was inserted into an ink bottle. Angor guessed that. Sunders often did his research here. From what he could see, the Gravity Garden was much more flawed than the Soul Genesis Garden that he had visited not long ago. Most of the rules in the garden had yet to be perfected, which made him feel somewhat out of place. He couldn't even feel the law of gravity here. Perhaps the Sorcerer's Garden was still in its early stages, and the power of the law was still accumulating. Even without the law of gravity, he was still quite jealous of the small world he could carry around with him. While Angor was looking around, Sunders was also observing him. Half a year had passed, but Angor's appearance did not change much. His skin was still pale, and his eyes were still clear. Apart from his short hair, which was shorter than a finger's knuckle, Angor looked the same as before. However, when Sunders noticed Angor's power level, he smiled. Level 2 apprentice. When they lost contact with him in Midnight Sovereign, he was only a level 1 apprentice. Now, he was only one step away from becoming a level 3 apprentice. Angor had only been in the wizarding world for less than 2 years. If he didn't rely on any external help, his progress was beyond Sunder's imagination. Sunders walked to Angor and put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't resist," he whispered in Angor's ear. Angor felt something tickling his ear. Before he could react, a gentle stream of energy flowed into his body, circled around his mind space, and slowly left. Sunders sat in front of his desk and was satisfied with the result. He did not find any trace of potion in Angor's body. It was obvious that he did not use any potion to improve his strength. Without any external help, he was able to train to the peak of a rank 2 apprentice. How could Sunders not be satisfied? There was a publicly recognized standard in the sorcerer world. If one could become an official sorcerer before the age of 30, one would be considered a genius. If he kept this pace, he would become a wizard before the age of 20. Perhaps such a shocking achievement could only appear in an origin world, right? However, advancing to an official magus was not as simple as cultivating quickly. One also needed to have a deep accumulation of knowledge and form a path for the future. He planned to ask Angor to fill in the gaps after the purification garden was over. Besides, it was time for him to choose his major. "You've done well. You became a level 2 apprentice in half a year without using any potions," Sunders praised. "I remember the magazine mentioned that your alchemy skills once touched mystery? It seems that not only is your strength increasing rapidly, you haven't given up on alchemy either." "I see. You should go out more often. Staying in Brute Cavern is not good for you," Sunders praised. As for how Angor improved so fast, he assumed that he must have encountered something special. However, the biggest reason was singularity dispersive meditation. This unique channeling method in the southern wizardry region was the reason for Angor's miracles. Sunders believed that Angor's singularity model might be wrong, but Angor still managed to achieve such a fast progress. If Angor could perform all 7 slashes and construct the final form of the 36-dimensional locator method, the axes of the universe, how fast would he become? Of course, Sunders did not know that Angor had already created the axes of the universe when he started his training. Angor was proud of Sunders' compliment. But he suddenly heard something that had nothing to do with him. "Magazine? What magazine?" Sunders chuckled again when he saw Angor's confused look. He took out Truth's Sky and tossed it to Angor. "This one. Check if there's anything wrong with it." Angor caught the magazine and gave it a quick read. The first thing he saw was the news about Isabel's return to the southern wizardry region. He should have told Isabel about it before he fainted in Silent Hill. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. Angor read it carefully and found that the content was even more detailed than what he told Shadow. Maybe someone did an investigation, or maybe Shadow told him about it. Angor looked at the title. Shocking. A 1,000-year-old wizard returns to the southern wizardry region. The wizardry world will be reshuffled. Angor was a little speechless at the style of the title. He then checked the author's name. Your Grandpa Stone, Talos, the two-faced sprite of stone, flashed in his mind. You're interested in this report? Sunders was about to say something when he saw the content. Isabel returned to the southern wizardry region? I remember she was already a half-legend 1,000 years ago. If she did not regress, she should be a legendary now. Angor did not say anything and kept reading. Soon, his eyebrows twitched as he saw the familiar title format. Shocking. A mysterious alchemist was made into a puppet. The reason was. Angor tried his best to hold back his frustration and read the whole thing. The first half of the book described how Bogula kidnapped Angor in Silent Hill. The latter half of the book described how Bogula turned Angor into a puppet. There were also some anecdotes about how Angor almost made a mystery item. The first half was mostly correct, but the second half was definitely just speculation. However, this author's writing style was very vivid, and his conjectures were very realistic. From between the lines, one could even imagine some indescribable images. Maybe the author really did watch Bogula make a puppet, and the author was still your Grandpa Stone. Now, he was almost certain that this Grandpa Stone was the strange stone spirit who loved to talk to himself, Taros. Angor was already dissatisfied with Talos. If Talos did not pretend to be asleep, Angor would not have been tortured so badly by Isabel. Angor was even angrier now when he saw the random speculation. It did not matter whether Talos wrote it or not. Angor had already blamed it on Talos. It's all nonsense, Angor said angrily. But you were taken away by Bogula, right? Sunders crossed his legs and toyed with his cane. That's correct. When I examined you just now, other than a part of your chronic illness, I found that there are some new injuries in your body that have just healed. It should have happened not long ago. Did Bogula do it? No. Angor shook his head. Actually, Lady Isabella did it. Isabella? The one from Dark Castle? How did you get into a conflict with her? Angor considered. If I have to tell you from the beginning, I think I'll have to start from when I fell into Fairy World. Fairy World? You fell into Fairy World after leaving Midnight Sovereign through the portal? Do you mind telling us what happened? You can skip the parts you don't want to talk about. Angor nodded. He was planning to tell his story anyway. Inside the plane passageway, I met the rainbow dragonflies again. They looked like a colorful cloud, and they saved me. I sat on the cloud, and they took me out of the plane passageway and into Fairy World. Angor told Sunders about how he fell into the abandoned village in the center of the earth. He did not hide anything about it, including Akiso. However, when he talked about Dodoro, he did not tell Sunders where he came from. Angor was planning to take Dodoro with him so that Sunders could study the reason why Dodoro was able to stay alive for 1,000 years. But when he reached the crucial moment, he did not want to tell Sunders anything. However, Akiso didn't seem to have any intention of killing him, so he let him go. Angor saw Dodoro, who had lost his memories, and decided to let him stay with him. He left Pakrati, came to Watergrass, experienced all kinds of strange things, and got dragged into Dark Castle. He told them all. When Angor finished, Sunders quickly sorted out the key points of his story. There's a rainbow dragonfly nest in the abandoned village in the center of the earth? Which means there's an exit in that plane passageway that leads to the Nightmare Realm. But why did the Nightmare Realm set up the passage there? And why did they keep it there for 1,000 years? Is there a reason behind it? Sunders did not expect Angor to answer his question. He planned to go to the place Angor mentioned after dealing with Monkey. Sunders smiled at Angor. I didn't know Isabel's return to the southern wizarding region was related to you. So you're right, she didn't come back with her real body. But it's not easy for a remnant soul to become an independent consciousness like you said. Maybe something happened to Isabel's real body, which weakened the soul's control. Sunders didn't comment on the fact that Angor brought a Krokok away. Apparently, he didn't care about such things at all. Even Dodoro didn't react when Angor mentioned that Naga once mentioned that Dodoro might be a talent. In Sunders' eyes, talents were no different from mortals. Back then, he had brought almost 100 talents to the Cloud Whale, but in the end, almost 90% of them had died in the deathmatch in the 9 cabins. It was obvious that he was still indifferent to the talents. After discussing Dark Castle, Sunders moved on to Isabella and changed the topic to Angor's training. According to Angor, his training speed increased tremendously when he was in the plane passageway, and he became a level 2 apprentice in less than a month. Less than 10 days, to be exact. He had no time to train during the first half of his journey. Toby had been dragging him all the way to the plane passageway before they ran into the rainbow dragonflies. Sunders tried to figure out what was going on. Based on what he saw, Angor's mana foundation was solid, and he didn't feel like it was a waste of mana. It seemed that Angor's training in the plane passageway was part of his training. But he never heard of such a thing. There was a certain amount of primal mana in the plane passageway, but it was extremely thin. It wasn't a good place for training. So why was Angor's power increasing so fast? Was it because of Angor's other talent? When Tree Spirit was testing Angor's talent, it mentioned that Angor had another talent. However, Angor's spirit barrier was too strong for Tree Spirit to break through without external help. Since Tree Spirit could inflict permanent damage to Angor's spirit barrier, Tree Spirit did not find out what the other talent was. However, Tree Spirit did point out that Angor's hidden talent was an occult one. Is Angor's other talent related to space manipulation? Sunders wondered. A plain passageway with rich space energy could help Angor improve his training speed. With that in mind, Sunders took Angor out of the gravity garden and used a large amount of mana to construct a stable plain passageway. Even with Sunders' power, he was still struggling to construct a stable plain passageway. Close your eyes and meditate. Sunders held Angor's hand and whispered to him, "Close your eyes and see what happens." With his teacher by his side, Angor felt a little better. Inside the plain passageway, there were no noises or distracting thoughts. Soon, he began to meditate. He spent half a day meditating. When he woke up, he saw Sunders still meditating not far away. "How is it? How's your training progress?" He shook his head. "The primal mana outside is too thin. I have to rely on my mana pool to replenish my mana. My training speed is much slower than outside." Sunders nodded and pulled Angor out of the plain passageway. They returned to the gravity garden and noticed that Angor's training speed did not increase. While meditating, Angor had been paying attention to the primal mana around him. It was very sluggish and lazy. If not for his excellent channeling method, the primal mana would not move at all. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Angor could improve his cultivation at such a fast pace. As a wizard, Sunders was very sensitive to space energy. He did not sense any space energy being activated by Angor, which meant Angor's hidden talent was not related to space. There was only one reason why Angor could improve his training speed in the plain passageway, the passage connected to the Nightmare Realm. The aura of the Nightmare Realm was the reason why Angor could improve his training speed. There was no doubt about that. It's not a bad thing for you. When you're strong enough, you don't need to go to the Nightmare Realm. You can use the plain passageway to improve your training speed, Sunders said. Basically, the plain passageway was more useful for Angor than some potions that could improve his strength. After all, Angor's potions would cause him to develop resistance to them. This was not only a good thing for Angor, but also for Sunders. Angor had a nightmare form, and so did Sunders. Sunders' nightmare form had already sealed off some of its functions due to his eagerness for success. Still, Sunders could use the plain passageway to improve his strength. Sunders gave Angor a cold look. "You didn't tell anyone about the location of the village, did you?" Angor shook his head. He did not mention the location of the village, but Pakrati did attract Shadow's attention. Whether Angor would go looking for the village was another matter. "Remember, do not tell anyone about the location of the village. I'll check it out later." Sunders pointed at Angor. "Of course, you have to come with me." Sunders could easily deal with the rainbow dragonflies, but the dragonflies in the village could act as a natural barrier to prevent others from peeking. Therefore, he did not plan to kill the dragonflies. Since he still needed to explore the village while keeping the dragonflies, he had to let Angor tag along. Angor's majesty status in the Nightmare Realm should be fine. Understood. Angor nodded. "But sir, I might have to go back home in the second half of next year. My mentor, I won't have time to look after the village in the next 2 years, so don't worry. As for your return home, I'll leave it to you. I promised you that if you really want me to save him, bring him to me." Angor lowered his head. He did not dare to bring John to Sunders, but he did not know how to deal with the side effects of stowaways. Still, he was not in a hurry. With his current wealth, it was not hard for him to buy information. "That's all for today. Let's call it a day," said Sunders. He was planning to adjust his schedule for the next few years. "Stay here for now. If you have any questions about your training, feel free to ask me." Angor had a lot of questions in his mind. Before he could ask, Sunders interrupted him. "As for alchemy, didn't Mitra give you access to his library? Go ahead and read it. Get as much as you can before the purification garden opens." Angor did not know what to say. He already had the same idea, but he did not want to say it out loud. "Professor, who pushed me into the plain passageway at Midnight Sovereign?" Angor calmed himself down a little and asked the question he was most concerned about. He already had an answer, but he still wanted to know the answer. "Twilight. But she has left Twilight well. I don't know where she went. Perhaps she'll come after you to finish off her unfinished business. If you want revenge, you'd better grow up quickly." Sunders did not tell Angor that when he realized Angor was missing, he immediately went to Twilight and beat her to the brink of death. If Devildare did not ask for mercy, Sunders would have killed Twilight on the spot. Twilight left Twilight Well because of Sunders' threat. I will. Sunders' eyes flashed with hatred. He did not die after falling into the plain passageway, but the hatred was still deeply engraved in his heart. He was the one who broke Twilight Well's rules, so he accepted the punishment without hesitation. It took him half a month to collect 100,000 magic crystals as compensation to Twilight Well. That was more than enough to compensate for the trouble he caused during Twilight Well's auction. Angor was very sincere about it. But he still suffered from Twilight's wrath. If he got lost in the plain passageway, his soul would be destroyed forever. How could he dare to forget such hatred? He remained silent for a long time after asking the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Only then did he manage to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Professor, why did you come to Floating Mech City? For the Purification Garden, of course. Sunders chuckled. And I'm sure you'll come too. But I heard from Diablo that there's something strange about the garden? Angor frowned. Yes. But there's great danger. But there are also great benefits. Before he could tell Sunders the truth about the garden, his ears suddenly twitched. He pulled Angor out of the gravity garden and used a voice transmission. Don't mention anything about the nightmare realm or the nightmare domain outside of the gravity garden. I'll tell you about the garden later. Beeping sounds came from outside the study room. Sunders opened the door and saw his rune monitor butler, number 1. Master, we have a guest. I know. You may leave now. Sunders had already set up illusions all around the manor, so he sensed the visitor as soon as possible. Should I leave, Professor? Angor asked in a small voice after number 1 left. No. Come with me. When they arrived at the reception hall, Angor glanced at the visitor. He did not recognize him. It was a strange-looking old man with long white eyebrows that reached his chest. He was wearing a luxurious wizard robe embroidered with blueberry flowers and a triangular wizard hat. Angor could not sense any energy ripples coming from the old man, but he believed the old man must be someone important. Cantor, I thought you'd bring your apprentice here. Sunders took the main seat while Angor bowed politely to the visitor and took the guest seat on the left. Eventide Cantor, the current leader of Lilith clan, Sunders sent a voice transmission to Angor. Don't mention it. My apprentice has a weird personality. When Cantor spoke, his expression was very lively. His white eyebrows trembled along with his facial muscles. I told her the purpose of my visit. She might not have been willing to come, so I left her a note, telling her to find me here. I didn't say anything else. I think she'll come here soon. Sunders chuckled. So your apprentice doesn't give you any peace of mind? Sigh. Cantor shook his head and sighed. His unspoken words were self-evident. While Sunders and Cantor were talking, he quickly searched for information about Lilith House in his memory box. He knew a little about the major organizations in the southern wizarding region, but he didn't pay much attention to the smaller organizations and wizard clans. But Lilith House was an accident. It was one of the few small organizations he knew of. The reason was simple. Lilith House was small, but it had everything necessary. Plus, they were as powerful as some major organizations. Every generation, there would be a new Truthfinder wizard. Angor recalled that the current leader of Lilith House was Eventide, who was now a level 2 wizard and a Truthfinder wizard. With this in mind, Angor looked at the old man with wide eyebrows in awe. The old man was as powerful as Sunders. Perhaps Angor's gaze caught Cantor's attention. The old man turned around and gave Angor a kind look. He was very interested in this young man who made Sunders make an exception for him. Cantor planned to visit Angor with Keeley in a few days, but he changed his mind when he saw Sunders' attitude toward Angor. Given Keeley's personality, it would be difficult for her to make a friend in the wizarding world. Angor would surely have a lot of connections in the future. The sooner Keeley could establish a good relationship with Angor, the better it would be for her future. Besides, Cantor also thought highly of Angor, whether it was his alchemy skills or his personality. Cantor sighed. There was probably no other wizard in the wizarding world who would worry about his apprentice's personality. "You're Angor, right? I've read about you in a magazine. I didn't expect you to be able to reach the mystery level at such a young age. You'll be a master in the future." Cantor didn't believe the article since Bogula didn't turn Angor into a puppet, which meant the article was just a rumor. But according to Mitra, Angor could easily become a master alchemist in the future. Maybe he could even become a mystery again. Mitra had indirectly confirmed Angor's alchemy skills. Many people were already planning to hire Angor as an alchemist in the future. "I'm flattered, Mr. Cantor," Angor replied politely. Cantor smiled and took out a small box from his pocket. "It's rare to meet a future master alchemist. Take this as a gift." Cantor put the box on the table, and Angor froze. He understood the meaning behind Cantor's words. Cantor was probably giving him a favor in advance. When he became a master alchemist in the future, Cantor would naturally come and collect this favor. It was a gamble. Mitra had proven that Angor had the potential to become a master alchemist, but who knew if something unexpected would happen? Angor didn't know whether he should accept it or not. He shouldn't refuse a gift from an elder. Angor was more worried about the trouble he would face if he failed to live up to the expectation. Angor glanced at Sunders, who only chuckled and checked the box. "A soft larva egg. Not bad. But I don't know if it can grow into an adult soft larva. You want to use this thing to exchange for a favor in the future? That's not going to happen. Besides, you don't have to worry about the future." Sunders pointed at the bracelet on Angor's wrist. "The items he makes now are enough to make wizards go crazy over them. I don't think your favor is worth that much." Cantor looked at Angor's wrist as well. "It's not just a space bracelet." "Angor, turn yourself invisible and show the old man," Sunders said. Angor nodded and activated infinite reticence. If Cantor didn't keep an eye on Angor, he would have lost track of Angor's whereabouts in infinite reticence. "Weaken your presence?" Cantor's eyes flashed with surprise. If it was just a simple invisibility spell, it could be seen with an eye spell. However, weakening one's sense of presence could fool the vast majority of detection spells. It could be said that this type of invisibility was the most effective invisibility spell apart from divine invisibility. "You made this?" Cantor looked at Angor. Angor nodded. Cantor considered for a moment. Angor was already capable of crafting items that could benefit wizards. It was a bit too much to ask for a favor with a box of eggs that might not hatch in the future. Cantor took out another box, but this one was much bigger than the previous one. "This one is for you as well. When I got the eggs, I also found a larva nest. Together with this hive that has the mother's aura, the chances of it hatching will also increase. The hive itself is a rare material with space properties. Do you think this gift is enough to repay a favor?" Cantor was actually looking at Sunders. Sunders didn't look at Cantor. "Since he's so sincere, you can accept it." Angor nodded. He had no idea what a soft worm was. But since his teacher said he could take it, it meant that he had already gained the most benefits from it. When Angor put the two boxes into his space bracelet, Cantor looked at Angor with even friendlier eyes. Now that Angor was on the same boat as Lilith's clan, he would have to consider a lot of things regarding the two organizations in the future. At the same time, Lilith's clan could also be considered as Angor's support. As for whether this support was strong enough, it would depend on Angor's own value. About 10 minutes later, Cantor suddenly looked up outside the window. "My student is finally here." It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky outside the window was overcast with dark clouds. Tiny raindrops fell down like needles. Although the distance was much farther than at night, it still felt as cold and gloomy as midnight. Suddenly, he saw a small dot of light appearing in the distant sky. The light was moving quickly. Was it an illumination spell? Angor was curious. When the light got closer, Angor noticed that it wasn't an illumination spell. It was a cylindrical oil lamp. The lamp had an elegant black frame and transparent glass on all sides. An orange flame was burning inside the lamp, which was the source of the light. Normally speaking, the lamp should be carried by a human hand, but it wasn't. This portable oil lamp was hung on the handle of a wooden broom. The handle of the broom was specially made to prevent the oil lamp from moving. Without a doubt, the broom was a flying vehicle. Back in Brute Cavern, Angor saw many witches using brooms instead of walking. Maybe it was because the long, thin pole allowed them to pose in all kinds of poses. A girl wearing a dark blue dress with long sleeves was sitting on the broom. She was wearing a bright red bow on her head and red dancing shoes on her feet. Angor couldn't see her face clearly because of the distance, but the combination of colors was quite stunning. What attracted Angor's attention the most was the small black cat sitting on top of the lamp. Drizzle, dark clouds, and cool wind. An orange oil lamp, a strange-looking broom, a girl in red dancing shoes, and a black cat. This was what Angor saw when he first saw Keely. She circled around in the air and saw Cantor looking at her from a mansion surrounded by flowers. Only then did she slowly descend. Professor. The girl with the red dancing shoes entered the reception hall through the window. After landing, she held the lamp in her left hand and the broom in her right hand. The little black cat nimbly leaped onto the ground and sat by the girl's feet. The cat followed the girl's steps. She's an apprentice I took in a few years ago, Keely rode round Lilith. Cantor pointed at the girl in red dancing shoes and introduced her to Angor. Every wizard in Lilith clan would change their surname after joining the clan. Their original surname would become their middle name. Keely glanced at Angor and pouted. She seemed to have seen through her professor's trick. She picked up the broom and prepared to leave. Cantor's expression darkened. Keely, do you have any manners? You can't just enter the room through the window. How dare you be so rude in front of Mr. Phantom? Keely paused. She clearly knew how important Mr. Phantom was. She could act like a spoiled child in front of her professor, but she had no right to do so in front of a truthfinder wizard like Sunders. Keely came back unwillingly and lowered her head to greet Sunders in a low voice. Sunders didn't like Keely's behavior at all. He was born in an old noble family. He wasn't as old-fashioned as the other nobles, but he was still well-versed in the etiquette of nobles. However, Keely was his old friend's descendant, and he didn't want to criticize her manners. He simply nodded and let it go. Keely lowered her head and sat down beside Cantor. Angor observed Keely carefully. She was young, but she had a pretty face. She didn't look out of place with the bright red bow on her head. Judging from her behavior, Angor assumed that she was an arrogant and willful girl. But she kept her head down after sitting down. Did she look shy? What a contradictory person. Keely noticed Angor's gaze and gave him a displeased look. Angor didn't know what to say. So I'm being shunned? Cantor noticed Keely's reaction and sighed. Keely went through a lot when she was young. That's why, Professor. Keely's voice sounded hoarse. She was clearly displeased. Fine, fine. I won't mention it. Cantor shook his head. But you'll have to get over it sooner or later. Angor found the conversation between Keely and Cantor interesting. Not only did Keely dare to interrupt her teacher, but she also forced Cantor to back off. Angor was surprised by this. Maybe Cantor and Keely were related? Otherwise, Keely's behavior was too much. Not to mention respecting her teacher, she didn't even have the respect that an official magus should have. Cantor took over the job of introducing Angor to Keely first. Angor nodded to Keely in a cooperative manner. Keely lowered her head and remained silent. Cantor gave Angor an apologetic look and began to explain Keely's background. Keely was 16 years old, the same age as Angor. However, she joined the wizarding world much earlier than Angor. She had been training for 7 years and was now a level 2 apprentice. She was a fire elementalist, but her main target was nether fire, which was a very special type of fire. Keely didn't look too happy when Cantor introduced her. She tried to stop Cantor from talking, but she didn't want to lose her manners in front of Sunders again. Not only would she not be able to maintain a good relationship with Angor in the future, but she would also lose Sunders' approval. Cantor decided to use his wizard's aura to suppress her and make her unable to move. Sunders only shook his head and chuckled. Keely is too willful. Please forgive her, old friend. Cantor sent a voice transmission. It doesn't matter if I do or not. I'm not the star of the show today. Sunders also sent a voice transmission. Cantor knew why Keely was here, so he looked at Angor. Angor didn't care about Keely's rudeness at all. He didn't have a bad impression of Keely. She was a little willful, but since she didn't mind, he didn't need to care about her behavior. Still, Keely's little tricks made him feel a little uncomfortable. This was Angor's teacher's residence. As a student, he did not dare to do anything inappropriate. But as a guest, it was a little inappropriate to do so. Sigh. She witnessed her parents' death at Rambo Island when she was young, so she became very introverted and isolated. She doesn't like humans apart from me. I took her to many wizards over the years, but none of them worked. So I took her to see Minnie's name. Cantor sent a voice transmission to both Sunders and Angor. Since Keely didn't want him to say it to her face, he would do it in secret. Miniature World, Martin Bayer? Yes, that's him. Cantor sighed. Angor knew who Cantor was referring to. The man was a wizard from Brute Cavern, and he was known for his cruel brain experiments that terrified the apprentices. The quests he left in the questing hall were often sold at the highest price, but no one dared to accept them. They were afraid that they would lose their brains if they became his assistants. I asked Martin to examine her brain and found that there are many changes in her cerebral cortex. There are many more synapses. There are a lot of neurons in the brain, and they're causing her to sink into her own world. She can't even control herself. Cantor shook his head. Martin said it's a kind of brain disease. She can't get rid of it with psychotherapy unless she wants to see the outside world on her own. But you saw it for yourself. Apart from me, she's always cold and hostile to other people. According to Cantor's description, Angor assumed that the boy was autistic. If Keely was diagnosed with autism, then all her previous actions would be justified. According to the information he read about autistic children, they were all self-willed and lost themselves in their own world. It was already a great improvement for Cantor to teach Keely to fear the power of a high-ranking wizard. With that in mind, he felt a little better about Keely. Keely Roland Lilith, Sunders said. I remember when you introduced your student to Flora 50 years ago, the person who came was called Roland. Is that right? She's Keely's relative? Cantor nodded sadly. Yes. Heidi Roland is Keely's mother. She was killed by Flunza together with Shelley at Ramwave Island 10 years ago. Shelley was Heidi's husband. Young Keely witnessed it all. God of Sea Flunza. It's going to be hard for the little one to get her revenge. Sunders didn't care about Keely's tragedy. Instead, he began to talk about the enemy of Keely's family. God of Sea Flunza was a truth-finder wizard from Song of the Deep who rarely came to land. However, he was one of the best in the wizarding world when it came to controlling water. Song of the Deep. Cantor slowly explained the name of this large wizard organization. Lilith's clan had quite a number of powerful fighters, but they were still much weaker than Song of the Deep. After some time, Cantor sighed and sent a voice transmission to Angor with a kind smile. Keely isn't born this way, Angor. She's a very kind girl. I hope you can forgive her. Angor didn't know what Keely's story had to do with him. However, in order not to be rude, he still nodded in agreement. Since they were talking in private, they didn't say anything for a long time. It took Keely a while to realize something was wrong. She began to observe the mana ripples around her. Of course, Keely couldn't see through Sunders and Cantor's voice transmission spell. But Angor's voice transmission spell was still too weak for her to detect. She glared at Angor in dissatisfaction. Cantor noticed the change in the atmosphere and patted Keely's head helplessly. I have something to discuss with Angor. He's an excellent alchemist, and we're talking about alchemy. Don't blame him. Keely's anger subsided a little. She lowered her head and remained silent. No one spoke a word. Sunders didn't want to interrupt, Angor didn't know what to say, and Keely kept her mouth shut. In the end, Cantor raised his eyebrows and asked Angor, You're going to join the purification garden, right? Angor didn't know what was going to happen in the garden. But since Cantor told him that there were dangers as well as opportunities, and he came to Floating Mech City in person, he must be here to encourage him to join. Yes. Angor nodded. Good. Keely will join the garden as well. You two can take care of each other. By take care of each other, Cantor meant Keely taking care of Angor. In Cantor's opinion, Angor must have spent a lot of time studying alchemy, which meant the boy wasn't that strong. Keely, on the other hand, was an offensive wizard who specialized in fire. She was definitely stronger than Angor. Keely didn't like Cantor's arrangement. Cantor sent a voice transmission to Keely. Angor already agreed to make a magic item for me. I even gave him a deposit. If something happens to him in the garden, I'll lose a lot. You don't want to see a lonely old man like me being disappointed, right? Keely looked at Cantor carefully, trying to figure out if he was lying. Cantor smiled and asked Angor to take out the eggs. Angor didn't know what was going on, but he still took out the 2 wooden boxes given to him by Cantor. Keely remained silent for a moment before she spoke to Cantor in a low voice. Okay. I'll take care of him in the garden. I'll take care of him? Angor was confused. Didn't we agree to take care of each other? Cantor was satisfied with Keely's answer. Since Keely promised to protect Angor, she would do her best to keep her promise. Perhaps Angor's bad impression of Keely could be improved a little in the garden. Sunders chuckled and sent a voice transmission to his student. Well, I can accept it if you're protected by someone else. Angor shook his head. Angor responded with a complicated look. It's a deal then. It's getting late, so we'll take our leave now. Cantor saw that Keely was still trying to tell him to leave, so he gave in. We'll be staying at Lilith's cabin in the city for now. Feel free to visit us whenever you want, Cantor said before they left. Angor nodded politely and watched them walk away in the rain. Keely's bright red dancing shoes made her look like she was dancing in the rain. The black cat also followed her with its short, rough steps. Angor felt like he was looking at an impressionist painting, which was both beautiful and sad. In the wee hours of the morning, the entire floating mech city was quiet except for the rune detectors, which were still glowing. A streak of light traveled across the starry sky and arrived at a flowery manor located on the outskirts of the main city. Sunders was organizing Angor's data in his study. He planned to record Angor's nightmare domain and soul condition tomorrow. He was also interested in the secret spell Isabel taught Angor. Huh? Sunders suddenly noticed something and looked outside the window. Angor was resting comfortably on his bed in his bedroom. Back in Bogula's fortress, he was always on high alert and didn't dare to fall asleep. Now that he was in Angor's manor, he didn't have to worry about his safety. Before going to bed, he took out the 2 wooden boxes given to him by Cantor. Angor had learned something about the soft larva egg from Sunders. The so-called soft larva was a special type of magic insect that originated from the abyss plane. This was a type of insect that was full of social class. It was not very strong, and to wizards, their greatest value was as an alchemy material and experimental subject. Another reason why soft worms were so expensive was because of the appearance of the mutant soft worms. Speaking of shape-shifting larvae, there was a special cantrip called polymorph. Cantrips and spells were of different levels, so the difficulty of learning them was as different as night and day. Wizards might spend decades, centuries, or even thousands of years to study a spell. Cantrips, on the other hand, could be learned in just a few months as long as one was talented enough. However, there was one cantrip that was known to be as difficult as the official cantrips, and that was the transfiguration spell. Polymorph was a cantrip that could change one's appearance. One could shrink one's body to the size of a mosquito or a titan. Of course, it was only a change in form. Changing one's power level was not something a cantrip could do. There were 2 ways to learn polymorph. The first was the traditional way, which was also the most difficult way. One had to learn and understand many subjects, such as biological structure, mimicry, anatomy, environmental science, mana manipulation, fine scheduling, and so on. An apprentice might not be able to learn polymorph in his or her entire life. The second way was to take a shortcut, transplant the skin of a shape-shifting larva. Once the skin was perfectly transplanted, one could cast polymorph using the cantrip model and mana manipulation. This shortcut could save a lot of time. Besides, polymorph required a lot of wizards, so most wizards chose to transplant shape-shifting larva's skin, which led to a large number of soft larvae dying out. Shape-shifting larvae were rare in the first place. After tens of thousands of years of hunting, they were almost extinct. It had been many years since a shape-shifting larva appeared in an auction house. However, the soft larva egg given to him by Cantor was different from shape-shifting larvae. Soft larvae were a type of insect controlled by a superorganism. Just like how ants were divided into worker ants, soldier ants, female ants, male ants, and queen ants, soft worms were the same. Metamorphosis soft worms were just one type of soft worms. Who knew if Cantor's eggs would hatch into soft worms? If it was just an ordinary soft worm, its value would also be very high, but naturally, it would not be comparable to the mutating soft worm. Most importantly, could the egg hatch? This was also a problem. He considered for a moment and placed the egg inside the nest. He didn't know how to make the egg hatch yet, but since the nest still contained the energy of the mother, it should be able to keep the egg alive for a while. When everything was done, Angor was about to put away the nest. Angor looked up and saw the window on the balcony shaking due to the wind. The raindrops slanted against the glass windows, leaving streaks of water behind. Clang! The strong wind blew the inner bolt of the window away. The window was wide open, and the raindrops all slanted in. Since Angor's bed was facing the window, the raindrops fell on the side of his bed. He put down the nest and walked to the window. Before he could close the window again, 2 green dots of light suddenly appeared on the dark balcony. Angor looked up and saw a dark figure suddenly appearing on the balcony. The darkness of the night concealed the person's appearance, but the gorgeous red dancing shoes and the bright red bow on her head all revealed the person's identity. Keely? He frowned and whispered the name. The figure on the balcony leaped into the air and landed inside Angor's room. It was Keely. She was wearing the same clothes as she did during the day, and there was a black cat beside her feet. The green light was the color of the cat's eyes. Her hair was completely wet, and her short, thin hair was sticking to her forehead. Why are you here? Angor frowned. He didn't like Keely's uninvited and rude behavior. But when he thought about Keely's teacher, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked calmly. Keely stared at Angor for a long time, as if she was trying to memorize his aura. She only spoke when Angor was about to ask for more information. Luna has memorized your information. I'll come to you when we're in the garden. Don't go anywhere. Keely picked up the black cat from the ground and spoke in her usual cold and hoarse voice. Luna, you mean this one? Angor pointed at the black cat. Keely nodded. Also, you need to know your place. It's best if you know your place. Before the garden opens, don't come looking for me, and don't disturb my teacher. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Keely's expression turned ferocious as she threatened. Angor frowned. She sounded like he was going to get cold feet. He didn't even know who Keely was before today. He only learned about Cantor from books. He never thought about having anything to do with Lilith's clan. I'm not going to look for you. Angor's expression turned cold. Since we've reached an agreement on this matter, why don't we do the same after the garden opens? I don't need you to come looking for me. Let's just go our separate ways and be safe. Angor didn't like it, but he still maintained his composure and didn't say anything worse. Good. As for the garden, it's not up to you to decide. After saying that, Keely seemed to have the intention to leave. She turned around and was about to leave when she saw the bug nest on the bed. Teacher gave you an alchemy task. Do not fail. Or you'll have to bear the consequences. After saying that, she turned around and rode on the broom, flying into the rainy and windy night. Angor felt both annoyed and amused at the same time. He was also a bit confused. He was annoyed by Keely's attitude and amused by her naivety. As for the question, since when did Cantor tell him to do alchemy? After Keely left, Angor went to the balcony and set up several illusion nodes. No one ever broke into his room when he was in Bogula's castle. Angor didn't expect such a thing to happen on his first night in Bogula's manor. As a precaution, he set up illusion nodes just in case. Angor was sure that Sunders must have secretly agreed to let Keely into his room so easily. The next morning, Sunders summoned Angor to his room. Sunders didn't ask about Keely's visit. Instead, he brought Angor to the gravity garden again. This time, however, Angor didn't appear in the library. Instead, he appeared on a barren slope. He was surrounded by a white fog that could not be seen. Unleash your nightmare domain and fight against me. Let me see how much you've grown in the past half a year. The short cane in Sunder's hand suddenly lengthened and pointed at Angor. Angor nodded and dragged Sunders into his nightmare domain. With the help of the mystery of nightmare domain, Angor's control over his nightmare domain had improved a lot. For example, Angor's nightmare domain, as well as the usage and coordination of various nightmare illusions. Angor used his strongest nightmare illusions against Sunders. However, none of them worked. Angor already knew this, but he still wanted to hear what Sunders had to say about his application of nightmare domain. It's growing steadily, but not very creative. Sunders pondered for a while and said, it's growing steadily, but not very creative. Most of Angor's nightmare domain spells came from the mystery of nightmare domain. The only thing that made Sunders feel creative was Angor's ability to block emotions. Combined with his nightmare domain spells, he could achieve a lot of amazing effects, such as silencing people, stirring up emotions, and even desires. Sunders approved of Angor's application of nightmare domain, which was based on Angor's special talent. However, most of Angor's nightmare domain spells came from the mystery of nightmare domain. It wasn't bad. It was just too formal. Of course, considering Angor's time in the wizarding world, he was already doing very well. He was even better than Sunders' other two students. However, Sunders had more expectations for Angor than Flora and Sumesh. He had high expectations for Angor, and so did his demands. Of course, you must learn the mystery of nightmare domain. But I hope you can find your own path as an apprentice, Sunders said. Those who stick to the rules will never become true knowers. Angor nodded. He knew what Sunders wanted from him. After checking his nightmare domain, Sunders brought Angor to another place in the garden, which Sunders called his lab. There were many different kinds of equipment in the lab. Some of them were related to alchemy, while others were unfamiliar to Angor. Alchemists weren't the only wizards who had their own labs. Almost every magus would eventually build their own laboratory. This was because no matter if it was researching spells or deducing theories, they all needed to be accompanied by experiments. For example, how could one learn techniques like limb regrowth without hundreds or thousands of dissecting and studying them? And dissection experiments required a lab as well. Every wizard had their own lab, and it was more important than anything else. Many sorcerers didn't even build a sorcerer tower. They only built a laboratory. Sunders took out a glass chamber that could hold people and asked Angor to go inside. Next, he injected some nourishing liquid into the chamber and asked Angor to eject his soul. Sunders was very interested in soul whispers, so he asked Angor to repeat the syllables to record the reaction of Angor's soul. A moment later, Angor's soul floated to Sunders' side. The soul whisper is a supernatural power that doesn't belong to the wizarding system. Sunders came up with this conclusion after repeated tests. So the mist seed from another world Isabel mentioned is a supernatural race that can rival the wizarding world. The only reason why wizards could travel across thousands of planes was that they relied on their own strength, accumulated knowledge, and pursued the truth. A wizard's ability would not disappear or weaken due to the interplanar travel. This was the most powerful aspect of a wizard. However, Sunders found that the soul whisper of the mist seed was also a technique that could bypass the suppression of the will of different planes. It was completely beyond the wizardry system. Sunders could not even understand the principle behind it. I can't eject my soul from my body just by reading the syllables. It could be seen that this secret soul whisper was based on a certain mechanism of the source, and it represented different appearances to different individuals. It's what Isabel called custom-made. So, the origin of this mechanism is most likely the supernatural formula of mist seed. By substituting personal data into the formula will come up with different results, and that's why there are different results. Sunders' eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw such a miraculous technique. He really wanted to know the true source of the soul whisper. The origin world, Augustine's twin mirrors, the whisper of spirits, the mist seed, and an otherworldly world. All of these were telling them that there were still many wonderful things waiting for them to discover in the unknown future. I guess it's time for me to go to the origin world. Sunders looked at Angor again. Angor's soul was much more solid now, and almost all the impurities were gone. The ritual in Soul Genesis Garden helped him restrain the sequence of gravity inside his body. With Isabel's help, he strengthened the source of rhythm of gravity, which allowed him to use the sequence of gravity for a short period of time. Although using the sequence of gravity would consume his soul power, as long as he didn't use it all at once, his soul power would be replenished over time. Besides, Isabel also taught him how to train his soul energy. For him, the sequence of gravity was no longer a taboo. He could easily use it as his own power source. According to Sunder's test, gravity rhythm, which was supposed to be as powerful as a wizard-level cantrip, was only as powerful as a level 2 cantrip or an early level 3 cantrip at best. Angor needed more practice to strengthen the sequence of gravity and meet the requirements of the core laws of nature. As for the training method, Sunders gave Angor some suggestions based on his own experience. In the end, Angor still had to do it himself. By the time these 2 tests were completed, it was already noon. The master and disciple left the gravity garden and went to the restaurant for a meal. Naturally, the dishes prepared by number 1 did not contain any transcendent dishes, but fortunately, the taste was not bad. During the meal, the 2 nobles maintained a polite silence. When it was time for tea, Angor finally broke the silence. "Sir, what's going on in the purification garden?" Angor thought about his encounter with Keely last night. "Keely said she's going to protect me in the garden." "Is there going to be a large-scale battle?" "The purification garden is a little complicated." "Complicated?" "What you guessed is mostly correct. We do need to engage in a large-scale battle royale." Sunders considered. "I was going to tell you about it later when I'm done sorting out the information. But since you brought it up now, it's fine. I may have missed something. See for yourself." Sunders created several illusion nodes around Angor and simulated the meeting at the machine tower. He then selected the most important parts of the illusion for Angor to see. Angor's mind went blank for a second before he found himself inside the illusion. It was a large, circular hall. The seats were arranged in a circular pattern so that every wizard could clearly see the stage at the center of the circle. A young man in a black robe was standing on the stage. Angor recognized him. He was the one who stopped Bogula's ambush outside Elixir Hut. Sunders also told Angor who the young man was. Beast Emperor Lawson, one of the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City, who was in charge of the main city. Normally, the meeting at the machine tower should be led by the other city lord, Mediocre Muse. However, Muse was a wise man who did not like such occasions. He was mainly in charge of the negative side of Floating Mech City, but in fact, he did not have much control over it. Most of the work was delegated to his subordinates, while he spent most of his time in the research department. Most of the products in Floating Mech City were developed by Muse. Even the almanac used by Sokka and Hoopdik's teacher, Ness, to examine Angor's soul was developed by Muse. While Muse was responsible for intelligence, Lawson was responsible for brute force. With Lawson in charge of the meeting, he could keep the other wizards in check. Lawson stood on the stage in the middle of the hall, surrounded by wizards. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of black. This was the first time Angor saw so many wizards in one place. There were at least 200 or 300 of them. If one were to say that every single adept organization had sent a representative, then there were at least 300 adept organizations present. However, Angor noticed that most of the wizards' faces were covered by mist, which prevented him from seeing their faces clearly. Only a small number of magi had their faces exposed. Among them were Sunders and Cantor, who were sitting in the front row. Sunders kindly gave Angor some time to observe the crowd. When Angor looked at Lawson again, Sunders activated the illusion. "The purification garden is about to evolve. We have gathered you here to discuss this matter," Lawson announced in a plain voice. His robotic voice echoed across the hall. Evolution of the purification garden. Angor knew that a sorcerer's garden was divided into 3 levels: low, intermediate, and advanced. Each level was further divided into 3 sub-levels. Levels 1 to 3 were low, 4 to 6 were intermediate, and 7 to 9 were advanced. The classification was based on how the laws of a sorcerer's garden affected a wizard. For example, the law of a low-tier garden had a greater effect on wizard apprentices, but not on wizards. The law of a mid-tier garden had an effect on wizards, and the law of a high-tier garden had an effect on Truthfinder wizards and legendary wizards. It was said that there were even more advanced sorcerers' gardens, but they were not something the wizards in the southern wizarding region could explore. For example, Sunder's gravity garden had 3.17 times the normal gravity when it was still in its budding state. According to the formula, the center of the garden could reach 93 times the normal gravity. For bloodline acolytes, 10 times the gravity was enough to achieve an excellent baptism effect. Bloodline acolytes, on the other hand, needed 30 to 100 times the gravity for their baptism. Anything higher than 100 times the gravity would be effective even for level 2 acolytes. From the above data, Angor could easily tell that Sunder's gravity garden was a low intermediate level 4 sorcerer's garden. He already knew that the purification garden was a low-tiered garden with a level of no higher than 3. It would only affect level 2 apprentices and below. Level 3 apprentices and above would not be affected by the garden, which was why level 3 apprentices never came here. A sorcerer's garden that was no more than level 3, yet Lawson was saying that it was about to advance? Why was this so? Furthermore, what Lawson said was not advance, but advance. Did that mean the garden was going to evolve from a low-level one to a mid-level one? The power of laws contained within was enough to affect an official magus. While Angor pondered, Lawson explained the reason. As we all know, the garden is still a low-level one, at the end of level 3. But now, the garden has accumulated enough power. According to Muse's calculations, it will become a mid-level garden with a little bit of help. Lawson looked at the wizards in the room. They all looked at him with cold expressions. Even if the garden was going to evolve, it would still belong to Floating Mech City. It had nothing to do with them. Floating Mech City invited all of you here because the garden has something to do with you, and the participants from your organizations, Lawson explained. What do you mean? Someone asked. You'll know soon enough. As for why it has something to do with you, I'll tell you now. My plan with Muse is that once the garden reaches a mid-level, you'll all be given the same number of spots. Every time the purification garden opens, 2 spots will be given to the adept organizations you belong to. When Lawson mentioned this matter that concerned their own interests, the adepts finally had some reaction. They all started whispering amongst themselves. After a while, someone asked, what are the prerequisites for a fixed quota? Why did Mr. Beast Emperor say that it has something to do with the participants? Lawson looked at the speaker. That's something to do with the garden's evolution. You can take a look at the contracts I've listed and you'll understand. Lawson waved a hand, and countless mana eyes appeared and placed several scrolls in front of the wizards. There's a contract on the scroll. As long as you sign it, you'll be able to enjoy a fixed quota for the intermediate purification garden. Lawson purposely pointed out the word mid-tier because a mid-tier garden could already affect official wizards. Angor moved closer to one of the wizards and carefully read the contract. Cold sweat covered Angor's back when he finished reading. The words on the contract were too sensational for him. One word was enough to cover the core content of the entire contract. Earlier, Lawson mentioned that the garden only needed a little help to reach the intermediate level. Angor did not expect the word help to be so cruel. Blood sacrifice. When Sunders built the gravity garden, he herded a bunch of phantom beasts from Phantom Island into the designated area. When the garden was completed, their flesh and blood became a part of the sorcerer's garden. The purification garden was doing the same thing this time. After absorbing the flesh and blood of a certain number of supernatural beings of different attributes, the garden would undergo a qualitative change and reach a higher level. This was not a small number. The contract did not specify how many people would be sacrificed. It only stated an estimate, 90%. The blood sacrifice this time was a true portrayal of a narrow escape. Back on the Cloud Whale, Sunder's deathmatch was also a narrow escape for Angor. But the scale of that narrow escape was not as big as this one. Floating Mech City only allowed people to enter the purification garden if they could climb to the top of a sky tower. Floating Mech City had built countless sky towers all over the world, and they had been there for thousands of years. Excluding those who had already died, how many people would be able to meet the requirements to enter the tower? Even if those who were beyond level 3 or too old decided not to participate in the purification garden due to various reasons, Angor believed that there would still be a lot of people willing to come. At least 5 digits. Lawson's light assistance had actually reduced the strength of tens of thousands of extraordinaires by 90%. This was undoubtedly a naked massacre. Angor looked at Lawson, who was standing in the center of the room. He then looked at the expressions of the other wizards. No one seemed to think that this was too much. They were talking to each other using voice transmissions, but Angor could tell from their expressions that they were discussing how to maximize the benefits, not the lives of the apprentices. For a moment, everyone in the room remained silent. After a long time, someone finally spoke. This person was Eventide Canty. Angor thought about Lilith's clan, Cantor's organization. It was a small organization with few members. If Lilith's clan slaughtered 90% of its apprentices, how would it survive? If Angor remembered correctly, Cantor only brought one apprentice with him this time, Keeley. Considering how Cantor cared for Keeley, it was normal for him to speak up now. Losing 90% of our apprentices is too much of a loss for a small organization like ours. I don't think the contract is appropriate. Cantor's words, including those who were talking to each other in private, silenced everyone and looked at Cantor and Lawson. Cantor, Lawson, and Sunders were the strongest wizards on the scene. All of them were level 2 wizards and had reached the path of truth. Lawson was on Floating Mech City's side, while Cantor and Sunders were on the same side. No one dared to ignore Cantor's words. Besides, Cantor's words were for everyone's benefit. I know what you mean, Mr. Eventide. But what I want to say is that there's a difference between a large and a small organization. Large organizations, on the other hand, have more apprentices who don't live up to their names. Small organizations, on the other hand, have more elites. Lawson looked around at everyone. This time, the people we're going to eliminate from the Purification Garden are those who don't live up to their names. As for the elite ones, they'll be able to gain a lot of benefits. They might even be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. So, Mr. Eventide, I'd like to ask you something. Do you have no confidence in your juniors? I've heard that the teaching quality of Lilith's house is better than many large organizations. Lawson looked at Cantor again. First, he questioned him, then he complimented him. Cantor stroked his white beard. Of course I have confidence in my juniors. But we don't have many juniors in our organization. Every one of them is an important indicator. That's why I have to find out if the pros and cons are worth the risk. You're right, Mr. Eventide. Losing 90% of our apprentices will do more harm than good. How big is the profit that we're willing to let our juniors take the risk? Cantor's words were supported by the majority of the wizards present. Most of the wizards in this meeting were from small organizations. Some of them were not even small organizations. They were more like wizard clans. It was only at this moment that the crowd began to discuss this matter. If Cantor didn't mention it, these wizards wouldn't care about the death of their juniors at all. They only cared about how much profit they could get. Even at this point, they weren't really arguing with reason. Instead, they wanted to use Cantor to pressure Lawson in exchange for greater benefits. Lawson coughed twice to draw everyone's attention back to him. He then said, I've already said that only the dregs are removed. What's left is the true essence. We won't be stingy with our rewards for the true elites who can survive the blood sacrifice. What's the reward then? Cantor asked. When a low-tier garden evolves into a mid-tier garden, the law of purification will reveal the core password to the greatest extent. Don't you think that the elites you value will benefit greatly from it? If you can learn the sequence of purification, you'll reach the top in a single bound. Even if you're unlucky and can't learn it, you can still immerse yourself in the power of purification and increase your chances of becoming a wizard. This time, Lawson pointed out the substantial benefits. If he could really comprehend the purification meridian, it would be a power that even this group of people would scramble for. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would reach the heavens in a single bound. Of course, they also knew that it wasn't easy to learn the sequence of purification. The chance of learning it was extremely low. But as Lawson said, even if they couldn't learn the sequence of purification, the power of purification would still increase their chances of becoming a wizard. It wasn't a bad deal. Everyone fell into deep thought. I don't think anyone here wants their juniors to be protected in an ivory tower forever, right? Killing and cruelty are the main themes of wizards, aren't they? Lawson continued to instigate the crowd. However, everyone here was smart enough to notice that there was a big loophole in Lawson's words. Even Angor knew that Lawson was playing with words. Killing and cruelty were indeed the main themes of wizards. But this time, they were forced to kill. The apprentices were just pawns that were manipulated and abandoned. There was no such thing as a main theme. Also, for your beloved apprentices, you can directly tell them that there's something fishy going on. Let them decide for themselves. As for the other apprentices who don't live up to their names, I hope you can keep it a secret, Lawson added. Maybe it was because Lawson's words were too tempting, or maybe Cantor was confident in Keeley, but he decided not to argue with Lawson. Obviously, he accepted Lawson's words. What do you think? If you don't have any objections, why don't you sign the contract? Lawson urged. Of course, the contract would go through in the end. This was the choice everyone made when they saw the contract. However, Cantor only talked about the benefits of the apprentices. He did not mention the benefits of the wizards here, so no one chose to sign the contract. Everyone looked at Sunders. As the strongest wizard here who did not represent Floating Mech City, what would Sunders say? Even Lawson looked at Sunders. He knew it was up to Sunders to decide whether they could gain more benefits or not. Sunders closed his eyes and pretended to sleep for a long time. He did not say anything during the previous discussion. I have no objections. When Sanders said this, Lawson breathed a sigh of relief. Angor was not surprised by Sunders' decision. Sunders did not care about the lives of unrelated people. However, the scale of Magus organizations is different. There are even Magus families present. According to the contract, each organization is given 2 quotas. It's not fair to the large organizations, Sunders explained in a plain tone. There was a world of difference between the law energy absorbed by an adept and the law energy absorbed by an apprentice adept. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of apprentices who could share the law. Wizards, on the other hand, had the power of hundreds of apprentices, which was why there were so few quotas. However, as Sunders said, it was not fair for small organizations or even wizard clans to have 2 quotas. Lawson quickly agreed to Sunders' suggestion. We can talk about it. And so, they spent the next day and night discussing the matter in the conference hall. Sunders skipped this part of the video and showed Angor the final conclusion. Since every wizard organization had a different level of power, Lawson's final decision was not fixed. Every time the purification garden was opened, large wizard organizations would give 10 or more slots, and medium-sized organizations would give 4 or more slots. As for the rest of the small organizations and wizard families, Lawson said that he would have to discuss with them first before making a decision. Angor returned to the table after the illusion ended. His hands were still holding a knife and fork, but they were trembling slightly. In front of him was a piece of shaman's milk cake. It was cut in half and emitted a rich milky aroma. Do you understand now? There was no dessert in front of Sunders. There was only a cup of steaming black tea in front of him. Can't we use other species as substitutes? Angor asked. Is there a difference? Sunders put his thin lips on the delicate porcelain cup and took a sip of the tea. Angor lowered his head. There was no difference. Humans were living beings, and so were other species. Sunders already thought that Angor would hold a grudge against this. But surprisingly, Angor soon got over it. The wizarding world was not as peaceful as mortals thought. This was the reality. The fact that Angor could accept it so quickly meant that he was slowly becoming a part of this world. So the competition in the garden is about killing each other and surviving until the end? Angor put down his knife and fork. Lawson didn't tell us the exact rules. But I think it's about right. Sunders rested his chin on his hand. Are you afraid? You can choose not to go if you don't want to. Angor shook his head. I'll go. And I'll survive until the end. Angor did not know whether he should be afraid or not right now. Even if he already knew the truth about the garden, he still had to face it. He didn't expect to reach the top in one step, but the garden could increase his chances of becoming a wizard and cleanse his body of all impurities. Even if it wasn't for himself, he still had to go to the garden for his loved ones. Good. I'll teach you well during this time. I hope you don't die in the garden, Sunders concluded the meal. After dinner, Sunders brought Angor back to the barren slope of the gravity garden. Do you remember the illusion I used after dinner? Lawson was the one who led the meeting. Do it again in front of me, Sunders said in a plain tone. Angor didn't ask why. He quickly recalled everything that happened in the conference hall and reconstructed the illusion using a new perspective. As a spectator, Sunders was not involved in the illusion created by Sunders. This time, he didn't use a third party to create the illusion. Sunders was dragged into an illusion. It was a simple illusion that Sunders could easily destroy. However, this time, he only wanted to see how good Sunders was at observing illusions. He didn't care if Sunders had a weak foundation. Inside the illusion, Sunders opened his eyes. Sunders noticed something interesting. Lawson was standing on the central platform not far away from him, while Cantor was standing beside him. Sunders was no longer a third party. He had returned to his own role. It was him, Sunders. In Angor's illusion, he was playing the role of Sunders. He never thought that Angor would choose to use his real body as his perspective. That was ingenious of him. But he missed something. If I'm playing the role of Sunders, why would I fall into an illusion after experiencing the meeting? Sunders chuckled as he continued to observe the illusion. His logic was sound, and his observation skills were sharp. There were some minor mistakes, but he managed to make up for them with his own imagination. As the meeting went on, Sunders' expression slowly turned serious. Good job. Sunders looked at Angor's sweaty face and praised him. Good job. At first, he was observing the details and logic of the illusion. But as time went on, he began to fight Angor head-on. At first, he was amused by Angor's request. But later, he realized that Angor was forcing him to become him in the illusion. Angor kept using nightmare energy to fight against Sunders. Angor's nightmare energy was much weaker than Sunders. He would lose no matter how hard he tried. And it was true. If Sunders wanted to defeat Angor, he could do so in one move. However, he didn't want to defeat Angor, so he allowed Angor to entrap him with nightmare energy. Sunders finally understood Angor's plan. Angor chose the most difficult path from the beginning. He knew that Sunders wouldn't fall into the real illusion, so he decided to use nightmare energy to hypnotize Sunders. However, Angor's talent was extremely strange. His illusions were extremely contagious, and his emotions could easily cause others to sympathize with him. Sunders ignored Angor's hypnosis, but for a split second, he was held hostage by Angor's emotions. Even if it was only for a split second, Sunders was still in a daze. Still, it was enough to make him proud. The great disadvantage he faced in the illusion was now turned into a bright spot for him. As a man who rarely complimented others, Sunders praised Angor right away after escaping from the illusion. Your talent is a perfect match for the power of illusion, which is enough to reach new heights. If it were someone else, they'd probably give up. Sunders paused for a moment. I'll record the relevant data, and when you choose to study illusions, I'll figure out what to do next. In the following days, Angor stayed in the Gravity Garden and began to practice illusions under Sunders' guidance. 2 days later, Angor learned fear. Sunders gave Angor a high praise for this new skill. Perhaps Angor's talent had something to do with emotional contagion. Angor's fear was several times more effective than others. Normally, fear was only a level 1 cantrip, but when Angor used it, it reached the pinnacle of level 1 cantrips. And this was only the beginning. When Angor got better at using his talent, he might be able to break through level 2. Sunders was even more impressed by Angor's combination of nightmare illusions and fear. He even said that this nightmare fear had already surpassed the level of a normal fear cantrip. It was so terrifying that it could reach the level of a level 3 cantrip. In other words, Angor's nightmare fear had become a real trump card in a fight. Fear is a mind illusion. So you're quite good at using mind illusions. You can double the effect of a simple fear. Sunders paused. Compared to sound illusion, mind illusion is more suitable for you. Angor's sound illusion was quite ordinary. It wasn't that he couldn't choose it as his main branch. However, if mind illusion could double the effect, it would be much better for him to improve his strength. If someone else chose a main branch like Angor, they would be satisfied if they could perform sound illusion as well. Of course, choosing a main branch was only temporary. As Angor accumulated more knowledge, he would be able to study more and more. by then, there would be no such thing as a main branch. When he reached a bottleneck, he might even be able to find new ideas by studying other branches. Sundar suggested that mind illusion should be his main branch, but Angor still wanted to learn all the branches of illusions before making a decision. Days passed. Angor left the gravity garden and began to study another cantrip. Flame Array of Illusions. This was the basic spell of another branch of illusions, called Illusion Array. He believed that he knew a lot about magic arrays. Besides, illusion arrays were a combination of alchemy and alchemy, so he thought they were more suitable for him. Besides, the Purification Garden was about to open. Angor was good at both defense and crowd control, but he didn't know many offensive spells. Flame Array of Illusions was a large-scale AoE spell. It was perfect for his current situation. Today, Angor spent most of the day studying the cantrip. At noon, Number 1 knocked on his door. "Mr. Pat, there's a guest outside." Number 1 released a beam of light from his eyes and showed Angor the scene outside the door. A tall young man wearing a felt hat and a handsome trench coat that accentuated his broad shoulders leaned against the door frame with a ruffian look. "Let him in." Angor tidied himself up a little and went to the living room. "I didn't expect to see you here." Angor smiled at the visitor. "By the way, I have something to talk to you about." It was Shadow. It had been a few days since he last saw Shadow after Mitra took him away from the citadel. He felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw Shadow. Shadow shook his head and sighed. "When you told me you're from Brute Cavern, I thought you're Mr. Phantom's student." "Well, I guess I was right." Angor chuckled. "Forgive me. I didn't want to mention my professor's name back then." "I understand. But you can't do anything about it now. Do you know how popular you are right now? Mr. Phantom went against my professor for your sake. Everyone in Floating Mech City knows about it." Shadow didn't seem to sympathize with Bogula at all. Instead, he continued to gossip. "Everyone is talking about you now. Plus, the Purification Garden is going to open soon, and all the wizard organizations are here to join the competition. I'm sure your name will soon spread across the entire southern wizarding region. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Angor hadn't left his house for a long time, and no one dared to disturb his professor, so he didn't know about this. But he wasn't surprised. The Sky of Truth was full of gimmicks. "Well, I'm not surprised either. But did you come here just to gossip?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Bogula won't stop you from coming here, will he?" Shadow crossed his legs and shook his chair. "My professor has left the city. He can't stop me." "Left the city? Is it because, probably not because of Mr. Phantom. He's as thick-skinned as I am. I don't think he'll be surprised by other people's comments." Shadow stretched his back. "He won't tell us where he's going anyway. I'm completely free now. I'm here to talk about the Purification Garden." Shadow looked at Angor and didn't see anything strange on his face. "All right. You already know?" Angor nodded. "You're right. Mr. Phantom will tell you. I'm guessing you'll enter the garden too." Shadow put a hand on Angor's shoulder. "I'm sure you'll come back safely. But I have to warn you. The Purification Garden this time is very special. There are a lot of geniuses here. Be careful. When I was in the main city with Toya, we saw a lot of fights between geniuses. From what I saw, most of them are at the peak of apprentice level. I heard from Master Sabo that many apprentices have the ability to fight half-step adepts, and some even have adept-level tools." Shadow looked worried. "The number of entrants to the garden isn't fixed. If you run into someone you can't defeat, stay away. Even if you can't survive, you'll still win if you can make it to the end. Did you forget about this?" Angor showed Shadow the bracelet on his wrist. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your invisibility ability is as good as a wizard's. Even the old witch couldn't find you, let alone the apprentices." Shadow nodded and joked with a smile, "I think you'll be able to stay hidden until the end just by relying on stealth alone." So I was worried for nothing. When Shadow mentioned Isabella, Angor remembered Greya from Dark Castle. Isabel's return to the southern wizarding region was already known to everyone. Greya wouldn't tell anyone about Angwar's whereabouts, so she must have left by now. Normally, Dark Castle should have attracted a lot of attention when Isabel returned. But for some reason, Dark Castle is being very secretive about it. I asked a lot of people, and none of them knew what happened to Dark Castle. I even asked Mr. Sabo, but he didn't tell me anything either. Both Lady Isabel and the Old Witch seem to have been isolated from the outside world. But I think Lady Greya left already. I heard that Lady Felicia has returned to the Butterfly Tavern, and the Butterfly Tavern flew to Floating Mech City not long ago. If Felicia left, she would definitely take Greya away with her. Angwar only needed to know that Greya was safe, so he didn't ask anything else. They chatted for a while. Shadow told Angwar about the geniuses from different organizations who came to Floating Mech City this time. "You said you wanted to talk to me about something too?" Shadow asked. Angwar nodded. "I need you to find someone for me." Not long after Shadow left, he sent someone to deliver an address. Wood Tavern, 93, Champagne Road. Angwar wrote down the address and put on a large black cloak before leaving the tavern. He put on his hood and hid his face in the darkness. Following the map drawn by Shadow, he headed toward Champagne Road. This time, he sensed the tense atmosphere on the street. Apart from the fact that there were more rune eyes floating in the air, there were fewer mortals on the streets, and more apprentices with unknown identities. There was still half a month before the Purification Garden opened, and the city was already in a state of emergency. In the past, it was not allowed to release offensive abilities in the main city area. But now, as long as someone used their extraordinary ability in the main city area, regardless of whether it was defensive, offensive, or auxiliary, they would be monitored by the Mystic Eye. If there was a conflict, they would be taken away by the guard apprentices. Angwar thought the city would be much safer with such a strict defense. While he was on his way to Champagne Road, he already saw several conflicts happening in the city. Most of them were just quarrels, but the guard apprentices didn't care whether they were quarreling or not. They didn't even ask for details when they came up, and directly handcuffed them and took them away. But there were also real battles. For example, a fight broke out at a crossroad not far away from Angwar. He hadn't seen either of them before, but judging from the mana aura they released, he knew they were not to be trifled with. Standing on the left was a 4-meter-tall giant. His entire body was covered with large, ferocious muscles that were covered with blood vessels. His upper body was naked, while his lower body was covered by a primitive leather skirt. His face was covered by a mask with a totem engraved on it. Strangely, there was a little girl sitting on the giant's shoulder. She was also wearing a primitive outfit that exposed her midriff. The girl had an adorable face. Her hair was tied up in 2 braids, and there were 3 bright lines of paint on each of her cheeks. She also wore a wolf fang necklace around her neck. The other person standing opposite them was a long-haired young man who held a black longsword in his hand. His long black hair was not tied up, and it flowed freely in the air along with the surging mana. The young man didn't look feminine because of his long hair. Instead, he gave off a creepy feeling because of his extremely cold aura and his cold face. It was as if he wasn't facing a human, but the Grim Reaper from hell. Angwar didn't know why they were facing each other, but he couldn't help but feel helpless. These 2 people were blocking the entrance of Champagne Road. If he had to go around them, it would take him at least 5 to 6 hours. Angwar thought that the fight would end soon. There were many rune eyes in the sky, and the apprentices would come to deal with it soon. With that in mind, Angwar didn't leave. Instead, he jumped onto the trunk of a large tree and waited for the fight to end in the shade. At the center of the battlefield, the fight between the 2 parties had already begun. The giant didn't seem to have any intelligence. The girl on his shoulder commanded him to attack the indifferent young man. According to Angwar's estimation, the giant's attacks were at least as powerful as a level 3 apprentice. However, there was no magic power flowing from the big guy's body. He was purely relying on the strength of his physical body to fight. Angwar was shocked by the strength of the giant. The black-haired young man remained expressionless. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. He held his sword with one hand and quickly attacked the giant's joints. However, the giant was not only physically strong, but his skin was also as tough as a level 3 apprentice's skin. The young man's sword could only leave some faint white marks on the giant's body, as well as some smoke from the cuts. The giant wasn't hurt too badly, but he kept yelling because of the pain. The street was already empty. There were no other pedestrians around. However, Angor noticed that on the other side of Champagne Road, there were other apprentices watching the fight like him. Time ticked by. More and more rune eyes were gathering in the sky. But to his surprise, none of the rune eyes came down to judge or punish the situation. Earlier, when Angor saw people arguing on the street, these rune eyes would come to record it, and the apprentices would arrive almost immediately. But now, the fight between the giant and the black-haired young man had been going on for almost 5 minutes. With the quick sword in his hand, the young man kept slashing at the big guys on the field, with a touch of magic power. After a long time, no matter how strong his defense was, it would be cut open like a knife cutting through his flesh, leaving bloody wounds. The young man was too fast, and the giant was too clumsy to catch him. He could only yell and yell. Seeing this, the girl became anxious and angry. The longer the fight dragged on, the more the young man would win. Seeing the stalemate, the girl suddenly stood up. Following her movements, the giant mimicked her. Whatever the girl did, the giant would do. The girl cupped her hands and hammered at the ground. The giant also clenched his fists and hammered the ground. Following the strange ripple of mana, the giant's strength was amplified several times. The ground was cracked open, and the violent shockwaves even affected the surrounding buildings. Countless stones were sent flying. Some mortals hiding in the buildings were unlucky enough to be hit by the shockwaves. Bloody holes appeared on their bodies. They screamed in pain and fell to the ground. As soon as the mortals were hurt, an apprentice guard showed up and took them away. However, the apprentice guard didn't care about the girl and the young man who were still in a stalemate. Angor was getting more and more confused. Were they from Floating Mech City? Mr. Siri, who's in charge of this area, isn't here yet? What should we do now? Mortals are injured. Angor suddenly heard someone talking behind him. He looked back and saw 2 apprentice guards wearing silver trench coats standing on a roof not far away. The 2 of them seemed to be discussing the situation on the field, but both of them had bitter expressions on their faces. Are we supposed to just let this go without Mr. Siri? You know who that guy is. We don't dare to interfere. Maybe even the wizards don't want to get involved. I think Mr. Siri doesn't want to get involved because he knows who that guy is. Their discussion reached Angor's ears. That guy is so powerful that even wizards don't want to get involved? Angor looked at the center of the battlefield. He didn't know who they were talking about, but his instinct told him to look at the black-haired young man. That cold and terrifying aura made him faintly feel uncomfortable. Angor returned to the center of the battlefield. The giant's attacks were from all directions, and they did affect the young man. The shockwaves caused by the giant's attacks and scattered broken stones on the ground inevitably hurt the young man. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his lips. When the smell of blood entered his nose, large amounts of blood vessels appeared in the whites of his eyes. Angor's heart contracted. More power was released from the young man's body. You're such a pain in the ass. I'll tell Genk to kill you if you get in my way again. The girl showed a joyful look when she saw the young man getting hurt. He must die, the young man replied coldly. His voice was like an echo from the depths of hell. I told you, Genk is a registered person. He's not a stowaway. You Supreme Cult are the ones who came up with this registration system. Why are you going back on your words now? The girl was furious. They are them, and I am me. The young man's aura grew stronger. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the girl. If you try to stop me again, you'll die as well. Angor was surprised when he heard the conversation between the young man and the young girl. Supreme Cult? He wasn't a stranger to this sect. Sunders had mentioned it several times. Sunders' comments about them were mostly one-sided. Lunatics, havoc wizards, and recyclers. Angor learned these 3 words from Sunders. To put it simply, all Supreme Cult members were lunatics. There was a common name for them, havoc wizards. Their mission was to recycle all stowaways. Sunders never explained what recycling meant. But Angor already sensed the unspeakable cruelty and bloodthirstiness when he heard the word. He now understood why the mana eyes didn't come down to stop them, and why the apprentices didn't dare to step forward. It was because the supreme cult's reputation was too great. They were not powerful, but they were the embodiment of political correctness in the southern wizarding region. No wizard organization dared to ignore them. Moreover, almost every wizard organization had a place where they could hide their dirty secrets. They could research illegal immigrants and turn them into puppets. Balba, for example, was one of them. The supreme cult was against all of these. As a weapon under the banner of the Great Consciousness, they naturally had to carry out the will's wishes. The southern wizarding region was now filled with war. Under such circumstances, it wasn't that the adept organizations couldn't destroy them, but the cost would be too great. Who knew if the Great Consciousness would support another extremist organization because of the destruction of the Supreme Sect? Therefore, none of the major organizations wanted to mess with the Supreme Cult. Once they did, they would be like rabid dogs that wouldn't let you go no matter what. According to the girl, the big guy she was sitting on was the otherworldly visitor. Angor also sensed a familiar aura of disharmony from the big guy. The black-haired young man belonged to the Supreme Cult. He discovered that the big guy did not belong to the wizarding world, so he decided to kill him. According to the girl, the big guy was registered. But even so, the black-haired young man still wanted to kill the big guy. Angor felt a chill running down his spine. He was planning to solve John's problem by registering. But now, it seemed that the Supreme Cult's wizards were all lunatics, just as his teacher said. They did not care about the registration system even though it was the Supreme Cult who proposed it. Angor needed to think of another way to solve John's problem. Due to the disagreement between the two parties, the two sides once again fought fiercely. As promised, the black-haired young man did not hold back this time. Previously, all of his targets were locked onto the big guy. As for the real mastermind behind the scenes, the little girl, he actually didn't attack. But now, he no longer cared about the girl's safety. He began to attack even more recklessly. Angor did not know which organization the girl came from. She looked quite young, and her aura was already at the peak of level 2. She was able to cast all kinds of cantrips easily, and together with the big guy's iron wall, she did not seem to be at a disadvantage. However, Angor knew that it was only a matter of time before the girl was defeated. The young man from the Supreme Cult was using some kind of secret technique. As more and more wounds appeared on his body, his eyes became more bloodshot. His expression changed from cold to ferocious, and his strength increased without limit. His long hair fluttered in the wind, which made him look terrifying. When one of the big guy's arms was cut off, the girl's advantage was over. Under a series of frenzied attacks, the big man collapsed to the ground, while the little girl fell from the big man's body. Saladin! Are you really going to go against Brute Cavern? The girl was furious. Ha 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 ha, the eyes of the young man named Saladin had already turned scarlet. His originally cold expression was no longer there, and his only response was a sinister smile. Brute! You lunatic! The girl yelled angrily. She looked at the guards in the distance and scolded, "You cowards! Can't you see he's bullying an underage girl?" The guards lowered their heads and did not do anything. Saladin walked toward the girl with his sword in hand. He seemed to have forgotten about the big guy lying on the other side. His madness made him lose his mind and focused on the girl. The girl could not move because of her injuries, so she had to back away. Saladin laughed crazily and swung his sword at the girl who had lost her ability to fight. At this moment, a graceful figure dashed out from behind, grabbed the little girl, and retreated quickly. "Sean, run!" It was a woman's voice. As soon as the girl escaped from the attack range, she noticed that Saladin's eyes were fixed on the big guy. She shouted anxiously, "My gank!" Saladin was ready to kill the big guy, but when he heard the girl's yell, he lost his mind and looked at the girl again. He laughed crazily and leaned his body slightly, causing the ground beneath his feet to collapse. Then, he shot towards the girl like an arrow leaving the bow. His speed was as fast as lightning as he brandished his blood-stained sword. As a result, the girl and the person who saved her fell into a dangerous situation. Seeing that the two of them were about to die, all the spectators sighed softly. In the nick of time, a misty fog suddenly descended from the sky, shrouding everyone on the scene. At the same time, a clear female voice came from the fog. Shield. Before anyone could react, a loud sound came from the fog. At the same time, the voice came again. Water prison. But this time, her voice sounded tired, as if she had used up a lot of energy. When everyone came back to their senses, a one-armed girl in soft armor, a woman with curly blue hair, and the girl who was fighting with Saladin walked out of the fog. The girl was still riding the big guy, who was holding his severed arm. As for the black-haired young man, he stayed in the fog. Xianxia. Let's get out of here before Saladin wakes up. The girl named Xian nodded. Thank you, and Nausicaa. If it weren't for you, I would have died. The one-armed girl was Nausicaa. Her face was a bit pale. Clearly, the fear she felt when Saladin threatened her with his sword was still lingering in her mind. However, her eyes were filled with determination. She clenched her fists tightly. I was reckless and almost got killed by Saladin. Xianxia was the one who did everything. Nausicaa pointed at the woman with curly blue hair. But what's with that fog? Is it just a simple fog? Why is Saladin acting like he's crazy? Nausicaa wondered. It's Xianxia, I think? She can turn water into fog, Xian said uncertainly. She looked at Xianxia and asked, What do you think, Xianxia? The woman with curly blue hair hesitated for a moment. Actually. Whoosh, before she could answer, her eyelids suddenly closed. She stood at the center of the intersection and fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia fell asleep again? That's the sleeping dripping stream for you. She can sleep anywhere. Wait, no. The water prison disappeared as soon as she fell asleep. Let's run. They wouldn't have been able to escape so easily if Saladin wasn't trapped in the water prison. But now that Xianxia was asleep again, the water prison was gone without a doubt. With that in mind, they ran as fast as they could. Nausicaa tossed the sleeping Xianxia onto the big guy's shoulder. Then the two of them ran toward Champagne Road like crazy and slowly disappeared at the end of the street. They didn't notice that the fog behind them was still there. Even when Xianxia's water prison was gone, Saladin never came out. The other apprentices were all confused. Is Saladin dead? Why isn't he coming out of the fog? That's bad. He's not the only one sent by the Supreme Cult. Those lunatics aren't easy to deal with. On the roof not far behind, the two apprentices quickly took out their walkie-talkers and called for Mr. Sururi, who was in charge of this area. The fog slowly disappeared, revealing Saladin in the middle of the street. Saladin didn't suffer any external injuries. His expression also returned to normal. Clearly, he was slowly regaining his sanity while inside the fog. When Saladin saw that the fog had dissipated, he slowly stood up and looked in the direction of Champagne Road. He knew that the otherworldly visitor was at the end of the road. However, there were wizards guarding the place, so he couldn't do as he pleased. Compared to the big guy, Saladin was more interested in the owner of the fog. He couldn't walk out of the fog when he was in a frenzy. But when he came back to his senses, he still couldn't walk out of the fog. He looked around and didn't see the owner of the fog. So it was that woman who showed up later? A cold smile appeared on Saladin's face as he slowly left under everyone's fearful gazes. Coincidentally, he was heading in the same direction as Angor. Angor was rolling down from a tree. Saladin glanced at Angor and thought the man was just a bystander, so he didn't pay much attention to him. However, when he walked past Angor, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned around and stared at Angor. Angor didn't respond to Saladin's stare. He pulled down his hood and prepared to leave. Saladin blocked his way. What's the matter? Angor's voice came from under the hood. Saladin remained silent for a moment and spoke in a cold tone, You're carrying something with otherworldly aura. I suggest you stay away from otherworldly creatures. Saladin stared at Angor's chest. There was a necklace there, but Angor always kept it close to his body. It contained the alien eye, the culprit who brought John to the wizarding world from Earth. Saladin didn't tell Angor to take back the otherworldly item. There was a fundamental difference between otherworldly items and otherworldly creatures. He still needed otherworldly resources for his alchemy, so he had no reason to take them back. Saladin turned around and left. Angor raised an eyebrow. Even Sunders failed to notice the alien eye's origin. How did an apprentice figure it out? As expected, the supreme cult was very sensitive to otherworldly auras. Angor watched Saladin leave with a gloomy look in his eyes as he walked toward Champagne Road. Angor reached out his hand and touched the pendant on his chest. The alien eye. He wore the alien eye every day, even when he was taking a bath. Sometimes, he even forgot that it was there because he was so familiar with it, as if it was a part of his body. He didn't pay too much attention to it. He only treated it as a souvenir from John. Even though the alien eye looked like an ordinary accessory right now, Sunders still couldn't tell what was special about it even though he was already a truth finder. Still, Angor didn't forget how special the alien eye was. Earth and the wizarding world were two completely different universes. Angor even suspected that the wizarding world and Earth were not in the same universe. The alien eye brought John from Earth to the wizarding world, which was why it was so special. Last time, when he was sleeping on the cloud whale, the alien eye also acted strangely. Angor didn't see it, but Nausicaa noticed it, and Toby also confirmed that it was the alien eye. As for why it acted strangely, Angor didn't know yet. Still, he could tell that the alien eye was something extraordinary. Another piece of evidence was that he couldn't put the alien eye inside his bracelet. When Angor tried to put the alien eye into his bracelet, he had a feeling that the space inside the bracelet would crumble if the item was placed inside. All 3 points proved that the alien eye was special. Now, Saladin's words told him something else about the alien eye. Angor read a lot about otherworldly materials in Material Synthesis and Alchemy Materials Illustrated. According to them, any object tainted with otherworldly energy would be destroyed by the consciousness of the world as time passed. If it was a type of magical plant, it was very likely that it would be assimilated in the sorcerer world and become localized. Living creatures like magic plants could change their aura, while non-living creatures were like rootless duckweeds that went with the flow of the world. When an otherworldly item came to the wizarding world, its aura wouldn't stay on it for too long. However, Angor's alien eye didn't seem to have lost its otherworldly energy even though it had been in the wizarding world for decades. If Saladin didn't tell him, he wouldn't have believed it. That was why the alien eye was so special. At the same time, he also reminded Angor that the alien eye could not be taken lightly. There were always talented people in the world who could discover the uniqueness of the alien eye, such as Saladin. However, there were many things with otherworldly auras. Saladin might not care this time, but what about the next time? Besides, he was worried about the supreme cult behind Saladin's back. If even Saladin, an apprentice, could find clues, then the sect behind him must have a way to sense otherworldly auras. If the alien eye was discovered once or twice, it could be attributed to negligence. But what if it was discovered 3 or 4 times? According to the apprentice guard, the supreme cult had sent more than one person this time. It seemed that he had to find a way to hide the aura of the alien eye as soon as possible. Champagne Road was filled with all kinds of pubs and inns. Usually, this street was not very busy. However, due to the opening of the Purification Garden, tens of thousands of apprentices came from all over the city. Due to the lack of accommodation, Champagne Road had become the busiest street in the main city. As he walked down the street, he saw many apprentices in different outfits. He was wearing a black robe with a large hood. Walking in the middle of these oddly dressed acolytes, he was like a clear stream of water. Besides, strange clothes were not really eye-catching in this place. There were people shrouded in black mist, people who couldn't touch the ground, people who were shiny, and people who were glittering. It was as if they didn't have any special effects on them. Angor would always stay away from such people. In the end, he stopped in front of a bar with a colorful signboard. It was 93, Champagne Road, Lumber Tavern. Through the open wooden window, one could vaguely see the lively scene inside. There were roars, singing, and laughter. Accompanied by the faint fragrance of alcohol, it showed its ostentatious status. Angor pushed the door open and was welcomed by a warm air. Even in the middle of winter, the place was still as warm as summer. His entrance attracted the attention of some people, but most of them only gave him a quick glance before looking away. The only exception was a bartender in a black and white uniform. The well-groomed bartender walked to Angor and asked, "What can I do for you, honorable guest?" The bartender was a mortal, but he was quite good-looking. Whenever he smiled, several female apprentices around him would tease him. Some of them even dared to invite the bartender to their rooms at night. The bartender only smiled at them and replied with a few polite words. He then looked at Angor again. Angor glanced at the smooth bartender and spoke in a low voice, "Take me to the Brocade Tavern." When Angor mentioned the tavern, the people around him went silent. They all looked at Angor as if trying to see through him. Brocade Tavern? Don't tell me the Supreme Sect is here? Someone muttered in a low voice. Several minutes ago, Sean brought the big guy back to Lumber Tavern, and everyone in the tavern saw what happened to her. Angor's sudden mention of the Brocade Tavern caught everyone's attention. The bartender was also surprised. He was a mortal, but he had been here for a long time and knew a thing or two about wizard organizations. "Do you have an invitation card for the Brocade Tavern, sir?" "What invitation card?" Angor frowned. "I'm sorry, sir. I can't take you there without an invitation card," the bartender explained. Before Angor could reply, one of the female apprentices who was flirting with the bartender interrupted, "Hey, leave without an invitation card. I'm telling you, the owner of Lumber Tavern is a wizard, and he hates people like you Supreme Cult the most." Angor glanced at her but did not explain. He walked past the bartender and headed to the bar counter. He saw the target of his visit, Nausicaa. Nausicaa was the one he asked Shadow about. He remembered that Nausicaa participated in the Sky Tower competition. If she made it to the top, she should be at Floating Mech City by now. Due to various matters, Angor finally found the time to ask Shadow about Nausicaa. Nausicaa walked to the counter and asked the bartender for a drink. Before Angor could walk to her side, the female apprentice stopped him. "I told you, Lumber Tavern does not welcome Supreme Cult members. Please leave at once." She did not lower her voice, which attracted everyone's attention. Nausicaa turned around as well. "Get out of my way," Angor said in a low voice. The female apprentice seemed determined to find trouble with Angor. She wanted to use the power of the owner of the tavern to break the Supreme Cult spirit. At the same time, she could use this chance to show off a bit in front of other people, which was a great opportunity for someone who craved attention. However, it was obvious that she had miscalculated. Angor's aura suddenly dimmed. He pointed at the female apprentice and sent a stream of nightmare aura into her forehead. The female apprentice froze on the spot, her face filled with deep fear. Angor did not even look at her. He walked around her and approached Nausicaa. "Supreme Cult?" Nausicaa narrowed her eyes and asked in a sexy and hoarse voice. Angor did not answer right away. Instead, he peered through the shadow of his hood and observed his friend whom he had not seen for half a year. Thanks to her bloodline mastery, Nausicaa's body had become more and more curvaceous in the past half a year. She was now wearing a bright red cloak over her soft armor to cover her missing right arm. Nausicaa felt a little strange when she saw the black-robed man remaining silent. She looked at him carefully and felt a sense of familiarity. "Long time no see, Nausicaa." A voice as clear as the moon suddenly struck Nausicaa's heart. Her heart raced. "You're Angor." Before Nausicaa could finish, a punch came from behind. "Damn it, what did you do to Xuanxia?" The fist wind was accompanied by a shout. Angor did not move. He simply sent his nightmare aura into the attacker's head. In an instant, the attacker collapsed on the ground. "You." Two people lost their ability to fight in a row. One of them looked terrified, while the other fainted on the ground. The other people in the bar began to protest. Angor looked at the crowd while releasing his nightmare aura. The female apprentice from before had inexplicably found fault with him, and had even directly given him an identity. Seeing that she had not been injured, he had only given her a light punishment. However, the person who had ambushed him later had a gust of wind from his fist. If he had been an ordinary apprentice, he would have been severely injured by this punch. The severity of his punishment was based on the strength of his ambush. He was not afraid of the crowd's anger. In fact, he even felt a little excited when he saw the crowd's reaction. If he injured these people so badly that they could not participate in the purification garden, he would be saving their lives, right? With this thought in mind, Angor's aura grew thicker. "You misunderstood. He's my friend. He's not a member of the supreme cult. Nausicaa stepped forward and stood in front of Angor. As a member of Brute Cavern, Nausicaa was quite respected among apprentices from smaller organizations. Everyone sat down after hearing her words. Only the female apprentice, Suna, and the ambusher's friend were still glaring at Angor. Nausicaa pointed at the trembling Suna and the unconscious man. They'll be fine soon. Don't worry about them. Angor's words were meant for both Nausicaa and the others. Can I have a word with you? Angor lowered his voice. Nausicaa glanced at Suna and whispered, if he says he's fine, then he's fine. I'll come check on him later. Nausicaa nodded to the others and led Angor to the backyard. Nausicaa slowly turned around and looked at the black-robed man behind her carefully after they entered the Pavilion of Youth. Who's that, Nausicaa? Why did you bring him here? Xian, the girl who was treating Gank's wounds, quickly came to Angor when she saw the stranger in the yard. She looked at Angor with suspicion and hostility. Don't worry, it's fine. Nausicaa looked at Angor and hesitated. Are you? Angor? Angor grew a lot taller in the past half a year. Nausicaa used to look at him from the same height, but now she had to look up. She would have doubted Angor's identity if she didn't see his face. He took off his hood, revealing a handsome face that was somewhere between immature and mature. I'm the real deal. Nausicaa's eyes lit up. It's really you. You've been in the limelight lately. I thought I wouldn't see you again until the purification garden opens. Angor chuckled and was about to say something. Xian, the girl, suddenly walked to Angor and spoke with a shy look. I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Angor. My name is Xian Giligumu. People call me Princess Xian. You can call me Xian, Mr. Xian even looked up and winked at Angor. Surprisingly, a girl who looked like she was about 6 or 7 years old did not look strange at all when showing such a mature expression. Angor is 10 years younger than me, and you call him Mr.? Then shouldn't you call me Big Sister? Nausicaa teased. She then whispered something to Angor using her lips, she's older than me. Angor was a little surprised, but he quickly realized what was going on. There were so many strange things in the wizarding world. Dodoro could live for 1,000 years, while Xian was still a child. Come in. I read about you in a magazine. When I saw that Bogula had turned you into a magic puppet, I was worried. Nausicaa led him to the yard, where a bonfire was burning. Gank was sitting beside it with a tired look on his face. Then I heard that you were safe and that Mr. Sunders took you away. That's why I was relieved. Nausicaa asked Angor to sit on a soft white blanket beside the bonfire. It seemed to be the skin of some kind of beast, which was both soft and warm. Xian ran back to Gank and used heal and some kind of potion to reconnect Gank's severed arm bit by bit. Angor also saw Dripping Stream's sleeping face in a small tent on the other side of the bonfire. It seemed she fell asleep on the battlefield and was still sleeping. How have you been for the past 6 months? Nausicaa sat down and enjoyed the warmth of the fire. I'm fine, Angor said after a moment of silence. After half a year of living in luxury, he was well aware of the joys and sorrows in his heart. He knew Nausicaa really cared about him, but he didn't want to turn her friend into a trash can for him to vent his emotions. In the end, he only said, I'm fine. Nausicaa could tell that Angor had been through a lot. Since Angor didn't want to talk about it, she didn't ask. Angor felt a rare sense of warmth from Nausicaa's gesture. Nausicaa was probably the most comfortable person he had ever met since he entered the wizarding world. She knew human nature very well. She knew best when to say what. Also, Nausicaa was probably the one Angor admired the most. Her determination for the future, her lack of distractions, and her elegance were all things that Angor admired about her. I read in a magazine that you've reached the mystery level. Looks like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Nausicaa sighed. She looked a little regretful. Well, those are just gimmicks in the magazines. Don't believe them. I don't care if they're real or just gimmicks. Nausicaa joked. You're famous in Floating Mech City now. It won't be long before everyone in the southern wizarding region hears about you. But we can't tell whether that's good or bad, can we? You're right. Nausicaa took out a smoking pipe from her chest and lit it up. She took a deep puff and looked at Angor. You were the one who trapped Saladin with the mist, weren't you? Nausicaa's words successfully attracted Shan's attention. She looked up from Genk with a puzzled look. It was me, Angor replied. Nausicaa nodded, then shook her head. Angor couldn't tell what she was thinking. In the end, she hid her expression behind the smoke and whispered, "Thank you." Did you really save me, sweetie? Xian walked to Angor with her short legs and tilted her head with an innocent smile. Did you save me because you like me? You misunderstood me. Angor remained expressionless. He didn't explain what she misunderstood. When Saladin attacked Xian, Angor didn't do anything. Even when he learned that Xian was from Brute Cavern, he just stood there and watched. He didn't do anything until Nausicaa was involved. Didn't Xian know that? Of course she did. But sometimes, it was better to be ignorant. I'll just assume that you saved me because you like me. I've made up my mind. From now on, you're my standard husband. If no one can meet your standards, I won't marry anyone, unless you marry me. Xian blushed and tried to confess her love to Angor in a roundabout way. Angor didn't mind. Nausicaa teased, so you're not going to marry anyone for the rest of your life, Xian. Xian rolled her eyes at Nausicaa. I'm not going to marry anyone. My goal is to conquer the entire wizarding world and become one of the most powerful wizards of our time. Perhaps it was because their voices were too noisy. Just at this moment, Draining Stream, who was lying on the bed, suddenly let out a groan and woke up, looking at the people who were talking. Xianxia didn't look very special. Her curly blue hair was the only thing that people could remember about her. She looked at Angor first, the man who suddenly appeared in the crowd of women. She frowned, and her freckled face showed some doubt. You're awake, Xianxia? Let me introduce you. This is Angor. He's Mr. Sunder's apprentice, and the one who released the mist to save us. Xian jumped to Xianxia's side and giggled. Xianxia didn't understand Shan's words. She simply nodded. After a while, she looked at Angor and asked, Your blood sounds familiar. Have we met somewhere before? I need to think. Angor didn't know how to react. She recognized him just by the sound of his blood? Sky Tower? I think so, Xianxia said after a moment of consideration. Angor was afraid that Xianxia would mention his name. It was something he couldn't forget. It's fine. Don't think about it. Nausicaa already knew about Angor's nickname from Dave, so she didn't point it out. Instead, she simply smiled at Angor. After a long while, Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, I remember now. You're that Baron Milk who fought with me on level 3? Am I right? Milk. Milk. Xian stared at Angor in shock. Angor didn't answer or deny it. It took her a while to finish her words. Baron Milk? Ha 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 ha. We're perfect for each other. I like milk too. Maybe I should ask my professor for an invitation card and change my title to Baron Milk's wife? He didn't care whether Xian was joking or not. Instead, he was attracted by another point in Shan's words. You can change your title? Ask the professor for an invitation card? What's going on? You don't know? You didn't climb all 15 levels, did you? How? Didn't Mr. Sunders give you an invitation card? Xian looked surprised. The professor can give me an invitation card? I don't need to climb the tower? Angor shook his head. He didn't know about this at all. That's strange. So you and Nausicaa are the only ones who got an invitation card after climbing all 15 levels. Climbing is so troublesome. Xianxia and I didn't do it. The professor gave us an invitation card. Xianxia went to the Sky Tower, but she always fell asleep halfway. She's still wandering around the 3rd level. As she spoke, Xianxia once again fell asleep. Xian shrugged. We'll see. The side effect of being a natural-born talent was terrible. But Xianxia also became stronger because of it. Angor wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing. It might be good in the early stages, but it might not be the case in the later stages when everyone became stronger. Angor's mood was going through a roller coaster ride. Sunders already had a direct card, but Angor still insisted on letting him join the audition. Angor even lost his life in the end. More importantly, Sunders didn't know about it at all. Angor took a deep breath. I'll have to talk to my professor when I get back to the manor. At the very least, I need to get a new invitation card. After chatting for a while, Angor looked back at Nausicaa. He didn't forget why he came here. First, he wanted to tell her about the purification garden. Second, he wanted to tell her about the mechanical arm he was going to design for her. First, he told Xian about the purification garden. This time, due to the promotion of the purification garden, there would be a large-scale blood sacrifice. It wasn't a secret for elite apprentices, but for ordinary apprentices, they had no way to learn about it. It was obvious that wizards had given up on them. Both Xian and Nausicaa were shocked when they heard the news. Really? Xian asked. She even forgot to call Angor by his name. Yes. Angor looked at Nausicaa again. You're here to stop me? Nausicaa quickly recovered from the shock. You don't have to. I know what's going to happen to me. I'm not here to stop you. I just want to tell you. It's not a simple blood sacrifice. The death rate is as high as 90%. I hope you can think about it carefully. Nausicaa nodded. I'll think about it. Because of this topic, the air instantly fell silent. Nausicaa was still smoking her pipe. The smoke covered her expression. Angor couldn't tell what she was thinking. After fixing Gank's arm, Xian sat on the other side and hugged her knees. The light from the fire illuminated her face. Are you going? Nausicaa asked after a long pause. Her question was not directed at Angor, but Xian knew it wasn't directed at her. I'll go, Angor replied. Then I'll go too. Let's do it. I can't let you get ahead of me. The smoke dissipated, revealing Nausicaa's face. Her expression was normal, but her eyes were filled with determination. Angor considered his words carefully. You don't have to. For supernaturals with long lifespans, it doesn't matter whether you die earlier or later. But I don't want to be a burden to anyone. I don't want to be a bystander when something happens to you or Xylem. I don't want to be powerless. Nausicaa's expression was determined. What happened to Twilight well affected Xylem and me. We could only watch you get hurt and die in the outer hall, but we couldn't do anything about it. It doesn't feel good. Besides, I don't want to compare. I hope that on this long road, no matter if it's you or us, we can go further. Angor respected Nausicaa's choice. However, he could see that Nausicaa was not a level 2 apprentice yet. She would only be at the bottom of the ladder if she entered the purification garden. He didn't want Nausicaa to die in the competition. Nausicaa tucked her hair behind her ear and looked away. You know what? Xylem decided to use the Azure bloodline on the day I left Brute Cavern and came to Floating Mech City. I don't know what happened to him. Did he succeed or not? But I'm optimistic. I hope I can get the chance to purify my bloodline and return to Brute Cavern. Then I can see Xylem fusing with the Azure bloodline as well. Everyone will grow stronger. Everyone will be happy. Angor understood what Nausicaa meant. Both Nausicaa and Xylem were in danger now. The purification garden seemed to be a dead end, but Salem's situation was even worse. The Azure bloodline was a bloodline that had appeared in the Twilight auction. There was no data about it in the southern region. Everything about it was unknown. Injecting a bloodline was inherently risky. For bloodlines with data, there were various methods to reduce the risk of fusion. Bloodline wizards even had secret methods to achieve zero-risk fusion. However, the premise of all this was that there were records, data, and cases. However, the Azure Blue bloodline belonged to the Three Nothingness bloodline. No one knew how risky the fusion would be. Even if it gave a gimmick, there's a chance to mutate into the body of the sage. But what were the chances? It was estimated to be very, very low, perhaps even lower than 10%. It was safe to say that Salem's decision to inject the Azure bloodline was far more dangerous and risky than the blood sacrifice in the purification garden. She didn't know whether Xylem would succeed or fail in the end, but she was willing to assume the best. Xylem had succeeded, and she wanted to succeed too. On the path of becoming a magus, everyone could advance together. Perhaps this was what Nausicaa was thinking right now. Angor nodded. I'll respect your decision. Thank you for coming all the way here. Nausicaa smiled. Angor really wanted to tell Nausicaa to go into his bracelet and let her out after the blood sacrifice. But he couldn't even guarantee his own survival, let alone taking care of Nausicaa. Besides, he knew Nausicaa's personality. She might look indifferent all the time, but she was more determined than anyone else. Her pride wouldn't allow her to rely on others. Therefore, Angor didn't say that he wanted to help her. But in his mind, he already planned to complete the mechanical arm before the purification garden opened. He couldn't think of a way to bypass Nausicaa's pride and help her. The only way was to use the mechanical arm. This was because Angor already proposed the idea half a year ago. Nausicaa agreed, so she didn't have any reason to refuse. Apart from telling you about the purification garden, I'm here to tell you something else. I want to know how your right arm is doing. Angor lifted Nausicaa's blood-red cloak to reveal her empty right arm. Do you mind if I give you a check? Angor asked. Nausicaa nodded. Of course. Are you going to? I'm going to make a mechanical arm for you in 2 days, Angor said calmly. I should have done it half a year ago, but I'm late because of some trivial matters. You don't mind, do you? I don't mind. But the purification garden is about to open. You don't have to waste your time on me. Nausicaa understood Angor's kindness, but she didn't want to trouble him. Waste my time? Not really. I've been studying alchemy at Master Mitra's place these days. With his help, I can fix some of my flaws while doing alchemy, Angor explained. The news about Sunders taking Angor away from Elixir Hut had already spread. Nausicaa believed him. But won't it be too troublesome? It's all the same. Why don't you make something meaningful? Angor chuckled. Thank you. Nausicaa nodded after a moment of hesitation. Angor helped Nausicaa check the nerves in her broken arm. He discovered that she was indeed a bloodline acolyte. Even though her arm had been broken for more than half a year, there were no signs of it shrinking. Regardless of whether it was her activity or sensitivity, they were all at an extremely high level. After making sure everything was fine, Angor prepared to leave. But before he left, he glanced at Genk. So the Supreme Cult is after you because of him? Angor looked at Xian. Xian was still thinking about the purification garden when she heard Angor's question. Yes. Saladin has a dog's nose. When we arrived at Floating Mech City a few days ago, he already found us by following our scent. Thank goodness Mr. Sunders didn't leave as a guardian wizard. Otherwise, they would have started a fight. We've been hiding in Lumber Tavern for the past few days. Today, we finally got the chance to go outside, and he found us. When Xian said this, she was so angry that her 2 ponytails swayed. Genk has already registered himself, and the Supreme Sect is the one who set up the registration. Yet, they don't want to admit it themselves. Angor showed a curious look. Registration? Can you tell me more about it? Xian didn't think too much about Angor's curiosity. My old shaman gave Genk to me as a reward when she learned that I came to Brute Cavern. She asked Genk to protect me. She was a wizard, and Genk was one of the barbarians she signed a contract with. As for the registration, Xian asked Genk to stand up. She took off the mask on Genk's face, revealing a hideous face with sharp fangs. Xian pointed at a leaf-shaped emblem on top of Genk's head. This is the registration. Different otherworldly creatures will have different emblems when they enter the wizarding world. Genk came from Forest Plain, so his emblem is shaped like a leaf. Who created this emblem? Angor was puzzled. Someone from the Supreme Cult, of course. They'll design a set of emblems for every plane they conquered to show which world they came from. Xian sighed. It's like a slave's emblem. You can enter the wizarding world freely, but you can't leave your guarantor alone. Xian took out a piece of parchment from her pouch. There was a leaf emblem of Forest Plain on it, as well as a bloodstain. This bloodstain represents Genk. Genk can only move around the guarantor who owns this parchment. So a plane that hasn't been conquered doesn't have an emblem? Angor wondered. Yes. A plane that hasn't been conquered by the wizarding world doesn't have an emblem. Even if a wizard brings an otherworldly creature into the plane, he or she will be treated as a stowaway. It was an eye-opener for Angor as well. He thought the registration was just a piece of paper and a pen. He didn't expect there to be so much more to it. And just as Sean said, the registration was like a slave's emblem. He was planning to use this route to save John. But it seemed that he couldn't do it now. Besides, Earth wasn't part of the wizarding world, and the emblem alone was enough to disgust him. Besides, Saladin refused to accept the registration. Angor couldn't guarantee John's safety by using this route. I heard that otherworldly creatures who enter the wizarding world will be rejected by the world's consciousness, which will weaken their power and make them sickly. But I don't think Genk has such a problem. Yes, but sickly bodies. Barbarians don't have such a problem. After all, their physique is there for all to see. Unless it's a mortal, ordinary transcendents rarely experience such a situation. Angor nodded and pretended to be enlightened. No wonder Balba can't do it. He's a barbarian too. He mumbled to himself. Of course, he was talking to them on purpose. After asking about Genk's condition, Angor bid them farewell and left. When he returned to Wooden Bar from Fangling Tavern, everyone looked at him in surprise. The two people trapped by his nightmare aura were lying in the center of the tavern. A man in a brown checkered tailcoat was examining something beside them. Someone told him that the man in the tuxedo was the owner of Wood Bar, a wizard. The man glanced at Angor and revealed a glint in his eyes. Oh, so you're that Mr. Balba's student. Angor bowed to him politely. The man waved a hand. All right, I know what happened. They asked for it. It's none of your business. With that, the man stepped aside and let Angor leave. Angor was still trying to figure out what was going on. The man must have recognized him. Maybe this was one of the benefits of being famous? After returning to Sunder's mansion, Angor began his work. Back in Brute Cavern, he already recorded Nausicaa's data and came up with a rough blueprint. Now, he was just integrating his previous ideas and adding some functions that were more general and had a certain degree of combat effectiveness. It took him about half a day to come up with all the possible combinations. However, he still didn't know how to assemble the device or what it would look like. As he told Nausicaa, he was going to talk to Mitra tomorrow in hopes of getting some advice from him. This was the holy land of machine alchemy. Mitra might be a master apothecary, but he must have learned a lot about machines. His knowledge was more than enough to guide Angor. It was nighttime. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Clouds covered the sky above floating Mech City. Angor took out Toby from his chest pocket. It had been half a month since he left Dark Castle. Toby was still asleep, but he seemed to be in a much better condition than before. Also, Angor could sense a great power roiling inside Toby's body. Maybe this was what Greya meant when she said that Toby was trying to fuse with Wrath. Angor took out a soul orb and placed it on his palm. Toby was still asleep, but he still opened his mouth when he smelled the orb. He stroked Toby's soft feathers and checked the bird's condition again. All signs indicated that Toby was in good health. He put Toby back into his pocket and wondered if he could come out of the purification garden in one piece. It had been a while since he paid any attention to the Crocox. In order to fulfill the Grand Priest's request, Angor decided to move the Crocox out of his bracelet first. With a thought, he summoned Toby. Dodoro and the other Crocox quickly showed up in the room. Apart from Dodoro, who opened his eyes and looked at Angor, the other Crocox didn't notice that they were in a different place. It wasn't that the Crocox didn't notice. It was just that Angor had set up a mist around the building. And Dodoro looked at Angor with a pair of bright eyes and was about to call his name when he saw Angor. Dodoro blinked a few times and realized what was going on, but he didn't say anything else. Angor was satisfied with Dodoro's performance. It seemed that Dodoro was becoming more and more like a normal person after being taught by Trusan and Papaya's grandmother. Dodoro calmed down, but his eyes never left Angor. He summoned Papaya from the building and asked her to come out. Papaya looked around curiously. "Is this the place you chose for us, sir?" "What? You still want to stay in the attic?" Angor chuckled. In the beginning, the Crocox liked to live in the attics of human houses. That was why they were called fairies of the attics. "We don't mind living anywhere. If humans treat us the same way as you, sir, we'll even live in your attic." Papaya took the opportunity to flatter Angor. How are you guys doing? Are you getting used to it? Everyone has been studying the structure of the building. They really like it, sir. It's a place where neighbors can live in harmony with each other, and they're getting closer to each other. Papaya chuckled. They also said that they want to build something like this when they arrive at their new home. So you've adapted well. Angor chuckled. I called you here because I have something to tell you. Angor took Papaya to butler number 1 and asked the butler to take care of the Crococ's daily necessities, including food and water. After butler number 1 took down his instructions, Angor went to Sunder's study. This was Sunder's residence, after all. He needed Sunder's permission to let all of them live here. Sure. Sunders nodded. He already knew about the Crococ's from Angor's experience, so he could still tolerate the presence of a mortal tribe that didn't occupy much land. With that settled, Angor began to talk about the Crococ's bloodline problem. Sunders glanced at Papaya and carefully sensed the bloodline restriction in her body. It can be solved. Angor's eyes lit up. Before he could ask further, Sunders cut him off. But you won't be able to solve it for now. You'll have to figure it out yourself when you become a wizard. You have a friend who's a bloodline wizard, right? She might be able to give you some advice. Of course, Sunders could solve the Crococ's bloodline problem. But why would he do that? Besides, Angor had to accept the request because of a favor, so Sunders had to do it himself. Since Sunders said that a bloodline wizard could do something about it, Angor decided to ask Nausicaa for help. With the Crococ's problem solved, Angor began to think about how to ask Sunders about his own problem. Seeing Angor's "come and ask me" expression, Sunders couldn't bear to see Angor's poor performance any longer. What else do you want? Sunders asked. Angor's eyes lit up. Professor, I heard the Purification Garden gives out invitation cards to wizards, right? Sunders nodded. Yes. Can I have one then? Angor asked with a joyful look. You want to change your title? Sunders gave Angor a long stare that made Angor uneasy. You want to change your title? Angor mumbled for a while but didn't say anything. He took out an anonymous invitation card from his space storage and tossed it to Angor. Take it. You don't need to change your title. You already covered your face when you joined the Sky Tower. Angor nodded. Even without a title, it sounded better than barren milk. After taking the card from Sunders' hand, he turned around and prepared to return to his room. What are you working on? Asked Sunders. What are you doing? Fire array, phantasmal death. Phantasmal death. Sunders nodded. Phantasmal death is a branch of illusions that requires knowledge of magic arrays and alchemy. I think it's suitable for you. You can keep working on it. But I need to remind you that since you can already use the sequence of gravity, you should learn more about it. It'll help you a lot in the garden. Angor nodded. Since his soul could only leave his body for a limited time, he rarely had the chance to train the sequence of gravity. However, he knew that the sequence of gravity would help him a lot in the garden. After all, he could use the sequence of gravity to fly, which would greatly increase his chances of survival. As for nourishing his body, Angor planned to go to Mitra's place and see if there were any potions that could improve his body's vitality. Before Angor left, Sunders tossed him a talent orb. Sunders pointed at Papaya, who was trembling in fear. She should have talent. Since you brought a group of people back, you can test them. If you can gather 5 talents, you can accept a guide quest. The reward is better than nothing, but you can let them join Brute Cavern. Actually, sometimes, you don't have to solve the problem yourself. Isn't it also a choice to let them solve it themselves? Angor left the study with the orb in his hand. Angor understood what Sunders meant. The Crococ's could solve their bloodline problems by themselves as long as they could continue their journey as wizards. However, gathering 5 talents seemed to be a little difficult. When Angor returned to his room, he saw number 1 waiting for him outside. Mr. Pat, the master asked me to vacate the room next door for your guest, number 1 said. Sunders. Order? Angor was planning to let the Crococ's stay in his room, but Sunders had already arranged a new room for them. Angor was grateful that Sunders had considered his need for a quiet place to conduct his research. Angor didn't start the test right away after moving Dodoro and the Crocox to the room next door. He still needed to know about their talent. He wanted to wait until the Crocox had settled down. After all, there was a deeper meaning behind letting the Crocox become wizards. As for Dodoro, Angor planned to test his talent. Back on Gondola, Naga mentioned that Dodoro's spiritual power level was higher than both his and Shadow's. This meant that Dodoro was definitely a talent. The talent orb might not always be accurate, but Angor could still use Abel's annual talent collection to figure out some possibilities. With that in mind, Angor brought Dodoro to the table and asked him to sit down. Dodoro gave Angor a friendly smile and sat down in front of him. Angor placed the orb in the center of the table, lit an oil lamp, and poured a glass of water. They represented fire and water, which were the most likely things to change during a talent test. Put your hand on the talent orb and observe the surroundings carefully. See if there's anything strange. See if there's something extra or missing. See if the fire is burning more fiercely or if it's extinguished. See if there's a ripple on the surface of the water. He said to Dodoro. Remember, keep your eyes open. I'll be careful. Dodoro nodded at Angor. I'll be careful. Then let's begin. Angor took out a small hourglass with a timer of 1 minute. He could only touch the talent sphere for 1 minute. If nothing happened within that time, it meant the person had no talent at all. Put your hand on the sphere. Following Angor's order, Dodoro reached out with its bony hand and grabbed the talent sphere. The moment Dodoro's finger touched the talent orb, his eyes became misty. At the same time, the rose-red crystal sphere released a bright light, indicating that the person being tested had a talent. Angor already expected the talent orb to shine so brightly. He was just curious. What kind of talent did Dodoro have after living for 1,000 years? Or did Dodoro really live that long because of that ordinary-looking bowl? The sand in the hourglass slid down bit by bit. During the talent test, the testee would be immersed in his or her own world while using Abel's eye to activate his or her soul vision. In Angor's eyes, Dodoro was simply touching the sphere without moving. In Dodoro's eyes, Angor was going through a drastic change, just like how Angor entered the nightmare realm without anyone noticing. Sitting in front of Dodoro, Angor could clearly see Dodoro's strange expression. It seemed like Dodoro was laughing and crying at the same time. Dodoro moved his head from time to time as if he was trying to see something. Angor tried to guess what Dodoro's talent was. Was it related to biology? Or was it a water or wood element? Or perhaps it was an even more mysterious side. 1 minute later, Dodoro opened his eyes. Some images flashed through those clear eyes that were as clear as the blue sky. Angor saw it, but he couldn't tell what it was. Dodoro didn't say anything after waking up. Instead, he fell into deep thought. 5 minutes later, Dodoro finally looked up at Angor again. What did you see? Angor asked. I found myself in a strange place. Dodoro's voice was always gentle, but this time, there was a hint of doubt in it. This was the first time Angor saw such a strong emotion in Dodoro's voice. A strange place? Not in this room? Angor asked. Nope. Dodoro shook his head as if he was trying to recall something. Angor frowned. Did Dodoro go to the nightmare realm like him? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? There were a lot of clouds and mist. I couldn't see anything. But I think I saw everything. Clouds and mist? Elements such as wind and water, or the special air element, flashed across his mind. There were nearly 500 issues of Abel's annual talent collection, and he only read 2 or 3 of them. The ones about clouds and mist seemed to be elementalism. But he wasn't sure. The talent orb could not accurately measure one's talent. He only gave a rough idea of the potential of the talent. What did you see? Angor followed his lead. I saw it. Dodoro's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He didn't say anything else as if he was confused about something. This time, Dodoro remained silent for almost 10 minutes. What did you see? Angor wondered if Dodoro had fallen asleep. Dodoro tried his best to speak, but he couldn't utter a single word. Maybe Angor's urging made Dodoro more emotional, which helped him break through some of the barriers. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and said, "At the bottom of the sea, with you." Then, Dodoro fainted on the ground. Angor was shocked by the sudden change. He only said one sentence. Why did he suddenly spit out blood? Angor quickly checked Dodoro's condition. Luckily, Dodoro only fainted. His face was pale due to excessive blood loss. He moved Dodoro to the bed and sat down to think about Dodoro's condition. What did Dodoro mean when he said, "At the bottom of the sea, with you," before he fainted? Could it be that Dodoro saw me in his change? Angor wondered. Since when was he allowed to play the role of a bystander in someone else's talent test? He could not figure it out, nor could he find any examples from Abel's annual talent collection. So he decided to ask his teacher about it tomorrow. The next morning, he noticed that Dodoro was still asleep. However, Dodoro looked much better than before. His cheeks were a bit rosier too. Angor asked number 1 to take care of Dodoro for now. He returned to the room next door, picked up the parchment of the mechanical arms concept and the functions of the various components, and left the room. The first place he went to was Sunder's study. Of course, he was here to ask Sunders about Dodoro's talent. Sunders pondered for a moment after hearing Angor's explanation. Clouds, mist, silence, and ravings? Sunders muttered to himself, silence and ravings are similar to divination. But what's that cloud and mist? Aren't divination types supposed to show reflections of the stars? Why did it turn into clouds? Could it be that he is an elementalist and a mystic? Sunders didn't give Angor a definite answer in the end. He only told Angor to ask Tree Spirit for a detailed test when he returned to Brute Cavern. Angor left the study and headed to Mitra's elixir hut. Along the way, Angor kept thinking about Dodoro's question. Sunders didn't give him an exact answer, but some of his speculations did make sense. For example, Dodoro suddenly stopped talking when he was about to reach the most important part of his sentence, which was very similar to divination types. Just like what the fortune tellers on Earth often said, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. In the wizarding world, divination types could be revealed, but they couldn't do it in such a straightforward way. With the Magi's intellect, they would definitely be able to understand what he was trying to say. It does look like a divination type. But if it's a divination type, does it mean he's talking about the future? Angor was puzzled. If that was the case, what did "you and me at the bottom of the sea" mean? Was Dodoro going to the bottom of the sea in the future? Or was he going to sink to the bottom of the sea? After thinking for a while, he gave up. Everything would be settled when he arrived at Brute Cavern. Besides, he didn't have time to think about other things. He had already arrived at the elixir hut. The elixir hut looked quiet, but Angor noticed that there were people staring at it from afar. When Angor approached the elixir hut, those people all looked at him. Most of them were sizing him up, as if trying to figure out who he was. When he successfully walked into the magic medicine hut, the gazes that looked at him immediately changed. From sizing him up, they turned into indifference, jealousy, hatred, and most of them were inquiring. "You're here, Mr. Angor?" Angor heard a childish voice calling out to him as soon as he opened the door. Before he could react, a small figure rushed to him and stopped in front of him. "You're finally here, Brother Angor." "Good morning," she said in a flattering tone. An orange leopard cub with a sharp horn on its forehead slowly walked to Angor while wagging its tail. The cub rubbed against Angor's leg and sat down beside him. "Good morning, Toya." Angor smiled and stroked Toya's fur. "Mr. Angor, it's getting colder and colder. Dodo is freezing. He really needs a new shirt." Toya held Dodo in his arms with tears in his eyes. He then pinched Dodo's sore spot. Dodo squealed and cried out in pain. Angor was surprised. Toya continued, "The month of resuscitation is coming soon, and a new year is coming. Toya still only has a tattered leather skirt. I really want something nice that can protect me from the weather." Toya stared at Angor expectantly. The two pairs of eyes, one big and one small, looked at Angor with a trick or treat expression. Angor smiled and crouched down. He took out a magic crystal from his bracelet and stuffed it into Toya's hand. "Here, I'll give you some money. Go to the main city and buy something for yourself." With that, Angor walked around them and entered the warm room. Toya held the magic crystal in his hand and looked at Dodo in confusion. Why didn't his cute trick work anymore? Toya's not a bad guy. He's just a bit stubborn and naughty. Don't mind him. It was Mitra's wife, a wizard named Xianxia. Angor already knew that Xianxia loved Toya a lot. Moreover, he knew that Tu Yao just wanted to take advantage of him. Tu Yao didn't have any bad intentions. I don't mind. I like Toya a lot. Angor chuckled. Toya reminded Angor of his older brother when he was still a kid. You're looking for Mitra, right? He's in the basement. Go there yourself, Xianxia said gently. By the way, don't mind those people outside. Most of them are just jealous of you. Some of them don't like your teacher, but they won't do anything to you in Floating Mech City. Just ignore them. Angor nodded. He already knew what would happen if his name got out. Besides, he already experienced something similar back in Brute Cavern, so he wouldn't mind it. From the outside, Elixir Hut looked like an ordinary wooden hut. However, the real essence of the hut lay in the huge underground area, which led to many different caves. It was designed by Mitra as a place for experiments and alchemy. Angor had been here before, so he quickly found Mitra's alchemy room. Mitra was crafting a potion in front of his alchemy table. He glanced at Angor from the corner of his eye and gestured him to stay quiet. Angor followed the old man's advice without hesitation. Since Mitra didn't kick him out, the alchemist didn't mind him watching. Therefore, Angor decided to focus on Mitra's alchemy. Mitra was one of the leaders of the reformists in apothecary field. The core of the reformists was the word reform. They advocated all new reforms, abandoned the fixed conceptual patterns, deleted the impractical steps, and got rid of the dross and kept the essence. Angor didn't know much about apothecary. But when he watched Mitra's potion being filtered, purified, extracted, and purified, he felt like he was watching a serious scientist in a documentary from Earth. However, the flames that appeared in Mitra's hands from time to time, as well as the flow of mana, told Angor that he was in the wizarding world, not Earth. Time slowly passed. When the hour hand on the wall clock turned 45 degrees, it was noon. Mitra finally stopped his work. Mitra poured a pink potion into an exquisite silver gilt potion bottle, which glowed crimson. Mitra shook the vial and listened carefully to the sound of bubbles popping and liquid hitting the wall. He took out a quill and recorded several data sets. Then, he sealed the vial with a line of beautiful words, Improved Peach Potion. Peach Potion was a very famous low-level potion. Although the name sounded charming, it wasn't charming at all when it was used. It was a supplementary potion used to cleanse one's bloodline. Every time someone used it, blood would flow everywhere. But this was the first time Angor saw an improved version of Peach Potion. He wondered which part of the potion Mitra improved. Improved Peach Potion. I added some blood-producing materials to it. You can use it to maintain your body's basic vitality while cleansing your bloodline. Mitra saw Angor staring at the vial and noticed Angor's curiosity. It wasn't a secret anyway, so he decided to explain. Maintain the body's vitality? Angor's eyes brightened up. He was just about to ask what kind of potion could do that when he saw one. The peach potion wasn't meant to nourish one's body, but it still opened a new topic. Mr. Mitra, can you tell me how to nourish my body? Angor asked curiously. Mitra glanced at him. That depends on what you're asking for. For example, bloodline cleansing and bloodline injection both require the body to be nurtured, but their methods of nurturing the body are different. Soul ejection. Angor's Mitra's body after the soul binding, so that one's soul's is. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I thought you were going to inject a bloodline. Mitra muttered. You can use some magic plants to create a nutrient solution and soak your body in it. You can keep your body active for a long time. You don't even need to know more about apothecary. But that's not what I'm talking about. Angor hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Mitra the truth. However, he didn't mention the sequence of gravity. I have a secret spell that consumes soul energy, and I can only use it after I've ejected my soul. But once my soul leaves my body, it can't stay outside for too long due to the shackles of my body. How to nourish your body in an emergency? Mitra considered. There are many potions that can do what you're talking about, which is to temporarily increase the vitality of your body. The longest can last for an hour, while the shortest can last for 10 minutes. Speaking of which, the easiest and most cost-effective one. I think it's the Gypsy School's Killian witch soup. Angor wasn't a stranger to Killian witch soup. Prom's alchemy shop already sold Killian witch soup. This was a type of soup specially made by the Gypsy sect. It was a mixture between potions and gourmet. The ingredients were different, and the effects were different. Every inheritance was different. However, in the end, they were all cooked in the same way, resulting in a common name, witch soup. The different types of Killian witch soup were named according to the person who made it. For example, Killian witch soup, Killian witch soup, Shauna witch soup, Killian witch soup, Shauna witch soup, and so on. Killian witch soup was very restrictive, which limited its use. Most of the time, Killian witch soup couldn't find the right remedy. However, Killian witch soup had a special feature: it had almost no side effects on the human body. This was something that other schools couldn't compare with. Celia's witch soup is mostly for bloodline wizards. It allows them to maintain the vitality of their bodies even after using a large amount of their physical strength. Mitra paused for a moment. It shouldn't be a problem for the situation you're talking about. Mitra didn't forget to add, Killian's witch soup is a very popular potion. It's sold in the main city. Killian witch soup. Angor made a mental note of the name. When they were done talking about nourishing his body, Mitra changed the topic. You didn't come here just to talk about nourishing your body, did you? Are you going to the library? Or something else? Mitra glanced at the pile of parchment in Angor's hand. He couldn't see what was written on the parchment, but he raised an eyebrow when he caught a glimpse of something. Angor handed the parchment to Mitra. I'm here to ask you, Mr. Mitra. Is there anything wrong with the mechanical arm I designed? Angor asked politely. Mechanical arm? Mitra took the parchment. He already knew what Angor wanted from the name. Mitra's eyes lit up when he saw the first draft on the first page. Floating Mech City was proud of its machine alchemy. Mitra was an apothecary, but he wasn't a stranger to machine alchemy. As the honorary vice principal of the R&D department, Mitra spent a lot of time in the field of machine alchemy, which was why he knew as much about alchemy as he did about potions. Angor's first draft on the first page was only an exploded drawing. It was an exploded drawing of the mechanical arm, including the axles, the functions of each part, and the general design. However, to make the drawing complete, Angor included not only the arm, but also the head, the body, and the legs. However, only the arm was fully exploded. The other parts were only conceptual drawings. Of course, the concept came from the mech he showed Nausicaa. The mech was designed in the style of Earth's technology. It was completely different from the mainstream of the wizarding world, but it still brought about the same shock. When Xylem saw the drawing of the mech for the first time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Cool." Back then, Angor only drew half of the mech's body. This time, he drew the entire body of the mech. It had a metallic texture and a futuristic look. Mitra pointed at the drawing. You've seen a mechanical armament before? What's a mechanical armament? Angor was confused. Mitra shook his head. It's different from the one designed by the R&D department, but the concept is similar. Mitra looked at Angor in a more friendly manner. You're not only talented in alchemy, but you also have a good eye for creativity. So, this thing is meant to be worn, right? Angor thought about the mechs on Earth. Most of them were wearable, but there were also some that could be controlled remotely or by artificial intelligence. Sort of. I see. Mitra nodded. You've heard of the R&D department, right? Angor nodded. The R&D department was the most important place in Floating Mech City. All advanced mechanical alchemy products came from there. The person in charge of the R&D department was one of the two city lords of Floating Mech City, Mediocre Muse. About 30 years ago, Muse began working on a mechanical armament in the R&D department. It's a type of full-body armor that can be worn. He has completed several sets so far, but he wasn't satisfied with their power, so he never released them to the public. The number of people who know about this matter can be counted on one hand. Mitra sighed. I didn't think you and Muse would have the same idea. By now, Mitra was completely convinced that Angor would become a master alchemist in the future. Such outstanding vision and terrifying talent proved that Master Tomorrow was not an illusion. Mitra held back his urge to go to the R&D department and share his findings with Muse. Instead, he began to study Angwar's mechanical arm. First, Mitra asked about Angwar's intention to build the arm. Then, he began to analyze the various functions of the arm. This discussion lasted for more than half a day. When the door to the lab was pushed open, it was already dark outside. Xianxia entered the room and saw Mitra and Angwar discussing something with their heads together. They even used illusions to complete some ideas. Xianxia thought Mitra would only teach Angwar, but she didn't expect them to talk to each other. Sometimes, Angwar would even argue with Mitra, which made Mitra's face turn red and his ears red. Normally, Mitra would only talk to other master alchemists. But this time, he was talking to an apprentice. Xianxia found it quite interesting. She didn't find it strange at all. About an hour later, Xianxia saw that they were about to reach the end of their discussion. Before they could move on to the next topic, Xianxia said, "Alright, let's go eat first. We'll talk later. Toya is starving outside. He's still growing. We can't let him go hungry." Angwar felt like he was here to earn money, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, Mitra stopped him. It was rare to come across someone with a good opinion, and the person who held it was also a good one. Even though there were a lot of mistakes in the basics of alchemy, Mitra's vision was broad enough to give Mitra a lot of inspiration. Even if Angwar was only an apprentice, Mitra was sure that Angwar was a great person to talk to. Mitra wasn't going to let Angwar go so easily. "Don't go back. Stay here and eat. I'm going to argue with you about several things after dinner, especially about materials. You have to listen to me." Angwar smiled bitterly. "Sir, it's not that I don't want to listen to you, but those materials, stop." Xianxia stepped between them. "We'll talk after dinner. Come with me, Angwar. Or this old man is going to drag you away." Xianxia grabbed him and dragged him upstairs. When they returned to the cozy wooden cabin, Xianxia asked Angwar to sit down while she went to the kitchen utensils to finish cooking. Perhaps he had been waiting for too long. Toya was already sleeping on the table with drool dripping from his lips. Dodo was also resting on Toya's lap. Outside the window, Angwar could smell the delicious aroma of food. For some reason, Angwar felt a sense of peace in this quiet moment. End of chapter 470. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.